Chapter 1. The Birth of the Youngling. I can't do this anymore. I fear I may not be able to bear this child. Amidst the tempestuous thunder and lightning, within the dark confines of a cave, a mother sparrow labors to bring forth her offspring beside a boiling pit of water. Her hair, drenched with sweat, clings to her face, while the animal hide beneath her is soiled with blood. The excruciating pain within her abdomen transforms her into a feral state, as strands of brown feathers sprout upon her face and hands. At this moment, she is utterly exhausted, and Aunt Who, desperate to prevent her from collapsing, clutches her hand tightly. "Do not speak such nonsense, dear sister-in-law. You can do this." Aunt Who, her face pale with anxiety, shouts towards the entrance. "Fox Xiao Si. Fox Xiao Lu. Where are your elder brothers? Have they not yet returned with food?" Outside the cave, Fox Xiao Si and Fox Xiao Lu strain their eyes against the rain, restless as they pace like caged beasts. Upon hearing Aunt Hu's urgent call, they reply hastily, "Not yet." "Aunt Who, how is my mother?" Aunt Who remains silent, the sky rumbling ominously. Fox Xiao Si watches as she places the last piece of roasted meat into the mouth of the mother sparrow, her eyes brimming with tears. Fox Xiao Si's heart shatters, and without a second thought, he kneels at the cave's entrance, clasping his hands in prayer. "Oh, beast God above, please bless my mother with safety." Tears stream down his face as, in the pouring rain, several tall fox-human hybrids return, clutching skinned rabbits. Upon seeing Fox Xiao Si, Fox father is taken aback. "Your mother has not yet given birth?" Fox Xiao Si nods, and Fox father erupts that wretched child. "When he finally arrives, I shall spank him until he blooms." Before the child, the mother sparrow had already borne 4 male offspring. While he once harbored a desire for a daughter, the overwhelming number of sons, coupled with the historical lack of female births among his family grandfather, great-grandfather, and even siblings had led him to despair entirely. He draws forth a bone knife, dividing the rabbit meat in 2, extending it towards Aunt Who at the cave's entrance. However, before they can exchange, dark clouds suddenly gather in the sky, unleashing a crackling lightning bolt. Simultaneously, the mother sparrow emits a heart-wrenching wail. "Ah, my child's father, you must take care of our offspring. I cannot accompany you any longer." Fox father pales, but before he can rush inside, a blinding flash of lightning strikes down towards the mother sparrow's abdomen. "Jujun, mother, sister-in-law." "Woo-wah, woo-wah." Amidst the cacophony of fear, the cries of the newborn resonate within the cave. She has given birth. Fox father and Aunt Who hasten into the cave. Despite the ferocious lightning, the mother sparrow remains unharmed, lying on the animal hide, gasping for breath, the signs of her feral transformation fading. "Mother, are you all right?" Fox father scans the mother sparrow anxiously. She, utterly fatigued, merely shakes her head and gestures weakly towards the child. A male, or perhaps a female. Aunt Who is already wrapping the newborn in hide, yet she remains silent, her beastly ears still protruding from her head, frozen in shock as she gazes at the infant, who has now ceased crying, wide eyes gazing up at her. Upon hearing the question, she raises her startled gaze, her clumsy, beastly paws trembling as she carefully swathes the child in hide, presenting it to the mother sparrow with determination. It is a female. Female, female, female. The mother sparrow blinks in surprise as Fox father leaps 3 feet into the air, demanding a daughter. Chapter 2. I am a little milk bun in the beast world. Within the hide, Juju stirs. Originally an 18-year-old genius researcher from the 22nd century, who Juju was diligently working on a project to develop a hidden space in preparation for the apocalypse. However, on the very day she was set to test her spatial research, her employer informed her that the meteorite had deviated from its course, heading to another planet, and would not bring the apocalyptic virus, effectively halting her project. The space she had labored over for an entire year, with no opportunity to showcase it, was now to be destroyed at their behest. Enraged, she absconded with the space on a rainy day. Little did she know that the moment she touched it, a bolt of lightning struck, hurling her into a sealed space. It was warm and fragrant, akin to being placed in a small boat floating in a hot spring. She found it delightful to the point of nearly falling asleep. But in the next instant, the boat began to leak, thrusting her into a damp and chilly place. She wished to curse, but the sound that escaped her lips was that of an infant's wail. Before she could register her shock, she beheld unfamiliar figures, a pair of fluffy tiger ears and thick, soft paw pads. Scaring the little one, seeing the baby cower, the mother sparrow quickly lowered her voice, gently patting Fox's father and cradling the infant in her arms. The incessant rain that had poured throughout the summer had seemingly ceased, yet the dampness still seeped into the cave, leaving it cold and dreary. The mother sparrow, adorned with short feathers, enveloped the infant, while Fox's father used his large, padded paws and tail to cocoon both the child and the mother sparrow. With warmth surrounding her, the mother sparrow freed a hand to caress Juju, smiling softly. "Do not be afraid. Little one, I am your mother, and he is your father. We shall protect you. Yes, yes. You also have several brothers, who will also safeguard our precious little one." Fox's father exclaimed, his eyes crinkling with joy as he beckoned. "You lot, come in and greet your sister." The brothers had been eagerly awaiting the arrival of their sister at the cave's entrance. Now, with their father's encouragement, they rushed inside, their heads craned to see the sister cradled in the mother sparrow's arms. "Other newborns are often quite ugly, but my sister is so soft, she truly is my sister," exclaimed the 20-year-old elder brother. "She is beautiful," added the 18-year-old second brother. "Sister, grow up quickly, and I shall teach you to play the bone flute to summon the birds," said the 17-year-old third brother. "This is the salt powder I saved to trade for pearls for you, mother." "Can my sister have it?" asked the 12-year-old fox Shao Si. "This tiny thing is no larger than a kitten," remarked the 11-year-old cousin, Fox Shao Lu, pointing at Juju and teasingly saying to the coughing fox third, "Father, I could send my sister flying with just a slingshot." At that, Ant, who shot him a glare after all this time waiting for a female child, he better not dare to send her flying. Before she could swat Fox Shao Lu, the brothers had already unleashed a barrage of scolding remarks. "What nonsense are you spouting, Fox Shao Lu? Are you seeking death? Come here, Fox Shao Lu. Do not expect me to fix your slingshot if you break it. Useless. Fox Shao Lu, do not run. I shall send you flying right now." The elder brothers chased Fox Shao Lu around the cave, laughter echoing in their wake. Only Juju remained in stunned disbelief. For the figures of the mother sparrow and Fox's father mirrored those of her parents, who had perished in a car accident when she was just 3 years old. She would forever remember that day on the bus, how her parents and 4 brothers shielded her with their bodies, taking turns to save her from the explosion of a fuel truck. It was her mother and father, the very parents she had devoted herself to research in hopes of reversing death, longing to see once more. Chapter 3. Ancient Parents. Woo! The infant suddenly pouted, tears welling in her eyes, causing the mother sparrow and fox father's hearts to ache. "Do not cry, do not cry. Brother Lu was merely speaking nonsense. Do not believe him." A broad paw transformed into a gentle hand, patting Juju's shoulders soothingly, while the mother sparrow drew her close to her chest, softly humming an unknown lullaby. The brothers joined in, their voices melding into a harmonious tune, as if to assure Juju that they were all present. The warmth and comfort enveloping her instilled a sense of security, gradually calming Juju. Noticing that the child had stopped crying, Ant, who stepped forward, reminding, "Resources are scarce right now. Dear sister-in-law, do not waste the colostrum. Quickly feed the little one." The mother sparrow nodded, and as the brothers and fox father stepped back from the cave entrance, she lowered her leather garment to feed Juju. The speed was so swift that Juju barely had time to react, instinctively latching onto the nourishment. Though she was an 18-year-old adult, she found it difficult to accept this situation so quickly. Yet, she was merely a youngling now, and this was indeed her biological mother. Juju closed her eyes, resigning herself to the reality. She feasted heartily, while her father and brothers fretted. Were it not for second sister-in-law taking the majority of our rations and falling behind, this little one should have been born a month later. Fox third coughed lightly. I would have gone to assist in hunting as well. The beast world had transformed drastically following a cataclysmic stone rain 3 months prior. Natural disasters became frequent, beast tides surged, and food dwindled within the forests. With little game to be found and scant edible plants remaining, various beast tribes were compelled to abandon their territories and commence a great migration. The most unfortunate aspect was that they were half-beasts. In the beast world, individuals are born with two forms, beast and human. Female beastmen cannot transform fully, whereas male beastmen can switch at will. In contrast, half-beasts, though capable of transforming into either gender, can only achieve partial beastification, sprouting ears, tails, and claws. While this offers some convenience and mobility, the combat and productivity of half-beasts pales in comparison to their fully transformed counterparts, leading to disdain and marginalization for both genders. The tribe's decision to depart without informing them likely stemmed from these very reasons. You need not concern yourself if you are injured, so rest well. I can manage without you, my dear brother, Fox Father said, crouching before the water puddle as he rubbed the blood-stained tiger skin used for birthing. Little one, fret not. It is indeed a rare blessing to have a female cub, and I shall ensure her survival. As he spoke, Fox Father wrung out the animal hide, and, with a smile, patted Fox's third shoulder. Yet, despite his words, Fox Father was still troubled. The Fox clan was not as formidable as other beast tribes. If they could fully transform into their beast forms, an individual could take on a mighty humming beast with ease. However, as mere half-beasts capable only of altering their claws and tails, taking on a humming beast was exceedingly difficult without a trio working in unison. To make matters worse, misfortune plagued them. Their crops yielded no grain, and the large beasts they caught invariably fell into the hands of others. Even the fish they caught, carefully wrapped in hides, would find a way to slip through the seams and leap into someone else's grasp. But what could be done? With both parents having returned to the beast god, he was the eldest brother and the primary patriarch of the family, thus bearing the heavy burden of responsibility. Moreover, he had finally managed to acquire a female cub. Thinking of Jujiao, Fox Father felt a wave of relief wash over him, oblivious to Jujiao's round, bright eyes watching him intently. Chapter 4. The Hidden Space. Jujiao's ears were exceptionally keen. Listening to the conversation between the little sparrow mother and Aunt Tiger, her ears perked up, extending toward her father and uncle. What had previously confounded her was now crystal clear. She had thought she had transmigrated to an ancient era, only to realize she was in a prehistoric beast world, following her father and mother into a realm that looked down upon half-beasts like themselves, burdened by ill fortune and relegated to the lowest tier of their tribe. Of course, she bore no disdain for her family. The chance to reunite with them was worth enduring even the most loathsome of experiences. Her concern lay in her current state as a helpless cub, too weak to assist her family in any meaningful way. Jujiao let out a small sigh. If only the secluded space she had been researching could manifest itself now. With a flash of white light, the cave before her transformed into a courtyard perched atop the mountain. A quaint courtyard adorned with azure tiles, surrounded by a spiritual spring. The sounds of cattle mooing echoed from the grass hut, while the snoring of pigs filled the pig pen. A few goats strolled toward the stable, exchanging curious glances with two maras. The fields below the courtyard were ripe with fruits and vegetables, while chickens, ducks, and geese wandered leisurely through the rice paddies, occasionally snatching at fish, basking in bliss. This was the secluded space she had developed. Her research institute had established a profound collaboration with the National Early Warning Center. A year prior, upon receiving warnings of an impending apocalypse, they had tasked her with creating a sanctuary capable of ensuring the safety of every citizen in Huagua for their entire lives, to be distributed among the populace. Unused resources were of little value. They lacked interest. Thus, to cater to the agricultural prowess of her fellow Huagua citizens, she had designed the space as such. It was a place for planting crops and raising livestock, with enhanced spiritual springs capable of promoting plant growth and ensuring their long-term vitality. The courtyard was stocked with seeds and essential books. But was this truly real? Jujiao yawned widely, startled by the overwhelming thoughts swirling in her mind, which was now teetering on the brink of exhaustion. Her eyelids grew heavy, and she succumbed to slumber. Fox father was busy unrolling the tiger skin to dry, watching as the little cub murmured in her sleep, unable to resist sharing a smile with the little sparrow mother beside him. "Ah," sighed the little sparrow mother after a moment, gazing at Fox father. "At this time, I feel as though I have caused you trouble. Do not speak like that. You have given me a sweet little female cub," Fox father said, gently stroking the little sparrow mother's head. "As for nursing, do not worry. Once I finish the meal with the cubs, I shall take a trip into the woods to see if I can catch a goat or a deer for milk. If that fails, we can grind some meat and make a broth for her." The brothers responded in unison. "Indeed, shortly we shall all venture forth to procure food for our little sister. Fear not, mother. This world comprises 24 moons, characterized by the seasons of spring, heat, drought, and cold, spring lasting 8 moons. Heat 6, drought 4, and cold 6, presently. It is the season of spring, a time when many creatures in the forest begin their mating rituals. Yet, the little sparrow mother understands that in these times of rampant calamity among the beasts, capturing a lactating ewe is as arduous as the descent of a divine beast. The meat shall not be given to the cub. Her tiny belly cannot rival that of her brothers. The sparrow mother snugly wrapped her cub, urging, "Please assist me in finding some silkworms or buzzing insects. They're still relatively easy to locate at this time. Once found, we can crush them for the cub to eat, and a remainder can serve as provisions for our journey." In an instant, Jujia opened her eyes. Chapter 5. Eating bugs? A fish falls from the sky. What is this? What are you proposing to feed her? The very bug she detests. Jujia's hair bristled in alarm, each strand standing upright upon her forehead. Meanwhile, her father remained blissfully unaware of the source of her terror and exclaimed, "Ah, has the little one awakened? Did you have a bad dream?" The fox father chuckled. "Fear not, my darling, for mother is here. She shall chase away your nightmares, and once she has done, I will return with a feast of worms. Soft, sweet, and fragrant." He extended a finger, mimicking the wriggling of a worm. However, this familiar gesture, intended to elicit laughter from the child, failed to provoke even a smile. Jujia's face was a picture of pure distress. Utterly pale, moments later, Jujia burst into tears. She truly loathed bugs. She adamantly refused to eat them. Her cries echoed, startling everyone in the cave. The eldest brother glared. "Father has upset our sister." The second brother nodded solemnly. "It's the first day." The third brother marveled. "Alas, father is doomed to be despised by her." The fourth brother lamented. "She shall no longer love father." Standing at the cave entrance, the sixth brother and the fourth brother observed for a while before shouting at the third brother, who was outside digging a pit and boiling water. "Father, our sister declares she will no longer acknowledge her uncle. We must swiftly bring her back to care for her." The third brother was momentarily stunned. Originally concerned about the cub's health, he now dashed inside. "What did you say? This is splendid news." The fox father shot the third brother a puzzled glance. "I knew you were not of a tranquil temperament before this ailment. And now you are fixated on my precious cub." The third brother sheepishly scratched his head and chuckled. Disregarding him, the fox father leaned down to comfort the cub, but no matter his efforts, nor those of the little sparrow mother, nor the collective attempts of all present, the cub continued to wail. Perplexed, the fox father leaned against his forehead, inquiring of the sparrow mother, "Has she soiled herself?" "I checked earlier. She hasn't eaten." This left them all bewildered. The fox father pondered, having said nothing untoward. The brothers, contemplating for a while, the second brother suddenly exclaimed, "Not eating bugs?" Giogia's cries abruptly ceased. "Ah." The fox father was intrigued. "Not eating bugs?" Giogia pouted, her expression suggesting she might cry again. The fox father quickly adjusted his tone. "Very well. We shall not eat them, shall we?" Giogia blinked, her whimpering subsiding, her large eyes fixed upon him. The father and daughter exchanged glances for a moment, and Giogia could no longer contain a giggle. Her toothless grin, as she laughed, revealed a row of tiny, rosy gums, utterly melting the hearts of all present. The fox father and the third brother, both grown men, could not help but clutch their hearts in adoration. "Our little one is beautiful when she smiles. Do share more smiles and cease the tears." Wiping away Giogia's tears, the fox father turned to the sparrow mother. "Should we find a ewe, I shall return with it. If not, I shall search for more sunflower greens and meat. ensuring the cub is well fed. The sparrow mother intended to stop the fox father ate tea this moment. Having something to eat was preferable to having nothing. She wished to urge him to find worms to mash into juice, as she could always coax the cub into consuming it. But the fox father shook his head. His precious cub, disliking something, simply would not eat it. He caressed the sparrow mother's face gently, leaving behind the third sister-in-law, the third brother, and the fourth and sixth brothers, taking Cutie and heading into the forest. Chapter 6. A fish falls from the sky. The sparrow mother cradled Cutie at the cave entrance, sighing as she kissed Cutie's tiny hand. I hope your father and brothers do not encounter any fierce beasts and return with nurturing mothers. Cutie's eyes twinkled. Her intuition was sharp. She sensed that this forest was unlikely to yield any mothers or food. As a young cub, she probably could not handle meat soup. The recent experience could not have been a dream. Perhaps she should give it a try. Her spatial realm was too small, although there was a cow. The sanitation measures here were inadequate. What was the best substance for nurturing? Fish soup. With this thought, she entered the small courtyard, glancing at the rice field, where a fish was suspended in midair, soaring high above. At this moment, the sparrow mother had already dozed off, while the fourth and sixth brothers, wishing to amuse their sister, kept their distance, crafting two small ants from wild grass to capture her attention and stave off her boredom. Allowing their mother some peaceful rest, the third sister-in-law felt content, having moved a small flame from the cave to ignite the fire, sitting beside the third brother to help heat the stones. The current method of boiling water was rather primitive, lacking pots or jars. They typically dug a small pit in the ground, placing a waterproof animal hide atop it, and then dropping heated stones into the water to boil it. This process was quite cumbersome and perilous. Since they lacked the ability to create fire, the tribe's chief distributed the fire seeds, and the instances of forgetting to guard against wild beasts during boiling were numerous, both in the wild and within the tribe. Today, the third brother's efforts were particularly laborious due to the sparrow mother's need for hot water to cleanse herself after childbirth. Using a branch, the third brother rolled the heated stones into the pit, rising to stretch and gaze at the sky. The air was clear after the rain, with only a solitary bird flying overhead. The third brother nudged the sixth brother, who had just shot the bird down with a slingshot. Cutie that moment. A bright flash illuminated the sky. As the bird landed, a fish tumbled into the pit. Mother, father, this bird has a fish in its beak. Fish falls from the sky, the sixth brother exclaimed wide-eyed. This fish is enormous and plump, just like our sister. Cutie, in astonishment, could only gaze in that brief moment. The third sister-in-law and the third brother spotted the carp in the water pit, awakening the sparrow mother from her slumber with the sixth brother's loud shout. The fourth brother supported the sparrow mother as they looked on. Indeed, there was a fish weighing 7 or 8 pounds, having fallen from the sky, seemingly injured from the fall, struggling in the hot water. All eyes were fixated on the remarkable sight. During this time, the only food available in the forest consisted of rabbits, gurgling beasts, and some mice and insects. The fish in the river either fled from impending floods or were unfortunate enough to get caught. Regardless of their size, that a fish of this magnitude was a rarity in the lives of the fox family. The fourth and sixth brothers were nearly salivating, while the third sister-in-law and the third brother maintained some composure. Let this fish nourish your sister, the third sister-in-law suggested. She has just given birth and will need a nurse. We have other food, but the cub does not. Though the fourth and sixth brothers were tempted, they recognized the gravity of the situation. Very well. We shall find some branches and skewer the fish for roasting. Cutie blinked in alarm. Roast? No. That is meant for soup, to nourish mother. Chapter 7. It is soup, not roasted carp. Oh, brother, she attempted to intervene, but being newly born, she lacked the strength as her brothers prepared to leave. Cutie grew frantic, catching her breath and unleashing a heart-wrenching wail. What is it? What is it? Mother, what troubles our sister? The fourth and sixth brothers hurriedly set aside their tasks and rushed over. The sparrow mother glanced at the animal hide. Has she soiled herself? What is it, my cub? Are you hungry, or do you need to relieve yourself? Neither. She wishes to make fish soup for mother, Cutie cried, using her voice to buy time, unaware of the reason. Everyone rushed over to comfort her. Cutie fixed her gaze on the fourth and sixth brothers. Should either of them attempt to roast the fish, she would raise her pitch by 3 degrees. Understanding the little one better than anyone, the sparrow mother eventually pieced it together, glancing at the water pit. Could it be that she desires her mother to eat the cooked fish? Giota's cries softened. The sparrow mother appeared contemplative. The fox family had experienced misfortunes since the time of their great-grandfather, always giving birth to male cubs. Yet today, with the arrival of a female cub, a bird had flown by the cave with a fish, only to be shot down. Moreover, the cub seemed to comprehend their words on 2 occasions today. Is this truly possible? Is it mere coincidence? As she pondered, the fish soup was ready to Hu Lao San lifted the bee skin containing the soup and fish, intending to discard the liquid, but the cries of the little one grew even louder. Mama Chow glanced at Jiojio and looked up. Uncle San, please don't throw it away. Let me have a taste. Husan was caught in a dilemma. Sister-in-law, this water has become dirty to tea this time. Hot water is primarily used for cleansing. Essentially, no beastman drinks it. The concept of soup is practically non-existent among beastmen. Upon seeing the soup turn white, they would merely perceive it as water tainted by the stench of blood and flesh. Mama Chow shook her head at Husan's wife, Husan Jio, being more astute than these males. Quickly pulled a cool rabbit skin to place beneath the cooking bee skin and brought it to Mama Chow. Mama Chow scrunched her nose, expecting a fishy taste or sand tea her surprise. Upon sipping, a soothing warmth enveloped her chest and abdomen, with a sweet aftertaste lingering on her tongue. She was taken aback, and upon seeing her drink, Jiojio's eyes sparkled as she giggled, a large bubble forming at the corner of her mouth. Is it very unpleasant, Mama? Should I find a stone slab to roast something for you? Hu Shaoxi expressed concern, recalling instances in the tribe where others accidentally placed fish in hot water, resulting in a foul, bitter brew that left a muddy taste. No, Mama Chow replied, shaking her head. It's quite delightful. She gestured for everyone to take a sip. The flavor astonished them all, their eyes widening in unison. How can this be? There's no sand, not a hint of bitterness. Hu Shaoxi was astounded. Jiojio, on the other hand, beamed with pride. Of course, the fish were raised in the space rice field, and before being brought out, I washed them with spring water. Even without ginger, scallions, wine, or salt, it's incomparable to the fish of this era. Mama Chow affectionately patted Jiojio. Though Mama Chow felt a sense of wonder, she refrained from forming a conclusion about Jiojio, being merely a newborn. Just then, Hu Shaoxi pushed the bee's skin back. Mama, you should eat the meat too. If you eat well, my sister will thrive. I in the Hu family, aside from Mama and Aunt, all were males, and the younger ones have been yearning for a sister for years. Now that Mama had finally given birth to a sister, they felt a strong urge to protect her, as well as their mother. Chapter 8. Self-Reliance and Nourishment. Hu Shaoxi, displaying maturity, prompted a gentle smile from Mama Chow as she took a bone knife and divided the fish into several pieces. Mama can't eat so much. Just have these. The rest is for you all. Their tribe had been caught in the upheaval of migration, leaving their food supplies behind, and with her recent childbirth, she relied on them to find food. She couldn't indulge herself alone. With empty hands, she placed the fish meat into her mouth, while Husan and Husan Jio remained silent. The 2 youngsters each took 3 pieces of fish, leaving one aside. We still have bird meat. We won't eat so much. Mama should eat. They insisted. Annie must be full to nourish our sister. They offered the meat to Mama Chow, who felt her eyes moistening. Jiojio watched her, wanting to assure Mama not to worry, that she would take care of their food supply and protect everyone for life. However, when she spoke, only a few incoherent sounds escaped her lips, resulting in a rather humorous blunder. With a splutter, everyone turned to look. Jiojio felt embarrassed, her gaze wandering elsewhere. The little one even knows to be shy. Hu Sanju laughed heartily. Come now, sister-in-law, you shouldn't move much right now. You just eat, and I'll take care of the little one. Mama Chow handed Jiojio over, and Hu Sanjio quickly called for Hu Lao San to fetch another bee skin and asked Hu Shaoxi to wash the bee skin at a distant waterhole. In the beast world, the survival rate of young ones was remarkably low, and everyone took care of each other. Even the older youngsters were no exception. Hu Shaoxi, 2 years older than Hu Xiaolu, had learned to wash Hu Xiaolu's diapers at the age of 4, and now he didn't hesitate to help. Only Hu Xiaolu marveled, "Wow, Mama, my sister is amazing. She made such a mess." This completely embarrassed Jiu as a result. When Hu Xiaolu helped hold her, Jiu sprayed him with saliva. Hu Xiaolu, retreating while holding his head, complained, "Mama, my sister just sprayed me." "Huh, looks like you've been rejected by your sister. Serves you right." Hu Xiaosi chuckled as he took Jiu, watching her tiny tongue dance in her toothless mouth. Without disdain, he wiped her drool with the back of his hand, praising, "My sister is truly remarkable. She knows how to play with her tongue now, and can even teach off-putting bugs a lesson. So impressive." "I'm not a bug," protested Hu Xiaolu, wiping his sticky face as he leaned towards Jiu. Coaxing, "I'm your brother, Xiaolu, the chubby sister's favorite." With a splutter of saliva, Hu Xiaolu retreated, quickly correcting himself. "Not chubby, not chubby." Jiu responded with a proud hum down on the other side, after consuming the soup and fish. Mama Qiao felt a notable fullness in her chest. Hu Xiaosi, "Bring your sister back. It's time for her feeding." Hu Xiaosi complied. Having eaten once, Jiu no longer needed to mentally prepare herself for the second feeding. Mama Qiao turned her back to feed her, and Hu Sanjiu entered after finishing her conversation with Hu Lao Sen, sister-in-law. "Brother has been gone for quite a while. He might not find anything to eat over there. I plan to take Xiaolu eastward to see if we can scavenge some food. I'll return when the shadows of the needle-leaf trees lean to the right." "Mama," Qiao replied. "All right, but be careful." Hu Sanjiu led Xiaolu out, and Jiu finally saw her opportunity to sneak into the small courtyard. Mama Qiao assumed that Hu Jiu was full and asleep, gently patting her back to soothe her. Chapter 9. By the Beast God. What a large Gugu beast. Listening to Hu Xiaosi and Hu Xiaolu frolicking outside, she gleaned some knowledge of this world. In this realm, beastmen had a maximum lifespan of 150 years. They were immensely tall, with males typically exceeding 2 meters in height, while females were no less than 1 meter 80. They had substantial appetites and, due to their lack of knowledge, relied entirely on ancestral teachings regarding food, recognizing only a few edible plants, while the rest of their diet consisted of meat. They consumed deer meat, pig meat, goat meat, bird meat, badger meat, and even indulged in hedgehogs and bats. This nutritional imbalance and indiscriminate eating habits meant that even when edible plants were available, they couldn't fathom the implications of their longevity. Most did not live beyond 45 or 60. Observing the improved food before her, Jiu sighed. To ensure their survival, she would need to exert considerable effort. First, she had to provide them with basic sustenance. Secondly, she had to educate them about what was safe to eat. Cattle, sheep, and pigs were impractical at this stage. Jiu moved her fingers, placing a plump hen and a nest of eggs in the thicket where Hu Xiaolu was searching. Then, she placed several sweet potatoes along with the remnants of the firewood, including half of a roasted sweet potato and a pile of sweet potato skins, in a tree hollow not far from Hu Sanjiu. "Mama, I found a Gugu beast and some eggs," Hu Xiaolu called out. Hu Sanjiu approached, and indeed, the large white-feathered Gugu beast lay in the grass. Beneath it, a dozen eggs, all significantly larger than the Gugu beasts of the present. By the Beast God, how many years will it take for them to grow this big? Hu Sanjiu was astounded, and before she could finish her thoughts, she caught a whiff of the sweet potatoes aroma. She hurried over, and the scene Jiu had set was waiting for her. During times of feast and famine, the aroma of sweet potatoes was most enticing. Hu Xiaolu, merely sniffing, felt his mouth watering uncontrollably, and without a second thought, he dashed forward, only to be halted by Hu Sanjiu's firm grip. "Wait, are there beastmen around?" Hu Sanjiu scanned the area, knowing that those who could use fire were generally either part of a tribe or beastmen. In this time of disaster, with tribes on the move, some malicious beastmen, desperate for food, began to use their last resources to deceive others into killing and eating them, though such treatment of fellow beings would incur the wrath of the Beast God. Some beastmen were indeed deranged enough to act thus. "Mama, there's no one." Hu Xiaolu had already surveyed the area. "Yesterday, Uncle took me to check this forest. Aside from us, there's no one else here. Even if there were any embers, they've surely extinguished and left." Embers were of utmost importance to beastmen. Without them, They would have to resort to eating raw flesh, risking illness while being unable to fend off fierce beasts, making survival in the forest impossible. Upon hearing Hu Xiaolu's words, Hu Sanjiu pondered for a moment, then cautiously approached the tree hollow. Confirming that there was no ambush, she felt relief. She rummaged through the pile of wood. She discovered it wasn't team meat. There was only a piece of root that had been bitten, pale on the outside with a reddish center, leaving her somewhat disappointed. Let us head back to have found a magnificent gugu beast, and its egg is indeed a delightful surprise. Given their luck, one should not be overly greedy. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Hu Xiaolu has already torn apart the root of the fire ash and stuffed it into his mouth. "You little rascal!" Aunt Husan exclaimed, nearly losing her wits as she struck Hu Xiaolu's back with a resounding slap. "How can you eat recklessly? Have you forgotten what the tribe shaman warned? Many plants in the forest are poisonous. Do you not recall how the neighboring black fox Baba met her demise? She merely took a bite of a ground egg and started frothing at the mouth." Chapter 10. The delicacies of roots. Hu Xiaolu nearly choked. "Mother, could you be gentler? At this rate, I might be killed by your slap before the food does. Moreover," Hu Xiaolu raised a sweet potato, exclaiming, "This is truly delectable. It feels warm in my mouth, sweet and soft. Much like my sister's hand. It is genuinely delicious. Sister cannot eat this." Aunt Husan corrected him irritably. However, Hu Xiaolu remained undeterred, bringing a piece of sweet potato closer to her mouth. "Mother, do taste it. Look at the skins scattered all over the ground. There are still plenty left in the fire pit. Clearly, the ones before us indulged greatly, and if they survived, we shall too." Only then did Aunt Husan notice the evidence. She cast a glance at Hu Xiaolu and reluctantly took a bite, after which Hu Xiaolu chuckled. "See, it's fine. Besides, I've already eaten it. If we were meet the beast god, having you accompany me would make us fearless." Aunt Husan's heart skipped a beat, her claws transforming instinctively. Suddenly, she tasted a sweetness in her mouth. This sensation was entirely new to her. Looking at Hu Xiaolu, he appeared lively and without any adverse effects. "It truly is edible. There's so many more, Mother!" Hu Xiaolu exclaimed with great enthusiasm. "Shall we take them all back? These plants can last several days, and if they are edible, we can use them as provisions for you. And Sister can enjoy them too." Aunt Husan nodded. The roots lay carelessly on the ground, lacking any animal skin wrappings or clear signs of habitation, likely left behind as a boon by other beastmen who could not carry them away. The two returned with their findings, and Hu Afu also arrived with his brothers, Chio and the others. That Hu Afu was carrying a gugu beast and 2 rabbits, while his brothers had gathered some sunflower greens and caught 2 small birds. Upon seeing what Aunt Husan held, Hu Afu was astonished. "Where did this gugu beast come from? It's enormous. Found it in the eastern woods," Hu Xiaolu answered eagerly. "And I found this as well. I shall roast it for Sister and you, Aunt." He stacked the firewood he had collected, igniting a torch from the cave's fire pit, and tossed the sweet potatoes into the flames in that brief moment. Aunt Husan also recounted to Hu Afu and the others about the birds falling from the sky and the discoveries in the woods. Really, they were just lying there, these edible roots left abandoned. Hu Afu could hardly believe it. The gugu beast's habitat was typically well concealed, and upon discovery, they would scatter in all directions. Yet this enormous gugu beast remained utterly still. And what are these roots? In this world, one would take any discovered edibles. How could they have been left behind if they were not poisonous? Aunt Husan confirmed his suspicions once more. It must be the beast god rewarding us with good fortune. She glanced at Chio, unaware that it was Chio's doing. However, the misfortunes at home were evident. The misfortunes of 3 generations had suddenly been lifted, and it was undeniable that it had something to do with Chio. Hu Afu was skeptical of this notion, yet he still embraced his cub affectionately, saying, "Indeed, my little cub, you are the blessed envoy sent by the beast god." Chio, disinterested, buried her head in the arms of the little sparrow mother. Refusing to look at him, Hu Afu was taken aback. Can she really understand? After 2 such instances, the little sparrow mother had grown accustomed to it. Yes, the little cub is quite clever. Having said that, she bent down to coo at Chio. "Little cub, no need to mind your father. Mother knows you are destined for greatness." Aunt Husan chimed in. "Aunt knows it too. Hu Xiaolu eagerly leaned in. Big brother Xiaolu knows it as well. At last, Qiuqiu smiled. Chapter 11. The Forest Fox Tribe and its villains. After a flurry of activity, night had fallen. Together, they cleaned and roasted the gathered meat and plants, organizing shifts for night watch. Qiuqiu dozed off, but in the latter half of the night, a fearsome beast's howl echoed from outside the cave. The sound jolted her awake, causing her to tremble. Instinctively, she opened her eyes to see her parents, both deep in slumber. Outside the cave, Brother Hu and Brother Air were on watch, their sharp bone knives sheathed at their waists. Noticing that Qiuqiu had awakened, Brother Air entered, gently stroking her head with a tender expression on his usually stoic face. Sleep now. His palm was warm, yet regrettably, he had grown much thinner. During dinner that night, Brother Air had shared his meat with Mother and the other brothers. Such a gentle brother. She must repay him with food from the hum-hum beast. Moo-moo, meh-meh, Ngas. She drowsily contemplated this. An irresistible wave of sleepiness washed over her, and her eyelids grew heavy. When she opened her eyes again, the day was bright. That Hu Afu was inside the cave, helping Mother clean. Aunt Husan and Uncle Husan were preparing breakfast, while Brother San had gone to examine the traces left on the main road by the tribe. Meanwhile, she was being carried by Brother Hu and Brother Air to clean up. This was unavoidable. She wished to control it, but dreaming of the sea while sleeping had led to an accident. When Brother Hu and Brother Air laughed at her while wrapping her in animal skin after she was cleaned up, Brother San returned. The rain had obscured the footprints, but the shaman's long-tailed sparrow droppings remained, indicating they had headed towards the great river forest. He bent his fingers to rub Qiuqiu's cheek and asked Uncle Husan, "Must we return?" Uncle Husan pursed his lips. "Your father says that is our ancestors' resting place. We belong to the Forest Fox Tribe. In this world, there are countless tribes, each with its own totem and altar. The Forest Fox is their lineage, and the Forest Fox Tribe is the origin of their ancestors. But we were abandoned." Brother San's cheerful demeanor faded into discontent. "Uncle Hu and Aunt Air, they took away our provisions and left us behind with the tribe. Mother was pregnant with sister, enduring such heavy rain, without the shaman's aid. Mother nearly. He could never forget the sound of Mother's scream when returning with father. Silence before he could finish. Hu Afu emerged from the cave. Your uncle would never do such a thing. The tribe must have simply been unable to account for everything. The rain that day was truly torrential. Did you not see? When we left, the northern mountains were already flooded, destroying the remnants of the tribe. Father, Brotherson clenched his fists. You yourself said the flood came. You know how perilous it was that day. We were with Mother, and Uncle was ill. If the flood had come from this side, we all would have perished. The tribe and Uncle did this deliberately because we are half-beasts. Bringing us along would be a burden. If we disappeared, they would have one less mouth to feed. Half-beasts are not regarded by this world, yet the tribe emphasizes peace and mutual aid. Once they ran out of provisions, the high priest would have to allocate food to them. Of course, they could also choose to expel them, but the tribe had no justification to do so. To remain the tribe, Hu Afu and Uncle Husan would offer the majority of their catch during hunts. Regardless of how meager the spoils, compared to other half-beasts, they were honest and resilient. Neither stealing nor robbing. It was precisely this trait that made their demise in the flood the best escape. Chapter 12. The decision to return Brother San laid bare the harsh truth, and Hu Afu lowered his head in silence. Uncle Husan coughed and stood up, saying, "Little San, I understand your anger. But your father speaks truth. Though your uncle is a beast man, he has never wronged anyone. He is not that kind of person. Uncle Hu is the only one with a streak of luck in the Hu family for 3 generations. Unlike others who are half-beasts, he was born a perfect beast man, capable of transforming into a 3-meter-tall great fox, effortlessly capturing the hum-hum beast that required teamwork to hunt. That he was different from them. Yet he never regarded them poorly. After every hunt, he would always bring back an extra portion of prey to supplement Hu Afu and Uncle Husan, who was injured protecting him. Because of this, the little ones held great respect and affection for him, especially Brother San. The atmosphere fell silent as Brother San turned his head, his shoulders tense. Qiuqiu, not fully understanding the intricacies of family relations, realized that betrayal was never a pleasant affair. Wah. She struggled to utter a syllable, looking at Brother San. Her tongue was agile, her lung capacity impressive, yet her vocal cords were too delicate for her to speak, leaving her to exert herself in an attempt to capture her brother's attention. Sensing her fervent desire, Brother Hu handed her over to Brother Hu San. The round, glossy black eyes of Chio met the sorrow reflected in Brother Hu San's gaze, and she felt a pang of discomfort. She needed to smile. Her brother should not be sad. With a sudden burst of laughter, she grinned widely, drool trickling down her neck. Although this was a common behavior for a youngling, Brother Hu San inexplicably felt that Chio was trying to comfort him. Observing his sister's unceasing laughter, he too seemed to be uplifted, his mood significantly lightened. People are capable of change. Little Wu is rather foolish. An ant-heir does not favor us. If we return to the tribe and are not accepted, we will suffer disdain once more. He spoke softly, yet added, Father is right. Uncle Heir is not such a person. For this reason alone, we should return to uncover the truth and reclaim our provisions. During the Great Migration, they had taken everything edible from home, including many fried silkworm pupae, buzzing insects, sunflower greens, and a good amount of jerky. Even if it were not for Uncle Heir, nor for the tribe's protection, their mother and sister needed sustenance, and they ought to retrieve their supplies. Brother Hu San ceased to argue, and Father Hu exhaled in relief. After all, he could not abandon his offspring and return alone. That settles it. We shall prepare and set off shortly, declared Father Hu. Mother Xiao Ke had only recently given birth, and ideally, she should rest for a few more days. However, with the unpredictable weather and the looming threat of a beast tide, he had no choice but to embark on the journey while the weather remained relatively mild. Yet he did not want to put any undue burden on Mother Xiao Quebec. After the family had shared a meal, Father Hu helped gather their provisions and belongings, binding several large animal skins together before carefully placing Mother Xiao Ke upon his back. Brother Hu handed Chio into Mother Xiao Ke's arms, while Brother Hu Heir went to fetch wide, ample leaves to insert into the seams of the animal skins, providing shade for their mother and sister. Once all preparations were complete, the family transformed, sprouting claws and tails, and set off laden with their bundles. The beastmen of the tribe could fully transform into their animal forms. If they walked on foot in their human guise, it would take them a lifetime to catch up with the tribe. In this moment of beast transformation, their speed was not insignificant, reaching at least half that of their kin. For the past couple of days, the family had scarcely paused, fearing they would lose pace with the tribe. Father Hu relied on their previous hunts, stopping only at meal times for brief respites and nighttime sleep, otherwise continuously on the move. There was no opportunity for Chio to partake in hunting. Her only contribution was to quietly increase the number of eggs and sweet potatoes she provided each day. Thus, on the third day, just as Father Hu was preparing to set off once more, the earth trembled beneath them. Chapter 13. Uncle Hu Heir. Before Chio could question if there had been an earthquake, Brother Hu San's eyes lit up. Uncle, it's Brother Heir. Brother, the other suddenly erupted in joyous excitement. Leaning against Mother Xiao Ke's shoulder, Chio struggled to turn her heavy head, and upon seeing, she was utterly astounded. Before them stood an enormous fox, towering 3 meters high. It paused before her, its large face and snout drawing close. Speaking in human tongue, "Is this my niece, the female cub?" As soon as the words left its mouth, the red fox erupted into a blaze of fire, transforming into a human that moment. Chio was rendered speechless with fright. Her feelings towards the half-beast were manageable, endearing even, but the beastmen were far too direct. She felt as diminutive as an ant in their presence. Her bright, dark eyes widened in surprise as Uncle Hu Heir stammered. "What is happening? Does she not like me?" Unfamiliar with the situation and taken aback, Mother Xiao Ke gently squeezed Chio's small hand, assuring her that the cub would indeed take a liking to Uncle. Chio exclaimed, "Wow." Of course, she liked him. Though initially taken aback, she reasoned that such a large, fluffy creature must be incredibly warm and inviting. It would surely be a delight to lie upon. Her cheerful demeanor enchanted Uncle Hu Heir. While he played with the child, Father Hu inquired, "Why are you the only one here? What of your wife?" "I did not mean to leave you behind. Uncle Huer responded, his expression darkening as he recounted the events. That day, the tribe leaders summoned me to scout ahead, indicating we would depart later. I was urged to leave in haste, and I had Ruah call for you. But she did not. I only learned of everything yesterday upon my return and immediately set out to find you. He lamented, I never anticipated that my sister-in-law would already have given birth. Ruah took so many things from you that I know of the mountain flood and can only imagine how perilous it was for Mother Shao Ke to give birth. Uncle Huer was filled with remorse, father who understood his plight. Aunt Er was the daughter of the Forest Fox tribe's leader, and Uncle Huer had been chosen by her, agreeing to the union in hopes of securing protection for his family. Bound by both his father-in-law's command and the tribe leader's decree, he had truly been left with no choice. It is all in the past. Father who reassured him, patting his shoulder. Brothers are united in their struggles, each showing understanding towards the other. Is Uncle now here to take us back? Little Husi inquired eagerly. Will our provisions be returned to us? Uncle Huer nodded. Yes, I've come bring you home. And the provisions will be returned as well. I will transform. You may climb onto my back. Uncle Huer shifted into his beast form. The family reverted from their transformed state, climbing one by one onto his back. When they reached Mother Shao Ke, Uncle Huer extended his paw, tenderly cradling her. The beastmen moved swiftly. Within half a day, Uncle Huer had led them back to the tribe's encampment. It was now afternoon, and the skies had begun to darken. To monitor the weather, the tribe had set up camp near a small stream. A cluster of small tents nestled against the trees upon spotting the Hu family's return. The expressions of the onlookers were not particularly bright until the last to dismount. Mother Shao Ke, cradling Chio, caught their attention. Oh my, Mother Shao Ke has given birth? Wasn't it supposed to be another month? Surely it's a male cub. What nonsense, it must be a male cub. Who doesn't he know that the Hu family has 3 generations of males? Laughter erupted among the crowd. Chapter 14. Return to the tribe. The excitement was far from over, as Little Hu Si and Little Hu Lu dashed out. What do you mean, male cub? Our sister is not a male cub. Our mother gave birth to a sister. The loud protest from the 2 children echoed like thunder. What? The first to mock, the old aunt hurried over, parting the animal skins to take a look. Chio was fast asleep. Just moments ago, Uncle Huer had been racing with her, and the gentle breeze had felt so soothing. Even in her dreams, she was perched atop Uncle Huer's head. Yet now, the old aunt's touch shattered her pleasant slumber. Chio glared in response, her once sparkling eyes now shining like obsidian. Oh dear, the old aunt exclaimed, Mother Shao Ke, you truly gave birth to a female cub? In the Beastmen tribe, the survival rate of younglings was low, and female cubs faced even greater challenges. This led to an imbalance, with many males and fewer females, granting the latter a unique status. Males could bond with females, and breaking such bonds was complex. Conversely, females could sever ties. It could be said that in this world, as long as a female did not commit a grave offense, there would always be beastmen willing to bond with and support her, regardless of the tribe. The mere fact that Mother Shao Ke had given birth had already astonished many. Now, with the revelation of a female cub, countless eyes were undoubtedly envious. In an instant, a throng of females surrounded them, with young ones tiptoeing to catch a glimpse of Chio. Such a beautiful little cub. Her round little face is clearly blessed by the beast god. Mother, I can't see you holding me up. I want to see too. I want to see, as the crowd swelled. Father who quickly shielded Mother Shao Ke and Chio from the throng, ensuring their safety while their faces shone with pride. They, the half-beast Hu family, were not to be underestimated. Yet amidst the joy, there were always those to dampen the mood. What is all this excitement? Giving birth at such a time. What good will it do, even if it's a female? The half-beast can barely sustain themselves. What good is another half-beast? Chilling mockery echoed from the outskirts of the crowd, parting the way for Aunt Huer, who approached. Glancing at Chio and Mother Shao Ke's arms, she scoffed. How pretty! Just barely acceptable. Chio opened her mouth, just as all the beastmen anticipated a cry, and Mother Shao Ke prepared to pull her small face back into her embrace. She suddenly spewed forth. A mouthful of milk sprayed onto Aunt Huer. The beastmen present were left in stunned silence. Aunt Huer was furious. You. Before she could finish, Chio let out another wail, spraying milk directly onto Aunt Huer's face. The little sparrow's mother twitched the corners of her mouth, stifling a laugh as she apologized. I'm sorry. The little one might have eaten a bit too much. She took a step back while cradling Jujui, prompting Aunt Huer's exasperated response. You must have taught her this on purpose, right? But the little sister is merely a newborn, and her mother cannot control her. Brother who stepped in to restrain Aunt Huer, furrowing his brow. But Aunt, you haven tea bathe in days. Even the spices can't mask that foul odor. Jujui quickly glanced at Brother who, finally relieved that someone had noticed it wasn't her who was regurgitating milk. Rather, it was the unpleasant mingling of the woman's spicy scent and body odor that was intolerable. Uncle Huer frowned and stepped forward, sternly ordering, Why aren't you returning to clean up? Though Aunt Huer was the chief's offspring, she had little regard for cleanliness. Despite the considerable exertion from their migration, she could go days without so much as a wash. Resorting to asking the shaman for spices to cover her scent whenever she became odorous, Uncle Huer despised her negligence. After several admonitions, he preferred to stay outside with their cub, Hu Wu, rather than return home. Upon hearing Uncle Huer's reprimand, Aunt Huer clearly bristled, but after locking eyes with him, she chose to remain silent and retreated. Typically, Uncle Huer was compliant with Aunt Huer, so the Hu family members were perplexed. Why was Aunt so obedient today? As the 15th chapter unfolds, Brother Husan, being a nephew, felt it inappropriate to inquire further and cast a glance at Uncle Hu. However, Uncle Hu did not conceal the matter from everyone. Upon returning yesterday and hearing those events, I had a quarrel with her, and she was frightened. Uncle Hu actually laid hands on her. Brother Hu was impressed. Did that not mean he had the chief's approval? Uncle Hu shook his head. Many males had perished during the Great Migration, and now food supplies were dwindling. There was hardly anything left under the great shaman's control. The tribe's elderly, weak, women, and children all depended on me, and the chief tacitly allowed Ru's behavior, so I didn't dare say much. She has also struck me quite a bit. We are even now. With that, Uncle Hu declared, Enough of that. Your rations have all been withheld at my place, so let's go retrieve them. He led everyone toward the creek. The water was low and murky due to the mountain movements. Nevertheless, for convenience, Uncle Hu had set up camp here. Aunt Huer had changed into a tiger skin outfit, sitting with her back to everyone in the tent, surrounded by bamboo jars filled with spices. On the tiger skin bed, Hu Wu, with a vacant gaze, was happily mumbling about his sister. Uncle Hu beckoned everyone to sit and barked at Aunt Huer. Aren't you going to return what you owe? Return? I will. Aunt Huer reluctantly stood, walking to the back of the tent, where she tossed a heap of bamboo jars and several pieces of dried meat on the ground. However, the small mound was far less than the previous amount. After dropping the items, Aunt Huer turned to leave, but Uncle Hu abruptly seized her arm, pointing at the items on the ground. Brother and Sandy supplies were never this meager. You're trying to fool me, and I want to see if my eyes are still functioning. Where are the rest? Bring them out. I have none left. Aunt Huer pulled away from him, gesturing at the dazed Hu Wu. Why you've been gone these past few days? He has eaten everything, that if you want me to return it, you'll have to cut him open. Aunt Huer strode out, but Uncle Hu was not swayed by her words. Hu Wu was his and Aunt Huer's child born 10 years ago, and at that time, he had discovered Aunt Huer cavorting with other males from different tribes while she carried their child. He had resolutely chosen to end their bond, willing to let her raise the cub alone until their next contract, yet she had threatened him with the child by the river. The outcome was a slip that resulted in Hu Wu becoming a fool. It was her fault, yet she showed no remorse. After Hu Wu's condition, she had confined him in the tent, occasionally providing him with scraps until he discovered and took Hu Wu to live with him. He knew Hu Wu's appetite. Having entrusted the care to her these past days, he did not believe she could consume all the rations. Uncle Hu began rummaging through the tent again, asking Hu Wu, Do you know where your mother has hidden your uncle's rations? Hu Wu shook his head. I hid them I don't know. Forget it, Uncle Hu sighed. Aunt Huer was cunning, but he felt no need to trouble his brother. How can this be? Uncle Hu's heart sank. With our father and mother gone too soon, You and your brother nurture me to adulthood, yet this venomous female is hoarding our meager rations. How can I face you both?" He knelt down, tears streaming. This malicious woman abandoned her sister when she was pregnant, and 3 years ago, when my brother saved me, he fell ill, yet she cared not. Now I must sever ties with her. The tall man wept like a sorrowful beast, and Hu Lao San, observing, sighed. Dissolving a bond is not a simple matter. With Xiao Wu's condition, leaving the tribe won't be easy. Do not act impulsively. Indeed, the little sparrow's mother echoed. You must consider others. Xiao Wu must think too. Regarding the rations, do not be angry that I, your elder brother and sister-in-law, and your several older brothers, we beasts are strong together. We will always find food to eat. Rest assured. The brothers all chimed in agreement. Even Jujui nodded affirmatively. Every family has its own struggles, and Uncle Hu had erred in choosing a wife, but it was not solely his fault. Besides, with space at hand, she could sustain the entire family. The little head atop his neck swayed, and Uncle Hu, feeling both guilt and warmth, smiled. Outside the tent, Aunt Hu Air let out a cold laugh before turning to leave. Chapter 16. Jujui's airdrop. With matters settled, everyone temporarily settled in a tree hollow at their camp. Uncle Hu spread several large animal skins on the ground and brought Jujui some small rabbit skins for swaddling. I must go patrol and prepare. I'll try to bring back some game tomorrow morning. Uncle Hu said, glancing at Jujui. I feel sorry for you and the cub, my sister-in-law. The little sparrow's mother shook her head. Just be cautious. Avoid recklessness when you encounter ferocious beasts that, if you can run. Then are you in at AS for Xiao Wu? I will also lend a hand. Mentioning his female and cub caused Uncle Hu to sigh. Transforming into beast form and departing. Hu father counted their rations and murmured, we are left with only eggs and the roots of flowers. The cub won't eat insects, and I fear we won't last long. I and Xindi will go hunt. We won't stray far. Xiao Air and Xiao Si will protect you, and I entrust the home to you. All right. After seeing Hu father and brother Hu off, Jujui quickly dove back into the space. Aunt Hu Air neglected Hu Xiao Wu, but she had to look after her own. Now that they had returned to the tribe for protection, she no longer had to be so cautious. Her brothers were all too thin. They certainly needed meat. A hefty black beast from the mountains would do, and plenty of rabbits. She craved something other than milk. It didn't matter that she didn't know how to cook rice. Soaking in bamboo tubes would suffice. Her mother was clever and would understand. With a little wave of her hand, Jujui's airdrop was ready to descend. Thus, when dusk finally arrived, Hu father and brother Hu returned. They were disheveled, their bone knives stained with blood. But it was not like before, where they returned empty, dash-handed. Hu father had a hefty hum-hum beast draped over his shoulder. Brother Hu carried several plump rabbits in his hands and had a few bamboo tubes hanging from his waist. Dripping watered, bountiful harvest, and all the beastmen in the tribe were abuzz with excitement. Old Half-Hu, you've struck it rich. Where did all this come from? Did Aunt Hu Air compensate you for the rations? Wow, such a large hum-hum beast. This meat is dense and hearty. Hu father smiled shyly. All of it was hunted in the forest. It took a great deal of effort from Xindi and me. There's so many things in the forest. The beastmen exchanged glances. He was well aware of Hu father's family's misfortunes. Yet even Hu father had encountered such fortune. In an instant. The male beastmen brandished their bone knives and charged into the forest. No one paid Hu father any mind. He and brother Hu set down their spoils. The little sparrow's mother snapped back to attention. Looking at Hu father, you're injured. There's so much blood. Jujui was also bewildered. She clearly hadn't released any pigs. Hu father crouched down to comfort the little sparrow's mother, softly assuring, no, I'm certainly not injured. He glanced behind him, leading his family alongside brother Hu to the corner of the tree hollow. The little sparrow's mother was utterly perplexed, glancing around, and brother Hu's somber expression met Jujui's gaze, prompting him to smile and say, Mother, the cub must surely be a fortune messenger sent to us by the beast god. The little sparrow's mother and Aunt Husan began to grasp the situation, while Husan Shu and Hu Xiao Air appeared somewhat bewildered. What do you mean? Don't doubt what I say. Brother Hu took a sip of water. My father and I entered the forest intending to hunt some small beasts, and who would have thought that right as we entered, we stumbled upon a nest of rabbits. 7 or 8 of them, all plump and robust. We had never seen such fat rabbits before. We felt it was a blessing from the beast god and were about to head back. But just as we were about to leave, a black hum-hum beast suddenly appeared in the forest, with several bamboo tubes hanging from its head, charging towards us, and it crashed dead against the tree right next to my father and me. Chapter 17, Father and Brother. Let us rejoice. What on earth is happening? Brother who, Santa's let slip his tongue. Brother, are you deceiving me? If you do not wish to speak, then do not fabricate stories. Father, you need not stifle your laughter. Your grinning teeth are causing my eyes to ache. That I am not stifling. I am genuinely delighted. Uncle who has been formally acknowledged, and what your elder brother said is true. Hu Xiaoxi suddenly fell silent. All the indifferent family members turned to look at Uncle Hu, then at Jiao, and collectively gasped. Hu Lao San scratched his head and coughed. It does seem to be the case. These past few days I've been assisting with cooking, and each day I gather gugu eggs. Yet the number of gugu eggs is not diminished at all. However, we have consumed all the gugu beasts for meat. Where could the eggs possibly come from? Brother Husin also recalled. Indeed, these past few days I have been eating the heart of the flower roots. Yet I have taken so many. How could there be none left? Hu Xiaoxi remained calm, that he was the most adept at calculations, having been counting these days, yet he feared that he had become overly anxious and did not dare to share his thoughts with others. It was Hu Xiaolu who began to boast. I told you, my sister is a harbinger of fortune. You all did not believe it. He raised an eyebrow at Hu Xiaoxi, though inside. His heart was pounding that he merely echoed Aunt Xiao Kei and Mother. But today, when Brother Hu spoke, he began to feel that something was amiss. That first little bird, such a tiny body, how could it possibly carry such a large fish? If it were not for the blessings of the beast god, why would that bird put itself through such hardship? Everyone's hearts were in turmoil as Uncle Hu spoke. As long as you all have an understanding, that is enough. However, we must never speak of our fortune concerning the little one outside. That Hu Xiaolu frowned. Why not? We are half beasts and face discrimination from the tribe. If everyone knows, won't it? Cannot be said. Hu Lao San grasped him, urging him not to naively think of the dead fish rising again. Such trivial pride cannot sustain us at this time, with heavy rains falling and beast tides surging. Natural disasters have devastated the forests and the land, leaving many beastmen without food. That if you possess such a treasure in your arms, do you think the beastmen will envy you? They will only pick up stones to smash it. Hu Lao San gazed at Hu Xiaolu. Do you wish to bring harm to your sister? Hu Xiaolu glanced at Jiao, his face pale. No, I want my sister to grow up well. He lunged towards Jiao, crying out to Aunt Xiao Kei. Aunt, please do not let anything happen to my sister. Tell her to give us just a little of her fortune, as long as we have food. That is enough, Dadi. Oh, not let others covet her. Hu Xiaolu wailed, his tears and snot smeared all over Jiao's swaddling, making it impossible to pull him away. Jiao was nearly suffocated by his weight and promptly coughed twice. This alarmed everyone. They rushed to pull Hu Xiaolu away. Hu Xiaoxi took him down to wash his face. Observing that the one with the loosest lips had been chastised, Uncle Hu sighed and picked up Jiao. Initially, Jiao thought he was going to educate her. Yet Uncle Hu turned to his 4 sons. However, the little one is indeed for our good. Besides, she is so small, perhaps she cannot control it. Therefore, to protect the little one, we must strive hard. Do you understand? The brothers nodded in unison. Understood, we will participate more in hunting, honing our skills, and strive to keep our sister unnoticed. Uncle Hu was satisfied. He looked at Jiao, pressing his face against hers. His stubble tickled her, causing her to giggle uproariously, drooling all over Uncle Hu's face, who laughed in return. His broad palm gently stroked Jiao's fine hair. And Uncle Hu spoke softly. Little one, my precious child, having only been born 2 days ago, you're already helping the family gather provisions. I who lack ambition, but I and your brothers will certainly strive to protect you. My dear child, grow freely. Your father and brothers will always support you. Jiao blinked and fell asleep amidst Uncle Hu's soothing whispers that in her dreams, mother and father, along with her brothers, surrounded her, and she murmured, yes. Chapter 18, naming in contrast to the fortune of Uncle Hu and Brother Hu. The others in the tribe were not so fortunate. Some caught deer, others rabbits, and foraged for wild vegetables and insects. But the majority returned empty-handed. The hum-hum beast that Uncle Hu brought back was skinned and cleaned by Brother Hu that very night, concealing the true cause of death. Naturally, there were those who believed that the high priest favored the beastmen over the half-beasts and sought to extort and rob, as before. Little did they know, upon arrival, they found Uncle Hu standing at the entrance of the tree hollow with the little one and her 3 brothers, each wielding a bone knife. The atmosphere was tense and fearsome. Ultimately, no one dared to make a move. As they watched the people leave in disappointment. Uncle Hu scoffed and turned to his second brother, who was sitting on the ground flipping through wooden slips. "Have you not yet chosen a name for the little one?" Hu ergo shook his head. Although he had read many books, the little sister did not seem to like any of them. Uncle Hu glanced at the names he had carved on the wooden pieces. Chaohua, Yinsheng, Gulu. Are they not pleasant? Yet the little one is not pleased. He squatted before Jiao, and Aunt Xiao Ke held her slightly askew. Tears filled Jiao's eyes, and her voice cracked. Unable to speak, she nearly lost her own name, the name she had carried for over a decade. Jiao wept. "Perhaps it would be better if I named her," Uncle Hu suggested, "for though I cannot read. How about Chi-Chi? With 6 brothers in the family, the little one would be the 7th. Hu Chi-Chi, a name that rolls off the tongue." However, Jiao nearly choked on her breath upon seeing the beloved little one about to cry again. Uncle Hu patted his head. "If Chi-Chi does not like it, what about Ba or Jiao? The sound are quite similar." Jiao's eyes sparkled, yet Uncle Hu mistakenly thought she agreed. "Then let it be Hu Jiao." Jiao heard the sound of thunder cracking. She even envisioned her name riding away on Uncle Hu's back through the torrential rain, while she screamed from behind, Jiao, how could I live if you leave?" No, she did not want that. Jiao burst into tears, heart-wrenchingly protesting how she wished to summon a few little birds from her space to chirp and remind her father. Yet there were no birds in her space. As everyone began to propose new names like a menu, Brother San returned. He held a bone flute, with a little sparrow perched on his shoulder. Jiao. Jiao's cries abruptly ceased. Uncle Hu instantly understood. Let her be called Hu Jiao. Jiao felt joy swell within her, while all those present collapsed in exhaustion. Brother San sat down in confusion. "Where have you been? Why did it take you so long to return? We were nearly ready to return to the beast god." Brother San chuckled wryly. "Is it such a grave matter, just naming a child?" "It is," everyone shouted in unison. Brother San's ears buzzed, and he shrank back. "I merely went to wash the bone flute, but was stopped by Second Aunt." He quickly explained that Second Aunt inquired about the hum-hum beast. Uncle Hu frowned. "Did you say anything?" "No," Brother San pouted. "Second Aunt was always up to no good. I merely told her that the hum-hum beast was slain with great effort by brother and father, and that father sustained some injuries, so she did not ask further. However, it seems she has taken a fancy to our rabbits, constantly asking if we have eaten them." "Did you say we have eaten them?" Chapter 19, What a strange name, how could that be? Aunt Xiao Ke smacked Uncle Hu. "Yesterday, such a large hum-hum beast, there is no way it could have been completely consumed." Brother San must have truthfully said it was dried. Truly, she is a biological mother. Brother San nodded, but before he could speak further, there was a knock at the cave entrance door. "Are you naming your niece?" Aunt Hu, holding a jar of insects, smiled eagerly. "I would like to help name my niece as well. How about Hu Bailian, Hu Cha-Cha? What do you think, sister-in-law? Bailian, Cha-Cha?" Before Aunt Xiao Ke could respond, Jiao was so incensed she nearly toppled over. What nonsense names are these? Fortunately, the name had already been decided. Otherwise, she would rather find a piece of beast meat to crash into. Sensing Jiao's disdain, Aunt Xiao Ke comfortingly patted her little head. "The little one's name has been settled. She is called Jiao. Jiao? That name is far too trivial." Aunt Hu pouted in distaste. "Moreover, it does not sound feminine. My names are much better. Why not reconsider?" Jiao immediately panicked, her eyes brimming with tears as she stared pleadingly at Aunt Xiao. "Quebec, no. You cannot agree. You must not." Sure enough, upon seeing Jiao's tearful expression, Aunt Xiao Ke's heart ached. Jiao likes this name. We shall not change it. Tiska. A hint of derision flickered in the eyes of Aunt Huer, only to vanish in an instant. Very well. After all, I am merely an outsider and have no say in this matter. As long as you are satisfied, that is all that matters. Her words were laced with veiled hostility. Quite unpleasant to hear. Uncle Hua furrowed his brow, as if he wished to say something, but ultimately it transformed into a mere sigh. Though Aunt Huer still held the title of Uncle Huer's partner. Their relationship was fraught with discord. It was indeed an awkward situation to speak of. Aunt Huer, not receiving any response, grew colder in demeanor and continued to herself. It seems I truly am regarded as an outsider. Here I went to the trouble of bringing you a jar of insects to congratulate you, and yet it leaves one feeling utterly disheartened. If Aunt Huer genuinely wished to extend her congratulations, she might as well return the dried meat she had hoarded, rather than feigning goodwill with a jar of insects. Hu Dage could not help but retort, even Juju knows that dried meat is delicious. Do you really think so little of us? Unable to maintain her composure, Aunt Huer turned her dissatisfaction towards Xiao Keimu. Sister-in-law, is this how you teach your cubs? Is it appropriate for him to speak in such a manner? I have already said that the dried meat was stolen by Xiao Wu. Does he imply that I am lying? Xiao Keimu wore an expression of helplessness. She indeed did not intend it that way. He merely spoke hastily due to the family's scarcity of food. Oh dear, sister-in-law, you truly do not consider me one of your own. The half-beasts outside are well aware that today, Dage has caught quite a lot of prey. Leaving aside the largest of the hunking beasts, there are still several plump rabbits, and yet you come to me lamenting over a lack of food, as if you fear I might ask you for some? Of course not. It's merely that our household has many mouths to feed, and these few catches are merely a few days' worth of provisions. Alas, sister-in-law, while you may have a few days' rations, I find myself with nothing to eat or drink. Even this jar of insects was saved from between my teeth. Aunt Huer interrupted Xiao Keimu, shoving the jar in her arms. Sister-in-law, please do not despise it. Of course not, but since you, second sister-in-law, have little food yourself, you might as well take it back. After all, you cannot let yourself go hungry. Who does not know that Aunt Huer is notoriously stingy? Today, her sudden generosity raises suspicions about her true intentions. Such gifts are indeed fraught with hidden dangers. Moreover, Juju does not eat insects, so their acceptance would be of little use to them. Chapter 20. The desire for dried meat. What? Sister-in-law, are you disdainful of me? Must we become estranged? That is certainly not the case. As long as Uncle Huer and Aunt Huer remain bonded as partners, she cannot completely sever ties with them. Well then, take it as a gift. After all, half-beasts cannot compare with full beasts. Not only is our hunting ability somewhat lacking, but prey is also scarce nowadays. With a sigh, Aunt Huer lamented, "It is indeed unfortunate for my little Wu to have such a useless mother. I cannot even provide him with the dried meat he craves, and can only catch him insects day after day. To be honest, when I saw Xiao Wu stealing the dried meat, I did want to stop him, but seeing him enjoy it so much, I simply could not bring myself to do so. Thus, he ended up consuming so much dried meat, and that is indeed my fault. Sister-in-law, please do not blame me." Upon hearing these words, Uncle Hue's family naturally understood Aunt Huer's intentions. Xiao Keimu forced a smile and remained silent, casting a glance at Uncle Hue. Uncle Hue sighed in resignation. Second sister-in-law, you need not be overly remorseful. After all, Xiao Wu is still a cub, and it is normal for him to be greedy. Besides, we are not currently lacking in food, so there is no need to fuss. True, Dage has caught so much prey today. They're likely not in short supply. It is only unfortunate for my little Wu, who cannot even get a taste of dried meat. The insinuation was clear. She was there to solicit dried meat. Yet she did not say it outright, which was rather vexing. Unable to contain himself, Hu Sanguf finally scoffed. "Aunt, why not simply state your desire for the returned dried meat? Why beat around the bush?" Expecting Aunt Huer to deny it, they were taken aback when she openly declared, "Since you have said so, I shall not hide it any longer. I have come to borrow some dried meat from Dage and sister-in-law to take back for my little Wu. I can manage with insects, but little Wu is still a cub and needs to grow to. I believe Dage and sister-in-law would not wish for him to go hungry. Would you? Furthermore, you are not lacking in food now. So surely you can spare a few pieces of dried meat?" Aunt Huer, relying on her status as the daughter of the forest fox tribe's leader, spoke without a hint of modesty. Clearly having returned only a fraction of the dried meat while hoarding the rest, yet she had the audacity to make such bold claims. While we may not be lacking, today's good fortune merely allowed us to catch some prey. It is not guaranteed we can hunt successfully every day. Xiao Ke Mu hesitantly interjected, attempting to deter Aunt Hu Er's intentions. However, before she could finish, Aunt Hu Er interrupted loudly. So, sister-in-law, you cannot even spare this little food for your own nephew? Let us not mention anything else. That hunking beast alone is enough to provide your family with several days' rations. I have not even asked for rabbit meat, and yet you cannot part with even a little dried meat? Casting a glance at the Juju in Xiao Ke Mu's arms, Aunt Hu Er spoke with an air of sarcasm. You are all aware of how disadvantaged the half-beasts are. If it were not for my intercession before the tribe, do you think you would still be here? Sister-in-law, you ought to be grateful. Xiao Ke Mu was left speechless, yet she too was unwilling to part with the dried meat. Not only her, but Uncle Hu A and the others felt the same. Meanwhile, Juju was so enraged that she felt like striking the half-beast. This was nothing short of moral coercion. No, she could not endure it any longer. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Suddenly, something in the corner caught Juju's eye. This great gift would surely please Aunt Hu Er, wouldn't it? With a swift motion, a colossal object suddenly appeared, and before anyone could react, it came crashing down with a resounding bang upon Aunt Hu Er's head, knocking her to ground. Ouch! What on earth is this? Aunt Hu Er cried out in pain. This moment. Everyone could see that the enormous object weighing down on Aunt Hu Er was none other than a massive stone. Where had this come from? Instinctively, everyone turned their gazes towards Juju, who wore an innocent expression, nuzzling closer to Xiao Ke Mu. It was not her intention. However, she could part with this stone, which had merely served as a test storage item, but she had controlled her force. It should not have crushed anyone, right? Chapter 21. The enraged Aunt Hu Er is expected. Aunt Hu Er struggled momentarily before regaining her footing, since no one had laid a hand upon her. It was merely an unfortunate incident, and she could not hold them accountable. Unable to restrain herself, she began to curse. Your family is truly unfortunate. Even stones can fall from a tent. Tossing aside the stone, Aunt Hu Er grew increasingly dissatisfied when she noticed that Xiao Ke Mu and the others remained silent. You speak of giving birth to a female cub to change your luck. Yet I see this cub of yours as just as unfortunate. Why else would it be born at such a precarious time? Do not blame me for speaking harshly. I am merely stating the truth. Cubs are difficult to raise under normal circumstances, and now, during such turbulent times, she chooses to appear. It is likely she is a harbinger of misfortune for you all. With a haughty snort, Aunt Hu Er fixed her gaze on Juju. Growing more irked by the moment, Hu Sangu was the first to lose his temper, retorting angrily, My sister is a lucky cub. Not to mention anything else, her very birth has brought our family so much good fortune. That alone is proof. Moreover, even if her luck were poor, what of it? She is the sister we have longed for with all our hearts. Indeed, my sister is the best cub. Uncle Hu Dage could no longer restrain himself. And though Uncle Hu Er remained silent, he nodded fervently in agreement. Seeing this, Aunt Hu Er could not help but scoff. What kind of lucky cub is born prematurely, especially during such a time? I see she is merely a bringer of doom. It would be better to cast her away sooner rather than later. Enough? Uncle Hu bellowed, glaring fiercely at the unruly Aunt Hu Er. I respect you as my sister-in-law, but that does not give you the right to cast such a vile curse upon my Juju. Though Uncle Hu was merely a half-beast and typically honest and simple-minded, his anger could indeed be quite terrifying. Aunt Hu Er pouted in displeasure, casting a sidelong glare at Juju, feeling quite unsatisfied. Just as the standoff continued, Aunt Hu San, alerted by the commotion, approached. Upon seeing Aunt Hu Er and the displeased expressions on the Hu family members, she quickly grasped the situation. Second sister-in-law, what is this fuss about? Fuss? I came here with good intentions to bring food for my nephew, and yet they refuse to appreciate it and even want to drive me away. Bringing food? Aunt Hu San was the first to express disbelief that it was likely that she was there to mooch off Uncle Hu A's family. After all, the commotion surrounding Uncle Hu's successful hunt had reverberated throughout the forest fox tribe. With a resigned sigh, Aunt Husin offered the flower roots she had in her arms. Second sister-in-law, these are the plant stems that my little Lou found. They are quite tasty when roasted. Take some home and give them a try. Originally, it was merely a staircase, and Aunt Hu could have simply walked away after taking it. However, she held no regard for such trivialities. Oh dear. What do you mean by that, sister-in-law San? I've already stated that I came to deliver provisions for my dear nephew. Her eyes darted about, and finally, Aunt Hu identified her target, swiftly seizing the jerky that Hu Afu had recently acquired. My little Wu adores this. I trust you are not lacking in provisions. The Hu family's boys were instantly incensed. Did they truly perceive them as fools? After a lengthy pause, Hu Afu ultimately refrained from intervening. As long as you guarantee it is for little Wu, you may take the jerky. Despite her disdain for Aunt Hu little Wu remained blameless. Of course it's for little Wu. Brother, you are unaware of his fondness for jerky. Aunt Hu nodded vigorously, her feet never ceasing as she hurried outside, fearful they might reconsider. Afu! Hu Sangu could not restrain himself from calling out, yet Hu Afu pressed down on his head with an expression of resignation. Hu Afu remarked, we cannot simply disregard little Wu's well-being, can we? Alas! He wished to articulate something, but Hu Sangu merely sighed. Indeed, Hu Wu was their brother, and they could not ignore him. Chiu observed all of this. Her heart filled with anxiety. While she could ensure her family's hunger was abated, with a mother like Aunt Hu little Hu Wu's future appeared bleak. Moreover, such a person was insatiable. She held no faith that Aunt Hu would mend her ways. But being just a young one, she could not articulate her thoughts. She could only watch helplessly. This would not suffice. She must devise a plan. Although she lacked for food, that did not mean she would allow Aunt Hu to exploit her. Setting aside other matters, she simply could not tolerate the thought of her consuming worms. Meanwhile, upon stepping out of the tent, Aunt Hu encountered Uncle Hu who had just returned from patrol. Seeing the rabbit in Uncle Hu's grasp, Aunt Hu's eyes lit up. Before she could utter a word, Uncle Hu preemptively questioned, what brings you here? A flicker of unease crossed Aunt Hu's heart as she instinctively concealed the jerky behind her. Such a subtle action, however, was captured effortlessly by Uncle Hu. Frowning at the jerky in her hand, Uncle Hu became irate. With so little food at home, you still wish to steal? How can you be so cruel? Hu Chung, kindly speak to me with some civility. What do you mean by cruel? This was given to me by sister-in-law, for little Wu. Spare me your nonsense. My brother's family has scant provisions. Would he truly give you anything? You must have done something again. Hand over the jerky. I shall not. It was given to me, therefore it is mine. Do you truly believe I would negotiate with you again? Uncle Hu was infuriated, stepping forward to snatch the jerky from her grasp, taking the rabbit as he strode determinedly back to the tent. Watching Uncle Hu's retreating figure, Aunt Hu stomp her feet in frustration. You clueless fool! Stop right there! Inside the tent, the members of the Hu family exchanged awkward glances upon hearing the quarrel. Uncle Hu said little, simply placing the jerky and the catch upon the ground. This is my hunt. Though it is meager, I trust you shall not despise it. What you say is true. How could we ever despise it? Hu Afu shook his head, but before he could continue, Aunt Hu stormed in. Fuming. Hu Chung, are you seeking death? You may endure a few pangs of hunger, but what of little Wu? Are you truly so devoid of conscience as to rob him of his sustenance? Uncle Hu turned his face away, refusing to engage, treating Aunt Hu as if she were air. Meanwhile, Chiu, thoroughly agitated by the disturbance, fidgeted restlessly in the arms of the little sparrow mother. How long would Aunt Hu continue her tirade? What if she resorted to throwing things at her? Sensing her offspring's discomfort, the little sparrow mother quickly soothed her, patting her back, then turned to Uncle Hu, second brother. The jerky truly belongs to us. Please allow Ru to take it back for little Wu. But, no buts, little Wu is your child, and he is also our nephew. We cannot allow him to go hungry. Upon hearing this, Uncle Hu's expression shifted to one of shame, yet he ultimately remained silent. Hearing this, Aunt Hu triumphantly seized the jerky, not forgetting to reach for the prey that Uncle Huer had just brought back. Seeing her actions, Uncle Huer became frantic. "What are you doing? This is the prey you caught. What right do you have to take it? This is for my brother's family. Do not forget. You are my mate. What you catch should also belong to me." Uncle Huer was unwilling to let her take it, but Aunt Huer was equally obstinate, and neither was willing to yield. Chapter 22. The furious Uncle Huer, you have taken so much food from my brother's family, and now you wish to seize the prey as well. How can you be so malicious? Malicious? How many beasts have been caught by my brother's family? There are plenty of witnesses outside. Do you truly think you are indispensable here? Regardless, I shall have that prey today. That is impossible. I will never allow you to take it. Before she could finish her words, Aunt Huer had already forcefully pushed him aside. Caught off guard, Uncle Huer stumbled. As she reached for the prey, intending to leave, he could no longer restrain himself and charged forward. The sight of the two grappling left Huafu and the others in the room dumbfounded. Chio watched Aunt Huer receive a beating, her excitement causing her to exclaim repeatedly. Observing her child reveling in the chaos, the little sparrow mother felt exasperated. Regaining her composure, she called for Huafu to intervene that moment. Aunt Husen also realized the situation and quickly joined in to separate the two. "Brother, do not stop me. Such a vile beast deserves to be taught a lesson. Teach you a lesson? Do not forget, bullying one's mate is met with disdain. Does her family not wish to remain here?" Aunt Huer's face flushed with indignation, feeling utterly humiliated. "Enough. Very well, second brother, second sister-in-law speaks rightly. The prey you caught should indeed be taken by your mate. Huafu interjected. "Second sister-in-law, you may take it. We do not need it." "Humph, consider yourself fortunate for your insight," Aunt Huer declared, triumphantly grabbing the rabbit and jerky before striding away. Watching her retreating figure, Uncle Huer pounded the ground in frustration. "Brother, it is all my fault for being useless and insisting on bonding with her. That is in the past. There is no need to dwell on Huafu sighed, reluctant to put his brother in a difficult position. Casting a glance at Huafu's family, Uncle Huer suddenly made a firm decision. "Brother, I have resolved it. I wish to sever our bond." This thought was no surprise to Huafu. After all, he had heard him express it upon returning. Yet, everyone knew that Aunt Huer was the daughter of the forest fox tribe, and female beasts held a higher status than their male counterparts. If she proposed the separation, it would be easier, but for a male beast to do so was nearly impossible. Furthermore, if the bond were truly severed, what would become of little Huwu? He was still so young. With limited faculties, without Aunt Huer as his mother, he would undoubtedly face a great deal of scorn. Huafu reasoned with him. "Do not act impulsively. Although she has been excessive, she is still the mother of little Wu. But little Wu would not be so foolish if it were not for her." Mentioning this matter made Uncle Huer grit his teeth, wishing he could simply toss Aunt Huer off the mountain to fend for herself. "Second brother, I understand your temperament, but the beast tide may come at any time that if you truly sever your bond with her, you will undoubtedly face great challenges, and how will you evade the onslaught of the beast tide? Indeed, it is merely a matter of food. At worst, we can seek more, but we cannot afford any more misfortunes." Aunt Husen nodded in agreement. Despite the collective persuasion, Uncle Huer's thoughts were elsewhere. Currently, their ability to stay in the forest fox tribe depended on Aunt Huer's family. Should he sever their bond, they would likely be ostracized. He would be fine. Beasts were welcomed wherever they went, but half-beasts were not. Without the tribe's protection, survival would become exceedingly difficult. Their young ones had only recently been born and could not withstand such turmoil. Therefore, for the sake of his family, he must endure. Reflecting on this, Uncle Huer nodded solemnly, though his gaze towards Huafu was filled with guilt. Perceiving Uncle Huer's thoughts, Huafu wished to offer words of comfort. Yet they remained unspoken. Perhaps silence would be more painful. Patting Uncle Huer's shoulder, Huafu meaningfully advised, "Return home. For little Wu's sake, temper your temper." With a sigh, Uncle Huer weakly nodded and turned to leave. Jojo glanced at Uncle Huer's departing figure, noticing his slightly hunched back, clearly indicative of his helplessness. Tilting her little head, Jojo wished to offer assistance, yet found herself powerless to do so. After all, She was merely a youngling still dependent on milk. All right, don't just stand there. Make sure to properly store the prey. We mustn't let it be snatched away, Aunt Hussein suggested, eager to alleviate the oppressive atmosphere. Indeed, this matter is unlikely to be so simple, she continued, but Brother Hussein suddenly paused, refraining from further comment. Regardless of the circumstances, the other party was still an elder, and he dared not speak indiscriminately. No one else mentioned the incident, each person returning to their own tasks. Only Hu Xiaolu approached Jiao, playfully teasing her. Jiao Mei, look at what I brought for you, shaking a somewhat wilted flower in his hand. Hu Xiaolu presented it with a sense of pride. Yet Jiao showed no interest, rolling her eyes at Hu Xiaolu as she nestled into the warmth of the little sparrow mother. Feeling drowsy, she needed to catch up on her sleep, hoping to grow up quickly so that no one would dare bully her family. Meanwhile, Uncle Huer returned to his own tent. Inside, Hu Xiaolu was happily clutching a piece of jerky, his careful demeanor tugging at Uncle Huer's heartstrings. "Father, here, eat this," Hu Xiaolu exclaimed, eagerly offering the jerky upon seeing Uncle Huer. With a pained expression, Uncle Huer gently ruffled Hu Xiaolu's hair. "Father, one tea, eat this. You should have it, Xiaolu. There is plenty more at home for me. No, there's nothing left. Mother took it," Hu Xiaolu stammered, but Uncle Huer quickly sensed something amiss. He hurriedly checked the storage for their prey, only to find it completely empty. Anger surged within him, prompting Uncle Huer to stride out with determination. Hu Xiaolu blinked innocently, utterly oblivious to the unfolding drama, continuing to lick at his jerky piece. When he located Aunt Huer, she was at the tribal chief's dwelling. Upon witnessing Aunt Huer presenting the prey and jerky to the chief, Uncle Huer felt his immense anger dissipate. Unable to act upon it, "Chung, you've come as well? Why not come inside?" The tribal chief called out, spotting him. Left with no choice, Uncle Huer stepped into the tent. "Chief, have a seat. I have something to discuss with you." Uncle Huer pursed his lips, his expression dark, as he settled onto the animal skin carpet, suddenly noticing something amiss. The quantity of jerky was incorrect. "Oh, I gave some to my cousin," Aunt Huer said nonchalantly, gnawing on a piece of jerky. The veins on Uncle Huer's forehead throbbed, and before he could express his outrage, the chief began his inquiry. "Chung, I consider my treatment of your family quite fair. Why do you show no gratitude?" Snapped back to reality, Uncle Huer furrowed his brow at the chief. "What do you mean by that?" "Chief, what do I mean? You bring prey but fail to offer it to the tribe first. Instead, you neglect your own family and give it to others. Tell me, what kind of example does that set? As a male beast, you can't even take care of your own females. Do you not fear the shame this brings you?" Uncle Huer's hands clenched tightly, casting a cold glare towards Aunt Huer's direction. "It was Ru who took my brother's family's rations first. I merely returned what belonged to them. I heard Ru say that she was merely helping to hold on to them, and if Xiao Wu ate it, that was his fault. Are you really going to snatch food from your own child's mouth?" Uncle Huer retorted. Such blatant favoritism was unmistakable, yet he could only suppress his anger, enduring in silence. His head bowed, concealing his emotions. The chief mistook his silence for reflection, saying, "I speak to you thus because I consider you family. You must understand that half-beasts are burdens. The tribe's hospitality is already exceptional. Given the current circumstances, which you're surely aware of that, as he spoke, the chief took a bite of jerky. Enough of this. Just know in your heart that this time, the jerky Ru brought is quite delicious. Reportedly from your brother's offerings. Given this, I shall allow them to remain in the tribe, as a favor to you." His words made him seem generous while forcing Uncle Huer into a position of indebtedness. Uncle Huer felt an almost laughable rage bubbling within him. Eating stolen jerky while speaking such sanctimonious words, did he truly think him a fool, observing Ru and the chief reveling in their success? Uncle Huer nearly ground his teeth in frustration. Taking a deep breath, he quelled his fury and spoke firmly. "Chief, my brother and third brother are my family. If you insist on driving them away, then you must also expel me." "What did you say?" The chief's expression darkened immediately. "Are you threatening me?" "It is not a threat, merely a statement of fact," Uncle Huer replied, his countenance grave, showing no fear of the chief's anger. "Furthermore, since you claim Ru as my mate, if you expel me, She must leave with me as well. Chung. The chief stood abruptly, glaring at Uncle Huer, clearly displeased with his rebuttal. Yet Uncle Huer stood undaunted. I have spoken my piece. What you choose to do is your business. If you wish to expel my brother and third brother, simply inform me, and I will leave with them. With that, Uncle Huer turned away, refusing to cast even a glance at the chief's darkening face or Aunt Huer, striding out of the tent. As he reached the entrance, a thought struck him. By the way, as for the jerky and prey, I have no objections to offering them to the chief and the high priest, but I will not give any to Ru's cousin. He is not worthy of consuming my family's food. Before Aunt Huer could react, Uncle Huer had already departed. When she chased after him, she saw him retrieving the jerky and prey she had given to her cousin, prompting her to shout in exasperation. Chung, stop right there. Ignoring her furious outburst, Uncle Huer quickened his pace. Enraged, Aunt Huer's features twisted in anger as she pursued him. However, just a few steps later, a hand seized her wrist. Before she could comprehend the situation, a tall figure had pressed her against the tree trunk. Recognizing the male beast before her, Aunt Huer exhaled in relief. Cousin, you nearly gave me a heart attack. Ru darling, come here and give me a kiss, her cousin, Huamu, said, leaning in to leave a wet mark on her cheek. Are you trying to kill me? Be gentle. Don't let anyone see us. Aunt Huer chided playfully, narrowing her eyes at Amu. If they see us. So what? It's no big deal, Amu replied nonchalantly. Although he lightened his touch considerably, they both understood that as long as they kept things discreet, there would be no reason for Uncle Huer to unleash his wrath. Yet if evidence were to surface, the consequences could be dire. After all, Uncle Huer's prowess was well known. Otherwise, Aunt Huer wouldn't have chosen him in the first place. Embracing Aunt Huer's waist, Amu eagerly explored as their breaths quickened. Don't be so reckless. I still need to settle accounts with him regarding that stolen jerky. Aunt Huer's words faded into breathy gasps that, hurry. When you go, he won't give you anything anyway. Why not enjoy ourselves first? With that, Amu silenced Aunt Huer with a kiss, and they tumbled together, igniting the cool air into a blaze of heat. After their passionate encounter, darkness enveloped the sky. Leaning against Amu, Aunt Huer's sun-kissed cheeks glowed with a rosy hue. Cousin, what do you think we should do next? That Chung is intent on severing our bond, all for the sake of his useless brothers. Mentioning this matter, Aunt Huer felt a swell of anger. Other male beasts would do anything to win over a female, yet she found herself entangled with one who turned his elbow outward. Don't fret, they will undoubtedly be expelled, for our tribe has no tolerance for half-beasts. Besides, once the Hu brothers are gone, do you think Chung will still defy you? My dear cousin, you truly care for me. I sometimes wish I had chosen you from start. Aunt Huer lamented, nestling into Amu's embrace. Ever since she bore Hu Xiao Wu, Chung had grown increasingly distant. What female would tolerate such treatment, if not for the support of her brothers? Would he dare act so callously towards her? Amu's gaze flickered as he held Aunt Huer close. Let us not dwell on the past. The present is quite thrilling. Wouldn't you agree? Aunt Huer's face flushed with embarrassment as she playfully struck his chest. You are utterly shameless. Come on, help me think of a way to drive them away. I am utterly disgusted by the Hu Afu family, especially after learning that Xiao Ke gave birth to a female. It infuriates me beyond measure. Were it not for their presence, how could Hu Urchin dare to treat me in such a manner? Usually when I try to be affectionate, they make excuses, leaving me unable to bear any beastly offspring, with only that fool Hu Xiaowu, a disgrace to half-beasts, to show for it. What is the rush? Those half-beasts are weak and lack stamina. As long as you ensure Hu Urchin doesn't provide them with food, I refuse to believe they can endure for long, but they did manage to catch quite a bit today. This is evident to all beasts. Aunt Huer couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry. If this continues, they might not starve after all. Chapter 24. Hunting while being followed. That was merely a stroke of good luck. I refuse to believe they can keep having such fortune. How much prey can there possibly be in this jungle? I don't believe a few half-beasts can consistently enjoy such luck. Amu scoffed, his grip on Aunt Huer tightening as he mischievously added, once they are driven away, I will come to see you every day, shall I? How annoying! Antu Air playfully glared at Mu before obediently diving into his embrace. Soon, sounds of heavy breathing emerged from the grass once again, resonating clearly under the night sky on the other side, when Uncle Hu Air presented dried meat to Hu Afu. Hu Afu was taken aback. Second brother. Did you have yet another quarrel with sister-in-law? No, don't worry about us. Just keep it for yourselves, Uncle Hu Air replied curtly, not wanting to elaborate. He moved forward to pick up Jiu, playfully teasing his nephew. The furry claws that had transformed during beastification were incredibly soft, making Jiu feel immensely comfortable as he rolled around excitedly, observing the joyful atmosphere between uncle and nephew. Hu Afu's family couldn't help but be infected by their merriment, smiling as they watched their antics. However, Xiao Kei's mother wore a worried expression as she glanced at the dried meat, ultimately choosing to remain silent. After all, it was a kind gesture, and she didn't want to repay kindness with enmity. Yet this dried meat might bring considerable trouble. The following day brought rare good weather. Hu Afu planned to take Udage and others hunting, hoping to bring back a substantial haul. However, Jiu grew anxious, tugging at Xiao Kei's feathers and emitting distress sounds. What's wrong with Jiu? Hu Sango was the first to notice something amiss. Jiu. Could it be? Udage lifted Jiu to check her backside. Nothing. Xiao Kei's mother took Jiu, her brow furrowing. Jiu has been like this since morning. I can't quite understand what it means. Jiu was in a frenzy, only able to emit vague sounds. She sensed the presence of beasts outside and felt their intent was malevolent. This unsettling aura made her anxious, yet she didn't know how to express it, so she could only stare outside, desperately trying to prevent them from going hunting. The usually taciturn Hu Ergu observed Jiu and then glanced outside. Is Jiu wanting to go out? No. I'm telling you not to go. Jiu vigorously shook her little head, but her actions were misinterpreted as agreement. That one do. You're still small and cannot go outside. Xiao Kei's mother firmly pressed her little head down into her embrace. That is not what I mean. Protests were futile. She could only wait until she was older to venture outside. Jiu thought, if I am guilty, let the gods punish me, rather than turning me into a speechless half-beast. Frustrated, Jiu's little feet twitched. All right, when your father returns, I'll bring you a gift. Don't be upset, my precious little one. Hu Afu attempted to soothe her, but Jiu seized his finger in response. Dantigo, father. Does Jiu know I'm bringing you something? Are you that happy? Jiu thought. What I seize are happy. Watching Hu Afu and the others prepare to leave, Jiu resorted to her tried-and-true method, crying. Wah! Jiu unleashed her full crying prowess, adamant about not allowing Hu Afu and the others to leave. Even Xiao Kei's mother was startled by her wails. Jiu, don't cry. Don T cry. What's the matter? Perhaps she wishes to come with us. Xiao Kei said to a mother. Sanani, please take good care of Jiu. We must hurry. She will likely calm down once she can no longer see us. Hu Sangu rationally analyzed the situation, quickly leading Hu Afu and the others out. Wah! Jiu cried even louder. Goodness, they're leaving even faster. Jiu lamented. This wretched method of communication is absolutely maddening. It was only when Hu Afu and the others were completely out of sight that Jiu's cries gradually subsided. As the presence of beasts outside faded away, Jiu furrowed her brow. It seemed those beings were targeting Hu Afu and the others. Yet, that didn't seem right. Although beasts shun half-beasts, they wouldn't act recklessly without just cause, unless to steal prey. The thought of those four characters flashed in her mind, and Jiu's expression grew serious. This was currently the only possibility. The intruders were after their prey. It seemed their bountiful catch from yesterday had incited the displeasure of other beasts, if that were the case. They could not afford to airdrop today, either. Jiu gazed at the pile of prey in her space, hesitating for a long while before ultimately deciding to wait and see, lazily reclining on the fur blanket. She felt quite comfortable as Xiao Kei gently groomed her fur. Meanwhile, Hu Afu and the others in the forest sensed a growing unease. It seemed they were being followed by beasts. Hu Afu exchanged glances with Hu Sanshu, quickly confirming their mutual suspicions. Brother, it seems we are being watched. Lowering his voice, Hu Senshu's expression turned grave. What should we do now? Hu Afu scanned their surroundings, maintaining a calm demeanor. Let us continue searching for prey. We can't afford to delay our task. Agreed, but let us not venture too far. We need to be able to support each other if anything happens. After a brief acknowledgement, Hu Senshu took Hu Xiaolu to search for prey on the left side. Hu Afu led the four Hu brothers to the right side in search. Not far away, several tall beasts stealthily followed Hu Afu and his family, intently observing their every move. Brother, can this really work? One of the younger beasts nervously scratched his messy hair. Their family had the most prey yesterday. By following them, we're bound to gain something. Once we snatch their catch, if they resist, we'll just assert our strength. He paid no mind to a few half-beasts. What if they report to the tribe leader? Then it depends on whether the leader believes the half-beasts or us. With a disdainful snort, the leading beast showed clear disregard for Hu Afu and his family. The younger beast, seeing this, felt his apprehension wane, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he thought of yesterday's bounty. Within the forest, with its many dead trees, it appeared devoid of life. As Hu Afu and his family walked through the woods, they couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness at the state of the surroundings. Brother. Uncle Hu Air's tall figure emerged from the woods, his fiery red fur glistening under the sunlight. Reminiscent of a pomegranate, strikingly beautiful. Dropping the wild rabbit he had been carrying in his mouth, Uncle Hu Air transformed into human form, adjusting his bee skin skirt. What brings you this far? If you go any further, you'll reach the edge. Encountering danger would be disastrous. We were searching for prey and inadvertently ventured too deep. What about you? How come you are already out hunting so early? Chapter 25. The scheme of the following beast. Hu Afu furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Uncle Hu Air. Only after confirming he was unharmed did he feel relieved. I couldn't sleep, so I came out for a walk. Saying this, Uncle Hu Air handed the rabbit to Hu Afu. Seeing you haven't caught much, take this rabbit back. Though I haven't caught any prey, I can't take yours. Hurry and take it back. Hu Afu naturally refused. Recalling yesterday's events, he couldn't allow Uncle Hu Air to continue bickering with Aunt Hu Air because of them. Noticing his demeanor, Uncle Hu Air could guess his thoughts and smiled wryly. Brother, we are family. If you refuse my offering, are you angry with me? What nonsense are you spouting? How could I be angry with you? If that is the case, then just accept this and say it's your catch. If I accept, what will you and Xiao Wu eat? Must we truly compel him to partake in the consumption of grubs alongside you? Fox Father gazed helplessly at Uncle Fox 2, well aware that Uncle Fox 2 had been burdened with guilt towards their family due to previous events. Even though this situation was not his fault, they were brothers. They ought to support one another rather than be mired in guilt and compensation. Without further ado, Fox Father thrust the rabbit into his hands. You need not bear such self-reproach. Although I am older, I can still discern clearly. You shall forever be my second brother, and I shall always be your elder brother. This bond is one that cannot be severed, no matter the circumstances. Elder brother Uncle Fox 2's gaze flickered, a wave of guilt swelling within him. Yet he ultimately ceased his resistance, silently accepting the wild rabbit. Should elder brother find himself lacking provisions in the days to come, he may seek me out at any time. Precisely. There is still ample time. Let us search for other prey and sustenance. Very well. Nodding vigorously, Uncle Fox 2 followed closely behind Fox Father, reminiscent of their youthful days spent hunting together. Fox Little 4 nudged Fox Brother 3, winking towards the direction behind them. Understanding his intent, Fox Brother 3 smirked, beckoning his younger brother. Are you not inclined to deal with those tailing us? Of course, it is rather bothersome to have them trailing us. Fox Little 4 nodded in agreement. Then heed my words. We shall lower our voices and whisper a few strategies in Fox Little 4's ear. As a mischievous glint sparkled in Fox Brother 3's eyes, Fox Little 4's expression shifted to one of shock. Are you certain this will work? Absolutely. After all, they're driven by greed and ill intentions. Fox Brother 2, noticing the hushed conversation between the two, furrowed his brow. Whatever you intend to do, make sure to distance yourselves and be cautious. Do not attract trouble, but he held a considerable amount of trust in his younger brothers. For his third brother was astute, and fourth brother was notably cunning. Together, Even adult beastmen would struggle to outsmart them. Rest assured, we are well aware of our actions. Fox Little 4 waved dismissively. Should Father inquire. Remember to provide us cover. Return swiftly and stay safe. With that, Fox Brother 2 accelerated to catch up with Fox Father's pace. Fox Little 4 and Fox Brother 3 exchanged knowing glances, deliberately slowing their steps. Brother 3, are you sure there is prey in this vicinity? Once Fox Father and the others had ventured far enough away, Fox Little 4 no longer felt the need to lower his voice. Indeed, when I came this way yesterday, I spotted traces of the cooing beasts, albeit faint. Today, if we find them, we can enjoy a hearty meal. Splendid. Let us hasten. Fox Little 4 seized Fox Brother 3's hand, and they hurriedly dashed off, their path diverging sharply from that of Fox Father and the others. The two beastmen trailing behind gradually revealed themselves. They exchanged glances, evidently having overheard Fox Little 4's words. Brother, what now? Should we follow these two youngsters or the older ones? The older ones are clearly directionless, aimlessly scanning the surroundings, uncertain if they will yield any bounty today. However, these two youngsters evidently possess prey, cooing beasts at that. The leading beastman swallowed hard. Let us follow these two youngsters. We shall feast first and discuss matters later. Agreed. Transforming into their beast forms, they swiftly pursued. Not far off, Fox Brother 3 and Fox Little 4 had already set their trap. A deep pit lay in wait, originally dug by Fox Brother 3 for hunting. Today, it would serve as their catch. They concealed themselves behind trees, one gripping a vine's end, ready to tighten it as the beastmen charged forward. The unsuspecting beastmen stumbled, tripping over the vine. Their balance lost, both beastmen fell with a thud. The sound of their heavy landing echoed as they tumbled into the pit, accompanied by cries of pain. The two beastmen transformed back into their human forms, their injuries visibly apparent. The leading beastman at that moment had a deformed arm, evidently fractured from the fall. Ouch! This hurts terribly. The beastman's wails pierced the air, and Fox Brother 3 and Fox Little 4 exchanged glances, suppressing laughter as they swiftly departed. For heaven's sake, why don't you hurry up and get up? The injured beastman kicked the one beside him. Brother, it's not that I don't want to. My leg hurts so much that I can't stand. Useless. The beastman, in a fit of rage, slapped him hard, only to forget his own injury, compounding his pain to the brink of unconsciousness. Ah, those two little brats. Once I recover, I will make them pay dearly. At this point, only a fool would fail to see the connection between this incident and them. It was merely a lack of evidence, but it mattered little. Once he recovered, he would ensure he avenged himself upon those two brats. Meanwhile, Fox Little 4 and Fox Brother 3 were heading back towards Fox Father. How satisfying it was to have them trail us. They deserved it. Observing Fox Little 4's smug demeanor, Fox Brother 3's lips curled into a slight smile, his mood evidently lifted. Indeed, they ought to be taught a lesson, lest they think us easy prey. However, you must exercise caution in the future. They're unlikely to let this go so easily. Fox Little 4 scratched his head, seemingly unconcerned, yet curiously inquired of Fox Brother 3. Brother 3, do you think they will come after you too? Why do you speak as if it has nothing to do with you? In response to Fox Little 4's question, Fox Brother 3 smiled mysteriously. I'm different from you. I am unafraid. In his pursuit of hunting, he had dug numerous traps in the forest. Should they dare approach, he could easily lead them straight into his traps. Before long, Fox Little 4 grasped this logic, his expression darkening. Brother 3, you are quite cunning. Not too shabby, I suppose. One must remain discreet. Fox Brother 3 winked, playfully tousling his hair. I wish I could kick him. Fox Little 4 bared his teeth, contemplating whether to enact righteous retribution upon his brother when suddenly a realization struck him. Chapter 26. The beastmen surrounding Geo and Little Sparrow Mother Fox Brother 3 is my real brother. Therefore, his possessions are naturally mine. Why should I not utilize his traps? With this thought, Fox Little 4 gradually revealed an innocent, harmless smile, winking at Fox Brother 3, his foxtail swaying behind him. For reasons unknown, the sight of Little 4 in such a manner made Fox Brother 3 feel a peculiar sensation deep within. Had he inadvertently unlocked a certain attribute switch in his younger brother? Shaking his head, Fox Brother 3 dismissed such thoughts and led Fox Little 4 back to join Fox Father's group. Due to Fox Giorgio's absence from the hunt today, the group's bounty consisted solely of the wild rabbit provided by Uncle Fox 2. Uncle Fox 3, however, had accompanied Little Fox 6 and found some herbs and roots. Though meager, it would suffice for a meal. Meanwhile, within the tribe, Little Sparrow Mother observed the imposing beastman before her, discreetly tightening her embrace around Fox Giorgio. They had yet to return from their hunt, but what was your purpose in seeking them? She inquired calmly, a flicker of concern glimmering in her eyes. I have come at the behest of the tribe leader. Since they are absent, I hope to wait here for a while. Is that acceptable? Fox Moo's gaze flickered, his unabashed eyes appraising the voluptuous Little Sparrow Mother. Though she was of a certain age, her figure remained strikingly captivating. Even after giving birth, her form was far from diminished. Rather, it was alluringly curvaceous. Aware of the beastman's gaze, Little Sparrow Mother felt a twinge of discomfort, but could not voice her displeasure, opting for silence instead. Though Giorgio was merely 18 in her past life, she was no naive girl, fully aware of the beastman's intentions. Her dark, glimmering eyes burned with indignation, wishing she could conjure an object from thin air to strike him down. Yet, reason prevailed, urging her to maintain composure. This was the beast world. While beastmen could indeed be ruthless, her family was comprised of half-beastmen. Should she resort to violence against a beastman and inadvertently cause death, they would likely be exiled. She did not mind for herself, but she could not put her family at risk. Thus, she decided to endure for now, waiting for an opportunity to deliver a resounding slap across his face, making him regret ever gazing at her mother. As Fox Giorgio pondered how to deal with the beastman, Fox Father returned with Uncle Fox 2 and the others. Upon seeing the beastman in the tent, Fox Father paused. Are you not the cousin of my second brother's wife? What brings you to my home today? Uncle Fox 2, recognizing Fox Moo, felt a shadow cross his face at the recollection of yesterday's events. Fox Moo, maintaining his composure, replied unhurriedly, I have come on the tribe leader's orders. The tribe leader? What instructions does the tribe leader have? Fox Father and the others felt a twinge of unease. Sensing a foreboding atmosphere, as anticipated, Moo crossed his arms, directly confronting them. Do you still have the audacity to inquire? Are you not aware of your own actions? You hunted so much yesterday. What have you offered in tribute? Upon the utterance of these words, the countenance of Fox Fu and his companions transformed dramatically. They had forgotten that upon returning from the hunt, the majority of their spoils were required to be surrendered, as this was the established custom of the tribe that sheltered the half-beasts. Seeing their silence, Moo grew increasingly smug. Why the silence? Are you no longer prepared to submit your catch to the tribe? Do you intend to sever ties with us? It is not as you think. We simply caught very little this time, hardly enough to sustain our entire family. Fox Fu stammered anxiously. Their family relied heavily on this hunt for survival. Had there been a bountiful catch as usual, they would have undoubtedly adhered to the tribal agreement. But this time was different. Fox Fu gazed at the meager spoils in his hands. Distressed Moo, however, was unconcerned with their plight. He scoffed imperiously and declared, The tribe does not harbor you merely to feast at leisure. I shall take these. With that, he snatched the scant few game that Fox Fu had managed to acquire. Turning on his heel, he made to depart, but paused at the doorway. Seemingly struck by a thought, he cast a covetous glance at the alluring figure of the mother sparrow. A shiver ran down her spine, and she shot him an indignant glare in return. Of Moo, undeterred by the rebuff, simply laughed and left. After his departure, Uncle Fox Air could no longer contain his outrage. He's gone too far in his bullying of the beasts. Fox Fu appeared suddenly aged, slumped on the wooden chair, heaved a heavy sigh, and lamented, It is my inadequacy that prevents me from providing you with a better living environment. Uncle Fox Air patted Fox Fu's shoulder in consolation, saying, Alas, what can we do, given that we currently reside under the beast's dominion? We shall hunt again in the future. Fox Fu sighed again at these words. Meanwhile, in the arms of the mother sparrow, Fox Giorgio clenched her tiny fists in indignation. She had not anticipated that Moo could be so unreasonable, leaving no avenue for the beast to survive. If he was devoid of compassion, then she would not hesitate to act unethically. With that thought, she summoned a dark, ominous beast from her space, and set upon the path that Amu would take on his return, hoping to incite it to attack him for the purpose of intimidation. As fate would have it, shortly after Amu exited Fox Afu's home, he was ambushed by the frenzied dark beast at the edge of the forest. Although he was a beast man, it was his first encounter with such a wild creature, and he was momentarily thrown into a panic, running and shouting, "No! Please no!" Along the way, he stumbled over the gnarled roots, scattering his hard-won game everywhere. Yet even then, he had no time to gather his belongings, desperately trying to escape the beast's assault. Thus, he fled all the way to the chieftain's home. "Chieftain! Chieftain! Please save me. A mad, dark beast is pursuing me." Amu threw himself at the chieftain's feet, grasping the chieftain's hand and pleading in a disheveled manner. The chieftain opened the door to find nothing but emptiness outside. Looking at Amu, who was not only scratched by the vines but appeared thoroughly disheveled, he scolded sternly, "Is it merely a dark beast? Look at your state. What a disgrace, once assured of his safety." Amu quickly stood, tidied his fur, and lamented, "Chieftain, you do not understand that I encountered a frenzied dark beast on my way back from Foxy City." As the memory of the terrifying scene resurfaced, he shuddered and continued, "It followed me and attempted to attack. Fortunately, I was swift enough to evade it, but I lost all the gathered game along the way." "Humph!" The chieftain grunted coldly, pacing the room with his cane, deep in thought. "This may be the doing of Foxy City. How could a mad dark beast suddenly appear without reason?" Stroking his beard. The chieftain sneered, "Let it go this time, that I will send someone to keep watch. Having such a burden linger in our tribe truly tarnishes our reputation." Upon hearing the chieftain's words, Amu gritted his teeth, feeling a surge of indignation, yet he held his tongue. Chapter 27. A direct refusal at this moment. On the other side, Fox Afu had made his way to the storage to check the dwindling provisions, and, after a moment of troubled contemplation, resolved, "We must venture into the mountains again tomorrow. These supplies are utterly insufficient for survival." Naturally, Fox Air and the others agreed with his decision, although every trip into the mountains was perilous. They had no other choice. The mother sparrow, cradling Fox Jujio, stood nearby, shedding silent tears. She longed to contribute to the family, but as a female beast, with a newborn to care for, she could not abandon her home. Upon hearing her father's words, Fox Jujio felt a chill run down her spine, a foreboding sense of dread washing over her. She gazed with her large, watery eyes at Fox Afu, then at Fox Air and the others. Sensing the potential hardships ahead, yet being but a helpless infant, she could only resign herself to waiting for the right moment to alert them. The following day, Fox Afu and his party of beasts prepared to set out early. The early bird catches the worm, and so too does the early beast. The mother sparrow intended to see them off at the door, but with Fox Jujio crying incessantly, she had no choice but to carry her along. "Be careful," she cautioned, her gaze filled with concern for the departing group. "Yes, you take care at home as well. If he comes again, be cautious," Fox Afu replied, referring to Amu without naming him, yet everyone present understood to whom he was alluding. The mother sparrow wiped her tears and moved closer to Fox Afu, offering further words of caution. Due to her sideways position, Fox Jujio was able to reach for her father's sleeve, seizing it tightly while everyone looked on, puzzled by her unusual behavior, as she typically did not act so unruly. Only Fox Air observed her peculiar actions with thoughtful scrutiny. Despite this minor interruption, the group soon set off, as time was of the essence, and hunting could not be delayed. Upon venturing into the mountains, Fox Afu and Fox Dji experienced little success, prompting them to decide on splitting their efforts. Fox Afu and Fox Dji would head west, while the others would go east. Fox Air, remaining alert due to the morning's oddities, sensed movement behind them as the hunting party divided, noticing that a group of individuals had surreptitiously split into two factions. Following them closely, Fox Air silently noted the anomaly, choosing not to alarm them. As dusk fell and the separate groups reconvened, Fox Air took stock of their catch and handed it to Fox Afu. Whispering, "Father, I believe we are being followed." After suffering such a significant setback yesterday, Fox Air deemed it necessary to inform Fox Afu. "What?" Fox Afu was momentarily startled. He glanced around casually, noting the unusual rustling in the foliage behind them. He realized he had not offended anyone in the tribe, with the only connection being the chieftain's group. He quickly deduced that this was likely the chieftain's doing, having dispatched someone to surveil them. Maintaining a facade of nonchalance, Fox A-Fu accepted the game, signaling for silence and indicating they should refrain from acting rashly. The group then returned home. Unsurprisingly, Emu was once again lurking at their doorstep. While the mother sparrow confronted him from a short distance away, Fox A-Fu hastened his steps, positioning himself protectively in front of the mother sparrow, and glared at Emu, questioning, "What do you want now?" Emu sulkily pouted and brazenly demanded, "Hand over the game you hunted today." On what grounds? Initially, Fox A-Fu was expected to endure the insult, but to everyone's surprise, he stood his ground this time. He tossed the game in his hands to the mother sparrow, then glared fiercely, his neck fur bristling, adopting a stance as if ready for a fight. Emu was taken aback by this display, his heart racing. But in the next moment, he realized he was frightened of a half-beast, which filled him with a mix of embarrassment and fury. "What do you intend to do?" He held his head high and gazed directly ahead, albeit with a hint of trepidation in his eyes, contrasting the resolute demeanor of Hu Afu. "I have stated that I shall hand over the prey to the priest, but you do not even think about it." Hu Afu stood his ground, undeterred. This marked their second ascent in a mere 2 days, and their physical endurance was severely depleted. If Hu Afu were to seize today's catch, they would find themselves famished, their strength unable to keep pace, and the risks they would face tomorrow would multiply exponentially. He would not permit such a calamity to unfold. Observing the stalemate, Hu Urshu stepped forward without hesitation, positioning himself alongside Hu Afu, and barked, "Do you wish to fight?" As a beast man, Hu Urshu possessed superior physical capabilities compared to others. His support for Hu Afu caused Hu Emu's heart to quiver. Yet, recalling the task entrusted to him by the clan leader, he gritted his teeth, straightened his feeble posture, and raised his voice to bolster his courage. "Are you opposing the clan leader?" For a fleeting moment, Hu Urshu hesitated, but soon after, Hu Dagong and Hu Urgong joined him, silently aligning themselves beside Hu Afu, implicitly signaling their support for his stance that Hu Afu, not wanting Hu Urshu to clash with the clan leader, took a breath and said, "Why do others yield to the priest, yet we must yield to the clan leader? Furthermore, if this truly is a tribute desired by the clan leader, he ought to inform us himself. Can you truly represent the clan leader?" Seeing the increasing number of opponents before him, Hu Amu grew increasingly anxious. He spat vehemently at the ground and snarled, "You all wait for me." With that, he fled in disgrace. That evening, Hu Afu and his companions gathered to deliberate strategies for their ascent the following day, having discovered that the clan leader has dispatched someone to monitor us. "We cannot hunt openly tomorrow," Hu Afu mused, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Hu Urshu clenched his fists in indignation, stating, "I had hoped that with his protection, my elder brother and third brother could enjoy a better life. Yet I never anticipated his cruelty towards our family." Hu Dagon concurred. Indeed. Following this, a heavy silence fell upon Hu Dagon and his brothers. What strategy could they devise to evade surveillance while concealing their awareness of being watched? At this juncture, Xiao Kei's mother, cradling Hu Jujio, entered to serve them tea. Having overheard snippets of their conversation from the adjacent room, Hu Jujio had formulated a plan. Upon seeing Xiao Kei's mother balancing Hu Jujio in one arm and a gourd teapot in the other, Hu Afu hastily rose to assist her, eager to relieve her burden. Initially, Hu Jujio struggled to capture their attention, but upon witnessing Hu Afu's willingness to embrace her, she felt a sense of relief. She reached out, wrapping her small arms around Hu Afu's arms. Hu Afu had always doted on his little daughter. Her affectionate gesture brought a broad smile to his face, almost causing him to forget the pressing matters at hand. Noticing her father's focus on her, Hu Jujio began to playfully tap his arms. That Hu Afu found her unusual behavior somewhat perplexing, but after a moment of reflection, he suddenly understood. "Our Jujio is truly a genius," he exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Hu Dagong and the brothers looked up at Hu Afu, their expressions filled with confusion. "Just now, Jujio suggested that we split into 2 groups, one to divert attention, while the other stealthily hunts elsewhere." Hu Afu beamed with delight. After a moment's contemplation, Hu Ergon exclaimed, "What a brilliant plan! It's a twofold victory." The other brothers quickly grasped the concept, their faces lighting up with joy. On the third day, Hu Afu dispatched Hu Ershu, Hu Sang, and Hu Shao Si as one team, while the remaining members formed a second team. The first team boldly exited through the front door, with Hu Afu and Shao Kei's mother expressing their concern and urging them to take care on their journey. They played their parts flawlessly to mislead those covertly observing them into believing that Hu Afu's group would not venture out for hunting today. Shortly after the first team departed, one of the lurking observers inquired of their leader, "Shall we follow them?" The leader surveyed Hu Afu's home and, seeing no signs of imminent departure for hunting, commanded, "Follow them." With that, the group discreetly trailed behind. Meanwhile, Hu Afu and his companions, having surveyed their surroundings, stealthily slipped out through the back door of their home. As per their plan from the previous day, they would ascend the mountain from the opposite side of the first team. Jujio, blissfully nestled in Shao Kei's arms, felt assured that their plan was foolproof. Her intuition had always been remarkably accurate, and sensing no ill omen for their ascent, she anticipated a smooth journey ahead. With this in mind, she released a few small animals along the path that Hu Afu's team would take, anticipating their capture. Given their skills, catching these creatures would pose no challenge as dusk settled. Hu Afu returned home ahead of schedule, having cleverly concealed their catch in a haystack outside before cleaning themselves of any dirt and settling in comfortably at home. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Hu Amu arrived. He first peered through the door and, upon seeing Hu Afu reclining leisurely at home, assumed he had not ventured out at all. After a while, Hu Ershu and his team returned. Once Hu Mu had collected the scant few catches, Hu Afu's team presented their spoils. They repeated this tactic over several days, leaving Hu Mu empty-handed each time. After yet another fruitless excursion, Hu Amu could no longer contain his frustration and began to complain to Hu Ershu. "I don't know what tricks Hu Yicheng is employing, but for days now, not a single catch has been procured, and I've been made to run around for nothing. I'm certain they must be hiding their prey. Otherwise, with their meager supplies, they should have starved by now. That family is just unlucky. They certainly excel at playing tricks," Hu Ershu retorted. However, her tone softened as she added, "But it must be hard on you. Dear cousin, one day, we shall surely unearth their deceit." As Hu Ershu's arm entwined with Hu Amu's, the latter's earlier resentment transformed into infatuation. After sharing a tender moment, they bid each other farewell and returned home. Upon entering her house, Hu Ershu spotted her troublesome son gnawing on a piece of jerky. Seeing his mother return, Hu Shaowu hastily concealed the meat behind his back, grinning foolishly at her. This sight ignited Hu Ershu's fury. She seized a broom from nearby and struck Hu Shaowu, exclaiming, "How dare you? I can barely manage to provide for you, and now you dare to steal food." Though simple-minded, Hu Shaowu was aware of pain. "Mother, he stammered, but his words were lost amidst his sobs, rendering his speech even more incoherent. Hu Ershu, already harboring disdain for the boy, paid no heed to his attempts at explanation, striking him with increasing force, her voice dripping with malice. "You fool! How dare you cry? I should never have given birth to you. Your existence is a disgrace to me. Now you dare to pilfer meat. Who knows what audacious acts you might commit next? You might as well perish." As she raged and struck, she broke the bamboo broomstick before finally releasing Hu Shaowu. Witnessing his pitiful state, she felt no guilt, instead turning away with a derisive snort. What a stroke of bad luck! After that, Hu Ershu did not forget to pick up the piece of jerky that had fallen to the ground, taking it with her to the hiding place. As she counted, Hu Ershu gazed at the jerky in disbelief. 29. How could it be? Not a single piece missing. She pondered where Hu Shaowu had acquired the jerky, given that Hu Afu's family had always treated Hu Shaowu kindly. Coupled with the fact that Hu Amu had failed to procure anything from Hu Afu's family in recent days, a suspicion began to form in her mind. Meanwhile, Hu Shaowu, having endured the beating, resumed his usual cheerful demeanor, blissfully unaware of the visible bruises adorning his body. A head peeked in from outside, and upon spotting Hu Shaowu happily playing on the ground, called out, "Shaowu! Shaowu! Come here!" Upon seeing the half-beastman, Hu Xiao Wu scampered over joyfully, exclaiming, "Big brother!" Brother Hu glanced around, and upon failing spot Aunt Hu Air, he finally took Hu Xiao Wu by the hand and exited, returning to his own home. Chapter 29. Bringing Hu Xiao Wu away. Father, I have brought Xiao Wu back. Although Hu Xiao Wu was not favored by Aunt Hu Air, he shared a close bond with the half-beast kin of Uncle Hu. Upon hearing that Hu Xiao Wu had arrived, everyone gathered around him, eagerly examining him from head to toe, naturally noticing the multitude of scars adorning his body. Who did this to you? Xiao Wu? Why are you covered in so many injuries? Mother Xiao Ke looked at Hu Xiao Wu with concern, gently stroking the wounds with her hand. That it was inconceivable that Uncle Hu would lay a hand on Hu Xiao Wu. The severity of the injuries could only point to Aunt Hu Air as the perpetrator. By the way, Xiao Wu, what happened to the jerky I gave you earlier? Uncle Hu inquired, having provided Hu Xiao Wu with a generous portion of jerky. Far too much for him to consume in one sitting. That Hu Xiao Wu struggled to articulate that Aunt Hu Air had seized the jerky and beaten him, merely shaking his head in a daze and replying, "It's gone." As he spoke, a low growl emanated from his stomach. He had been so ravenous that he had taken out the jerky to eat, only to have it snatched away before he could enjoy more than a few bites. Now he was utterly famished. Observing Hu Xiao Wu's state, Uncle Hu sighed and retrieved several pieces of prepared jerky. "Xiao Wu, eat quickly. You can have it here, and once you finish, we can head back." The moment Hu Xiao Wu laid eyes on the jerky, his eyes sparkled with delight, and before the crowd, he swiftly devoured the morsels. Unbeknownst to them, Aunt Hu Air had stealthily followed Hu Xiao Wu since he left home, and only after witnessing him finish the jerky did she quietly depart to seek out Hu Mu. Hu Jiu was being fed meat porridge by Mother Xiao Ke when a sudden, ominous premonition struck her. This feeling came unexpectedly and with great intensity, compelling Hu Jiu to take it seriously. The impending misfortune was likely connected to their previous scheme to lure the tiger away from the mountain, possibly indicating that Hu Mu had discovered the matter. The jerky must be hidden away. As Hu Jiu pondered, her unease grew, and she struggled to escape from Mother Xiao Ke's embrace. Not understanding Hu Jiu's distress, Mother Xiao Ke gently soothed her. "Jiu, finish your porridge first, and then Mother will take you out to play, all right?" Hu Jiu wriggled her arms and legs, crying out in agitation. Her movements were vigorous, prompting Mother Xiao Ke to take notice, albeit still confused about her intentions. "What is it? Jiu, are you feeling unwell?" This was troubling. She had yet to learn to speak, and regardless of how animated her gestures were, Mother Xiao Ke could only assume she was unwell. Never connecting it to the jerky. In a state of urgency, Hu Jiu suddenly spotted the meat porridge in Mother Xiao Ke's hand. With a loud cry, she expelled the partially swallowed porridge onto the ground. Mother Xiao Ke, already anxious about Hu Jiu, assumed the meat used for the porridge had spoiled upon witnessing her vomit, promptly discarding the porridge. "All right, Jiu, if you can't eat the porridge, then we won't have any. You can go play with your brother for now." Mother Xiao Ke entrusted Hu Jiu to Brother, who while she went to bury the remaining jerky from the same batch. Shortly thereafter, Hu Mu stormed into their home with a group. "Where is Hu Yicheng? Bring him out." A throng of fierce half-beasts surrounded their entrance, and Uncle Hu, fearing for his family's safety, stepped forward. "Hu Mu, what do you intend to do by bringing so many half-beasts here? Hu Yicheng, don't play dumb with us. We know you've been hoarding the game caught these past few days. Hand it over. Hu Mu, you have come to cause trouble countless times in recent days. Our family has no game for you to take." Uncle Hu-san retorted, displeased that Hu Mu sneered. "If there is no game, does that mean you are exempt from tribute? The tribe has taken you in, yet you contribute nothing. You might as well leave the tribe while you can." The commotion stirred by Hu Mu was significant, especially at night when most half-beasts were at home resting. Drawn by the noise, they gathered outside Uncle Hu's home to witness the spectacle. With the crowd present, Hu Mu felt emboldened. Everyone sees it, right? Hu Yicheng is hoarding game and refuses to offer tribute to the chieftain and the high priest. What purpose does it serve to keep such half-beasts in our tribe? Hu Mu, do not go too far. We have endured your attempts to seize our game these past few days, and now you dare accuse us of disrespecting the chieftain and the high priest. Uncle Hu-san clenched his fists as he stared at the aggressive Hu Mu. The half-beasts surrounding Hu Mu tightened their grips on their weapons. Hu, however, was indifferent. He did not believe that Uncle Hu and his kin, who had yet to master their transformations, could possibly stand against them, the more physically dominant half-beasts. If you claim I am unjustly accusing you, why not prove to us that you truly have no game and are not merely withholding it? As he spoke, Hu gestured to the half-beast behind him, who surged into Uncle Hu's home, beginning to ransack the place, leaving chaos in their wake. Hey. Uncle Hu-san, anxious to intervene, found himself blocked by a club brandished by one of the searching half-beasts. Thwarting all his attempts to act, Uncle Hu and the others could only watch helplessly as Mu's men searched to their heart's content, while Mother Xiao Ke observed from the sidelines, secretly relieved. "Brother Mu, we found these," a half-beast exclaimed, holding up 2 pieces of jerky before Mu's brow furrowed in displeasure. How could it only be this little? This amount of jerky would barely suffice for Uncle Hu's family for a day. How could they possibly have spare provisions to give to Hu Xiaowu? While Uncle Hu and the others were puzzled as to why only this much was discovered, they finally had an opportunity to stand tall. Mu, you have seen for yourself. There is nothing here. You surely wouldn't want to rob our family's meager supply of food, would you? Indeed, Mu had contemplated doing just that, but the crowd he once relied upon now loomed as an invisible pressure upon him. With so many witnesses, he reluctantly abandoned the idea, forcefully tossing the 2 pieces of jerky to the ground. "Humph, such trifles are beneath my notice." With that, he departed with his entourage, and the onlookers, realizing the excitement had dissipated, began to disperse. The jerky at home was always managed by Mother Xiao Quebec. After the half-beast left, Uncle Hu turned to her with a question that had been nagging at him. "Mother of the cubs, where did all the jerky go? How could they have failed to find it?" Only then did Mother Xiao Ke dare to reveal the truth. Today, while feeding Jiujiu meat porridge, she suddenly vomited and appeared quite unwell. "So I buried the jerky. I never expected Mu would come looking for trouble tonight. We truly owe it to Jiujiu. Jiujiu is indeed our little lucky star." The others gathered around little Hu Jiujiu, their tones filled with gratitude. Chapter 30. The Wong Wong Beast and the Gugu Beast. In truth, Hu Jiujiu also breathed a sigh of relief. Her sixth sense could only predict impending crises, but not their nature. Fortunately, today, Mother Xiao Ke had inadvertently grasped her meaning. Otherwise, the situation could have ended poorly. However, continuing this way was not a viable solution, although her hidden space contained a considerable supply of edible game. Those creatures, even when nurtured in the hidden space, required time to mature. With Uncle Hu's family hunting some each day, while Mu's group seized others, there would inevitably come a day when resources would dwindle. To address the food issue at its source, the most effective solution remained self-sustenance. The following day, as Uncle Hu and his kin set out to hunt, Hu Jiujiu intentionally released several Gugu beasts along their path, placing a Wong Wong beast beside them. The innate role of the Wong Wong beast was to guard the Gugu beasts. Thus, with the Wong Wong beast present, the Gugu beasts remained remarkably calm, grazing in a fixed area without wandering off or making a sound. Seeing such docile Gugu beasts, Uncle Hu and the others were left astounded. "Brother, they can't be ill, can they? Why else would they be so still?" Uncle Hu-san crouched behind the bushes, whispering to Uncle Hu, fearful of startling the Gugu beasts. "They are all grazing, and they do move. Their fur appears normal as well. They likely aren't sick." Brother Hu calmly assessed. Uncle Hu was unconcerned with these observations. If they failed to catch game today, their food supply would face dire shortages in the coming days. Sick or not, we must catch them first. As Hu Afu spoke, he led the group forward with great vigor. Possessing considerable strength, Hu Afu swiftly captured a Gugu beast, rendering it unconscious with remarkable efficiency, leaving it no opportunity to struggle before he hoisted it onto his back. The others, working in concert, managed to secure 2 additional Gugu beasts. The remaining Gugu beasts, startled, scattered in all directions, while the Wong Wong beast barked excitedly as it pursued them. After suffering a significant loss of face the previous day, Mu dared not stir trouble today. Once Hu Afu and the others returned with their quarry, they finally enjoyed a well-deserved meal. After sharing 1 Gugu beast among themselves, they processed the other 2 into jerky. Yet, even with this, their provisions remained insufficient to endure the forthcoming winter. Father, I noticed that there were quite a few Goo beasts today, and they seemed unusually calm. Perhaps we should return there tomorrow to see if we can encounter them again. Proposed Hu urged. Upon hearing this, Hu Dage had a sudden insight. Father, I believe Erdi is onto something. If that group of Goo beasts continues to be as placid as today, our future hunts will be considerably easier. And we could stockpile more jerky. Their sentiments were met with unanimous agreement from the rest of the group. Thus, in the days that followed, that particular forest became their favored hunting ground, and each excursion proved just as fruitful as the first. 1:27. Hu Shaoxi hid behind the bushes, pointing at the Goo beasts that appeared, noting that there were 2 fewer than yesterday. Wait, is that an egg? There's a mother beast hatching eggs. Hu Shaoxi, being youthful and having seldom witnessed such a sight, couldn't help but raise his voice. Hu Dage quickly pressed Hu Shaoxi's head down, urging him to be quiet, lest they scare the Goo beasts away. Hu Shaoxi protested. How could they possibly run away? They stay here every day and have been captured so many times without fleeing. Hu Afu, not quite catching what was said, asked Shaoxi, "What did you just say?" Encouraged by the inquiry, Hu Shaoxi eagerly exclaimed, "Father, I just discovered that it seems like none of the Goo beasts, except for the ones we captured, have run away, and there are several mother beasts hatching eggs. We might soon see little Goo beasts." Hearing Hu Shaoxi's words, Hu Shaoxi counted the remaining Goo beasts and affirmed, "Father, Shaoxi speaks the truth. There truly hasn't been a single one missing. So, does this mean they indeed stay here every day?" Based on our previous hunting experiences, the Goo beasts should typically scatter. What could possibly keep them in this spot? The astonishing discovery ignited a spirited discussion among them. Their animated chatter startled the Wong beast, which barked twice before sprinting in another direction. The Goo beasts, upon noticing, followed the Wong beast's lead and departed the forest one by one. By the time Hu Afu and the others realized what was happening, it was too late to catch the Goo beasts, but fortunately, they had already captured enough prey, and their jerky supplies remained adequate, allowing them to return home for now. Upon their return, Hu Dage chastised Hu Shaoxi. "Didn't I warn you to keep your voice down? Now you've scared away all the Goo beasts." Hu Shaoxi sulked. "It's not just my fault." Little K mother approached, cradling Hu Jiujiao. "Didn't you catch any game today?" Hu Afu nodded. "The Goo beasts were frightened away, and we couldn't catch them." Little K mother placed Hu Jiujiao in Hu Afu's arms and adjusted his fur coat. "It's all right. The game we caught before is enough to eat. We can afford to rest for a couple of days." Avoid Hu Dage's reprimand. Hu Shaoxi quickly jumped behind Little K mother. "Exactly. Besides, we can always return later. Those Goo beasts will surely still be there. I even saw the mother beasts hatching little ones." Little K mother's eyes widened. "Are they really hatching little ones? If that is the case, they certainly won't leave that area easily." However, she added, "But if you hunt the same spot every day, there will eventually be none left for us to eat. If we consume the large beasts, the little ones won't grow, and then what will we do?" Hu Jiujiao, sensing the gravity of the situation, began to babble, instantly drawing everyone's attention. "What's wrong, Jiujiao? Are you hungry?" Hu Jiujiao shook her head and hopped down from Hu Afu, playfully capturing a few small insects on the ground, trapping them between her hands. Although the tiny insects wriggled vigorously, they could not escape. Hu urged suddenly had a revelation. "Father, what if we, like Jiujiao, capture the Goo beasts and keep them? We could eat them when we want, keeping the mother beasts and the little ones for later, thus eliminating the need for constant hunting." Chapter 31. Raising Goo beasts, Hu Afu slapped his forehead, then scooped Hu Jiujiao back into his embrace. "Why didn't we ever think of this method? It appears Jiujiao is the cleverest among us. But where shall we keep these Goo beasts? What if Hu Amu and his gang come and steal our Goo beasts?" The mere mention of Hu Amu filled Hu San with resentment. He remembered their previous thieving antics. Had he been stronger, he would have driven them off long ago. "Isn't there an open space behind the mountain? There are no animals there, nor any beastmen who would hunt in that area. If we raise the Goo beast there, no one will know." Without hesitation, Hu Afu and the others returned to the previous forest, capturing all the Goo beasts over several trips and transporting them to the open space behind the mountain. Prevent the Goo beasts from escaping. Hu Afu and the others constructed a makeshift enclosure using large stones and vines. By the time they finished, everyone was utterly exhausted but wore smiles of joy. This is fantastic. We will no longer have to worry about going hungry. Hu Xiaoxi watched the Gugu beasts inside the enclosure, bouncing around excitedly before collapsing in fatigue. Yet his eyes remained fixated on the creatures. Hu Afu ruffled Hu Xiaoxi's hair. All right, let's head home. We can return to see them tomorrow. Didn't you say they wouldn't run away? However, when they returned the next day, to their dismay, the Gugu beasts had indeed broken free from the enclosure, leaving not a single one behind. The half-beastmen returned home disheartened, having labored for 2 days only to find their efforts in vain, which left them feeling despondent. Little Came Mother, witnessing their dismay, comforted them. It's all right. This method didn't work, but there are always other solutions. We mustn't rush at Hu Jujiao, however, was not surprised by the outcome. She had intentionally placed a Wang beast to guard the Gugu beasts. Anticipating such an event, the Gugu beast would only behave if watched by the Wang beast. Likewise, having the Wang beast around would ensure the Gugu beasts wouldn't be easily captured. Thus, to successfully raise the Gugu beasts, they would inevitably need to capture a Wang beast as well. Hu Jujiao pondered this and began to imitate the Wang beast bark. Woof! 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 Why is Jujiao suddenly barking? Is she unwell? As the most cherished little darling of the family, any unusual behavior from Hu Jujiao drew immediate attention. Father, don't you think Jujiao's barking sounds remarkably similar to that Wang beast that was guarding the Gugu beast before? Hu Dage exclaimed suddenly. Hu Xiaoxi recalled, yes, I remember that it was that very Wang beast that barked twice, and the Gugu beast followed it. So, the Gugu beast must stay close to the Wang beast, with a clear direction. The crowd found renewed vigor and once again returned to the familiar forest. As expected, they encountered the Gugu beasts and the Wawa beast. Drawing from their previous experience in capturing the Gugu beasts, they approached the task with greater skill this time. Father Hu and the others first corralled the Gugu beasts into an open area at the back mountain, enclosing them with a fence, and then tethered the captured Wawa beast with vines outside the enclosure. With the presence of the Wawa beast, the Gugu beast settled down considerably. Even within their limited range, they busily ate insects or tended to their eggs. Days passed, and the Gugu beasts did not attempt to break free from the enclosure as they had before, allowing Father Hu and the others to finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, while they rejoiced, Aunt Huer was still brooding over the embarrassment brought on by Humu earlier. This only intensified her disdain for a foolish little cub. Coincidentally, Hu Xiaowu had just returned from outside when Aunt Huer approached, tugging at his ear. Where have you been roaming about again? Off to visit the Hu Yicheng family, I presume. Do you have any idea how much trouble they caused me? It was already unfortunate enough to have given birth to a fool, and now one of them has the audacity to side with outsiders. You might as well go live with them. Hu Xiaowu, lacking the wits to comprehend her reasoning, could only stand there, dazed. Unfortunately, Aunt Huer's grip was too strong, causing the jerky hidden in Hu Xiaowu's arms to tumble out with a thud, notably insensitive to the surroundings but acutely aware of the jerky. Aunt Huer instinctively snatched it up as it fell. What is this? Jerky? Hu Xiaowu, where did you get this jerky? Aunt Huer's voice turned sharp. Hu Xiaowu blinked, staring at Aunt Huer's moving lips, speechless for a long moment, before stubbornly attempting to reclaim his jerky. With no outlet for her frustration, Aunt Huer seized Hu Xiaowu and marched to Father Hu's home. Hu Yicheng. Do you dare claim your family has not hoarded jerky? Tell me, is that jerky on Hu Xiaowu yours? Father Hu was feeding Hu Jiu meat porridge alongside Mother Xiaoke when he caught sight of the furious Aunt Huer and quickly positioned himself to shield the mother and daughter behind him. Sister-in-law, what trouble are you stirring up now? What trouble? Your family has surplus food for the fool but none for the clan leader and the high priest. You played tricks on my cousin. And now I'm here seeking fairness. Is that not permissible? Aunt Huer asserted, advancing towards Mother Xiaoke, grasping her shoulder. Quickly hand over the jerky you've hoarded. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. Mother Xiaoke, cradling Hu Jiu, found herself unable to dodge and could only tighten her hold on Hu Jiu, sister-in-law. Please let go. Mother Xiao Ke managed to squeeze out a few words amidst Aunt Huer's shaking. Aunt Huer then noticed Hu Jiao, the female cub she could never bear, and a surge of jealousy surged within her. Releasing her grip on Mother Xiao Ke, she feigned a misstep and aimed a blow at Hu Jiao. Seeing the impending strike, Hu Xiaowu suddenly had a flash of insight and desperately positioned himself between Mother Xiao Ke and Aunt Huer. The force that was meant for Hu Jiao landed squarely on Hu Xiaowu instead. Xiaowu, are you all right? Uncle, who had just returned and was met with this scene, rushing to shield Hu Xiaowu in his embrace, Hu Xiaowu, somewhat oblivious to pain, stared blankly at Uncle Hu. Murmuring Dad, Uncle Hu inspected Hu Xiaowu's injuries, finding them to be minor, before turning his attention to Aunt Huer. Chapter 32. Confrontation with Aunt Huer. What are you doing? Confronted by the furious Uncle Hu. Aunt Huer's bravado diminished somewhat, yet she maintained her indignation. I saw Hu Xiaowu with an extra piece of jerky. Is that not evidence of them hoarding food? Am I not allowed to inquire? Did you see with your own eyes my brother giving jerky to Xiaowu? Uncle Hu was straining to suppress his frustration. Aunt Huer's tone remained defiant, though she hesitated to meet Uncle Hu's gaze. Then that settles it. That piece of jerky was given to Xiaowu by me. Do you think I'm unaware of how you treat him? I gave him jerky to eat. Do I need you to come to my brother's house and cause a scene? Though Uncle Hu refrained from physically confronting Aunt Huer, his voice was still intimidating. Moreover, even if my brother were willing to share his rations with Xiaowu, what does that prove? Must we provide all our food to your family for you to be satisfied? Uncle Hu advanced towards Aunt Huer, his words nearly spitting in her face. Aunt Huer glared at him for a long while, but ultimately succumbed and left in a huff. However, after departing from Father Hu's, the more she contemplated the matter, the more unsettled she felt, and she turned to find Humu. Cousin, you cannot imagine how that Huer Chung dealt with me today. Just as Aunt Huer clung to Humu's arm, ready to vent her grievances, she was unexpectedly pushed away by Humu. You still dare to speak? Last time, you told me that the Hu Yicheng family was hoarding food, leading to my humiliation before the tribe's beastmen. You know that the clan leader scolded me thoroughly today. Aunt Huer's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Humu. Initially, Humu had found her alluring gaze charming, but now it only irritated him further, filling him with resentment towards Aunt Huer. And you glare at me. I only sought trouble with the Hu Yicheng family for your sake, and now I have gained nothing but trouble. Aunt Huer suddenly grasped Humu's hand. You mean to blame me? Without waiting for Humu's reply, she read his expression and promptly released him, cursing as she stormed back home. Damn it, Hu Yicheng dares to scold me, and you, Humu, dare to treat me this way. Who am I worrying for? In the end, I am left in an untenable position. As she spoke, Aunt Huer violently smashed several clay bowls to the ground, the sound ringing sharply, temporarily soothing her simmering anger. Uncle Hu, having reluctantly calmed his emotions after the intervention of Father Hu and others, was just returning home with Hu Xiaowu when he saw the scattered fragments of pottery. His previously suppressed rage flared up once more. Daru, have you finished making a scene of my brothers? Only to come home and create chaos here. Both Uncle Hu and Aunt Huer were in a foul mood. She thought she had endured enough of Uncle Hu's disdain, even at home. He offered her no kindness, so why should she continue to compromise? Yes, I want to cause a scene. What of it? Go ahead and hit me. Aunt Huer defiantly stepped closer to Uncle Hu. In that moment, Uncle Hu felt an overwhelming urge to slap the woman away. Yet he was not that kind of person. He retracted his raised hand, but the muscles on his forehead betrayed his foul mood. Ru, I hope we can resolve our issues calmly. Do not force my hand. Amidst her fury, Aunt Huer could not hear his words. What am I forcing you to do? You are the one who is wholeheartedly siding with your brother's family. Do you see me or our family at all? You made a mistake, and now you wish to blame me for not assisting you. You cling to trivial grievances to provoke my brother's family. And our family has already shown you more tolerance than you deserve. Unable to counter Uncle Hu's words, Aunt Huer lunged at him, but after being pushed away, she fell to the ground, producing unintelligible growls. Uncle Hu looked at Aunt Huer, who seemed to have lost her mind, shaking his head, truly unreasonable. He then turned on his heel, cradling Hu Xiaowu, and left the disheartening home behind. Brother, Didn't you go home? Why are you back? Father who inquired upon seeing uncle who returned to not say a word. I cannot live with that woman. Brother, is there room for me and Xiao Wu to stay for a couple of days? Hearing uncle Hu's words, Mother Xiao Ke immediately looked to Father Hu. Father Hu shook his head, indicating he was equally clueless, but he went to welcome Uncle Hu and found a place for him to sit. Brother, you and sister-in-law cannot continue like this. If you walk out, she will undoubtedly return to cause trouble. They were not so much afraid of Aunt Hu causing trouble, but rather felt that this situation could not continue indefinitely. Uncle Hu gazed at Father Hu for a long while, uncertain of how to broach the subject, and sighed deeply. Brother, you do not understand. I truly cannot communicate with her. Perhaps I should just sever ties with her entirely. Father Hu exchanged a knowing glance with Mother Xiaoke, who then stepped forward to offer her counsel. Second brother, even if you are dissatisfied with sister-in-law, Xiao Wu is still her child. It is not so simple to dissolve your bond. It would be better for you to coexist peacefully for now. Yet, Uncle Hu retorted, but you are well aware of her attitude toward Xiao Wu. His voice grew increasingly impatient, but upon meeting the eyes of his elder brother and sister-in-law, he felt deflated. Then let us do this. Why not entrust Xiao Wu to our care while you return to soothe sister-in-law? This way, there should be fewer complications, don't you think? Mother Xiaoke understood that reconciling the conflict between Uncle Hu and Aunt Hu could not be achieved with just a few words. So she proposed an alternative solution. Uncle Hu pondered briefly and found it reasonably acceptable, thus acquiescing. Although Xiao Wu was somewhat simple-minded, his elder brothers had never neglected him, often bringing him along to play. Despite his inability to express himself, it was evident to any beast man that he was far happier than when he was at home. Perhaps influenced by his elder brothers, Xiao Wu had developed a fondness for his cousin Hu Jiujio, often tossing anything he liked in her direction that Hu Jiujio could discern Xiao Wu's good intentions and grew more attentive to him. Noticing that his fur lacked luster, she was acutely aware of Aunt Hu's harsh treatment of Xiao Wu. Without the occasional provisions of meat jerky from Father Hu, he would likely go hungry today. For vegetables, he probably consumed even less, explaining the dullness of his coat. Now that Xiao Wu was with them, he was well fed with meat jerky, yet obtaining fruits and vegetables remained a challenge. Chapter 33. The Mimi Beast and Seeds. Reflecting on this, Hu Jiujio released several Mimi beasts from her hidden space, instructing them to take the spiritual spring and seeds to plant near the habitat of the Gugu beasts. Merely having seeds would make harvesting fruit quite difficult, but with the blessing of the spiritual spring, fresh fruits and vegetables would sprout in just a few days, alleviating their concerns. Once Hu Jiujio resolved these matters, Father Hu and the others recognized the insufficiency of their vegetable supply. Father, we are nearly out of the flower heart rhizomes we stored. We must find more vegetables, or else the nutrition for the little ones may fall short, Mother Xiaoke said anxiously. They had initially thought that with the Gugu beasts in captivity, their food issues would be resolved. However, it wasn't long before they encountered another significant problem. But the area where we found the flower heart rhizomes has already been depleted. Finding additional vegetables will be quite challenging, Father Hu sighed. In contrast to the adult beastmen's worries, the little ones, led by Brother Hu, remained optimistic. Mother, don't worry. I'll take my brothers to search for them. The forest is vast. It can't be too difficult to find some vegetables, Brother Hu declared confidently. However, the following days yielded no results in their foraging efforts, which severely dampened their spirits. Fortunately, even without vegetables, they could sustain themselves for a while longer, allowing them to shift their focus back to the Gugu beasts they were raising. Brother Hu, along with his second and third brothers, diligently searched for grass seeds and insects to feed the Gugu beasts, while the youngest brother, who could not contribute much, took on the task of feeding the Wong Wong beasts with meat jerky and occasionally playing with them. One day, while playing with the Wong Wong beasts, Hu Xiaoxi was startled when one of them suddenly barked wildly at a particular section of the forest. Frightened, Hu Xiaoxi nearly dove into the enclosure of the Gugu beasts. When he finally regained his composure, he was abruptly struck on the head. Ouch! Who hit me? That hurts, he cried, crouching down as a berry rolled to his feet. Instantly captivated by this peculiar object, he picked it up and examined it closely. Sniffing it but ultimately unable to identify what it was, How strange. How could a fruit suddenly fall on me? Just as he finished speaking, several more fruits came tumbling down, some even bearing bite marks. Aside from Hu Shao Si, the other half-beasts also found themselves similarly afflicted, with cries of ouch echoing through the forest. Brother Hu was the first to react, picking up a fruit from the ground and rushing to Father Hu. "Father, Father, we have fruits to eat." Father Hu and the others were taken aback, spending a considerable amount of time discerning the origin of the fallen fruits, Mimi beasts in the forest, with the arrival of fruits. Their search for vegetables became less pressing. Without further ado, they began to collect the fruits scattered on the ground, forgetting their grievances against the Mimi beasts that had pelted them in the ensuing days. It became a daily occurrence for Mimi beasts to shower them with fresh fruits, while the more mischievous ones would leap onto the backs of the little ones to play. Father Hu and the others engaged in a battle of wits with the Mimi beasts, successfully gathering a considerable bounty of fruits. Xiao Wu's fur, after enjoying a diet of fresh fruits and vegetables, became sleek and shiny. With their basic needs met, life gradually improved. Hu Jujo grew a little older, and Mother Xiaoke often took her out to play. Yet, even beyond the confines of home, the world of the beastmen offered little in terms of entertainment. The primitive forest only presented an array of grass, trees, and stones. Wait, stones! Upon spotting several distinct stones on the forest floor, Hu Jujo was suddenly filled with excitement. Her exclamation caught Mother Xiaochua's attention, who glanced in the direction Hu Jujo was pointing but saw nothing of particular note. "Jujo, is there something over there?" Hu Jujo shook her body vigorously and exclaimed, "Eek! Yay!" Never before had she felt such frustration at her inability to speak. Thankfully, while Mother Xiaoke couldn't comprehend her child's meaning, she was always eager to fulfill her request. "I see now. Jujo wants the stones, right?" Hu Juju nodded eagerly in agreement. Mother Xiaoke approached, picking up a gray-brown stone and placing it in Hu Jujo's hands. Clutching her hard-won prize tightly, Hu Jujo refused to let go even upon returning home. This was no ordinary stone. It was flint, if Father Hu could grasp the use of flint to create fire. They might one day enjoy cooked meat instead of gnawing on jerky or slurping the simple meat porridge made by soaking jerky in water. Upon returning home, Xiao Wu continued to follow Mother Xiaoke with unwavering loyalty. And Hu Jujo suddenly had an idea. She tossed the flint onto the ground. Pointing at the flint, she called out, and Xiao Wu looked at her, somewhat puzzled. Hu Jujo repeated her call, and suddenly, Xiao Wu seemed to grasp her intent. Scampering over to pick up the flint and hand it to her, Hu Jujo was taken aback by how smoothly things were progressing. She tossed the flint to the ground once more, and Xiao Wu promptly retrieved it again. Thus, the two little ones engaged in a game of throw and fetch, passing the afternoon in delightful play. That evening, Father Hu and the others began processing the meat from the Gugu beasts. Setting the prepared meat aside on a bed of dry pine needles and stones, Mother Xiaoke held Hu Jujo, standing nearby to observe, while keeping an eye on Father Hu and the others. Hu Jujo seized the opportunity to throw the flint toward the pile of pine needles. After an afternoon of play, she needed only to toss the flint, and Xiao would immediately rush to retrieve it for her. After several repetitions, the pine needles ignited, producing a flicker of flame. Xiao Wu, eager to fetch more, was promptly lifted by Father Hu and moved away from the fire. What is happening? How did a fire suddenly start? Father Hu and the others had seen fire before, but it usually arose from dry wood spontaneously combusting or lightning striking a tree. In their understanding, fire was dangerous and must be avoided at all costs, lest one inadvertently lose their life. The concepts of starting or extinguishing a fire were beyond their comprehension. "I don't know. Perhaps we should take the little ones far away. We mustn't let them get burned." As the little sparrow mother spoke, she cradled Hu Jujo while simultaneously blocking the startled cubs, guiding them to a distance away. Chapter 34. A Fire Ignites. Due to their fear and wariness of fire, they did not venture too far but maintained a safe distance, observing intently. The cubs, having never witnessed such a scene, were filled with curiosity. "Mother, what is that? Why do the pine needles glow? It's so bright. It feels so warm. Can I get closer to take a look? Why do I smell such a delicious fragrance? Father, I'm hungry." Father shielded all of them behind him, sternly declaring that S called fire. You mustn't approach it, or you might lose your lives. Though Hu father's intimidating words did not completely extinguish the cubs' curiosity, they did manage to quell their restlessness somewhat, with the presence of fire. The entire courtyard appeared significantly warmer and more illuminated, revealing faces that had been obscured in the darkness of night. After a while, the cubs grew bored of watching the flames and began to frolic and play. Unfortunately, the supply of pine needles was limited, and soon the fire began to dwindle. They then noticed that the area where the fire had burned continued to emanate a peculiar fragrance. Hu father approached the scorched ashes and, to his astonishment, discovered that the previously prepared goo beast remained, albeit shrunken considerably, the delightful aroma wafting from it. This enticing scent tantalized their taste buds, prompting Hu little four to exclaim, "Father, can we eat the meat of this goo beast? It smells so good. How could anything that has been burned by such a dangerous fire be edible?" This was evidently contrary to Hu father's years of experience as a half-beast. "If you're hungry, I can fetch you some jerky, but you must not eat the fire-affected goo beast. Do you understand?" Hu little four gazed longingly at the meat in Hu father's hand, ultimately responding with a pitiful "oh." Setting aside the uncertain meat, their immediate priority was to investigate how this fire had ignited. If this fire could appear spontaneously, it would pose a grave danger to them. "Brother, do you think it could be because the goo beast's meat shouldn't be placed on pine needles?" Uncle Hussein was the first to propose a hypothesis that Hu father immediately refuted. "Impossible. We've done so before without incident. That it might be due to the pine needles being too deep or why." Hu's second brother chimed in. While this was hard to contest, Hu father still felt that something was amiss. After a lengthy discussion, the half-beast still arrived at no conclusion, and Hu little five, unable to contain himself, darted over to the ashes as if to retrieve something. "Little five, what are you doing?" Hu father swiftly intervened. Hu little five, perplexed by his father's obstruction, was only aware that his game with Hu Jiujiu had yet to conclude. Jiujiu tossed stones, and little five gestured animatedly with his hands, babbling incoherently. Observing his actions, the little sparrow mother suddenly realized, "Little five, are you trying to talk about the game you played with Jiujiu earlier?" Hu little five's eyes brightened instantly, shaking his hands even more vigorously. "Game." Stone, the other half-beasts, also caught on, unearthing the flint that Hu Jiujiu had previously thrown from the ashes. So, Jiujiu used this to create fire? Hu big brother spoke, still somewhat incredulous that I knew Jiujiu went out to play today. I wondered why she was so fixated on that stone. Turns out it had such a purpose. The little sparrow mother laughed, cradling Hu Jiujiu. "Our Jiujiu truly is a little lucky star. Even a random stone she picks up is a treasure. Jiujiu is amazing." Hu Jiujiu, realizing that everyone understood her intent, joyfully chirped twice. However, merely knowing how the fire had ignited was insufficient. Hu Jiujiu's primary goal was to teach them how to prepare cooked meat. She had no desire to consume meat porridge made from jerky. Striving to signal towards the cooked meat, she waved her hands towards the little sparrow mother, who gently patted her in a calming manner. "Jiujiu, dear, it's hot over there. Can you stay here for now?" Hu Jiujiu protested with a couple of disgruntled chirps. Yet everyone remained concerned that the area recently scorched by fire might pose a risk to Hu Jiujiu, resolutely refusing to let her approach. Consequently, Hu Jiujiu reluctantly acquiesced for the time being. Fortunately, the cooked meat, having been smoked by the pine needles, would not spoil easily. It could still be consumed after a few days, and she knew she would eventually find her opportunity. However, Hu father and the others had only just come to understand fire, harboring a sense of reverence towards it, which extended to the smoked cooked meat as well. Thus, it was several days before Hu Jiujiu finally found a chance to get close to the cooked meat. One day, while the little sparrow mother busied herself with preparing jerky, she entrusted Hu Jiujiu to Hu's second brother. As Hu's second brother carried Hu Jiujiu around the courtyard, the previously cooked meat was situated in a corner. Upon spotting the cooked meat, Hu Jiujiu exclaimed in delight and vigorously waved her hands in that direction. "Are you trying to go play over there, Jiujiu?" Hu's second brother inquired, lowering his head. Seeing Hu Jiujiu quicken her waving, he made his way toward the pile of cooked meat. Upon reaching it, Hu Jiujiu gestured repeatedly towards the meat on the ground. Ever accommodating, Hu's second brother picked up a piece and placed it in Hu Jiujiu's hands. However, the piece was still too large for her small hands. She desired to eat it, yet it was so big that she feared she might choke before even managing to swallow it. After toying with the piece of meat for a while, she exerted herself to break it apart. While her hands appeared strong, they were unable to yield any results against the meat, prompting her to cast her gaze back at Hu's second brother. With a gentle motion, Hu's second brother easily tore the meat into smaller pieces, but this made him hesitant to hand them over to Hu Jiujio. Hu Jiujio fixed her eyes intently on the piece of meat in Hu's second brother's hand, suddenly lunging forward with determination, just as he pulled the meat away. Jiujio, you absolutely cannot eat this, Hu's second brother said earnestly. Regardless of whether she could comprehend him, Hu Jiujio glared at him in defiance. Did she not know if it was edible? This cooked meat was far more delicious than jerky. If she didn't demonstrate it, how would they know it was safe to eat? Now, deprived of even the opportunity to showcase it, would they forever be deprived of cooked meat? Hu Jiujio made several more attempts, but each time Hu's second brother withheld the meat, ultimately preventing her from tasting it. Hu's second brother recognized his sister's cleverness, understanding that her insights often proved useful. Observing her persistent desire to eat the cooked meat only intensified his curiosity about it. Chapter 35. Cooked meat is edible. Just then, he recalled his modest knowledge of herbalism and his ability to identify certain toxins. So he sniffed the aroma of the cooked meat. It seemed to be free of poison. Hu's second brother reached an uncertain conclusion. Turning around, he noticed Hu Jiujio gazing at him with eager eyes, and he decided to sample the cooked meat to ascertain its edibility. The moment the cooked meat touched his tongue, a burst of flavor enveloped his palate. It was tender and easy to chew, presenting a taste entirely distinct from that of jerky or raw meat. Could it be that meat smoked by pine needles tasted this delightful? Hu's second brother marveled at the piece of meat in his hand, his eyes wide with astonishment. If it was indeed edible, it meant that this meat need not go to waste. They could process goo beast meat in this manner in the future, which would be far more delicious and convenient than turning it into jerky. Without delay, Hu's second brother sought out Hu's father. Father, I just tried some. This meat might still be good to eat. You ate it. Are you all right? Do you feel unwell? Hu's father's immediate reaction to this news was not joy but concern. Hu's second brother shook his head. Father, I feel fine. In fact, I think it tastes quite good. If all goes well, we can process meat like we did last night. Hu's father's mind remained filled with apprehension. After all, it had been exposed to fire. Could it truly be safe? If you're worried, perhaps we should observe it for another night. Since I've eaten it, if I don't encounter any issues, then everyone can rest assured Hu Ergo was indeed the most knowledgeable in the art of shamanism within the family. Thus, when he proposed his idea, Fu found it difficult to voice any objections and could only acquiesce. After a night passed, Hu Ergo remained perfectly fine, showing no signs of distress, which reassured Fu and the others. Their skepticism regarding the edibility of cooked meat shifted from absolute denial to a state of half-belief that Fu, since Ergo ate the cooked meat without any issues. Shouldn't we be able to eat it too? Hu Shaoxi had long been drooling over the cooked meat, but had refrained from indulging due to the repeated warnings from Fu and the others. Now, upon hearing that cooked meat was safe to eat, he was naturally the most eager. However, Hu Shu raised a new concern. But what if Ergo didn't eat much? What if he had too much and something went wrong? The more they deliberated, the longer they discussed, and the more anxious Hu Jiujio became as she watched from the sidelines. Upon hearing someone affirm that it was edible, Hu Jiujio nodded vigorously. Hu Ergo noticed her gestures and surmised her meaning. Fu, Jiujio seems to want to say that this meat is safe to eat. I believe we can trust her, with Hu Jiujio's endorsement. The discussion among Fu and the others came to an abrupt halt. Their attention shifted entirely to her. Hu Jiujio glanced around and spotted the area where the jerky was hanging, then clapped her hands in that direction. Afterward, she looked at the cooked meat before her and clapped her hands again. Hu Ergo understood her intent. She was trying to convey that the smoked meat was quite similar to the jerky and was equally edible. With the affirmation from their little lucky star, Fu and the others naturally set aside their doubts. Moreover, the time taken to smoke the cooked meat was less than that required to make jerky, and the flavor was superior. Compared to making jerky, smoking the meat was indeed a better method. Hence, Hua Fu and the others began experimenting with smoking a portion of the Gugu beast's meat using pine needles. Initially, they struggled to grasp the technique, but after several attempts, they gradually became familiar with it. After some time of experimentation, they found that the cooked meat was indeed more convenient and delicious, leading them to routinely prepare a portion of the Gugu beast's meat as cooked meat while preserving the rest as jerky. With food available, Hua Fu naturally did not hide it from his brothers. He specifically summoned Hua Shu to his home and shared some of the cooked meat with him. Elder brother, I cannot accept this. Hua Fu assumed that Hua Shu was concerned about their food supply and insisted on pressing the cooked meat into his hands. Don't worry. We have plenty to eat. This is surplus. Please take it. The taste of cooked meat is different from jerky. It's even more delicious. I just want you to have a taste. Hua Shu gazed at the cooked meat and sighed. Brother, we are family, so I want to be polite. However, you know how Rue's temperament is. If I bring this cooked meat home, she will surely take it all. Hua Shu returned the cooked meat back to Hua Fu. Uve worked hard to gather food. Don't let her find a reason to cause a scene. With Hua Shu stating it so plainly, Hua Fu could not press further. He let him have a meal before sending him back home. Hua Shu's wife had taken the last few pieces of jerky from their reserves to barely fill her stomach. Filled with resentment, she happened to see Hua Shu enter from outside and boldly blocked his path. Chung, there's no food at home. Why haven't you hunted anything yet? Hua Shu was taken aback. I clearly brought back a Gugu beast yesterday. How can there be no food today? Hua Shu's wife shot him a glare. And what of it? That one Gugu beast isn't enough for me alone. What use is it? Hurry and bring me some food, or go ask your elder brother for some. They have plenty. Upon hearing Hua Shu's wife mention Hua Fu, his dissatisfaction surged. You are lazy and want me to support you, but why do you continually target my elder brother's family? Hua Shu's wife widened her eyes in disbelief. Hua Chung, are you really picking a fight with me for your elder brother? You always talk about him. When have you ever regarded me? I'm the one who made a bond with you. Hua Shu was momentarily speechless. He realized that this female beast was truly unreasonable. She had made an unreasonable demand and was now blaming him. I am too tired to argue with you. I have no food, and neither does my elder brother. If you don't want to go hungry, you must hunt for yourself tomorrow. I cannot find you food today. With that, Hua Shu stormed out of the house again. Frustrated and with nowhere to vent her anger, Hua Shu's wife began to throw things in rage. However, with her limited supply of jerky and her unwillingness to hunt or starve, she soon devised another plan. Xiao Wu, come here to mother. Hua Shu's wife smiled sweetly at Hu Xiao Wu for the first time. She had finally found a chance to seize Hu Xiao Wu when he had wandered off to play, ensuring that no one else from Hua Fu's family would notice. Chapter 36. Hua Shu's wife snatches Hu Xiao Wu's jerky. Hu Xiao Wu stared blankly at her. Although he was simple-minded, he could still discern the intentions of others. The smile on the female beast's face felt strange to him, making him hesitant to approach. Hua Shu's wife coaxed him several times without success and eventually lost her patience. Directly grabbing Hu Xiao Wu's wrist and leading him away from Hua Fu's house. Xiao Wu, tell mother, did you go hungry at Hui Qing's house? Hu Xiao Wu struggled to comprehend. Finally managing to respond. No, then let mother see what they gave you to eat. All right. Hu Xiao Wu hesitated. Clearly, he did not understand how to refuse Hua Shu's wife, but his inner unwillingness prevented him from answering her question. However, at that moment, Hua Shu's wife had already noticed the rations Hu Xiao Wu was hiding in his embrace and, without further ado, reached out to snatch them away. Hu Xiao Wu attempted to flee. But how could his strength compare to that of a fully grown beast? Ultimately, he returned to Hua Fu's house with an empty stomach. Meanwhile, Hua Shu's wife, having successfully acquired the rations, was filled with joy, completely unconcerned about whether Hu Xiao Wu would go hungry. I knew the Hu Yicheng family must be hiding a lot of food. They are so generous to give this foolish Xiao Wu so much jerky. As she scoffed, she began to rummage through the jerky she had stolen. What's this? Hua Shu's wife pulled out a piece of cooked meat that had been mixed in with the jerky. It looked edible enough. She sniffed it and casually tucked the cooked meat back into the jerky. When Hu Xiao Wu returned empty-handed, he found Xiao Ke Mu feeding Hu Jiu cooked meat. The cooked meat, being more tender than jerky, could be torn into strips, allowing Hu Jiu to eat it without needing to soak it in water to make meat porridge like before. Having been deceived and not having eaten anything prior, Hu Xiao Wu returned with his stomach growling, helplessly watching Hu Jiu eat the meat. Noticing that Hu Xiao Wu seemed less cheerful than usual and seeing his sunken stomach, Hu Jiu quickly deduced that his jerky must have run out. Seizing the opportunity when Hu Xiao Wu went out to play again, Hu Jiu decided to make a Goo beast faint before him. Hu Xiao Wu recognized the creature as one that Hu Fu's family often brought back to prepare his food and immediately felt delighted. Jiu Goo. He awkwardly imitated the sound of the Goo chicken, lifting it by the neck and dragging it back to Hu Fu's house. After Hu Shu calmed down, he returned home. Upon seeing Hu Shu's wife, now with food, paid him little mind, engrossed in counting her stolen jerky. What's that smell? Hu Shu's nose twitched as he detected a scent he had only encountered at Hu Fu's house. It was the aroma of cooked meat. Though he had only tasted it once, he would never forget that uniquely delicious flavor. Hu Shu wandered around the yard, not finding any cooked meat, ultimately focusing his gaze on Hu Shu's wife. Immediately, Hu Shu's wife tightened her grip on the jerky. What are you looking at me for? Are you planning to steal from me because you didn't catch anything? Hu Shu couldn't be bothered to argue with her and wave his hand dismissively. Who would want to steal from you? As long as you don't rob others, that jerky is yours. Hu Shu's wife's expression froze for a moment before she realized she had overreacted, yet her instinct led her to clutch the jerky even tighter. What do you mean by stealing? Is it stealing if I take food meant for my child? These pieces of jerky are already in my possession. No one can take them back. In order to ascertain the source of the cooked meat in the hands of Aunt Hu Uncle Hu made a special trip to visit Uncle Hu. It was quite easy to deduce where the meat had come from. It was inconceivable that Uncle Hu and his family would have given it to her. The only person Aunt Hu could possibly turn to was Hu Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, did your father or mother come looking for you? Hu Xiao Wu, being honest, nodded slightly to a sense of dread washed over Uncle Hu. What did she want from you? Hu Xiao Wu pointed to the empty space in his arms where the jerky had once been. Uncle Hu immediately understood that Aunt Hu must have forcibly taken Xiao Wu's food. As a mother, she could stoop to such actions, suppressing the anger bubbling within him. Uncle Hu gently patted Hu Xiao Wu's head. Be good, Xiao Wu. Listen to your father if your mother comes again. Do not give her your food. All right? Hu Xiao Wu nodded, and Uncle Hu let him go. Although he had uncovered the truth, his heart was filled with greater worry. Having tasted cooked meat himself, he knew well that its flavor was vastly different from that of jerky. Such delectable cooked meat would undoubtedly attract Aunt Hu's attention, should she and her family secretly learn how to prepare it, or even discover that Uncle Hu possessed flint. They would likely face even more difficulties within the tribe. Innocent men suffer for possessing something valuable. Coupled with the matter of Hu Xiao Wu, Uncle Hu's resolve to sever ties with Aunt Hu solidified, and he returned home after leaving Uncle Hu's house. However, this time, the door to his home did not welcome him as readily. Oh, cousin, why are you so worried? I just had a quarrel with Hu Chung today. He probably went back to find his elder brother and won't be back anytime soon. Aunt Hu's tone was markedly different from when she spoke with Uncle Hu earlier, dripping with an alluring sweetness. Even without seeing anything, Uncle Hu had a growing suspicion about what Aunt Hu was up to. I must remain cautious. One can never be too careful. Upon hearing Aunt Hu's words, Hu visibly relaxed, his hands beginning to move up and down, eliciting a series of giggles and playful scolds from Aunt Hu. After a brief pause, they resumed their conversation. By the way, cousin, haven't you been helping the chieftain collect tributes lately? How is that going? I imagine you've received quite a bit. Aunt Hu's tone carried a hint of insinuation. Hu scoffed. What tributes? It's a miracle that the chieftain is accepting anything from me at all. Aunt Hu was taken aback. How could that be? The chieftain has always treated you well. Hu shook his head disapprovingly. They merely seek to exploit me. Resources within the tribe are dwindling, and the game in the mountains is scarce. Catching a single Goo beast in a day is considered fortunate. The chieftain has decided to demand more tributes in the future, so you should prepare accordingly. After hearing their conversation, Uncle Huer did not make a sound but quietly left and returned to Uncle Hue's house. Chapter 37. More Wong Wong Beast Brother. There is something important I must tell you. Uncle Huer intercepted Uncle Hue, who was busy tending to the goo-goo chickens, and recounted what he had just overheard. The chieftain truly intends to increase the tributes? Uncle Hue echoed in shock. Though they were currently well fed due to the domestication of goo-goo beasts, if the chieftain were to demand more tributes, their lives would become difficult. Hu Jojo, who was playing nearby, paused her crawling to carefully sit and listen to the conversation. Regardless of whether they could meet the chieftain's tribute demands, Hu Jojo did not want Uncle Hue and the others to pay them. If they were to pay while others could not, the secret of their domestication of goo-goo beasts would soon be discovered, and their hard work would be in vain. The tribe was filled with robust beastmen, and if these half-beastmen were exposed for possessing something unique, they would be as vulnerable as goo-goo beasts before the eyes of beastmen, left at the mercy of others to address this issue fundamentally. The best course of action was to instill fear in others. Hu Jojo released several Wong Wong beasts from her hidden space, allowing them to patrol the area around the yard. This way, even if someone sought to provoke them, they would have to consider the presence of these Wong Wong beasts. When the Wong Wong beasts were first released, they barked a few times, and soon 4 or 5 of them began barking in unison, catching the attention of Uncle Hue and the others. What is happening? Why are there so many Wong Wong beasts barking outside the yard? Are they coming to attack us? Father, I'm a bit scared. Uncle Hue comforted the young Hu Shao Si and, along with Uncle Huer and Uncle Husan, armed themselves with their usual wooden sticks, standing at the door to ensure the Wong Wong beasts would not enter and harm them or the cubs. The barking continued, and the surrounding neighbors were frightened into staying indoors, not daring to show themselves. Aunt Huer was an exception. She was on her way to Uncle Hue's house, intending to snatch Hu Xiaowu back. The moment she learned about the increased tribute demands, she felt a pang of anxiety. She understood that her bond with Uncle Huer was tenuous, and without Hu Xiaowu, Uncle Huer would have likely severed ties with her long ago, with Hu Xiaowu by her side. She felt secure that Uncle Huer would continue to care for her. Without him, she would struggle even to hunt for food. Seeing the Wong Wong beasts wandering outside Uncle Hue's house startled Aunt Huer, but she quickly became elated with another thought. With so many Wong Wong beasts, could it be that Hui Chung and his family had hoarded too much food, attracting the attention of the beasts who were now coming to steal it? Aunt Huer's greatest wish, aside from having enough to eat and drink as she did now, was to drive Uncle Hue and Uncle Husan's family out of the tribe. The realization of that wish seemed imminent. How could she not feel joy? With this thought, Aunt Huer completely forgot about Hu Xiaowu and hurried back to find Huamu. You say there are Wong Wong beasts surrounding Hui Cheng's house? Huamu's tone was laced with evident delight. Would I deceive you? Aunt Huer playfully scolded him. Mu quickly embraced Aunt Huer. How could I not believe you? I was just a bit incredulous. However, considering that Hui Cheng's family was already unfortunate, it was entirely plausible that they would be targeted by the Wong Wong beasts. If their food were to be taken, and they could not pay their tributes, driving them out would be a matter of time. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, showering Aunt Huer with kisses. Truly, it is all thanks to you. Aunt Huer shyly punched Huamu's chest and lost herself in his embrace. Yet the reality was starkly different from their expectations. The 3 brothers, having stood guard at the door for quite some time, noticed that the Wong Wong beasts showed no inclination to rush in. They merely roamed around the yard, and their barking gradually diminished. Brother, do you think they mean us no harm? Uncle Huer asked uncertainly. Uncle Hue shook his head. It's unclear, you think it would be difficult for the 3 of us to subdue a single Wong Wong beast? Not at all, came the affirmative reply. With newfound confidence, Uncle Hue took out a small piece of jerky from his pocket, extending it towards a Wong Wong beast that was close to the yard's entrance, much like how they would feed the beast guarding the goo-goo beasts. The Wong Wong beast approached obediently, finishing the jerky before licking Uncle Hue's hand. Just then, a nearby beast man came over to investigate. Hu Yicheng, what's happening outside your house? Before he could finish, several Wong Wong beasts surged towards him, barking in unison, causing the beast man to turn and flee in terror. I was just taking a look. Don't chase me." The beastman's cries were pitiful, while Uncle Hu A and the others watched with thoughtful expressions. In the following days, Uncle Hu A and the others gradually interacted with the Wong Wong beasts outside the yard, discovering that the beasts bore them no ill will. They merely chased away the outside beastmen. Allowing them to relax, that a few days later, the chieftain summoned all the beastmen and half-beastmen living in the tribe to gather. Such gatherings had occurred before, so Uncle Hu A and the others were not particularly surprised. However, this time, certain matters had been delayed, causing Uncle Hu A to arrive a bit later. Previously, half-beastmen who arrived late would be disregarded by the chieftain, but this time, when Uncle Hu A and the others finally arrived, the chieftain and the other beastmen were silent, seemingly waiting specifically for them. The chieftain even cast several extra glances at them. "Since you have arrived, let us commence," with just this one sentence. They solidified the suspicions harbored in their hearts, further deepening their sense of unease. "Brother, do you think the chieftain and the others are deliberately waiting to set a trap for us?" Hu Sanshu felt a chill creep into his heart. Hua Fu, who had always struggled to comprehend such convoluted matters, could only shake his head and direct his gaze towards the chieftain, who was preparing to speak. Everyone was well aware that the supplies within the tribe were dwindling, and with the current weather being less than favorable, the tribe's situation was becoming increasingly dire. Thus, from now on, we shall collect offerings that are double the previous amount, and we hope everyone will willingly comply, so as not to disrupt the tribe's established rules. The chieftain's opening remarks were filled with platitudes, yet he emphasized the latter half of his statement with intent, making it sound as though he was deliberately pointing at certain individuals. As expected, he soon broached this very point. "However, I have recently discovered that some individuals within the tribe are consistently neglecting to submit their offerings. Therefore, from now on, we will dispatch individuals to conduct random inspections in your homes. Should we find that you are purposely hoarding supplies and failing to contribute, do not blame us for being unsparing." Upon uttering these words, the chieftain's gaze subtly drifted towards Hua Fu and the others. Chapter 38. How to conceal supplies. Hu Jiu, Hu Er Shu, and Hua Fu stood together, just in time to catch Hua Mu exchanging furtive glances with them, a look of malice upon his face. Connecting this with the chieftain's earlier comments, they suddenly grasped the implication. The chieftain's suggestion to increase the offerings must have originated from Hua Mu. After the chieftain concluded his remarks about the increased offerings, he spoke a few more words before abruptly ending the tribal meeting. Hu Mu observed as the beastmen gradually departed, and once again approached them, blocking Hua Fu and the others' path with a group of beastmen who had previously sought to confront Hua Fu. "Hu Yi Chung, you heard what the chieftain said, right? From now on, when I come to collect offerings, you better behave, or I'll have no choice but to search your homes. Understand?" The disdainful tone of Hua Mu was palpable, as he didn't even bother to meet their eyes. That Hu A Fu and the others had grown accustomed to Hua Mu's intermittent provocations, remaining unfazed. However, they knew they could not let this situation slide. Seeing that his family was being bullied, Hu De Gu stood with familiar beastmen before Hua Mu and his group. "We will naturally submit our offerings, so there's no need for your concern. As for the baseless accusations of hoarding supplies, kindly refrain from spreading such rumors." The towering beastmen behind Hua Mu erupted in mocking laughter at Hu Deji's words. "You little brat. How dare you speak to us like that? I advise you to choose your words carefully, lest you find yourself in dire straits. If we say you are hoarding supplies, then you are indeed hoarding supplies, and no amount of denial will change that. How laughable." Typically, Hu De would have retaliated long ago, but he understood the importance of maintaining composure. Suppressing his clenched fists, he adopted a calm demeanor and addressed them. "If you dare to proceed with your plans, I won't hesitate to report you to the chieftain. After all, there are plenty of other beastmen who would be eager to collect the offerings you refuse to submit." His words struck a chord with the beastmen, who, while not particularly fearful of Hu De, instinctively paled at his threat. Recognizing the impact of his statement, Hu De smiled slightly and continued. "If you wish to search our home, rest assured that the 5 Wong Wong beasts at our doorstep would be more than happy to entertain you." One Wong Wong beast alone was not intimidating, but 5 of them together could prove quite troublesome, even for those who outnumbered them 2 or 3 times. The beastmen soon realized that Cutie was not to be trifled with. What a stroke of bad luck! If anyone wants to go, they can go, but I have no desire to play with the Wong beast. Let's leave. This is utterly pointless. The beastmen grumbled in annoyance before dispersing. With the beastmen who had bolstered Huamu's confidence retreating, he had no choice but to leave, tail between his legs. Although they had successfully driven Huamu away, their reserves of food were indeed substantial. Should Huamu discover this and forcibly seize their supplies, they would be left with no recourse. Thus, how to discreetly relocate their carefully prepared provisions became a pressing concern. Why not choose a secluded spot and secretly hide the supplies there? Cutie proposed first. Ergu immediately countered. That won't do to a lot of our supplies or cooked meat, and its aroma is quite strong, even if no one discovers our hidden provisions. Other animals may very well be lured to them. Then let us conceal them in the trees. Surely, they would not think to search there, but where are there suitable trees to hide the supplies? As the group debated for quite some time, without reaching a conclusion, Cutie suddenly came up with an idea. They could dig a cellar outside. The current beastmen had yet to become clever enough to think of digging cellars to conceal items. If they could accomplish this first, then even if Huamu came to search, he would never suspect the underground. Contemplating this, Cutie began mimicking the action of digging, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Is Cutie playing a new game? What does Cutie want to dig up? In the end, the result was that everyone began to tease Cutie, and not a single person understood her intentions. The following day, Huafu made a decisive choice, sending Hu Sanshu and Hu San-A to take a portion of their supplies outside to find a tree hollow for storage. Though tree hollows were somewhat concealed, hollow trees were not particularly sturdy, and their scent could easily waft away, attracting other animals. If they were not discovered by Huamu, they could still be devoured by other carnivorous creatures. Rendering their efforts futile, determined to teach them the method of digging cellars, Cutie released a long-eared beast to dig a hole along the path taken by Hu Sanshu and Hu San-A. The long-eared beast was remarkably swift in its task, creating an entrance wide enough for a single beast to enter and excavating a space that was barely spacious enough for a beastman. After finishing the hole, the long-eared beast darted out and, bounding towards Hu Sanshu, snatched a large piece of jerky and scampered back towards the newly dug hole. Hu Sanshu was taken aback, unable to fathom that the diminutive long-eared beast would dare to snatch jerky from them, momentarily stunned. Stop right there. Upon hearing Hu Sanshu's shout, the long-eared beast quickened its pace. Hu Sanshu had no choice but to hand the jerky he held to Hu San-A. Sueya, keep an eye on this jerky. I'm going to chase after the long-eared beast. Before Hu San-A could respond, Hu Sanshu had already dashed off in pursuit. The long-eared beast had intentionally maintained a speed that allowed Hu Sanshu to keep up, not running too fast. After weaving through dozens of trees, the long-eared beast finally halted, diving into the hole it had just dug'd at. Hu Sanshu, now frantic, leapt in without a second thought. Upon entering the hole, Hu Sanshu was astonished to discover a hidden paradise. The entrance was concealed by bushes, allowing only a few rays of sunlight to filter through, and compared to the heat outside, a cool breeze wafted through, refreshing the beastman. Inside the hole were an abundance of fresh fruits and roots, evidently placed there not long ago. The long-eared beast had discarded the jerky to sit at the other end of the cave, eyeing Hu Sanshu curiously. After surveying the cave for a while, Hu Sanshu thoughtfully retrieved the jerky and hurried back to join Hu San-A in stowing away their supplies in a tree hollow. Before rushing home, "Brother, I just discovered a fantastic place." Hu Sanshu relayed his experience to Huafu. "I believe storing the jerky in that cave would be more suitable than a tree hollow. Huamu would never find it." Upon hearing Hu Sanshu's words, Huafu's eyes lit up. If what Hu Sanshu claimed was true, then even if the cave could not hold the jerky, they could still utilize the fruits and roots within, thus increasing their food reserves. Take me to see it tonight. If it truly is feasible, we shall follow your suggestion and store our supplies there. Chapter 39. The Power of Wong Beasts. However, it was not long after nightfall that Huamu once again came knocking, causing their plans to explore the cave to be shelved. Hu Yi-chung, open the door. We have come at the chieftain's command to search for hidden supplies. Huamu could still remember how he had been driven away by Cutie during the day, and as he shouted this, he felt a surge of vindication. Yet, just as he had begun to relish this moment, the Wong beast stationed at the gate came rushing in response to the commotion, firmly blocking the entrance. Wong. A multitude of barking beasts unleashed a cacophony that was astonishingly formidable, causing the previously aggressive orcs to recoil several paces in fright. What? These barking beasts are still here. The orcs huddled together, casting wary glances at the formidable creatures before them. One audacious orc attempted to hurl stones at them, only to be deterred by a menacing snarl from the barking beasts. The orcs, intimidated by the steadfast line of barking beasts, sought to infiltrate their ranks in pursuit of gain, yet ultimately found themselves compelled to concede, calling out for Hu Cheng. We have come at the behest of the clan leader. Will you not hasten to let us in? To allow them entry at such a moment would be akin to inviting wolves into the fold, an act so foolish it would not even be considered by Hu Afu. They feigned ignorance, continuing with their tasks as if the orcs were non-existent at the gate. The more Hu Mu shouted, the tighter the barking beasts pressed in, frustrated by the lack of response after bellowing for an eternity. Hu Mu resorted to threats. Hui Cheng. I warn you, should you fail to let us in and submit to a search, I shall inform the clan leader to expel your entire family from the tribe. Such words were little more than bluster. Had Hu Mu possessed the sway to persuade the clan leader, she would not have needed to provoke Hu Afu so frequently. Hu Afu and his kin had resolved firmly not to permit Hu Mu and her group entry today. After being left in limbo for an extended period, and with the barking beasts closing in menacingly, they were ultimately forced to retreat in disgrace. Upon returning, Hu Mu promptly sought out the clan leader, embellishing her account of the encounter. Leader, you cannot fathom how arrogant Hu Cheng is. The barking beasts at his gate are equally audacious, as if they yearn to devour us whole. I suspect he believes that with the barking beasts guarding him, he may forego his tributes in the future. Such half-orcs must not be allowed to remain in the tribe. The clan leader pondered for a moment. Do you truly believe those barking beasts are so formidable? Hu Mu, taken aback by the clan leader's unexpected concern for the barking beasts rather than supporting her call for Hu Afu's expulsion, stammered, Why yes, indeed. Having overseen numerous orcs and being of the Fox clan himself, the clan leader was astute enough to see through Hu Mu's petty schemes. Since you are unable to handle those barking beasts, I shall not permit Hu Cheng to remain unchecked. I will personally lead a group to confront them. With the clan leader's decision made, Hu Mu had little further to say. However, recalling the earlier encounter with the barking beasts, she lost any desire to accompany the clan leader in seeking out Hu Afu's family, instead turning to relay the news to Hu Erzhan. The clan leader, accompanied by a dozen or so orcs, arrived at Hu Afu's doorstep, only to be met, as expected, by the barking beasts. The clan leader glared at the creatures. Hui Cheng, I have come to see you. Do you not intend to greet me? Hu Erzhan discreetly followed behind, peering out to observe, hoping Hu Afu and his kin would relent and admit the clan leader. Yet to her astonishment, even he could not compel them to open their door. Hui Cheng, if you do not open your door forthwith, do not blame us for being unkind to these barking beasts. The jerky crafted by the barking beasts was rather palatable, and today would serve as an extra meal. The clan leader's subordinates shouted loudly at the door, rousing even the slumbering Hu Jujio. Following the confrontation with Hu Mu, Hu Jujio had increased the number of barking beasts stationed at the gate, now numbering nearly 10 at hearing their voices grow louder, accompanied by the dull thud of weapons being swung. Hu Jujio realized it was time to assert some deterrence. Otherwise, they might genuinely breach the defenses maintained by the barking beasts. With a swift thought, the barking beasts surged forward, their relentless barking scattering the orcs led by the clan leader, who were ultimately forced to retreat in disgrace. Observing from the sidelines, Hu Erzhan astutely noted a peculiar shift. Initially, the barking beasts had remained placid, merely blocking the orcs' approach. Yet without warning, they had erupted into a frenzy, charging at the orcs, appearing as if they were being commanded by an unseen force. However, since Hu Afu's family did not favor her, the only avenue for validating her suspicion lay with Hu Xiaowu. Hu Erzhan was already well aware of how to lure this foolish child out. Once she had coaxed Hu Xiaowu outside, she wasted no time in circling around him as she had previously. Hu Xiaowu, tell me, are the barking beasts at Hu Cheng's doorstep being directed by someone? Hu Xiaowu's usually silly grin transformed into a rare display of determination as he fixed his gaze on Hu Ershan's face. Yet he remained silent, frustrated by his reticence. Hu Erzhan seized his ear. Do you even know who the true beast is that brought you into this world? How dare you turn your back on your own kin? Speak up. Who is that half-orc? Hu Xiaowu continued to hold his tongue. Lacking the patience for such obstinacy, Hu Erzhan hoisted Hu Xiaowu up and began to swat his rear. Will you speak? Will you speak? Hu Xiaowu, stung to tears, sniffled and murmured, Jiujiu, Wang Wang, Wang Wang. His words were not entirely coherent. Yet when pieced together, they hinted at a connection between Hu Jiujiu and the barking beast. Hu Erzhan halted her assault on Hu Xiaowu, allowing him to flee in his panic. That it dawned on her that she had seldom paid attention to Hu Jiujiu before. Although the clan leader could not contend with the barking beasts outside Hu Afu's home, he dispatched a final ultimatum. Should they fail to remove the barking beasts, pay their tributes, and submit to a search, they would be expelled from the tribe. Yet, with the barking beasts in place, the clan leader's threats seemed laughable. How could Hu Afu's family possibly heed his decree? Moreover, this decision was evidently directed solely at their household, as the other families continued to pay their tributes as usual, without any increase, while the clan leader fixated on Hu Afu's family alone. The oppression of the beasts had gone too far. Chapter 40. Hu Ershan's cunning scheme to steal jerky after receiving information from Hu Xiaowu. Hu Erzhan discreetly observed Hu Jiujiu for several days. She noted how Hu Afu's family regarded Hu Jiujiu as a harbinger of good fortune, as the occasional hints provided by Hu Jiujiu consistently brought luck to them. Contemplating her own inability to bear female offspring and reflecting on the troublesome nature of Hu Xiaowu, Hu Ershan's heart grew heavy. Gradually, a bold idea took root in her mind. If she were to abscond with Hu Jiujiu, could it not bring her similar blessings? Once this thought took hold, it became impossible to suppress. However, to execute this plan, she would require the assistance of Hu Xiaowu, as the barking beasts at Hu Afu's door were no trifling matter. On another occasion, as Hu Xiaowu ventured out to play, Hu Erzhan seized the opportunity to grab him, boldly carrying him toward Hu Afu's home. The barking beasts, obeying Hu Jiujiu's command, refrained from harming Hu Xiaowu and allowed Hu Erzhan to enter. At that moment, Hu Afu and the other males had ventured out in search of food, while Xiao Ke and Hu Sanani were busy preparing jerky, providing Hu Erzhan with a perfect opportunity. Although her primary aim was to abduct Hu Jiujiu, she could not help but be drawn to the sight of the jerky. I knew they must be hoarding provisions. I have seen it with my own eyes. Let us see how they deny it from here on. Hu Erzhan mused to herself. After all, Hu Jiujiu was still young. Once she whisked her away, she would be unable to escape, so it would be prudent to pilfer some jerky while she was at it. With this thought in mind, Hu Erzhan stealthily approached the storage area for the jerky, only to discover a small quantity, certainly not enough to go unnoticed. Thus, she abandoned the notion of stealing jerky and turned her attention to Hu Jiujiu. Hu Jiujiu, deep in slumber, suddenly sensed an unwelcome presence enveloping her. Jolting awake in an instant, as her eyes fluttered open, she was met with the visage of Hu Ershan. Hu Jiujiu, bewildered, let out a wail that resonated like thunder. Hu Erzhan hurriedly covered Hu Jiujiu's mouth, whispering urgently, "Stop crying. If you don't, I shall feed you to the barking beasts." The wolf beast is compelled to heed the words of the fox chirp. Yet such threats hold no sway over the fox chirp, inciting it to struggle with even greater fervor. In a moment of defiance, the fox chirp sank its still limited teeth in the arm of Aunt Fox Air, compelling her to release her grip, after which it cried out even more loudly. Nearby, Fox Xiao Lu was engrossed in a game of slingshot and birds, drawn to his sister's cries, initially believing her to be hungry, only to find himself confronting Aunt Fox Air's face. "You scoundrel, what do you intend to do to my sister?" Fox Xiao Lu exclaimed, aiming his slingshot at Aunt Fox Air's visage. Though his first shot went awry, it nonetheless struck her shoulder with considerable force. Ouch! Aunt Fox Air yelped in pain, unable to suppress her astonishment. Fox Xiao Lu, undeterred, continued his tirade. "Mother! Third aunt! The wicked Aunt Air is here to steal my sister." His high-pitched voice, sharper than the cries of the fox chirp, immediately drew the attention of the surrounding beast folk. Aunt Fox Air, still cradling the fox chirp, found herself beset by an increasing number of onlookers, leaving her unsure whether to flee or stand her ground. Resolute, she decided to plunge through the throng of beast folk, only to be intercepted by others. How could you behave like this? Unable to bear your own female offspring, you resort to stealing from others. The murmurs among the beast folk weighed heavily on Aunt Fox Air, who, despite her usual obstinacy, felt the sting of shame in the presence of so many at that moment. Aunt Tiger San hurried over, reclaiming the fox chirp from Aunt Fox Air's grasp. You covet what does not belong to you, and with such a temperament, it is no wonder you cannot bear offspring. Aunt Tiger San, known for her candid nature, could hardly tolerate Aunt Fox Air's actions and felt compelled to deliver another rebuke. Aunt Fox Air, having lost both her intended prey and her dignity, found it unbearable as she contemplated a plausible justification. She caught sight of Fox A Moo in the crowd, and a clever idea sprang to mind. Who says I came to steal a female offspring? I was sent by the clan leader to conduct a random inspection, to see if there were any hoarded rations in the household of Fox E Chung, and it just so happened that I discovered your theft of clan provisions. I alone could not stand against your entire family, so I took the fox chirp to avoid your retaliation and to have a place to seek redress. Upon finishing her fabricated tale, Aunt Fox Air felt a renewed sense of confidence, gazing defiantly at Aunt Tiger San, as if her words held the weight of truth. Sister-in-law, you are slandering us. Where have we stolen provisions? Aunt Tiger San, less cunning and somewhat tongue-tied, found herself at a loss for a retort. The fox chirp shared Aunt Tiger San's indignation. In this relatively innocent world of beast folk, encountering someone as shameless as Aunt Fox Air was a first for her. Yet, unbeknownst to the fox chirp, Aunt Fox Air's audacity was far from finished. Tiger Swaya, are you saying that if you deny it, it must be true? Those who steal will hardly admit their guilt. Am I to deceive everyone? Aunt Fox Air asserted with conviction, her tone resolute, causing many of the simple-minded beast folk to waver in their opinions. Could it be that what she says is merit? They pondered. Indeed, how could Fox E Chung and his entire clan possibly survive on such meager game? They must have pilfered from the clan stores. Otherwise, it would be quite illogical. The more the fox chirp heard, the more her fury mounted. Regrettably, as a mere infant with limited speech, she could only seethe in silence, wishing she could articulate a rebuttal to Aunt Fox Air's twisted narratives. When Fox A Fu and his kin learned of the fox chirp's abduction, they hurried back. Aunt Air, everyone here witnessed you take the chirp, yet you accuse us of pilfering from the clan as provisions. Surely, no beast has made such a claim but you. The thought of the fox chirp nearly falling prey to this female beast filled Fox A Fu with disdain for Aunt Fox Air. Standing silently in the crowd, Fox A Moo had been observing until Fox A Fu spoke, prompting her to step forward. Who says only Aunt Air witnessed this? I saw it too. Fox E Chung, you have consistently denied us entry for inspections, whether it be myself or the clan leader. I s this not the behavior of a thief. As soon as Fox A Moo finished speaking, a chorus of agreement erupted from the crowd. Should Fox A Fu refuse to allow them to search, they would be deemed guilty. Faced with such pressure, Fox A Fu could only relent. Very well, I will lead you in for a search. But I assure you, we have not stolen from the clan's provisions. Fox A Moo scoffed. Your assurances are meaningless. It is the search that will determine the truth, with Fox A Fu guiding them. The wolf beast blocking the entrance had no choice but to part, allowing Fox A Moo and her group to enter with a swagger. Little Sparrow Mother stood anxiously by Fox A Fu's side, her brow furrowed with worried oh, you really think it wise to let them search? What if something goes awry? Fox A Fu shook his head, though he felt a sense of helplessness. At least they had taken precautions, hiding most of their jerky outside beforehand. Otherwise, they might have lost all their provisions in this escapade. After a thorough search, Fox A Moo found nothing but the few pieces of jerky Aunt Fox Air had seen earlier. With a disdainful curl of her lip, she took the jerky with her. These are the provisions you have stolen from the clan, and we are taking them away. Be cautious, should you repeat this offense. We shall return for another search. Adopting a self-righteous demeanor, Fox A Moo paraded out, jerky in hand. Tch, what of Fox E Chung and the wolf beasts? In the end, they still have to make way for us. With a sneer at the jerky, A sense of satisfaction washed over Fox A. Moo as she returned home. In stark contrast, the mood within Fox A. Foo's family was somber. Perhaps we should consider leaving the tribe. He finally proposed, feeling a weight lift from his heart as he spoke. The continuous targeting by Aunt Fox Air, Fox A. Moo, and the clan leader, the surrounding beast folks' disdain, and the endless searches and plunders had left Fox A. Foo's spirit weary. Initially reluctant to depart due to sentimental ties, those feelings had been thoroughly eroded, leaving no reason to stay. Yet he still needed to consult with his family. What do you all think? The fox chirp had just been handed over to Little Sparrow Mother by Aunt Tiger-san. Upon hearing Fox A. Foo's newfound resolve to leave the tribe, the fox chirp eagerly nodded in agreement. The current tribe could no longer provide them protection and frequently sought to provoke them. Remaining here was less desirable than departing. She was confident that even in the perilous woods, she could secure a place for her family. Though the fox chirp felt this way, it did not reflect the sentiments of all beast folk. To accommodate the majority's wishes, Fox A. Foo proposed a method. Let us raise our hands. Those who agree to leave the tribe, do so. If the majority consents, we shall depart. After enduring so much in recent days, both Fox A. Foo's family and that of Uncle Fox San had had enough, and everyone raised their hands in unison. Seeing this, Fox A. Foo felt a sense of relief. Yet, there remained one beast folk in their family. Second brother, along with third brother's family, have decided to leave the tribe. Will you join us? Fox A. Foo had shared a deep bond with his brother since childhood, and emotionally, he yearned for Uncle Fox Air to accompany them. However, he understood that Uncle Fox Air had his own ties. Elder brother, I too wish to leave with you, but little Wu is, after all, Ru's child. I have yet to sever my bond with Ru. And little Wu needs his mother. Typically decisive, Uncle Fox Air found himself caught in hesitation. Fox A. Foo sighed, not wanting to pressure him. I understand we will need some time to prepare before leaving the tribe. If you come to a decision, please let us know. Upon inquiring with Uncle Hu Air, Uncle Hu and Uncle Hu San's family commenced the task of packing their belongings. Soon, they would bid farewell to this familiar place and embark on a journey into the unknown, fraught with potential dangers. Reflecting on this, despite having made their decision long ago, a twinge of nostalgia lingered in their hearts. Nevertheless, this sentiment did not impede their haste in gathering their possessions. Dried meat was to be taken, as were the containers used for storing food, fruits, roots, and even the toys of the little ones. Nothing could be overlooked that Hugio, unable to lend a hand, could only watch from the sidelines, silently assisting them in her thoughts. It wasn't long before Hugio realized that everyone seemed to have forgotten about the Gugu beasts, which could not be taken along, that if they were to leave the tribe. It was certain they would travel far, making the inclusion of these Gugu beasts somewhat burdensome. Yet, leaving them behind meant no one would feed them, and they might wander off, ultimately benefiting the tribe. Rather than this, it might be wiser to convert the Gugu beasts into smoked meat for the journey. Hugio desperately attempted to mimic the sounds of the Gugu beasts, hoping to alert Uncle Hu and the others, but no matter how she tried, she could only produce an sound. Quietly, she closed her mouth, feeling a familiar sense of disappointment at her inability to speak. If only she could articulate her thoughts, she could better assist her family, and everything would not be as arduous as it was now. Meanwhile, Hu Xiaowu was playing nearby. Although somewhat simple-minded, he possessed an uncanny sensitivity to the emotions of those he cared for. Hugio's slight gloom did not escape his notice, and he quickly approached her, holding out a small flower he had just picked from the ground. Jiu, beautiful. Hugio understood that Hu Xiaowu was trying to convey that the flower was lovely. From his earnest expression, Hugio could discern his genuine affection for the little bloom, yet he solemnly placed it on her lap. Little flower, Jiu, it's blooming. Hu Xiaowu endeavored to shape his hands to mimic the flower's open form. Flashing a broad smile at Hu Jiu, it took her quite some time to grasp his meaning that Hu Xiaowu seemed to be encouraging her to bloom like the flower, suggesting that she should be happy. Observing Hu Xiaowu's earnest yet comical demeanor, Hu Jiu finally broke into a smile. Seeing this, Hu Xiaowu clapped his hands in delight, revealing the bruises on his arms. If he had fallen, it would have been impossible for the injuries to be on the inner part of his arms. Thus, The origin of these wounds became evident when considering Aunt Hu Er's attitude towards Hu Xiaowu. Chapter 42. Discovering Hu Xiaowu's injuries, soon it was time for dinner. The family of Uncle Hu always adhered to the custom of dining together. Even if tasks remained unfinished, they would pause for the evening meal. Mother Xiaokei, as usual, cradled Hu Jiao in her arms, placing meat porridge on the table and feeding her with a spoon to draw attention to herself. Hu Jiao did not behave as obediently as she typically would. Deliberately flailing her arms and splattering the meat porridge across the table, what's wrong with Jiao? Does the porridge taste off? Mother Xiaokei was the first to inquire. The gazes of the other beastmen converged on Hu Jiao, all asking if she was all right. Hu Jiao shook her head and let out a soft whimper towards Hu Xiaowu, her eyes brimming with tears, as if they were poised to fall at any moment. Mother Xiaokei, being closest to Hu Jiao, noticed everything clearly. Gently, she wiped away Hu Jiao's tears and asked, Jiao, is there something concerning Xiaowu that makes you sad? Hu Jiao nodded vigorously. Hu Xiaowu adored Hu Jiao and would never do anything to upset her. Thus, it could only mean that Hu Xiaowu was in distress. Sister San, could you check on Xiaowu? Mother Xiaokei called to Aunt Hu San, who was nearest to Hu Xiaowu. Aunt Hu San set aside the dried meat she was handling and examined Hu Xiaowu from every angle, soon discovering numerous scars hidden beneath his fur, remnants of past beatings. Though the scars had long since scabbed over, they were still enough to evoke deep sympathy. Elder sister, come quickly. Aunt Hu San beckoned Mother Xiaokei, who rushed over, along with the other little ones who gathered around. Why does Xiaowu have so many injuries? It must be that wicked Aunt Er who did this. She treats Xiaowu the worst. Mother Xiaokei's heart ached at the sight of Hu Xiaowu's wounds. Father of the cubs, should we inform second brother about this matter? Uncle Hu nodded. Having had Hu Xiaowu stay with them for so long without noticing his distress was a grave oversight. If it weren't for Hu Jiao's revelation, they might never have learned of this issue that it was indeed their failure to care for him properly. Therefore, they had to inform him. Upon learning of Hu Xiaowu's injuries at the hands of Aunt Hu Er, Uncle Hu felt a surge of indignation and went directly to confront her. Ru, do you know how Xiaowu got those injuries? Uncle Hu asked bluntly, what injuries? Aunt Hu Er was too preoccupied counting the dried meat in her hands to register his question. Seeing her indifference towards Hu Xiaowu's plight only intensified Uncle Hu's disdain. You truly don't know? Noticing the weight in Uncle Hu's tone, Aunt Hu Er finally looked up, feigning realization that, if you're referring to the wounds on his hands and bottom, those were inflicted by me. So what? Aunt Hu Er's nonchalant attitude further infuriated Uncle Hu. So what? Xiaowu is still so young. How can you lay a hand on him? Why can't I? I am his mother. Do I not have a right to discipline him? Besides, he is quite resilient. A few injuries one team matter. Aunt Hu Er continued to argue, but Uncle Hu could no longer tolerate her demeanor. He could hardly fathom why he had ever chosen to bond with such a character. She was neither a supportive wife nor a caring mother, only concerned with consuming dried meat and coveting the meat in others' hands, neglecting all other responsibilities. The more he pondered, the more absurd the days spent in their union seemed. I understand now. It appears we need not continue this any longer. Uncle Hu's tone was unexpectedly calm, as if the calm before a storm had descended, unsettling those around him. Without further ado, he returned to Uncle Hu's family. Though he had made his decision, it was only right to inform them in advance. Upon learning that Hu Xiaowu's injuries were caused by Aunt Hu Er, Uncle Hu's family abandoned any thoughts of dissuading him. Given the circumstances, second brother, your decision is likely for the best for Xiaowu. Uncle Hu remarked, patting his elder brother's head. Uncle is ending the bond. You should accompany him. Uncle Hu looked at Uncle Hu, feeling a pang of envy. Brother, you won't blame me, will you? Uncle Hu embraced him. Second brother, we are brothers. Whether we previously urged you to reconsider or now support you, it is all because we wish for your well-being. We failed to recognize her true nature before. Now that we know of her misdeeds, forcing you to stay with her would be unfair. Uncle Hu returned the embrace with gratitude. Thank you, brother. With Uncle Hu's support, Uncle Hu felt a sense of relief. Upon returning home with his elder brother, that house might henceforth be regarded as solely Aunt Hu Er's domain. Upon seeing Uncle Hu return, Aunt Hu Air's face lit up with joy as she prepared to greet him, only to notice Uncle Hu following closely behind. Ru, we shall end our bond. Uncle Hu's tone was resolute. This was not a request for Aunt Hu Air's opinion, but a declaration. She could sense the seriousness in his words. No, I do not agree. On what grounds do you wish to sever our bond? Aunt Hu Air screamed in agitation, gripping Uncle Hu's wrist tightly. Oh, you need me to enumerate the incidents involving you and Huamu, as well as what you've done to Xiao Wu and my elder brother? Uncle Hu, filled with disgust, forcefully shook off Aunt Hu Air's grip. He could not bear to lay eyes on this detestable creature for even a moment longer. Aunt Hu Air's complexion paled at Uncle Hu's words. She had been engaged in an affair with Huamu for quite some time, believing herself to be stealthy, only to discover that Uncle Hu was already aware. Yet, she continued to struggle for survival. Chung, I acknowledge my mistakes. That I promise I won't behave like before. Can't we remain bonded? If Uncle Hu Air truly severed his bond with her, she would be unable to find anyone who could provide for her as freely as he did. How could this be allowed? Aunt Hu Air revealed a rare display of vulnerability. Yet Uncle Hu Air was resolute, unmoved by her pleas, and no matter her attempts, he would not relent that Chu Xiao would already been entrusted to Huamu, leaving Aunt Hu Air without any leverage over him. He no longer needed to consider her feelings. That Ru, should you agree to our separation, I could still grant you some semblance of dignity. However, if you persist in your refusal, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. As she observed Uncle Hu Air's indifference, the desperation in Aunt Hu Air's eyes gradually faded. Surely, there must be someone capable of persuading Uncle Hu Air to forego this separation. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Aunt Hu Air dashed out, swiftly seeking her reinforcements. Chapter 43. The Separation Patriarch. Chung has inexplicably declared his intention to sever our bond, yet I have done nothing wrong. Please, you must speak to him on my behalf. Aunt Hu Air adopted a woeful expression as she implored the Patriarch. The Patriarch stood between Uncle Hu Air and Aunt Hu Air, glancing left and right before finally clearing his throat to break the silence. Chung, heed my counsel. Ru has been your partner for such a long time, and Xiao Wu is still young. You both must continue to coexist within the tribe, but if you sever your bond, you will inevitably encounter one another in the future. What good will this serve you? The Patriarch, unaware of the tumultuous events between Uncle Hu Air and Aunt Hu Air, unwittingly tread upon Uncle Hu Air's sore spots with each word. Far from dissuading him, the Patriarch's remarks only solidified Uncle Hu Air's resolve. Patriarch, my decision is final. If you are not here to facilitate our separation ceremony, then you may leave. Uncle Hu Air's tone was unyielding, entirely impervious to persuasion. The Patriarch had seldom encountered such resistance in his attempts to mediate. He had assumed that a mere opening of dialogue would lead Uncle Hu Air to reconsider, only to be met with outright dismissal, which left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. The Patriarch's tone swiftly shifted. Chung, I will only say this once. If you persist in your desire to sever ties with Ru, do not blame me for expelling your entire family. When he referred to family, he meant including Hua Fu and Hu Sanshu's entire clan. Hu A Fu and the others stood behind Uncle Hu Air. Undeterred by the Patriarch's declaration, they had already nearly packed their belongings in anticipation of leaving the tribe, and the Patriarch's words only provided them with another opportunity to depart. Patriarch, I support my second brother's decision to separate. If you wish to expel us, then so be it. We have no intention of remaining in this tribe anyway. Hu Sanshu's tone carried a nonchalant air, as they had already resolved to leave. The Patriarch felt as if he had been struck twice, nearly at a loss for words. Very well. Since you display such determination, Chung, if you wish to leave, then depart. After your departure, do not let me see you within the tribe again. With the Patriarch's words, Uncle Hu Air successfully obtained the contract he had entered into with Aunt Hu Air, and before the eyes of the tribe's beastmen, he tore it asunder, thereby severing their bond with resolute finality. Now that you have separated, hasten back to gather your belongings. In 3 days, do not set foot in the tribe again. Upon the Patriarch's pronouncement, the onlooking beastmen began to murmur among themselves. However, Hua Fu and the others, having already resolved to depart, felt an unusual sense of relief. In just 3 days, They would seek out a new haven that in fact, scarcely a day had passed when Huafu and his family, laden with their possessions and stored provisions, vacated the Sun tribe and sought refuge in a nearby cave to rest. While their departure from the Sun tribe granted them some ease, they found themselves without other tribes to turn to survive in this wilderness. They needed to carefully consider their next steps. What about heading west? I know there's a lake in that direction, teeming with wildlife, and we need not worry about our water supply. And Shu suggested, only to be met with a sharp slap from Husanik. And what of your last expedition? You ventured there to hunt and nearly vanished for 3 days, returning with injuries. Husan Shu scratched his head. That was an accident. I merely stumbled into a pit and tumbled down a slope. His confidence waned with each word until he fell silent. Thus, the proposal of heading west was dismissed. Then let us consider the north. It is mountainous and near the place where we once tended to the Gugu beasts. Huda-gu still held fond memories of their previous endeavors. Yet, the others clearly disapproved of his suggestion. Brother, have you forgotten? We initially raised the Gugu beasts in the north precisely because few beastmen ventured there. The land is barren, and finding sustenance will be a challenge, gently remarked Xiao Ke-mu. Upon hearing her words, Huda-ji's spirits sank. In my view, we should head east instead. The terrain is flat, allowing for ease of travel. I have previously unearthed numerous fruits and roots there. It is likely that animals also inhabit that region, making hunting feasible. Upon the utterance of Hu-ergu's words, Hu-jiu-jiu's eyes sparkled with excitement. The eastern region he spoke of was likely a fertile plain, ideal for cultivation and animal husbandry, perfect for agricultural development. If they could reach the east, they could continue raising Gugu beasts and teach Huafu and the others to cultivate crops, alleviating their future concerns regarding food supplies. However, as soon as the proposal was made, it was met with dissent, leading to a lengthy discussion that stretched into the night. Hu-jiu-jiu listened intently, ultimately concluding that the east was indeed the most favorable option. Hu-jiu-jiu exclaimed loudly, raising her arms and enthusiastically waving towards the east. Jiu-jiu suggesting we go east. Huafu inquired, noticing her exuberance. Hu-jiu-jiu eagerly affirmed with a series of joyful sounds. Having previously offered numerous valuable suggestions, the family regarded her as their little lucky star, placing immense importance on her opinions. I too believe the east is preferable. It is closer, with few beastmen present, allowing us to avoid encounters with the Sun tribe. Huda-gu, who had initially supported the northern route, swiftly reversed his stance upon hearing his sister's input. Jojo has always had good fortune. Trusting her is undoubtedly wise. The younger ones, devoted to their sister, rallied behind Hu-jiu-jiu's suggestion. Following further discussion, the consensus emerged that they would set out towards the east the following day. With dawn still some time away, the group hastily settled down for the night, leaving Huda-gu and Hu-ergu to keep watch. As they began to drift into slumber, a rustling sound in the woods jolted them awake. Could it be a ferocious beast? Huda-gu whispered cautiously to Hu-ergu. Hu-ergu shook his head. The noise, while noticeable, was not overly loud. If it were a predator skilled in hunting, it would not create such a disturbance, as Hu-ergu suspected. After a prolonged rustling, several beastmen emerged from the underbrush, appearing somewhat familiar. They were likely from the Sun tribe. Why are they out of the tribe before dawn? Huda-gu felt a twinge of unease despite his relief at seeing others. The patriarch is truly something, sending me out to hunt at such an early hour. What could I possibly catch? Grumbled one beastman at the forefront. Chapter 44. Leaving the Sun tribe, the beastmen trailing behind did not share his displeasure, but appeared resigned. You are aware of the situation in the tribe. There hasn't been a single prey in the mountains for days, and several families are going hungry. We must send someone out to search, but finding something is futile. Sending us out achieves nothing. With this time, I might as well catch up on sleep. The longer I sleep, the less I need to eat, thus avoiding constant hunger. As the beastmen moved farther away, their voices gradually faded. Nevertheless, the information contained in their words piqued Huda-gu and the others' interest. They were now quite far from the tribe. The fact that these beastmen had come this far in search of prey indicated that there truly was nothing left. It is fortunate we have left the tribe. Otherwise, they would surely target our family and seize our dried meat. Cutie lamented, a mix of indignation and relief in his tone. Indeed, it is fortunate, as dawn broke. The group continued their journey and soon encountered a towering peak. Little Hujiojo was too young to walk on her own, so she was carried by the others in turns along the rugged path. Despite this, Hujiojo was not spared from discomfort. The rapid pace set by Huafu and the jolting terrain left her swaying in their arms. She had to remain vigilant for any potential dangers, offering guidance whenever necessary, and the rest periods were fleeting. After several days of relentless travel, the older beastmen fared better, but Hujiojo began to struggle. During mealtime that day, she found herself lacking the appetite to eat. "Jojo, what troubles you? Why won't you eat?" asked Xiao Ke Mu gently, cradling Hujiojo in her arms. Hujiojo felt dizzy and lethargic, a deep weariness settling over her, leaving her too drained to respond. Understanding a bit of herbal medicine, Ergo placed his hand on Hujiojo's forehead, confirming she was not feverish, and then checked her breathing. Unlike her usual steady breaths, Hujiojo's breathing was now long and shallow, as if she could fall asleep at any moment. "It seems Jojo has not been resting well during our travels and is feeling unwell. We should give her plenty of water and fruit, and allow her to rest. She should recover soon," Ergo advised. With this reassurance, Xiao Ke Mu reluctantly eased her worries. After handing over the jerky to Huafu, she gently rocked Hujiojo to sleep. Had it not been for Ergi's observation, Huafu and the others might not have recognized Hujiojo's condition. Watching his daughter suffer, Huafu felt a pang of guilt. "Since Jojo is unwell, let's rest here for a few days. We shall continue our journey once her health improves." Hujiojo slept soundly until the afternoon. However, upon waking, she still felt drained, barely managing to eat the fruit offered by Xiao Ke Mu before succumbing to drowsiness again in her embrace. Noticing Hujiojo's lack of enthusiasm, Sangu took out his favorite bone flute and waved it before her. "Look, Jojo, this can attract little birds. Would you like to see them?" Hujiojo blinked but offered little response. Assuming she did not quite understand, Sangu began to play the flute. Mimicking bird calls, to his surprise, his usual method failed. Despite his persistent efforts, not a single bird appeared, not even a shadow. How could this be? Sangu, now less concerned with entertaining his sister, ventured outside the cave, searching for signs of birds, only to find a few feathers on a nearby tree trunk. He decided to bring the feathers back, intending to craft a headpiece for Hujiojo. Without traveling, Huafu and the others also ventured nearby to hunt. They had been on the road for days without sufficient food. Although their supplies were adequate, without replenishment, they would soon deplete their resources. As dusk approached, Huafu and the hunters returned. The local game was far more abundant than that near the Sanhu tribe, allowing them to catch some without Hujiojo needing to summon animals from her space. While helping to process the catch, Sangu noticed only a few gugu beasts and some long-eared creatures among the prey, but no sign of any birds. "Father, Xiao Lu, did you see any birds while you were out?" Sangu asked Huafu and the playful Xiao Lu, who was occupied with his slingshot. Xiao Lu pouted in dissatisfaction. "I didn't see a single bird while hunting with father today. My slingshot was of no use." Huafu shook his head. "We did not see any birds at all. Sangu sensed something was amiss, that I didn't attract any birds with my flute today. And the nearby feathers are scarce. Could it be that there are few birds in this area?" His words immediately captured everyone's attention. It was indeed rare for his flute to fail to attract birds. The presence of feathers indicated that birds must inhabit the vicinity. How could not a single one be found? Huda furrowed his brow. "I recall during the beast tide disturbances, even Sanji's flute failed to attract the little birds." Hu Xiaoxi said innocently. Upon realizing the peculiar silence that followed, he blinked in confusion. "Did I say something wrong?" Hu Ershu gently ruffled Hu Xiaoxi's head. "Let's hope you simply misspoke." Yet they all understood the gravity of Hu Xiaoxi's words. If the beast tide truly stirred, and they were now separated from their tribe, they would be utterly defenseless against it. Their situation would become perilous. Regardless of the truth, they needed to remain vigilant in the days to come. While they discussed these matters, Hujiojo was peacefully asleep. Upon awakening the next day, Hu Jiujiu sensed an inexplicable tension among the group. Each person was on edge. Realizing something was amiss, she discreetly retrieved some spirit spring water from her space, which hastened her recovery. 2 days later, everyone noticed that Hu Jiujiu appeared much more lively, and they resumed their journey eastward to sustain their daily needs. They foraged for food along the way, learning about various edible and inedible plants. "This leaf has a delightful flavor," Hu Sanshu exclaimed during lunch after tasting a plant they had discovered. "Hu Ergu," intrigued, requested some. Sniffing it under his nose, "It seems to be non-toxic," he then chewed on it. This plant was unlike the grasses they had previously consumed. Its juices were rich, sweet, and refreshing, making it a suitable food source. Noticing the attention directed at him, Hu Ergu nodded in approval, certifying the plant as edible. With his endorsement, the group felt reassured and each sampled a bit, including Hu Jiujiu. The moment it touched her palate, she recognized its flavor reminiscent of a vegetable she had once tasted in her past life, prompting her to quietly collect some for her space. As they traveled, Hu Sangu, who had always been close to birds, keenly observed their surroundings for avian life. The longer they journeyed, the more agitated the birds became, which in turn unsettled Hu Sangu, leaving him restless. After he accidentally dropped jerky while eating, Xiao Keimu noticed his unusual behavior. "Sanzi, what troubles you?" Hu Sangu snapped back to reality, hastily picking up the jerky and shaking his head. "Mother, I am fine." Knowing her son well, especially given his evident distress, Xiao Keimu was unconvinced. "If something is troubling you, please share it with us. We are family. We will surely help you resolve your worries." Hu Sengu insisted he was fine, and Xiao Keimu had no choice but to acquiesce. However, when she was out of sight, Hu Sengu let out a soft sigh. How could things be fine? His feelings were unfounded, and voicing them would only heighten their concerns, so it was better left unsaid. While Xiao Keimu could not discern the source of Hu Sanji's unease, Hu Jiujiu understood. The normally bird-friendly Hu Sangu was now unable to attract any birds, naturally leading to his anxiety. However, this did not necessarily imply a problem with the birds themselves. To test this theory, Hu Jiujiu scattered some bird-attracting food nearby, yet not a single bird appeared. This left not only Hu Sangu feeling anxious, but also instilled a sense of foreboding within Hu Jiujiu. As they continued their journey in the following days, it became apparent that not only the birds were behaving strangely, even the reptiles seemed to exhibit unusual behavior. "Father, look over there. Why is a four-legged beast running south?" At the forefront of the procession, Hu Xiaoxi called out towards a reptilian creature. It was uncertain whether it was due to Hu Xiaoxi's shout, but the creature scurried away with even greater speed. Hu Afu merely glanced at it without much reaction, continuing to lead the group onward. However, as they advanced, the number of reptiles resembling the earlier quadruped increased, all fleeing in the same direction at an alarming pace. If there were only a few reptiles exhibiting such behavior, it could be dismissed as mere coincidence, but the sheer multitude of them stirred a sense of unease within the hearts of the onlookers. Hu Afu was the first to halt, prompting the others to do the same, casting worried glances at their stalwart leader. "Afu, should we continue moving forward? I can't shake the feeling that it might be perilous," hesitantly inquired Hu Dage. This sentiment echoed not only his own thoughts, but also those of the others. Hu Afu surveyed the increasing throng of reptiles darting in the opposite direction and found himself at a loss. He was reluctant to lead his family into an unfavorable predicament based on a hasty decision. "Brother, perhaps we should press on. We cannot be certain that venturing elsewhere would yield better results. Staying put might prove even more dangerous," suggested Hu Sanshu, unable to contain himself. This was soon countered by Hu Ershu's retort. "Given the number of reptiles fleeing, what will we do if we encounter danger by continuing forward?" Before Hu Ershu could finish his thought, a bird suddenly soared overhead, emitting a sharp cry. Its piercing call sent a jolt of anxiety through the group. Hu Jiujiu felt her heart tighten, an ominous premonition surging within her. She sensed that this foreboding stemmed from the avian presence. It was clear that lingering here was unwise. Struggling to rise from the embrace of Xiao Keimu, Hu Jiujiu scrutinized her surroundings. Finding a glimmer of hope emanating from the east, Observing the ongoing debate among the group about whether to proceed, Hujujo hesitated before letting out a couple of loud cries. Instantly, she captured their attention. With further cries, she waved her arms vigorously towards the east, attempting to convey that they should head in that direction. However, Huafu misinterpreted her intention. Does Jujo mean to suggest that going east is a good idea? Hujujo quickly shook her head, intensifying her arm movements. Yet Huafu took her gestures as agreement. Since Jujo had voiced her opinion, it seemed they ought not to head east, and thus, they resolved to venture south alongside the reptiles. Thinking that traveling with those creatures might afford them some safety, the group acquiesced to Huafu's decision and turned southward. Jujo, realizing she could not make them understand her intentions, abandoned her attempts at explanation and obediently followed them south. After traversing a little more than half an afternoon, the previously tranquil forest was suddenly filled with the sounds of flapping wings. Sange instinctively looked up to see a flock of birds flying overhead. Their presence starkly noticeable after a period of silence. "What is happening?" Xiao Keimu inquired, observing that the others appeared undisturbed. Sange shook his head and continued to follow. "I don't know. It should be nothing." Yet, Hujujo's unease deepened as she recalled her earlier foreboding regarding the birds. "This won't do. There is certainly danger ahead. We cannot proceed any further." Hujujo began to wave her arms frantically. Try to halt the group's advance. They indeed noticed her actions, but once again misunderstood her intent. "What's wrong, Jujo? Do you like the birds?" Hujujo shook her head vigorously. "Perhaps Jujo wishes to play with the birds." "Jujo, the birds can't come down to play with you. Let me make you a little ornament instead," Sange said, using some feathers he had collected to create a bird feather headpiece for Hujujo, which he placed upon her head before the group resumed their journey. Hujujo looked at her family, feeling a warmth in her heart, but also a sense of helplessness. Although they did not comprehend her desires, they always endeavored to fulfill her every need. Yet continuing in such a manner was hardly a solution. Chapter 46. The bird tide. After several days of travel, Huafu's family encountered numerous small flocks of birds along the way. Sange increasingly sensed that something was amiss. "Afu, I feel that these birds are somewhat strange." His words were drowned out by the increasingly loud and piercing cries of the birds. They looked up to see massive flocks of birds flying towards them, darkening the sky to the point where it was difficult to discern their species. "There's danger. Take cover," Sange shouted, prioritizing their safety. Huafu instinctively followed his warning, seeking refuge behind a large rock. Cautiously peering at the approaching birds, as the birds flapped their wings closer, the sound of the wind they stirred grew more pronounced. The rustling noise resonated in their ears, compelling them to crouch down, only to discover that a bird had just swooped past their heads. "Sange, did you see what kind of bird that was?" Xiaoxi whispered to Sange, mindful not to startle the flock. Sange's brow furrowed as he observed the birds. "Those are the black evil birds, notoriously fierce. I cannot fathom why there are so many congregated together. We must not let them notice us. Their aggression is formidable, and we cannot contend with them." His words weighed heavily on the hearts of the group, prompting them to huddle more tightly beneath the boulder. Unable to confront the black evil birds nor depart from their current location, they found themselves trapped, waiting for the flock to pass. Yet, the black evil birds seemed endless, one wave after another flying overhead. The once bright daylight was obscured by their dark feathers, casting them into an impenetrable twilight, with only the occasional gap allowing a sliver of light to seep through. Furthermore, some of the black evil birds emitted piercing cries, occasionally circling above them, one even nearly snatching Hujujo from Xiao Keimu's arms. Fortunately, Husanshu and Sange acted swiftly, pulling Xiao Keimu and Hujujo to the ground, thus averting disaster. "Brother, what shall we do now? We can't just wait indefinitely." Husanshu cautiously helped Xiao Keimu to her feet, concealing her deeper within the foliage. Initially, they had managed to remain calm, but as darkness enveloped the sky, their anxiety grew harder to suppress. "There are more and more black evil birds. If we don't leave soon, we may not find shelter before nightfall, and that would be even more perilous." Afu had been hesitating, but Hussein's words solidified his resolution. "Afu, this must be a tide of black evil birds," akin to the previous beast tide. It may last a day or two. We can wait no longer. Then let us depart. Hu Afu decisively declared. He shielded Xiao Kei Mu and Hu Jujiu beneath him, ensuring that the younger ones were safeguarded by their brothers, and the family, crouching low, cautiously made their way into the underbrush, striving to avoid the gaze of the black evil birds as they advanced. Although Hu Jujiu was still young, she did not wish to be perpetually protected by her family without contributing. Surely there must be something that could counter these black evil birds, though she lacked knowledge of these creatures. She remembered her hidden space. Suddenly, it occurred to her that within the small bookshelf of her hidden space lay a book detailing the habits of birds in this world. She quietly immersed her mind into the hidden space to peruse that book. Long-winged birds, sharp-feathered birds found it. Black evil birds, fierce temperament, aggressive, averse to the scent of burning pine needles. Their usual smoked meat is prepared by burning pine needles. No wonder the black evil birds dared not approach closely when they saw us. Fox Jujiao faintly sensed that she had grasped something significant. Given this realization, to drive away the dark evil birds, it was essential to expose the aroma of cured meat. Thus, she need not worry about any threats posed by the dark evil birds. Determined, Fox Jujiao stealthily extended her arm, attempting to reach for the bundle of cured meat that the little sparrow mother carried on her back. In order to access the bundle behind the little sparrow mother, Fox Jujiao had to maneuver beneath her armpit, making her posture appear as if she desired to embrace the little sparrow mother tightly. The little sparrow mother, interpreting it as such, held Fox Jujiao even closer while also taking the opportunity to pat her back reassuringly as they moved. Don't be afraid, Jujiao. These large birds will soon fly away and won't harm you. However, this tight embrace only pushed Fox Jujiao's arm further from the bundle. She had no choice but to temporarily relinquish her struggle, waiting for the little sparrow mother to loosen her grip a little before attempting to reach for the cured meat again. Yet, each time she was close to grasping it, the little sparrow mother would continue to comfort her, ultimately leading to her failure. Fortunately, along their journey, there were not many dark, evil birds that approached them, and any that did were deftly evaded. Thus, Fox Afu and his companions managed to escape into the mountains. Upon reaching a slope halfway up the mountain, the path suddenly became steep, making progress quite arduous for the young cubs, even with the protection of adult beastmen. Although Fox Xiao Wu was somewhat simple-minded, he displayed remarkable understanding throughout the journey, not uttering a word when he stumbled or bumped into things. His lack of awareness of pain led everyone to subconsciously believe he was unharmed. And even when he fell on the slope, no one noticed as they climbed higher. Fox Jujiao's anxiety deepened. She had a foreboding sense that something was amiss, so she cautiously peeked down the slope, just in time to witness Fox Xiao Wu tumbling down. Xiao Wu has fallen. Unfortunately, no one comprehended Fox Jujiao's alarm. Coincidentally, a dark, evil bird swooped down, brushing past them overhead, intensifying the group's concern for the unusually anxious Fox Jujiao. Is Jujiao hurt? The little sparrow mother, focused on the safety of the fox in her arms, neglected her own minor injuries and hastened her pace up the slope. Fox Jujiao could only watch helplessly as Fox Xiao Wu's figure grew smaller, almost disappearing from her line of sight. If Fox Xiao Wu were to be lost now, he would surely be in grave danger. Fox Jujiao attempted to pat the little sparrow mother several times, but her intentions went unrecognized. Desperate, she risked it all, struggling to climb out of the little sparrow mother's embrace to extend her body outward. With all her might, Fox Jujiao reached out, trying to grasp Fox Air Shoe, but the result was almost tumbling out of the little sparrow mother's arms. Jujiao, Fox Xiao Lu, witnessing this perilous maneuver, dashed forward and caught the nearly fallen Fox Jujiao. Chapter 47. Fox Xiao Wu, as lost the little sparrow mother, was still evading the dark evil birds and almost overlooked Fox Jujiao. But upon seeing her caught by Fox Xiao Lu, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. What is wrong, Jujiao? Fox Xiao Lu noticed that Fox Jujiao was still struggling in his embrace and continuously pointing towards Fox Air Shoe, which puzzled him. He knew his sister was always clever and would not take risks for trivial matters. Realizing that someone finally understood her, Fox Jujiao eagerly patted Fox Xiao Lu's arm and pointed again in Fox Air Shoe's direction. Emitting a series of frantic sounds, Fox Xiao Lu felt perplexed but still patted Fox Air Shu, urging him to look at Fox Jujiao. What is going on, Jujiao? Fox Air Shu, equally puzzled, continued to fend off the dark evil birds while trying to keep an eye on Fox Jujiao. Fox Xiao Lu shook his head. I don't know either, but it seems Jujiao has something to say to you. Fox Jujiao nodded, then patted her head and began to shake it, feigning a fainting spell as she leaned toward Fox Xiao Lu. Is Jujiao feeling unwell? Fox Air Shu did not quite grasp her meaning. Upon hearing Fox Air Shu's words, Fox Jujiao swiftly shook her head and patted his arm again, repeating her previous actions. Fox Air Shu still did not understand. Instead, he reached out. Do you want me to hold you? If not, I can take over. Fox Jujiao felt a pang of frustration, and no matter how hard she tried, she could only emit sounds of awe and struggled to convey her message to Fox Air Shu. Observing Fox Jujiao's suddenly drooping expression, an epiphany struck Fox Air Shu as he turned to look behind him and, indeed, did not see Fox Xiao Wu's figure. He slapped his forehead in frustration, exclaiming, How could I need Jujiao to remind me? Where has Xiao Wu gone? With that, Fox Air Shu instructed Fox Xiao Lu to inform Fox Afu and hurried down the slope in search of Xiao Wu. Fox the Go was not far from Fox Air Shu, and, upon seeing him turn back, deduced that Fox Xiao Wu was missing. He also instructed Fox Xiao Lu and accompanied Fox Air Shu to search for Fox Xiao Wu. Fortunately, Fox Xiao Wu still possessed a modicum of awareness. Instead of remaining dazed at the bottom of the slope, he sought shelter in a hollowed-out area. When Fox Air Shu and Fox the Go found him, Fox Xiao Wu was safely nestled within that crevice, having sustained only minor scrapes from his tumble down the slope and not having been attacked by any dark evil birds. Xiao Wu, are you all right? Fox Air Shu entered the crevice, cradling Fox Xiao Wu and inquiring. Fox Xiao Wu obediently shook his head. No, I'm fine. After checking Fox Xiao Wu thoroughly and confirming his words were true, Fox Air Shu planned to return with Fox the Go. Fox Xiao Wu, being held in his embrace, was spared from any further mishaps. The crevice was densely packed with vines, both withered and fresh, cascading down like a waterfall and thoroughly concealing the depths of the crevice. Initially, Fox Air Shu and the others believed the crevice was solid and paid little heed to it. Just as they were about to leave, a faint groan and a cry for help emanated from within. Seemingly startled by their commotion, I asked there a beastman outside? Help me. The voice belonged to someone evidently injured, sounding weak and interspersed with cries of pain. Fox the Go found it peculiar and stepped forward to part the thick vines, unexpectedly discovering that behind them lay another world. Air Shu, it seems there's a cave inside, and it's quite spacious. Should we go in for a look? Fox Air Shu also peered inside, and the previously faint cries for help became much clearer within the cave. It appeared that there were indeed beastmen present. Air Shu, there must be an injured beastman inside. Should we go in to assist? Fox the Go clearly felt inclined to help, yet hesitated due to the presence of Fox Air Shu and the others outside. Fox Air Shu glanced up the slope, where Fox Afu remained anxious about their delay, still waiting for them, that if he were to leave them behind to rescue someone, he himself would not be at ease. Sensing Fox Air Shu's hesitation, Fox the Go observed the cave once more and conceived a plan to Air Shu. Look, this cave entrance is so concealed, and the person inside hasn't been discovered by the dark evil birds. Perhaps we could call down Afu and the others to take shelter here for a while. In doing so, we could also see if we can help the person inside. Undeniably, Fox the G's suggestion was indeed a prudent one. Just as Fox Air Shu was about to agree, he suddenly paused, glancing down at Fox Xiao Wu in his arms that I'll go call Afu and the others first. You take Xiao Wu inside to hide. Without further thought, Fox the Go ascended the slope to find Fox Afu and the others. Fox Air Shu instinctively sighed in relief as he led Fox Xiao Wu into the cave. Inside the cave, it was not completely dark. It seemed there were other entrances that allowed some light to filter in, enabling them to vaguely discern their surroundings. As Fox Air Shu held Fox Xiao Wu's hand, they walked while surveying their environment. Fox Xiao Wu exclaimed, nearly toppling over again. Fox Air Shu promptly caught him, preventing a fall. Are you all right, Xiao Wu? Perhaps due to the earlier incident, Fox Air Shu was especially cautious with Fox Xiao Wu. fearing he might injure himself again. Fox Xiao Wu shook his head, pointing at the ground. Rocks. Uncle Hu Er crouched down to scrutinize the ground, finally identifying the stone that had nearly caused Hu Xiao Wu to stumble. He also noticed the deeply etched scratches surrounding the stone, which were evidently not of natural origin. Out of caution, Uncle Hu Er promptly led Hu Xiao Wu away from those marks, after retreating a few steps. Uncle Hu Er discerned more clearly that the scratches did not merely encircle the stone, but rather extended intermittently deeper into the cave, accompanied by indications of heavy dragging. These marks appeared quite fresh. With the disturbed earth still bearing traces of moisture, it seemed that a beastman had recently crawled through this area. Recalling the earlier sounds of moaning and cries for help from within the cave, Uncle Hu Er felt a flicker of understanding. However, the fact that the beastman was injured did not imply a complete lack of threat, especially with Hu Xiao Wu by his side, which made him even more hesitant to act recklessly. Chapter 48. Discovery of the cave. Meanwhile, Brother Hu had caught up with Uncle Hu and the others. Uncle, Aunt, we found Xiao Wu, and we also discovered a cave where we can temporarily take refuge. Concerned about alarming the dark, evil birds with excessive noise, Brother Hu endeavored to keep his voice down, yet the excitement in his tone was unmistakable. Uncle Hu and the others, who had been fending off the dark, evil birds and were nearing exhaustion, breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Brother Hu's words that's wonderful. Brother, hurry and lead us there. I'm nearly starving. Hu Xiao Si rushed to Brother Hu's side, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Mother Xiao Ke glanced at the Hu Jiu in her arms and joined Brother Hu as well. Your siblings are also weary. It will be good to have a place to rest, brother. Please, lead the way. Naturally, no one objected, and Brother Hu hurriedly guided the family to the cave they had previously discovered. Uncle Hu Er and Hu Xiao Wu had already been waiting in the cave for quite some time. Brother, you've arrived. The two beastmen had grown increasingly anxious waiting alone in the cave, and upon seeing their familiar family, their unease was considerably alleviated as everyone gathered around Hu Xiao Wu. Concern filled the is Xiao Wu hurt? Is he hungry? Does he want some jerky? Hu Xiao Wu, unaccustomed to receiving such attention, felt a bit overwhelmed and could only make an effort to respond to everyone. I'm not hungry, father, he managed to say, his words few and not very coherent, which only heightened the family's affection for him. Help me. Perhaps hearing the lively voices outside, the previously waning cries for help surged once more, though the voice was not entirely clear, echoing eerily within the vast cave. The tension that had begun to ease in Uncle Hu and the others tightened once again. What noise is that? Are there other beastmen in this cave? Uncle Hu Er suddenly recalled that he had forgotten to explain. Just now, I discovered some scratches on the ground in this cave that indicate a beastman had crawled here. When I arrived with the eldest, I also heard someone moaning inside. There must be other beastmen here. Upon hearing Uncle Hu Er's words, everyone fell silent, and the once vague cries for help became distinctly audible within the cave. Someone, please help me. The cave, already quiet, allowed the voice to resonate, suggesting that it likely belonged to a female beastman. There truly is someone in need. The lone voice sounded less menacing, and considering their large family, they felt less hesitation about whether to assist. Mother, you stay here with the little ones that I'll go in with the eldest and the second to see what the situation is. Uncle Hu decisively declared. Hu Jiu glanced toward the source of the voice, sensing no immediate danger, and settled back into Mother Xiao Ke's embrace without a sound. Brother Hu, having been the first to hear the voice, led the way into the depths of the cave. The further they ventured, the more oppressive the atmosphere became, and the moans grew increasingly ethereal. In his haste to find the source, Hu Er accidentally kicked a few small stones, producing a sound that echoed through the cave. The beastman who had been moaning seemed to seize upon this sound as a lifeline, her once feeble voice suddenly brimming with urgency. Are there beastmen coming? Quick, help me! The joy in her voice was palpable. However, this elation swiftly transformed into wariness and hostility upon seeing Uncle Hu and the others. You are not beastmen from our tribe. Who are you? Leaning against the cave wall was, predictably, a female beastman. Her limbs were marred with numerous wounds, and it was evident that they were inflicted by the dark, evil birds, although she was on the verge of collapse. Upon spotting unfamiliar beastmen, she mustered her strength to lift a nearby branch, ready to defend herself at the slightest move from Uncle Hu and his companions. Brother Hu quickly interjected, "Please, don't misunderstand. We too have encountered the onslaught of the dark, evil birds and stumbled into this cave by chance. Hearing your cries for help, we came to see if we could assist." Upon hearing Brother Hu's explanation, the female beastman scrutinized them closely, seeing their weary appearance and the minor wounds on their bodies. She reluctantly lowered her guard, allowing her grip on the branch to relax. Brother Hu sighed in relief and began to inquire about her condition. "May I ask who you are? How did you end up alone in this cave and sustain these injuries?" Given the usual protection afforded to female beastmen by their tribes, it was highly unusual for one to be alone, especially in perilous circumstances. Thus, her presence here seemed rather peculiar. Realizing she might need their assistance to escape this place and return to her tribe, the female beastman decided to be forthright that I am the chieftainess wife of the nearby deer tribe. While out with my kin, we encountered a horde of dark, evil birds, fierce and numerous. I could not withstand them, and we became separated, resulting in my injuries. Fortunately, I stumbled into this cave, where I managed to preserve my life. As she spoke, the effort seemed to exacerbate her wounds, and she involuntarily gasped in pain. Observing this, Huer stepped forward, preparing to kneel down and examine her injuries when the female beastman flinched, creating an awkward tension between them. "Do not worry. I will tend to your wounds briefly. Otherwise, they may worsen." Huer's tone was cool yet authoritative. Realizing she had misjudged him, the female beastman sheepishly extended her hand and feet back towards him. "Then I shall trouble you." The wounds on the female beastman were still fresh, some not entirely stopped from bleeding. Additionally, due to her previous crawling, they had become encrusted with dirt, which posed a significant risk of infection if not treated properly. Sen Uncle scrutinized the injuries gravely before using the medicinal leaves he carried to gently brush away the dirt. Water from a spring seeped through the cave's ceiling, dripping to the ground and forming various puddles. After cleansing the wounds with the relatively clean water, Huer applied the crushed herbs to the female beastman's injuries. This series of actions finally stemmed the bleeding from the visible wounds on her body, though he could not assist with the more private areas. Chapter 49, Uncovering the Secrets of the Dark Evil Birds. Thank you. The female beastman expressed her gratitude, feeling some relief from her wounds. Her demeanor shifted from initial wariness to appreciation. San Uncle shook his head, saying, "We can only assist you to this extent. You still need to tend to the wounds on your back. If neglected, they will worsen. Before me, matters are relatively straightforward. However, the situation behind me is fraught with complexities." Lady Deer hesitated repeatedly, ultimately refraining from addressing the three formidable beastmen before her, instead opting for a silent acquiescence. Father Fox, perceiving her predicament, quickly took the two young ones out and turned to seek Aunt Tiger. He briefly relayed Lady Deer's condition. "Sister-in-law, might you be able to assist?" Aunt Tiger-san, possessing a naturally warm heart, could not refuse upon hearing of Lady Deer's injuries. She accepted the herbs for Brother Fox and entered to tend to Lady Deer's wounds. Having narrowly escaped the onslaught of the dark, malevolent birds and having rescued another beastman, the group had expended considerable energy, and it was time to rest and dine. Since their journey began, they had not had the opportunity to prepare jerky, and all the game they had caught had been turned into smoked meat, leaving only some smoked meat and a few fruits as provisions. Mother Sparrow retrieved the smoked meat from her pack and distributed it among the group, while Fox Jujiao, having been fed earlier by Mother Sparrow, did not receive any. However, Fox Xiao was unaware of this, and, believing his sister had not eaten, persistently and somewhat foolishly offered his jerky to Fox Jujiao. "Jujiao jerky!" Fox Jujiao would surely not consume Fox Xiao's rations, yet his unwavering insistence made it difficult for her to refuse. Tempted by the unique aroma of the smoked meat, reminiscent of pine needles burning, Fox Jujiao suddenly conceived an idea. She extended her hand and grasped the jerky that Fox Xiao had offered her. However, instead of eating it, she tossed the smoked meat near the cave entrance. Akin to the game they had played with Flint before. Fox Jujiao exclaimed, pointing at the piece of smoked meat, anxious that Fox Xiao might not comprehend. Having played this game with her multiple times, Fox Xiaowu quickly reacted, retrieved the smoked meat from the entrance, and then placed it back into Fox Jiujiao's hands. Fox Jiujiao threw it again, and he picked it up once more. Several times, the dark birds nearly breached the cave entrance, but were repelled by the enticing scent of the meat. Fox Xiaowu was wholly absorbed in his game with his sister, oblivious to the dark birds. Yet Fox Xiaolu remained vigilant. When Fox Xiaolu almost collided with a dark bird once more, Fox Xiaolu hastily seized him. "Be careful." "Careful?" Fox Xiaolu looked at Fox Xiaolu with a bemused expression, and in his startled motion, the jerky slipped from his grasp. The dark bird, initially poised to peck at Fox Xiaolu, was startled by the falling jerky and swiftly retreated. Fox Xiaolu observed the departing dark bird, instinctively blinking that if he was not mistaken, that dark bird had been fleeing, had it not. Noticing Fox Xiaolu lost in thought, Fox Jiujiao, while continuing her game with Fox Xiaolu, tossed the jerky even closer to the entrance. The dark birds outside, having eyed the meat, retreated in a flurry as if confronted by something terrifying. Once Fox Xiaolu retrieved the jerky again, they resumed their watch at the cave entrance. After a while, Fox Xiaolu, filled with excitement, dashed over to join Brother Fox San, who was engrossed in crafting a bone flute. "Brother, it seems those dark birds are afraid of smoked meat." "What?" Brother Fox San initially thought he had misheard. Birds were carnivorous. How could they be afraid? "Indeed," Fox Xiaolu exclaimed, pulling him toward the cave entrance. "Look, every time Jiujiao tosses the jerky at the entrance, the dark birds flee. When Xiaolu collects the jerky, they return. Is that not fear? Could it not be possible that the dark birds fear being struck by the jerky?" Brother Fox San questioned, only to be met with a disbelieving glance from Fox Xiaolu. "Then let us test it and find out." "That does make sense." Brother Fox San conceded, taking a piece of jerky in one hand and a branch in the other. He stepped toward the cave entrance. If the jerky indeed possessed the power to repel the dark birds, he should return unscathed. Even if not, he had previously endured among the dark birds without injury, so he deemed himself capable of ensuring his own safety. Upon seeing Brother Fox San emerge, the flock of dark birds erupted in piercing cries, with several swooping towards him. Brother Fox San quickly raised the jerky as a shield, and the dark birds halted mid-air, recoiling in haste as if they had encountered their nemesis. Meanwhile, Father Fox remained unaware of the unfolding situation, seeing only Brother Fox San's figure outside the cave. "Xianfeng, what are you doing? Come back," Father Fox called anxiously, rushing out to pull Brother Fox San back, and both half-beastmen tumbled to the ground. "Father, big brother, third brother," various calls echoed within the cave. The others rushed to help the two, but Father Fox waved them off, rising with a glare directed at Brother Fox San. "Xianfeng, did you not wish to live? How could you venture out alone? Do you realize that outside lies a horde of vicious dark birds that could consume you in an instant?" Seeing Father Fox genuinely angry, Fox Xiaolu hurriedly grasped his arm. "Father, this is all my fault. If I hadn't mentioned it to third brother." Father Fox furrowed his brow, interrupting Fox Xiaolu. "This matter does not concern you." His gaze remained fixed upon Brother Fox San. Brother Fox San paused, then slowly rose, showing Father Fox's unscathed form. "Father, see, I am unharmed." He offered a light-hearted smile, attempting to soothe Father Fox's ire. "I believed I had discovered a potential method to repel the dark birds and wished to test it. Even if the experiment failed," he waved the branch in his hand, "I would not allow myself to be harmed. That I acknowledge my error in not informing you beforehand, causing you worry. Please, punish me as you see fit." As he spoke, Brother Fox San moved closer to Father Fox, appearing entirely at his mercy. Having allowed him to finish speaking, Father Fox, even if inclined to reprimand, chose to remain silent. "Father, third brother did not act with ill intent. Please forgive him," Mother Sparrow interjected, providing Father Fox a means to relent. Father Fox took a deep breath and finally acquiesced. "Very well. I shall not hold this against you this time." Chapter 50. Lady of the Deer Clan, seeing Father Fox's anger dissipate. Everyone quietly exhaled in relief, while Brother Fox San inched closer to Father Fox. "I knew you cared for me." Father Fox, unable to find a way to discipline his lively and clever offspring, chose to remain silent. Uncle Fox San, however, had taken note of Brother Fox San's earlier remarks. "Third brother, what is this method you mentioned for repelling the dark birds? Did your test prove successful?" Only then did Brother Fox recall, raising the piece of jerky for all to see. Earlier, Shalu informed me that these dark birds seemed to fear smoked meat, so I took some out, and indeed, no dark bird dared approach me. I believe this notion to be valid. His words ignited a stir among the group. After all, this was no ordinary flock of dark birds, and it was uncertain when the onslaught would cease. Remaining in the cave, while ensuring their safety, would not suffice, as their rations were dwindling, but if a means to repel the dark birds were found, they need not remain in a state of passivity. If Third Brother's earlier test was successful, I wish to try as well, Uncle Fox declared, tightening his grip on the jerky as he prepared to head toward the cave entrance. Aunt Tiger quickly interjected. Wait, I will join you. I want to go too. In a short while, many expressed their desire to join in, prompting Brother Fox to volunteer to lead the group. Those who wished to join. Follow me. It will be safer that way. After carefully ensuring everyone was equipped with smoked meat, he took the lead and stepped out of the cave, perhaps due to the increased number of beastmen and the stronger scent of the smoked meat. Even the nearby dark birds dared not approach. The half-beastmen stood securely, and had it not been for the dark birds still circling above, they might have thought the bird onslaught had never existed and posed no threat. Indeed, they truly feared the smoked meat, afraid enough to keep their distance. As Brother Fox observed several of his younger siblings joyfully playing with smoked meat, he quietly turned away, retrieving a bone flute and bringing it to his lips to play a melody. The ominous black, evil birds, which should have been swiftly drawn near by the sound of the flute, showed no reaction whatsoever, continuing to keep their distance. Brother Fox was somewhat taken aback as he glanced at the bone flute in his hand. Could it be that the black evil birds were so profoundly terrified of the smoked meat? Although it had already been confirmed that the meat could repel the birds, their prolonged stay outside had left Father Fox feeling uneasy, prompting him to call them back. The little ones, having not experienced such carefree play in quite some time, felt a lingering reluctance to return. Mother, those black, evil birds outside truly fear us. Are we going to be able to leave soon? Little Foxy inquired eagerly. Mother Sparrow gently patted Little Foxy's head, responding, Yes, we will be able to leave soon, but for now, you must behave and stay put, understood? Little Foxy nodded vigorously in agreement. Meanwhile, Brother Fox placed some smoked meat at the entrance, effectively blocking any possibility of the black, evil birds entering. After tending to Madame Deer's wounds, Aunt Tiger then offered her some smoked meat and water. Once Madame Deer had regained some strength, Aunt Tiger assisted her outside. Aside from Father Fox and the three who had just checked on her, the others had only heard her voice. Thus, when Madame Deer appeared, the crowd's gazes were filled with curiosity and scrutiny. Madame Deer did not expect there to be so many individuals in Father Fox's family. While surprised, she also felt a twinge of unease, which she managed to suppress, maintaining a composed demeanor. Madame Deer, how are you feeling now? Brother Fox inquired, his concern evident for a patient he had treated himself. Madame Deer smiled and replied, Thank you for your assistance and your medicine. I feel much better now and should be able to move around in a while. Observing the conversation between Madame Deer and Brother Fox, the onlookers felt less alienated from her. Their previous meeting had been rushed, and given Madame Deer's injuries, there had been little opportunity for inquiries. Now that they knew how to repel the black evil birds and were free from worrying about them entering. Along with Madame Deer's improving condition, it seemed an opportune moment to ask questions. Madame Deer, why did you and your kin encounter the bird tide? Father Fox inquired, if you were in your tribe. You should not have been so easily scattered, correct? Madame Deer sighed bitterly. To be honest, our tribe situation is not very good either. We were fleeing when we suddenly encountered the bird tide and were attacked. Fleeing? This experience seemed somewhat akin to their own. Yet Madame Deer clearly appeared reluctant to elaborate further, making it inappropriate for them to press on. By the way, I overheard that you plan to leave. Is that true? Madame Deer carefully observed Father Fox, who seemed to be the leader, and asked cautiously. Father Fox nodded, We do intend to leave, but not just yet. After all, the black evil birds are still present, and it is uncertain when they will depart. We cannot afford to sit idly. After a moment's hesitation, Madame Deer took the initiative to request, Then, would you be willing to take me with you? Fearing that Father Fox and the others might refuse, she quickly added, I am but a wounded beast man, separated from my kin. unable to withstand the onslaught of the black evil birds outside, that I understand that bringing me along would mean an additional burden. But I assure you, if you help me find my kin, I will repay you with provisions. The family of Father Fox was not made up of heartless beastmen, seeing Madame Dear in such a pitiful state. None of them harbored any thoughts of refusal. Madame Dear, rest assured, since we have already aided you, we would never abandon you midway. Brother Fox assured her. Father Fox concurred. Eldest son is right. We will assist you in finding your kin. Hearing this, Madame Dear could not help but shed tears, and it took a considerable amount of comfort from the others to soothe her emotions. The following day, Brother Fox emerged from the cave with smoked meat, surveying the black evil birds outside. The number of black evil birds had diminished significantly compared to before. They had once obscured the sky entirely, leaving only a faint glimmer of light, but now the colors of the sky were starting to become discernible. Nevertheless, even in this reduced state, the sheer quantity of black evil birds remained appallingly high. Brother Fox gazed into the distance and noticed that as he moved further east, the number of birds lessened. This realization sparked an idea in his mind, prompting him to return to the cave to share his findings with the others. Chapter 51. Discussing strategies to combat the black evil bird's father. The number of black evil birds outside has decreased significantly. I believe we can take the initiative to venture out, repel the bird tide, and head east. The eastern region has the fewest black evil birds. Perhaps Madame Dear's kin are there. Brother Fox reasoned persuasively. Upon hearing news related to her kin, Madame Dear nearly disregarded her injuries and attempted to rise from the ground, but Brother Fox quickly supported her. Madame Dear, you must not move about recklessly. Please rest properly, he advised. The earlier eagerness of Brother Fox to charge out and drive away the black evil birds waned upon seeing Madame Dear. They had promised to bring her along, but this would complicate matters. Perhaps we should rest for a few more days, remarked Uncle Fox. The little ones have endured some injuries while helping us fend off the black evil birds. It is time to find a place to recuperate. Indeed, it is possible that in a few days, the bird tide will recede, making our departure more convenient and safer. Aunt Tiger agreed. Madame Dear opened her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately held her tongue. Yet, Mother Sparrow, perceptive and astute, understood the worry lingering in Madame Dear's heart. In my opinion, we should venture out sooner rather than later. If we delay, not only might we struggle to locate Madame Dear's separated kin, but unforeseen circumstances may arise, potentially putting us in greater danger, Brother Fox asserted, nodding in agreement. Moreover, the black evil birds are afraid of the smoked meat. The longer we linger, the less likely they are to leave, and our supply of smoked meat will inevitably diminish. The less we have, the harder it will be for us to depart. Brother Fox's insights regarding the smoked meat persuaded everyone. Then let us set out today, Father Fox declared decisively. But what about Madame Dear? Before Uncle Fox could finish his sentence, Brother Fox sprang up like a spring, exclaiming, I have a solution. Brother Fox dashed to the entrance, pulling several long vines, and began weaving them together while the others looked on in bewilderment. Brother Sam, what are you doing? Little Fox Lou inquired, approaching him. Without pausing in his work, Brother Fox replied, I am making a backpack. This way, we can carry all our supplies. The others soon realized this was indeed a clever idea. I'll help you. Me too. They rushed to assist him, each taking a vine or two, enthusiastically imitating one another in their efforts. The elder beastmen, having crafted such items over the years, worked swiftly. Before long, the outline of a backpack began to take shape. Their supplies primarily consisted of fruits, roots, herbs, and smoked meat, requiring only 2 or 3 backpacks to suffice. Halfway through making the backpack, Brother Fox began assigning tasks to his younger siblings, who had started to play around with the vines. Little C, take the smoked meat and find some thick branches to bring back. This should be long if possible. Little Woo, go with Little C, and if any black evil birds fly by, wave the smoked meat at them. Understood? Upon hearing Brother Fox's serious tone, the little one's expressions turned grave as they nodded and set off with the smoked meat towards the cave's exit. Father Fox and the others were aware that bringing the smoked meat outside posed little danger, so they did not stop them. Brother Foxda and Brother Fox then approached Brother Fox asking, Third brother, Is there anything we should do? Brother Fox San surveyed the surroundings and noted the dwindling supply of vines. Eldest brother, second brother, please gather some more vines and weave them into a blanket shape. Leave the edges open. Brother Fox Air silently complied, while Brother Fox questioned, what is this for? Just then, Little Fox C and Little Fox Wu triumphantly dragged two large, thick branches into the cave, showcasing them to Brother Fox San. Brother, look at the two branches Little Wu and I found. They're quite substantial, aren't they? Fox Xiao C was so pleased that his bushy tail nearly reached the heavens. Fox Sangu, in a tone of praise, affectionately ruffled the heads of the two. Excellent. However, you must gather some branches, though they need not be as large as these two. Instantly, the proud chest of Fox Xiao C deflated with a sigh. Sangu. How can you say that? Little Wu and I have only just returned. Fox Sangu patted his little face. All right, I understand the hardships you and Little Wu have endured, but the situation is special now. Do you not wish to go out and play soon? Upon hearing the prospect of playing outside, Fox Xiao C finally felt a surge of energy, although he still hesitated and lingered in place. Fox Xiao Wu, with a dazed look, tugged at his hand. Fourth brother, let us go find some. Fox Xiao C glanced back at the stubborn Fox Xiao Wu and suddenly felt invigorated. He leapt up and playfully tapped his head, pulling him towards the cave entrance. Why are you still dawdling? If we don't hurry, we'll miss out. Fox Xiao Wu blinked in confusion. But it's not me. Once the two lively spirits set off, Fox Singa handed the two branches to Fox to go. Once the blanket is woven, we can tie each into these branches. Then, Madame Deer can lie upon it, making it easier for us to carry her. With the assistance of everyone, Fox Sango completed the backpack and stretcher much more swiftly. By the time lunch approached, they had already crafted 3 backpacks and 1 stretcher, even having some spare time to create weapons. Fox Sango carefully packed all their supplies into the 2 backpacks, placing the cured meat at the top to prevent the black evil bird from approaching and causing damage to their provisions. The extra branches found by Fox Xiao C and Fox Xiao Wu were adorned with stones and cured meat at the top, serving as weapons to ward off the black evil birds. As everyone prepared everything and invited Madame Deer to lie on the stretcher, she appeared somewhat startled. Can I truly do this? Perhaps I should walk with you. I can manage. However, her protest of I can manage was utterly shattered the moment she attempted to stand again, only to stumble back down. Xiao Kei Mu and Hu Sanshun hurriedly assisted Madame Deer. Madame Deer, there's no need to be stubborn. Your recovery is paramount. Please, onto the stretcher you go, Xiao Kei Mu said, half consoling and half concerned, as she and Hu Sanshun helped her onto the stretcher. Madame Deer was light, allowing Fox to go and Fox Ergo to lift the stretcher with ease to deter the black evil bird from fixating on them. They placed a substantial amount of cured meat atop Madame Deer's stretcher. Once everything was prepared, they exited the cave. Chapter 52. Encountering suspicious beastmen, although each individual carried cured meat to preempt any issues. Fox Gio and Madame Deer were shielded in the center. As they emerged from the cave, the black evil birds swooped down upon them, although the scent of cured meat deterred them from approaching too closely. A few still dared to stretch their beaks towards Fox A Fu and the others at this moment. The weapons crafted by Fox Sango proved invaluable. Despite being small, Fox Xiao Lu was the most animated. Wielding the weapon adorned with cured meat, he struck at the black evil birds while chanting, "Come closer! I dare you! Do not harm them!" The sight was both touching and amusing to everyone, and Fox Senshu, walking ahead, reminded Fox Xiao Lu, "Enough of that. We need to head east." Only then did Fox Xiao Lu reluctantly cease, following Fox Senshu and the others toward the east while occasionally glancing back to strike at the birds. For Fox Xiao Lu, battling the black evil birds was a breeze. Yet for Fox A Fu and the other adult beastmen, the situation was dire. The black evil birds seemed to possess a degree of intelligence. Attacking in groups, with Madame Deer in their care, they could only occasionally knock down a few black evil birds and take advantage of their momentary confusion to move eastward. Brother, it seems they are specifically targeting us. What should we do? Fox Airshoe asked, having knocked down a few black evil birds with a branch tied with stones, turning to Fox A Fu for guidance. Fox A Fu shook his head. There's nothing we can do. They're following us closely, so we must deal with those that approach first. Xiao Kei-mu, unable to assist, clutched Fox Jiu tightly to prevent the black evil bird from snatching her away. Fox Jiu found it rather strange. According to the book she had read, black evil birds were not described as particularly aggressive, let alone coordinating attacks. She wriggled in Xiao Kei-mu's embrace until she could peek outside, keenly observing the battlefield. The black evil birds had completed yet another assault and returned to a higher altitude, surveying Fox A-Fu and the others from above. This provided the group with a moment to catch their breath as they quickened their pace toward the east. "Hurry! They'll all be back down soon," Fox A-Fu urged from the front, glancing back to ensure the little ones were following. Just as Fox A-Fu's words left his lips, a long cry erupted from the flock of black evil birds. The hearts of everyone leapt into their throats, halting their escape and gripping their weapons tightly. Sure enough, the next moment, the black evil birds surged forward frantically, though they hesitated at the scent of cured meat. They persisted maneuvering around it to attack Fox A-Fu and the others. After 3 or 4 waves of attacks, Fox Jiu finally made a discovery. That long cry was not a random sound, but rather a commanding call. Upon hearing it, the black evil birds would obediently charge forth. The source of the command was the leading black evil bird, observing the chaos as the others flailed about aimlessly against the incoming birds. Fox Jiu pointed at the leader and shouted, "Attack that one!" Xiao Kei-mu followed Fox Jiu's pointing finger and immediately grasped her intention, calling out to Fox de Ge, who was aiming his bow and arrow at the birds. "The Zai, shoot the one in the middle." Fox de Ge glanced back, nearly caught off guard by a black evil bird that swooped in a claw at his face, only to be struck down by Fox Ge. "Brother, go now," Fox Ge urged, not pausing his strikes against the encroaching birds. Yet despite their efforts, the black evil birds continued to swarm, appearing endless. Realizing the importance of the middle black evil bird, Fox de Ge, shielded by Fox Ge, raised his bow with utmost seriousness, aiming at the target. The leading black evil bird continued its cries, and the flock launched another attack. Amidst the tumult, Fox de Ge's arrow sliced through the mass of birds. Striking true, the leading black evil bird let out its final cry, not a command but a lament, as it realized its impending demise. Upon hearing their leader's call, the flock, unable to locate it, ceased their assault, becoming a disorganized mass in the sky, completely losing their aggression. With numbers but no coordination, they scattered like a pile of sand, easily repelled by Fox A-Fu and his companions. As the flock gradually dispersed, the sky brightened, allowing everyone a moment to exhale and recover their strength. Zai, we owe you a great debt of gratitude. Fox A-Fu patted Fox de Ge on the shoulder. Fox de Ge shook his head. "It wasn't me. It was Jiu who reminded me. I hadn't realized that it was that black evil bird leading the attacks against us. Thankfully, everything has been resolved now." Everyone's gaze shifted to Xiao Kei-mu, who looked down at Fox Jiu. "It was Jiu. She's our little lucky star." Fox Jiu basked in praise, comfortably leaning against Xiao Kei-mu, feigning ignorance, yet her incessantly bobbing head betrayed her pride. After a brief respite and confirming that everyone was uninjured, they hastened to depart. Defeating the black evil birds was merely the first step. They needed to find a safe haven before nightfall, for the dangers that lurked in the dark could prove far more perilous than the recent onslaught of the black evil birds. Descending the mountain, they soon reached the forest's edge that a series of heavy footsteps echoed ominously, causing the group to tense once more. There are many footsteps. Could it be that after battling the birds, we are now facing a beast tide? Fox Xiao Lu blurted out before hastily covering his mouth. Fox Sanshu gently tapped Fox Xiao Lu on the head, but refrained from speaking further. In truth, they all harbored similar concerns, though they dared not voice them. Whatever it may be, vigilance was essential. They must ready their weapons. Under the guidance of Fox Father, the group cautiously maneuvered into the thicket nearby. The sound of footsteps had not yet ceased. In fact, they grew ever closer, and in mere moments, they arrived before the assembled crowd. Receiving a subtle signal from Fox Father, Brother Fox swiftly seized the foremost orc, pulling him into their ranks. The orc, taken aback and unable to comprehend the situation, struggled vehemently, demanding to know their identities and intentions. Brother Fox refrained from revealing his own identity, instead countering with a question of his own. The orc, naturally, was equally reticent. Chapter 53. The revelations of the deer tribe as the footsteps gradually diminished. The group raised their heads to behold a contingent of orcs, their numbers no less than their own, standing defiantly across from them. What is the purpose of holding our chieftain captive? Release him at once. Should you fail to comply, do not blame us for our hostility. The voices, laced with anger and threat, rose and fell, and Lady Deer, listening intently, felt a hint of familiarity in their tone upon hearing the term chieftain. Fox Father and his companions, too, felt a sense of recognition, turning their attention to Lady Deer. "Could you bring the chieftain over for me to see?" Lady Deer implored, struggling to sit up from her stretcher. Despite the chieftain's reluctance, he was brought forth to her. In the instant their eyes met, they almost simultaneously exclaimed, "Arin, my lady, how did you end up here?" Their voices rang out in unison, recognizing their acquaintance. Fox Father and his companions understood that a misunderstanding had occurred and released their grip on the orc. The orc immediately rushed to Lady Deer, tears streaming down his face. "My lady, after we became separated that day, I feared you were lost forever." Lady Deer embraced him, her own tears flowing freely by sheer luck. "I found a cave to take refuge in, and it was these kind souls who rescued me." The two wept together for a long while, and once they had composed themselves, Lady Deer recounted the events that had transpired, revealing that the orcs before them were, in fact, her kin. The chieftain of the deer tribe expressed his gratitude to Fox Father and his companions, saying, "Thank you for saving my wife. Please, name your reward. Whatever you desire, we shall provide." The chieftain grasped Fox Father's hand tightly, the tremor in his grip betraying his emotion. Clearly, the deer tribe held great respect for their chieftain and his wife, as no one voiced dissent regarding the promised reward, even amidst their plight. However, Fox Jojuan noticed a female orc standing behind Lady Deer, who scoffed with palpable disdain, dragging us down, losing her way, and now expecting us to supply her with provisions. How dare she still call herself the chieftain's wife? The female orc muttered under her breath as she stealthily maneuvered behind the chieftain. Such seemingly minor actions did not escape Fox Jojuan's keen observation. It appeared that even in their time of crisis, the deer tribe was not as united as it seemed. Caution was warranted regarding this female orc, lost in the joy of having found his wife. The chieftain remained oblivious to the tensions brewing behind him. After Fox Father and his companions declined the chieftain's offer of reward, he expressed a hint of regret, but grew increasingly fervent in his demeanor towards them. "Since you have just descended from the mountains, you must not have found a place to rest. We are currently taking refuge here, having ventured out today in search of game, and fortuitously encountered you. The night is drawing near, and our resting place is relatively safe. Why not accompany us?" Indeed, the chieftain's words rang true, and Fox Father and his companions felt little reason to refuse, agreeing to the proposal. "Very well, we appreciate your hospitality." The deer tribe's resting place was another cave, larger than the one where they had previously found Lady Deer, easily accommodating Fox Father's family as well. "Since you have come down from the mountains, why did you head in this direction?" The chieftain, having already learned from Lady Deer about their victory over the Black Wicked Birds, was curious about their journey. Before Fox Father could respond, Lady Deer interjected. "While we were still in the mountains, we noticed fewer Black Wicked Birds to the east, believing it to be a safer route, so we traveled eastward and fortuitously found you." The chieftain nodded in understanding. "I led my kin, with nowhere to go, and we ended up here by chance. That I am relieved that we did not become separated from my wife after all. Given the circumstances, do you have any plans moving forward?" Fox Father inquired. Although they had resolved to head east, it was prudent to gather information from others for reassurance. The chieftain shook his head that no, we are merely fleeing danger, uncertain of where to go next. Which is why we have lingered here. The area outside is swarming with Black Wicked Birds. Staying here is our safest option. As the chieftain spoke, he peered outside the cave, although darkness enveloped the area. Moonlight filtered through, a far cry from the previous oppressive darkness wrought by the Black Wicked Birds, filling him with gratitude and admiration for Fox Father and his companions. "Father, why don't we allow the deer tribe to accompany us?" Brother Fox whispered to Fox Father. With more people, we can support each other should any danger arise. His voice, though soft, was audible enough for the chieftain to overhear. Fox father glanced up at the chieftain, meeting his smile. Are you all certain you intend to head east? Fox father nodded. When the black wicked birds were present, the east had the fewest of them. There may be something there to drive them away. And it feels like a safer path. The chieftain pondered this for a moment before responding. In that case, let us journey east together. No. The chieftain's decision was met with immediate dissent from the Deer tribe members who had been listening intently. Chieftain, we have only recently become acquainted with them. Allowing them to share our cave is generous enough. Who knows if they may pose a threat if we travel together? One individual spoke up, casting a wary glance at Fox father and his companions, his eyes filled with mistrust. Indeed, chieftain, you cannot simply trust them because they saved your wife. Who knows their true intentions? This voice belonged to the female orc whom Fox Jujuan had previously noted. Her comments came as no surprise to Fox Jujuan. Her ability to interject Lady Deer into the conversation revealed her deep-seated grievances against her. With one or two dissenters, others who had initially been neutral began to harbor doubts as well. As tensions rose and more voices joined in opposition, the chieftain finally adopted a stern expression and silenced them. Enough. My decision to head east is not solely based on their actions. The east is a plain. The west is mountainous, and both the north and south are fraught with peril. We have just fled from the west. It would be folly to return there. The plains of the east are far more suitable for our survival. Are they not? In a display of persuasive prowess, the chieftain deftly shifted from a stern demeanor to one of gentle persuasion. Chapter 54. The dispute among the Deer tribe. It seemed that the chieftain's reasoning held merit. In that case, the chieftain's argument does appear sound. With the chieftain's deft handling of the situation, the Deer tribe members became noticeably more placated, their murmurs reflecting agreement. Although the female orc appeared to have more to say. Upon noticing that those who had previously opposed were no longer inclined to press the issue, she reluctantly settled back into silence. Thus, it was decided. The next day, they would set forth towards the east. This time, no one voiced any objections to the chieftain of the Deer tribe's decision. With the matter resolved, it was time to eat. The food of the Deer tribe primarily consisted of various fruits, tubers, and a mixture of grasses, while Huafu and the others, although they also subsisted on a vegetarian diet, mainly relied on dried meat. The two groups were not particularly familiar with one another, so they each ate their own meals without interference. Only the Deer chieftain and his wife occasionally offered them some fruits out of gratitude for their earlier kindness during their days of fleeing. Hujujo had grown considerably and no longer required the dried meat to be made into a porridge for sustenance. Now, she could not only consume shredded meat, but could also gnaw on fruits. The female beastman, observing Hujujo eating a fruit, extended a peculiar-looking fruit toward her, while her other hand attempted to pet Hujujo's head. "What are you doing?" The little sparrow mother, cradling Hujujo, deftly evaded the female beastman's hand. Her tone, though consistently gentle, carried a hint of impatience. The female beastman chuckled awkwardly. "I just thought this little one looked adorable and wanted to offer her a fruit." As she spoke, she presented the fruit again to the little sparrow mother. "Look, this fruit is quite delicious. I couldn't bear to eat it myself." Before the little sparrow mother could accept the fruit, the female beastman took the liberty of placing it in her arms and reached out to embrace Hujujo. "You know, it must be quite exhausting for you to handle such a tiny one alone. Why not let me help you carry her for a bit? You can take a short rest." Had this been someone familiar among the beastmen, the little sparrow mother would have felt no suspicion. On the contrary, she would have found it quite heartwarming. However, coming from a female beastman she had only just met, who previously questioned their motives, the little sparrow mother would have been foolish not to be wary. "No, thank you, I can manage my own little one perfectly well," the little sparrow mother replied, returning the fruit to the female beastman. Yet, the female beastman was undeterred by the little sparrow mother's cold demeanor and instead settled beside her. As she drew near, Hujujo sensed an unsettling premonition, wriggling in the little sparrow mother's embrace, eager to distance themselves from this peculiar female beastman. "Oh dear, what is the matter with the little one? Is she restless?" exclaimed the female beastman, dramatically raising her voice and attempting to reach for Hujujo. However, the moment she reached out, Hujujio clung tightly to the little sparrow mother, displaying a clear aversion to being touched by the female beastman. The female beastman's expression faltered. The little sparrow mother, focused solely on Hujujio, paid no mind to the female beastman's thoughts, gently patting Hujujio's back in a soothing manner. "Jujio, my dear, are you feeling unwell? Would you like to play with your brothers?" She whispered softly into Hujujio's ear, ensuring the female beastman could not hear her words. Upon hearing this, Hujujio began to squirm again. The little sparrow mother's hold had loosened, allowing the female beastman to clearly observe Hujujio attempting to crawl away from her. "What's wrong with this little one? Is she looking down on me?" The female beastman bit her lip, visibly displeased. Yet, she quickly realized that the little sparrow mother was still present, and her expression softened. Though her tone turned somewhat stiff, "It seems the little one is a bit too lively. Such behavior is inappropriate. If she continues to be so restless when she grows older, she might inadvertently wander into the jaws of a predator. You should take care to manage her behavior while she is still small, or you'll have quite a bit of worry in the future." The female beastman feigned concern for the little sparrow mother, but to the little sparrow mother, she appeared exceedingly strange. One moment, she approached with friendliness, displaying enthusiasm for Hujujio, and the next, she adopted a lecturing demeanor. Anyone would find such behavior discomforting. The little sparrow mother chose to ignore her entirely, focusing her attention solely on Hujujio. Pretending not to hear, the female beastman made a couple more attempts to engage, but when she received no response, she understood that her efforts were futile. She placed the fruit she had brought beside the little sparrow mother and returned to her previous position. Once she departed, Hujujio cautiously peeked out from the little sparrow mother's embrace, watching as the female beastman moved further away, allowing her uneasy premonition to finally settle. The little sparrow mother picked up the fruit that had been set aside, noticing its unusual appearance, and placed it before Hujujio. "Jujio, look at this fruit. It beautiful. Have you seen it before? Would you like to try playing with it?" As she spoke, she nudged the fruit towards Hujujio's hands. Hujujio extended her hand, not to accept the fruit, but to push it away. Although she did not harbor the same ominous feeling towards this fruit as she did towards the female beastman, she was unwilling to accept anything from her. Noticing Hujujio's slight pout, the little sparrow mother paused, leaning in closer as she spoke. "I guess that you do not like that female beastman." Hujujio gently nodded her head, and, when the female beastman's gaze fell upon her, nestled closer into the little sparrow mother's embrace. The little sparrow mother followed Hujujio's line of sight. But instead of spotting the female beastman, she saw the dear chieftain's wife approaching them. The dear chieftain's wife appeared to be recovering well. Although she still walked with some difficulty, she could finally manage to move about on her own. "Eagle Sparrow, Suya, have you finished your meal?" she inquired of the little sparrow mother and Hussanant. Having exchanged names over the past few days, the dear chieftain's wife felt a closer connection to them due to their shared status as female beastmen. Hussanant, sitting beside the little sparrow mother, responded to the dear chieftain's wife, "We have finished eating, and we must thank you again for the fruit you sent us earlier. We have never encountered such a thing in our previous tribe." The dear chieftain's wife chuckled, shaking her head. "Oh, it was nothing. If you desire more, I can certainly fetch some for you." The little sparrow mother interjected, preventing the dear chieftain's wife from returning to gather more fruit. "You do not have much food left at the moment. It is better not to take more. You are injured and must ensure you are eating adequately." The dear chieftain's wife, recognizing the sincerity in the little sparrow mother's words, accepted her suggestion without further argument. Speaking of fruit, the little sparrow mother recalled the peculiar fruit the female beastman had just presented. By the way, are you familiar with that female beastman in your tribe?" she asked, gesturing subtly in the direction the female beastman had gone. The dear chieftain's wife glanced towards the indicated direction before returning her gaze. "Oh, her name is Lu, and she often brings us fruit after foraging. She seems quite nice. You two probably did not know each other before. Why do you ask about her all of a sudden?" The little sparrow mother handed the fruit she had just received to the dear chieftain's wife. "This was the fruit she just gave me. She approached me earlier, and I found her manner a bit odd, so I did not engage with her much." "Is that so?" the dear chieftain's wife replied hesitantly, pondering that perhaps the female beastman merely wished to foster a good relationship with them since they would all be living together from now on. Upon hearing the dear chieftain's wife's perspective, Hujujio immediately sat up in the little sparrow mother's embrace and vigorously shook her head. "What's the matter, Jujio?" the dear chieftain's wife asked, puzzled. The little sparrow mother recalled Hujujio's earlier reaction to Luin and began to piece things together. But instead of stating her thoughts directly, she gently stroked Hujujio's head. "It's nothing. She probably just finds it amusing." The little one, being naturally spontaneous, was simply reacting in the moment, and the dear chieftain's wife did not suspect otherwise. Earlier, when Luin had spoken with the little sparrow mother, Hussein Aunt had also noticed, "I felt that Luin's attitude towards you, sisterda, was not as you might think," she remarked. "Didn't she previously question our motives for rescuing you? Now, with this behavior, it just doesn't sit right with me." Though Hussein Aunt was somewhat blunt, she was not oblivious to the peculiarities around her, and she sensed something amiss. Meanwhile, Hujuju nodded vigorously as Hussein Aunt spoke. And once she finished, Hujujio began shaking her head persistently in Luin's direction, trying to draw their attention with exaggerated movements. The little sparrow mother recognized Hujujio's instincts were often accurate. Watching the oblivious dear chieftain's wife, she hesitated before finally speaking up. "Dear chieftain's wife, I believe Luin may have some issues. You must be cautious. Surely not if she truly had ulterior motives. Why would she bring you gifts?" The dear chieftain's wife brushed off the little sparrow mother's concerns, instead reassuring them. "Eagle Sparrow, I think you are being overly cautious. We will be companions moving forward. There is no need for distrust." Lady Lu was reluctant to believe, and Mama Sparrow remarked that speaking too much could easily provoke aversion. Ultimately, Mama Sparrow refrained from further elaboration and shifted the conversation to another topic, deciding to leave the matter of Luin for another day. The following day, the family of Father Fox set off together with the deer clan. With the threat of the black evil birds now eliminated, their numbers had increased, and the journey was considerably more peaceful, allowing the little ones to indulge in playful antics. "Cheep, cheep, look over here." Brother Fox San held up the headpiece he had crafted from bird feathers for Fox Chochio. The headpiece, made from 7 feathers, was perfectly suited to nestle beside Fox Chochio's ear, giving her a delightful and fluffy appearance. Nestled in Mama Sparrow's embrace, Fox Chochio heard Brother Fox San's playful banter and reached out symbolically to grab it, only to withdraw her hand upon realizing he would not relent. After all, she was not truly a little cub. How could she possibly be captivated by such childish games? Observing this, Fox Xiao Lu swiftly snatched the headpiece from Brother Fox San's grasp. Initially intending to place it back on Fox Chochio's head, Fox Xiao Lu inadvertently damaged it due to its fragile nature. Consequently, when the feathers were adorned upon Fox Chochio's head, it resembled a nest rather than a charming accessory. "Ha ha ha, Brother San, look at Chochio like this, it's so amusing." Fox Xiao Lu adjusted the feathered headpiece atop Fox Chochio's head while pulling Brother Fox San into laughter. Brother Fox San couldn't help but chuckle, though he was not as mischievous as Fox Xiao Lu and attempted to reclaim the headpiece from his grasp. Mama Sparrow, casting a gentle and resigned glance at them, cautioned San and Xiao Lu, "Stop your antics. Chochio might become upset." However, Fox Chochio was not easily perturbed. She merely found her brother's childishness rather tiresome and snuggled closer to Mama Sparrow to evade their playful teasing. After Mama Sparrow's admonition, Fox Xiao Lu sheepishly rubbed his nose and, turning to Fox Chochio, made a silly face before tugging Brother Fox San and running off. "Annie, wait for us. We'll find more feathers for Chochio and make her a new headpiece." Mama Sparrow observed their retreating figures, understanding that they had been cooped up for too long, and allowed them their mischief. In the aftermath of the black evil bird's onslaught, the surrounding areas gradually returned to tranquility, and the birds along the route were not scarce, with many feathers easily found among the trees. While searching for feathers not far from the group, Brother Fox San and Fox Xiao Lu chanced upon the hushed murmurs of some beastmen conversing. "What do you think the clan leader likes? Last time I brought him fruit, he didn't accept it all." Luin's voice abruptly ceased upon spotting the 2 foxes perched in the tree. "What are you doing up there?" Luin inquired, turning to the 2 female beastmen beside her. The 2 foxes nimbly descended from the tree. "We were looking for something. Why didn't you follow the group?" Luin, already feeling awkward about having been overheard while inquiring about the clan leader, found it even more challenging to maintain her composure When Brother Fox Sin posed the question, she couldn't very well admit to having led her companions away from the group. Could she? We'll be back shortly. You didn't hear us say anything inappropriate, did you? Lewin stared intently at them, trying to appear calm, though her palms had already begun to sweat. Brother Fox Sin exchanged glances with Fox Xiaolu, shaking their heads in unison. Did you say something you wouldn't want others to overhear? No, nothing at all. Lewin waved her hand dismissively. If you have no further business, you should head back. As she spoke, she guided her two female companions back to the group, leaving Brother Fox San and Fox Xiaolu bewildered. They truly hadn't heard anything at all. Brother, what do you think she was talking about? She seemed so anxious. Fox Xiaolu, not as tall as Brother Fox San, leaned over and peered in the direction Lu and had departed. I don't know. Perhaps it's someone else's private matter. Brother Fox San replied, pulling Fox Xiaolu down from his shoulder. Let us go. Do you still want to make a headpiece for Chochio? Fox Xiaolu promptly jumped ahead, while Brother Fox San followed. Lost in Thought. Chapter 56. The females testing if it were merely a matter of ordinary privacy. Lu and Shun-Ti have been so anxious. However, her fleeting gaze and peculiar demeanor were clearly not normal. With such thoughts in mind, Brother Fox San gathered far fewer feathers than Fox Xiaolu and returned to the group. However, fate had it that on their way back, they encountered Lewin again. This time without the two female beastmen they had seen earlier. You're back. I didn't see you over there just now and was a bit worried. You didn't run into any danger, did you? Lewin feigned familiarity in her inquiry. Yet, this pretense only made her seem more unnatural. They had not yet become that acquainted. Moreover, with the black evil birds no longer a threat, and being two male beastmen, what danger could they possibly face while merely wandering nearby? Nothing much. We just got delayed looking for something. Brother Fox San chose not to address her odd behavior, instead continuing the conversation to see what she would do next. This, however, drew an odd look from Fox Xiaolu. Brother, are you quite familiar with her? Why are you engaging with her? Fox Xiaolu tugged at Brother Fox San's arm, leaning in to whisper. Brother Fox San shook his head, opting for minimal explanation that in truth, Lewin had intentionally waited for them to approach. Even though they had claimed not to have overheard anything, the previous proximity had left her with lingering concern. As long as there's no danger, that's good. By the way, when we bumped into each other earlier, you mentioned looking for something. You didn't overhear me discussing sneaking out for food. Did you? Lewin asked nonchalantly. Brother Fox San shook his head. We only saw you after we came down from the tree. We didn't hear anything else, if you have no other matters. We'll be on our way. Lun finally breathed a sigh of relief, bidding them farewell before rejoining her clan. Brother Fox San, however, remained lost in thought as he watched her retreating figure. Was she truly just talking about sneaking out for food? Chochio, we're back, Fox Xiaolu exclaimed, placing the freshly crafted feather headpiece atop Fox Chochio's head. Fox Chochio made no resistance, allowing Mama Sparrow to indulge him. But why were you gone for so long? We couldn't find you during lunch. Mama Sparrow expressed her concern. Seen Fox Xiaolu only then remembered he hadn't eaten, bouncing off to find Uncle Fox for some jerky. Mama Sparrow shook her head in resignation and turned to retrieve a piece of smoked meat from her pack, offering it to Brother Fox San. San, you must be hungry. Your brothers have already eaten, and this was saved especially for you. Brother Fox San accepted the smoked meat, but didn't eat it right away. Instead, he began explaining to Mama Sparrow the reason for their late return. Mother, we encountered Lewin while searching for feathers. She seemed to be discussing something with others, appearing quite frightened of being overheard. Her demeanor was rather unusual. Upon hearing Lewin's name, both Mama Sparrow and Fox Chochio in her embrace tensed. And then, nothing happened, right? Brother Fox San shook his head. No, we ran into her again on our way back. She claimed she was discussing sneaking out for food, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't quite right. As long as nothing happened, that's good. Just try to keep your distance from her in the future, Mama Sparrow advised. Yet, as she lifted her gaze, she coincidentally caught Lewin's glance after Brother Fox San finished the smoked meat. The group concluded their rest and set off once more. The luggage of Father Fox's family was considerable. Earlier, when Xiao Si and Xiao Wu had shared the burden, they had already become weary. Even with Brother Fox San and Fox Xiao Lu's assistance in the afternoon, it was still somewhat challenging to carry everything along. Let me take that. I'll help you carry it. A male deer beastman approached, extending his hand toward Fox Xiao Lu. Fox Xiao Lu, wary, shot him a glance and clutched his belongings even tighter. The deer beastman, unfazed, laughed heartily and ruffled Fox Xiao Lu's head. With his hands full, Fox Xiao Lu could only glare in annoyance at him. Don't touch my head. Only my mother is allowed to. The orc finally stifled his laughter. All right, you little rascal. Such a spirited one you are. Rest assured. Hand your belongings over to me. We are comrades in this journey and would never dream of snatching your things. Aren't you weary from holding on to them? Upon hearing the orc's words, Hu Xiaolu hesitated for a moment but remained unwilling to let go, instead casting a glance toward Hu Sanshu. Father, the orc from the deer tribe nodded toward Hu Sanshu, saying, I simply noticed this little fellow struggling with his luggage and wish to lend a hand, as long as you have no objections. That Hu Sanshu nodded in acknowledgement. Then we are grateful to you. Only then did Hu Xiaolu finally relinquish his grip, passing the luggage into the orc's hands with a more courteous tone. Thank you, uncle. The deer tribe orc chuckled softly. You little imp. Truly clever and shrewd. With the deer tribe's numbers, carrying luggage became a much lighter task, and thus more than one orc came to assist Hu Xiaolu, with others also helping share the burden of the Hu family's belongings. We're truly thankful to you all. Hu Afu expressed his gratitude to one of the deer tribe orcs who had helped carry a significant portion of the luggage. Oh, it's nothing. We are friends now. Helping each other is only natural. The orc replied heartily. Nevertheless, Hu Afu felt a bit guilty and decided to offer some food, such as flower roots and tubers, to the nearby deer tribesmen who still had empty hands. Consider this a token of my appreciation. Please do not refuse. The deer orcs had no intention of declining. They had been fleeing for a considerable time, and with their numbers, food was already running low. The provisions offered by Hu Afu were just enough to provide them with another meal. Thus, the journey continued with both parties in high spirits. However, this joyful atmosphere was abruptly interrupted when they encountered a flock of black, evil birds along the way. What? How could they have returned? Is it another wave of birds like before? What shall we do? The deer tribe orcs, who had already developed a profound psychological trauma from the previous encounter with the black evil bird tide, instantly became flustered upon seeing the flock. In contrast, Hu Afu and his companions appeared far more composed. They first took out large chunks of smoked meat from their packs, then began to distribute the smoked meat to the deer orcs one by one. Although their supply of smoked meat was ample, it was insufficient for the numerous deer orcs, so most of them ended up sharing a piece among 3 or 4. What is this? Inquired one of the deer tribe orcs, assisting Hu Afu with the luggage. Chapter 57. A Journey Together. This is smoked meat. The black evil birds are averse to its scent. When they approach you, simply wave it in their direction, and they will be deterred, Hu Afu patiently explained to them. However, the deer orcs, having no prior experience with such matters, looked at the smoked meat in their hands with skepticism. But the black evil birds arrived too swiftly, before they could voice their doubts to Hu Afu. The birds had already begun their dive. The orc instinctively closed his eyes and waved the smoked meat overhead, and when he reopened his eyes to see his arm unharmed, he couldn't help but exclaim, Incredible! They truly fear the smoked meat. One shouted, and soon others began to realize the efficacy of the smoked meat, each waving it left and right, successfully keeping the black evil birds at bay. Fortunately, this time it was merely a regular flock of black evil birds passing by, not the tide they had encountered before. After about a quarter of an hour, the birds flew off into the distance, and everyone emerged unscathed. Heavens, I thought we were doomed this time. I never expected it would be so easy to drive the black evil birds away. The deer chief returned the smoked meat to Hu Afu, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. This time, we owe it all to your smoked meat. Otherwise, we would have surely sustained numerous injuries, making the journey ahead much more difficult. The gratitude on the deer chief's face was genuine. Hu Afu's family had saved Deer Lady once, and their entire tribe once more. Now, he would willingly give all his food to Hu Afu's family. It seemed that traveling with them was indeed the right choice. The deer chief mused inwardly. It's merely a trivial matter. We discovered that the black evil birds are deterred by smoked meat quite by accident while evading the bird tide. I am just relieved that everyone is well. Who Afu replied modestly. Trivial, you have provided us with tremendous assistance. Not to mention your luggage. We shall carry it from now on. Absolutely. Who Afu and his companions, unable to resist the enthusiasm of the dear orcs, found themselves as carefree travelers for the remainder of the journey. Although their luggage was being handled by others, the responsibility of caring for the young ones could not be entrusted to anyone else. So Xiao Kei-Mu still found herself quite occupied. Dear lady, feeling sympathetic towards Xiao Kei-Mu and fond of Hu Jiujio, often came over to check on her. Jiujio is so adorable. If I have a daughter in the future, I hope she will be just as cute as Jiujio, dear lady remarked as she gently stroked Hu Jiujio's small face, expressing her thoughts. Have you and the dear chief already considered having offspring? Xiao Kei-Mu inquired. In fact, dear lady was considerably younger than Xiao Kei-Mu and did not yet have children. Xiao Kei-Mu had assumed they simply did not want them for the time being. But it seemed that was not the case at all. Dear lady nodded, then shook her head. We had considered it, but given our current circumstances, having another child would be quite inconvenient. It is best to wait until we settle down. Xiao Kei-Mu understood. You are right to think that way. However, both you and the dear chief are so kind-hearted. Any offspring you have will surely not be lacking in goodness, so rest assured on that front. Upon hearing Xiao Kei-Mu's words, dear lady nodded shyly, instinctively searching for the figure of the dear chief with her gaze. Following her line of sight, Xiao Kei-Mu spotted a familiar yet disconcerting figure beside the dear chief. Luan, why is she beside the dear chief again? Xiao Kei-Mu muttered, her voice loud enough for dear lady to hear. Again, dear lady mulled over the word. Indeed, have you not noticed that every time you come see us, Luan seeks out the dear chief? Xiao Kei-Mu inquired, feigning casualness. Dear lady had never paid attention to this detail before and fell into a moment of silence. Dear lady, I know you trust the dear chief, but one cannot dismiss the intentions of the scheming. Please do keep a watchful eye, Xiao Kei-Mu subtly warned without directly naming Lu, and it's not that serious. Luan might just have something to discuss with Arun. Besides her, there are plenty of others who approach Arun. You needn't worry about me so much, dear lady replied with a serene smile, dismissing the concern. Seeing this, Xiao Kei-Mu could only sigh quietly. She had said all she could. If dear lady chose not to heed her warning, there was nothing more she could do. What is this plant? I don't think I've ever seen it before. Hu Sanshu exclaimed while digging for wild vegetables. Suddenly noticing a peculiar shrub with uniquely shaped leaves, his curiosity piqued that you've never seen this. This is the three-star grass. A deer tribe orc chimed in. Hu Sanshu, always interested in botany, became intrigued upon hearing this. How did you recognize it? The orc plucked a leaf from the three-star grass and patiently showed it to Hu Sanshu. Look, the edges of the leaves are smooth, and there are irregular black spots on the top and both sides, hence the name three-star grass. This plant used to be quite common around our tribe. But now, as he spoke, a sorrowful memory seemed to cloud the orc's expression. Hu Sanshu, who had intended to inquire about the orc's tribe, quickly realized that it was not an appropriate topic and halted his inquiry. Fortunately, the orc did not linger in such melancholy for long, and soon regained his spirits. Don't think I'm so knowledgeable. I actually came up with these names myself. Eventually, others began to adopt them, and that's how it got its name. As he spoke, the orc scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment evident. However, being a robust figure, his display of shyness created a strangely incongruous image at it's no trouble. Since you know, why not share more information with me? This way, I can avoid mistakenly gathering the wrong plants in the future. The deer tribe orc is also an individual with an ardent obsession for plants. When Uncle Hu made such a request, it struck a chord with him, and he promptly took Uncle Hu along, introducing him to various flora surrounding them. This grass is edible, but its taste is truly unbearable. Unless absolutely necessary, none of us would willingly consume it, the orc remarked as he gathered a handful of grass and tucked it into his bosom. This particular grass is mildly toxic. Once we consumed it, and suffered from severe vomiting and diarrhea for several days. Just look at it, but do not dare to eat it. Chapter 58. Cultivating Gugu grass, the two orcs explored the vicinity thoroughly. And while Uncle Hu acquired a wealth of knowledge concerning plants, he also found himself with a full basket of grass, at least half of which was inedible. Are we certain we need to take all of these? Uncle Hu hesitated, glancing at the plants in his arms. If we carry them all, they will surely wither within a few days. The Deer Tribe orc waved his hand dismissively. That is not necessarily the case. Uncle Hu managed a wry smile. However, I cannot carry all of this. That it was then that the orc realized his oversight and sheepishly accepted the basket from Uncle Hu. How about this? I will help you select the useful and edible ones, and I can teach you how to care for the rest. What do you think? To know the cultivation methods is far more beneficial than merely knowing their names, and Uncle Hu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Disregarding the practicality of nurturing them along the way, the orc rummaged through the basket. He extracted a collection of pest-repelling and beast-repelling plants. In the end, only a few could be cultivated. Due to the lack of materials for planting and soil on the journey, the orc merely outlined the cultivation techniques without fully assisting Uncle Hu in nurturing them. Although Uncle Hu learned these methods, his heart held a tinge of regret. It seemed these plants would not be able to survive. Fret not. I shall give you one of my own plants to keep as a companion. The others can always be foraged again. The ones I have nurtured are no longer within reach, the orc declared, retrieving a container crafted from smooth, large leaves and vines, filled with soil, at its center a robust leaf with 5 thick segments. This is called gugu grass. It requires only a small amount of water each day and some sunlight to thrive. The orc gazed at the gugu grass with a tenderness akin to that of a parent admiring their cherished child. Yet, in the next moment, he unhesitatingly severed a leaf from the plant and handed it to Uncle Hu. While receiving such a peculiar plant was certainly delightful, Uncle Hu felt a pang of hesitation upon witnessing the orc's demeanor. Are you certain it is all right for you to give this to me? The orc flashed a cunning smile and led Uncle Hu to his backpack, which contained neatly arranged leaves of similar plants. Do not be misled by appearances. All orcs of our tribe have a habit of nurturing plants. It is a rarity to see an orc from another tribe so fascinated by flora. So, gifting you one is no trouble at all. Besides, this plant is resilient. Even if severed, it could be replanted in soil and will thrive again without harm. Uncle Hu finally accepted the orc's generous gift, while also taking to heart the orc's words. Since the leaf of gugu grass could regrow when planted in soil, perhaps he could attempt to cultivate it himself, thereby acquiring his own unique plant. With this thought, Uncle Hu became eager, searching for a small clay pot typically used for water, filling it with soil, and inserting the gugu grass leaf. Third brother, what are you doing? Little Kemu happened upon Uncle Hu watering the gugu grass as she brought Hu Jujio to the stream for water. Sister-in-law, look, this gugu grass was gifted to me by a Deer Tribe orc, and I wish to see if I can grow it. Uncle Hu exclaimed, his face brimming with joy, which in turn brightened little Kemu's spirits. Hu Jujio chirped excitedly, reaching out towards the gugu grass in Uncle Hu's hands. Uncle Hu, confident that Hu Jujio would not cause any mischief, gently placed the clay pot within her reach. Jujio, do you think this grass looks beautiful? Uncle Hu teased, a smile dancing on his lips. Hu Jujio responded with a series of enthusiastic chirps, affirming her approval of the grass's beauty. Cautiously, she reached out to touch the solitary leaf in the pot. And when Uncle Hu was momentarily distracted, a droplet of spirit spring slid from the back of the leaf into the soil. The essence of the spirit spring brings vitality to living beings. The moment it seeped into the soil, gugu grass sprouted roots, and unseen by Uncle Hu, new shoots began to emerge. With the influence of the spirit spring, within just 2 days, a second leaf sprouted in the clay pot. Sister-in-law, look! Uncle Hu dared not raise his voice too loudly, but after sharing the news with Aunt Tiger, he could only show it to the informed little Kemu. How did it grow so quickly? This gugu grass is indeed easy to cultivate, little Kemu exclaimed, equally astonished. Hu Jujio silently observed from little Kemu's embrace, content to remain in the background. Now that it has grown, you must continue to take care of it. Right, did that orc mention what gugu grass can do? Uncle Hu shook his head. Not at all. I shall take my time to learn more about it later. Learn what? Lu Chong suddenly popped up from behind little Kemu, startling both orcs. Uncle Hu hurriedly concealed the gugu grass behind him. Nothing. Little K Mu suppressed her underlying disdain for Lu Chong and turned to inquire. What are you doing here? Lu Chong grinned broadly. Of course, I came to see you all. Have you had lunch yet? While asking, her gaze could not help but wander towards Uncle Hu's concealed area. If she wasn't mistaken, the Gugu grasped behind Uncle Hu should only belong to members of their tribe. So, when had Uncle Hu developed such a good relationship with them to receive such a gift? Naturally, we've eaten, but you need not worry about such matters, Little K Mu replied, her tone hardened. Unlike her usual gentle demeanor, her instincts told her that Lu Chong's visit was not for anything good. There's no need to speak like that. We are friends. You are burdened with the little one. So, of course, I would be concerned. Lu Chong maintained her cheerful demeanor, attempting to reach for Hu Jujio. After a few days apart, Jujio has become even cuter. Hu Jujio glared at Lu Chong with an intensity rarely seen in younglings. Pressing herself closer to Little K Mu's embrace, effectively pushing Lu Chong back. Jujio does not like strangers touching her. It would be best if you kept your distance, or she will be upset. Little K Mu shielded Hu Jujio, though Hu Jujio still seemed unwilling. She simply disliked Lu Chong, and even if Lu Chong knew, it would not matter to her. If it could drive Lu Chong away, she would gladly welcome it. Very well, then I shan't disturb you. Lu Chong feigned understanding, her heart racing as she returned to her own tribe. I am not deceiving you. Go and see for yourselves. Husan City has stolen our plants. Otherwise, how would he possess Gugu grass? Is that true? They helped us before, and I thought they were good orcs, but I never imagined they could do something like this. They are truly despicable. The deer tribe orcs grew increasingly indignant, while Lu Chong, having spread the rumor, slipped away with a sense of accomplishment, quietly withdrawing from their discourse. All she needed was to sow the seeds of discord, and the rest would naturally unfold. Chapter 59. Targeted the following day, Hu Jujio's feather headpiece was once again torn apart by Hu Xiaoyou's mischievous hands. Under Hu Xiaoyou's persistent pleas, Uncle Hu reluctantly ventured out to gather bird feathers to craft a new headpiece for Hu Jujio. In truth, Uncle Hu was somewhat dissatisfied with the previous feathered adornment. While it was abundant in feathers, the patterns were rather unrefined, making it unworthy of his adorable sister in his eyes. With a puff, the sound of a bone flute echoed, quickly drawing birds near. Uncle Hu observed the birds that landed on his hand and shook his head in discontent. This won't do. It's still not beautiful enough. He lifted his hand, and the birds instinctively flew away. Once more, Uncle Hu played the bone flute, but instead of attracting lovely birds, he faced ridicule from some young deer tribesmen. Who is this? Is this not the thieving fox tribesman? How shameless to show his face here. Uncle Hu's brows furrowed at once. What are you talking about? You mean to say you are unaware of your kin's actions? Don't play the fool with us. We aren't as soft-hearted as our chief and won't fall for your tricks. What have we done? Listening to the aggressive words of the deer clan, Husan Ji's tone also turned unfriendly. We have witnessed Husan Chang stealing the precious Gugu grass, which belongs solely to our tribe. How can you claim ignorance? A thief is a thief. They will never admit to their crimes. Brother, why you even engage with them? Just seeing them brings misfortune. Impossible. My third uncle could never steal from your tribe. Husangu vehemently denied the accusation. He understood his uncle's character, no matter how fond Husan Shu was of plants. He would never stoop to such underhanded deeds. You refuse to acknowledge it? Very well. Let us seek out the clan leader and confront your third uncle directly. Let us see how you can evade the truth. Are you saying that Husan Chung stole our tribe's plants? The deer clan leader pondered for a moment before asking, No, my third uncle would never do such a thing, Husangu urgently explained. The deer clan leader looked at him. To be fair, Huefu's family had assisted them greatly, and he truly did not wish to doubt them. However, with his own tribesmen in an uproar, if he did not support them and demand an explanation from Huefu's family, today's matter would surely not conclude peacefully. In that case, how do you explain that our people witnessed Husan Shang with Gugu grass in his possession? Husangu opened his mouth to respond, but found himself at a loss for words. The deer clan leader patted his shoulder. Do not worry. We shall go find your third uncle and inquire about the situation. If he is indeed innocent, we will not wrong him. Reluctantly, Husangu accepted the clan leader's proposal and accompanied him to seek out Husan Shu Dajigu grass. How did they find out? Hu Sanshu was taken aback, having thought he had hidden the goo-goo grass well to avoid drawing the attention of the deer tribe. Stop pretending. You must have it in your possession. If you refuse to hand it over, do not blame us for searching you. A young, hot-headed deer tribesman stepped forward. Outnumbered, Hu Sanshu hesitated but ultimately retrieved the goo-goo grass from his backpack. See, clan leader, this is undoubtedly his theft. Now, with evidence in hand, let us see how you will deny it, the young man proclaimed, advancing to snatch the goo-goo grass from Hu Sanshu's grasp. But Hu Sanshu deftly evaded him. This goo-goo grass is indeed mine. Otherwise, I would not present it. However, I did not steal your tribe's plants. This one I cultivated myself, despite the skepticism directed at him. Hu Sanshu endeavored to explain as calmly as possible. How can that be? Indeed, there is no goo-goo grass in this vicinity. Only our tribe possesses it. You claim to have grown it yourself. Then from where did you acquire it? Hu Sanshu answered candidly. I grew it from a leaf of goo-goo grass that a tribesman from your clan gifted me a few days ago. A few days ago, the deer tribesman questioned, incredulity in his voice. Hu Sanshu felt a flicker of confusion. Yes, perhaps 3 or 4 days passed. Hearing this, even the deer clan leader furrowed his brow. The one who had been pressing him for answers laughed derisively. Hu Sansheng, can you not even weave a proper lie? In just 3 or 4 days, how could goo-goo grass possibly grow this large? Hu Juju then realized that the issue stemmed from her careless watering of the goo-goo grass. Meanwhile, Hu Sanshu, unfamiliar with the growth characteristics of goo-goo grass, was momentarily at a loss. The grass had clearly grown under his watch. How could it be impossible? Yet the young man seemed to have seized upon a weakness, becoming even more aggressive. You state that a member of our tribe provided you with the goo-goo grass leaf. Then tell us, who is he? Hu Sanshu searched the crowd with his eyes, but could not spot the previous deer tribesman. He opened his mouth, only to suddenly realize that he had never inquired about the man's name. He is not here. Perhaps he went out to gather food. He replied uncertainly, feeling even he was grasping at straws. The young tribesman wore an expression of vindication. Clan leader, he cannot even name the one who gave him the goo-goo grass. It is evident he is fabricating tales. Should we continue to associate with such a beast? He is not fabricating. The goo-goo grass has indeed grown under my observation over these past 3 or 4 days. Xiao Keimu attempted to defend Hu Sanshu, only to meet with further ridicule. You are all from the same family, of course. You would speak in his favor. Well, I too believe that this goo-goo grass was not stolen from Hu Sansheng. The deer matriarch interposed herself before Xiao Keimu, addressing her kin. The beastmen fell silent. They had always revered the deer clan leader just as they did the matriarch, and now that she had spoken, many felt inclined to retreat, save for a few young male beastmen. Matriarch, you would not betray us for the sake of their past assistance, would you? Do you still deserve to be our clan leader's wife? They seemed to have seized the moral high ground, launching a tirade against the matriarch. Yet Hu Sangu, observing from the sidelines, felt a nagging familiarity with the young beastmen. Xiao Lu, look at them. Have you seen them before? Hu Sangu pulled Hu Xiao Lu close and quietly pointed at the group of males that Hu Xiao Lu scrutinized them intently before gasping. Aren't they the ones who stood behind that female beastman when we returned the other day? It appeared his memory served him correctly. These were indeed the individuals who frequently lingered near Lu, and their audacity to speak so brazenly to the matriarch suggested that Luan might be orchestrating their actions from behind the scenes. Chapter 60. Proving innocence. The matriarch was not one to engage in eloquence. Faced with such doubts from her kin, she could only helplessly turn her gaze to her husband, but a run. You know me. The deer clan leader sighed, taking his wife's hand in his own. I know you do not speak lightly. He then addressed the other beastmen in the tribe. Simply speculating does not prove that Hu Sansheng stole our plants. Since he claims that a foraging beastman gifted him the leaves, let us summon the foraging beastman back here. That way, we can ascertain the truth of his words. The group of beastmen targeting the matriarch exchanged glances. Yet under the clan leader's urging, they reluctantly acquiesced. Fu's family finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seizing the moment, Hu Sangu quietly approached Xiao Keimu. Mother, those beastmen who spoke ill of the matriarch. I've seen them by Lu Ansai before. Xiao Keimu was immediately startled, pulling Husanga back a step and whispering, "Are you certain?" Husanga nodded vigorously. "I suspect Lewin is behind their slander against my uncle. Otherwise, how could their stories align so perfectly?" Hujujio harbored similar suspicions, and her brother's words only reinforced her belief. She straightened from Xiao Ke Mu's embrace, craning her neck to peer in Luin's direction. Lewin stood a short distance from the troublesome beastman, his expression placid, yet his subordinates were in constant motion, signaling to the group. Upon receiving their cue, the beastmen shed their previous gloom, now looking triumphant as they gazed upon the returning foraging beastmen. What difference will it make if they return? Hu Sancheng will not escape justice. Among the foraging deer tribe, there were 3 individuals, and the very one who had gifted Hu Senshu the Gugu grass happened to be among them. "It's him." Hu Senshu's eyes lit up upon spotting the beastman, and he rushed forward to grasp his hand tightly. "Quickly, help me clarify. It was you who gifted me the Gugu grass leaf that day." The beastman, still unaware of the unfolding situation, was bewildered by Hu Senshu's urgency, mumbling in agreement. Yes, it was me to Hu Senshu finally felt a sense of relief. "I truly did not deceive you." The young beastman scoffed coldly. "Even if he did give you the Gugu grass leaf, how can you prove that this Gugu grass sprouted from it?" The young beastman presented Hu Senshu's jar of Gugu grass before the newly returned beastman. "He claims this grass was grown from the leaves you gave him. Do you believe it?" The beastman's eyes widened in disbelief as he accepted the jar, gasping in astonishment. "I have never seen Gugu grass grow so rapidly. However, this leaf is indeed the one I gave him." The orc pointed at the largest leaf and spoke, which instantly plunged both parties into a stalemate. They could neither prove that Uncle Hu's Gugu grass was stolen from them, nor could Uncle Hu explain why his grass grew so rapidly. Only Hujujio, who was well aware of the truth, found herself at a loss for words, rendering the atmosphere exceedingly awkward. The only one who seemed animated was the recently returned orc. "Hey, Hu Sancheng, could you possibly tell me how you managed to grow it so fast? This Gugu grass is quite extraordinary, and my own pot of grass certainly does not resemble this." The orc, oblivious to the tense atmosphere, inadvertently lightened the mood somewhat. "I simply followed the method you taught me and planted it directly in the soil that I have no idea why it grew so quickly. New leaves sprouted within just 2 days." Uncle Hu replied with a hint of hesitation, his tone somewhat dragging. Upon hearing this, the orc nearly leapt with excitement. "2 days? No, I must know your method of cultivation. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep tonight." The orc gripped Uncle Hu's hand tightly. Uncle Hu appeared somewhat helpless, casting a glance at Afu and the others behind him, but they too could offer no assistance, merely shrugging their shoulders in response. However, Hujujio had a brilliant idea. Although she could not disclose the existence of the spiritual spring, she had always found a way to water the grass with it, while Uncle Hu was planting. Thus, if she could persuade Uncle Hu to plant once more, allowing them to believe that the grass grown by Uncle Hu would indeed flourish at such a pace, everything would naturally be explained. "Ah!" Hujujio exclaimed softly, successfully capturing Hussein's attention. She made a fist with her hand and performed a downward motion, then mimicked planting twice, prompting Hussein to comprehend. "Jujio, are you suggesting that Uncle Hu should plant again?" Yes. Hujujio eagerly nodded in agreement. Hussein understood and approached Uncle Hu to discuss. "Uncle, since this Gugu grass was cultivated by you, why not plant it again? This would prove that you indeed did not steal it from them." "All right, I will certainly keep a close watch this time." The orc nodded vigorously upon hearing this proposal, his eyes sparkling with a light that could rival the sun as he gazed at the Gugu grass. For Uncle Hu, the idea of planting again posed no significant challenge. However, he turned his gaze toward the Deer Clan leader. In fact, the Deer Clan leader had already come to believe Uncle Hu's words upon learning that an orc from their tribe had given the leaves to Uncle Hu. So there was no reason for him to disagree. "Very well. You may plant again, but we shall assess the results in 3 days." The young orc's eyes widened. If Uncle Hu successfully cultivated it once more, would that not completely resolve the matter? But what about the promise he made to Lewin? No, he could not allow this. Seeing him stand up to oppose again, even the Deer Clan leader began to exhibit signs of impatience. "This cannot be done, nor can that. What do you propose we do instead?" "Leader, I'm doing this for the good of our tribe. What if the grass he stole truly does grow at such a pace? Unless he uses leaves that are nearly dead, and if he can still grow them, then we might consider believing him. Yes. A few orcs standing behind him echoed in agreement that aren't you being overly unreasonable. Uncle Huer could no longer bear to watch. It was evident that these orcs were not genuinely seeking justice for the Deer Clan, but were merely trying to make things difficult for them. Otherwise, with all the orcs from the Deer Clan present, not a single one had claimed to have genuinely lost any plants, which was sufficient to prove Uncle Hu's innocence. The young orc looked at Hu Afu's family with a smug expression. Could it be that you simply cannot do it, and thus dare not attempt? Chapter 61. The bet you. Uncle Hu, in a fit of anger, pointed at his nose, but could not utter a single curse. After a moment, he lowered his hand and clutched his chest. He never imagined that despite having done nothing wrong, he would be driven to such a predicament due to the doubts of a few individuals, dragging his family into the fray of suspicion alongside him. What a wretched situation! Little Kay Moo felt a pang in her heart, her grip on Hujujio trembling. Mother, please do not be angry. Hujujio, understanding, gently patted little Kay Moo and then turned to comfort Uncle Hu. Do not worry. No matter what, I have a way to resolve this. Although Uncle Hu and little Kay Moo could not comprehend her words, their spirits were somewhat lifted that I do not consider myself to possess any unique method for planting. The rapid growth of this goo-goo grass has taken me by surprise. If you require me to plant with nearly dead leaves, I assure you they will not survive. Uncle Hu composed himself and began to reason with the Deer Clan orcs. Arin, I believe what he says is valid, that we only want him to prove that he did not steal from our tribe. Why not let him use some ordinary leaves for planting? If they grow just as quickly, we can put this matter to rest. What do you say? Seeing the situation shift slightly, Lady Deer quickly supported Uncle Hu's case to the clan leader. The clan leader was actually inclined to believe them. But as the chief of the tribe, he could not overtly take sides, fearing it would lead to a loss of respect among his people, thus refraining from further comments. With Lady Deer expressing his unspoken thoughts, he felt a sense of relief. Then let us proceed, as you suggest, to ensure fairness. The clan leader did not allow Uncle Hu to use the previous goo-goo grass leaf for planting, but instead sent an unrelated member of the Deer Clan to gather different leaves. Aquan, are you leaving? Just as Aquan was preparing to return with the leaves, Lewin stopped him. Aquan felt somewhat puzzled, but Lewin was renowned in their tribe for her beauty, and he was delighted to engage in conversation with her. Yes. Is there something wrong? Aquan stammered, his gaze evasive, unwilling to meet Luan's eyes. Luan immediately recognized the shyness, rolled her eyes derisively, and quickly replaced it with a radiant smile. It's nothing much. I just finished the fruit in my hands and noticed you have plenty I thought to trade some vegetables with you. I was concerned you might be busy. As Lewin spoke, she moved closer to Aquan, grasping his hand and adopting a pitiful expression. Aquan felt his heart racing, and seeing Lewin look at him in that way, he found it impossible to refuse. In that moment, the task assigned by the clan leader slipped from his mind entirely. You could just ask me directly. No need for any trade. Just wait a moment. I'll get it for you. As Aquan spoke, he turned to leave, but Lewin tightened her grip on his hand, and he glanced back at her questioningly, and Lewin smiled brightly. Aquan Gidge. Don't rush off? Let us go together, shall we? All right. Aquan was rendered speechless, pulling Lewin along to where he hid his food. Luan, being dragged along, felt a mix of disdain for Aquan while also feeling fortunate. It was a relief that the orcs sent to gather grass was somewhat foolish, finding joy in a simple hand-holding. Last time, when she had lured those individuals to target Hu Sanchong, she had been forced to kiss their cheeks, which was utterly revolting. Thinking of that moment made her shudder all over. Once she had managed to drive Hu Afu's family away, she would ensure to keep her distance from them. After all, these individuals dared to approach her. How absurd. All right, all the fruits are here. Take a look and pick what you want. Quan awkwardly scratched his head, placing all his food before Lu and symbolically selected a few items and then pulled out the leaves she had brought specifically for this purpose. I've picked these out for you. Quan Gidge, these are yours. As Lewin spoke, she seized the opportunity to stealthily take the leaves that Lu Quan had gathered for Uncle Husan from beside him, replacing them with the ones she had brought herself. These leaves, carefully selected by her, appeared unblemished at first glance. However, they were already afflicted with disease. Only upon close inspection of the veins on the underside could one discern the faint presence of white spots. If Uncle Hussein were to plant these leaves, it would be utterly impossible for anything to grow, and even if he hadn't stolen the gugu grass, he would still be guilty of theft. Lu Quan, the fruits I asked you to gather last time have been brought over by another member of the deer clan. She had just intended to call out to Lu Quan when she noticed Luan's furtive actions. Luan quickly withdrew her hand, feigning innocence as if nothing had transpired. The beastmen remained silent, discreetly committing the incident to memory. "Oh, the fruits are here. Please take them." Lu Quan finally emerged from his previous state of confusion, handing several fruits to the beastman. After expressing gratitude, the beastman departed. Luan, feeling guilty for her misdeed, dared not linger and hastily concocted an excuse to leave as well. Oblivious to the swap, Lu Quan presented the altered leaves to Uncle Hussein. Uncle Hussein did not plant the leaves immediately, but began the next day. However, upon examination the following morning, the white spots on the leaves had multiplied, forming a layer of white powder. How could these leaves have contracted powdery mildew? How can I plant them now? Uncle Hussein exclaimed that he had encountered powdery mildew before. The so-called powder was, in fact, insect eggs, and given the quantity present, it was highly likely that the leaves would not survive. They are deliberately trying to frame us. No, I must confront them. Otherwise, if nothing grows, the blame will fall entirely on us, Uncle Hussein declared, clutching the leaves as he prepared to leave. Nearby, Xiao Keimu stood holding Hu Jiujio, and upon seeing this, Hu Jiujio quickly commanded a gugu beast to rush forward and block Uncle Hussein's path. As Uncle Hussein stepped left, the gugu followed suit. When he moved right, the gugu mirrored his actions, even pecking at his feet with its beak. Where did this fearless gugu beast come from? Uncle Hussein pondered, distracted by the leaf issue and unable to evade the gugu, feeling both astonished and a tad vexed. Just as he was about to grasp the gugu, he suddenly caught sight of Hu Jiujio watching him from a short distance, her eyes sparkling. Realizing she had captured his attention, Hu Jiujio let out a series of excited cries. Uncle Hussein glanced at the gugu, then back at Hu Jiujio, ultimately choosing to approach her. This time he faced no resistance, which only heightened his curiosity. "Jiujio, do you have something to say to me?" Uncle Hussein extended his hand, intending to stroke Hu Jiujio's head, but she grasped his hand firmly. Chapter 62. Continuing to plant the leaves, though Hu Jiujio's grip was not strong. Uncle Hussein, eager to understand her intentions, did not resist, but instead followed her lead. Hu Jiujio persistently pulled his hand toward the leaf she was holding in her other hand. Uncle Hussein understood. "Jiujio, do you wish to inform me about the leaves?" Hu Jiujio nodded vigorously. "Rest assured, I am aware that these leaves are diseased, that I shall confront them at once. I will not allow them to succeed." Uncle Hussein believed Hu Jiujio was trying to alert him to the situation and affectionately patted her head before attempting to depart. However, Hu Jiujio tightened her grip on his hand. "Third brother, I don't think Jiujio means that," Xiao Keimu interjected. Uncle Hussein turned back, looking at Hu Jiujio with a mix of seriousness and confusion. "You don't want me to confront them, do you?" Hu Jiujio nodded, then shook her head. While confronting the Deer Clan beastmen could reveal the leaves' affliction, it would not resolve the issue and might invite fresh accusations against them. After all, a day had already passed, and Uncle Hussein could not prove that these leaves were indeed the same ones handed to him by the beastmen yesterday, rather than relying on verbal disputes to solve the problem. Hu Jiujio had a better idea. She mimed the act of planting the leaves into the soil, and Uncle Hussein instantly comprehended. "You mean I should continue to plant them?" Hu Jiujio nodded affirmatively. "Very well. I shall heed your advice." Hu Jiujio had always been a little lucky star, and Uncle Hussein never doubted her words. With this conviction, he planted the leaves into the soil, treating them as if they were perfectly healthy, ensuring they received sunlight and water as needed. Meanwhile, when Uncle Hussein was not paying attention, Hu Jiujio secretly watered the leaves with spring water. However, this time, the leaves afflicted with powdery mildew did not respond as readily to the spring water as the previously healthy ones had. You all must have heard about the incident where Hussein supposedly stole the gugu grass, right? The clan leader even agreed to let them plan again to prove their innocence. I believe the clan leader is far too lenient. One disgruntled beastman exclaimed, I doubt they will yield anything. Don't you think the Hu family is just cursed? Just when the dark evil bird had retreated, they ended up encountering it again. Lewin added fuel to the fire with the disgruntled beastman's words. One beastman suddenly seemed to have an epiphany, clapping his hands. You're right. Now this new incident has arisen, and following them truly seems to bring bad luck. Let us see if they can even grow those leaves this time. If they can't, we'll have a legitimate reason to drive them away. Yes, drive them away. This rallying cry invigorated the discontented crowd, causing a small commotion in their vicinity. From a distance, several members of the Hu family could hear their shouts, stirring feelings of unease within them. Eldest brother, didn't we clarify everything before? Uncle Sen clearly did not steal anything. Planting the grass was merely a desperate measure to show them. Hu Sangu expressed his frustration. Hu Xiaolu, brimming with impulsiveness, seized his slingshot and gathered a handful of stones from the ground, preparing to confront the beastmen. Xiaolu, what are you planning to do? Hu Gu intercepted Hu Xiaolu, pulling him back disapprovingly. Eldest brother, don't stop me. If they dare to slander us like this, I must make them aware of the consequences of their defamation. Hu Xiaolu protested, baring his teeth and attempting to break free from Hu Ji's grasp, directing his slingshot at the group of beastmen. Unfortunately, the distance was too great, and Hu Gu's strength was overwhelming. The stones merely rolled harmlessly to the ground, achieving nothing. Xiaolu, you mustn't be so impulsive. Confronting them now will only worsen matters, Hu Gu sighed, releasing Hu Xiaolu. In truth, he yearned to be as impassioned as Hu Xiaolu, but he understood that rashness would not resolve their issues. It would only complicate matters further. They could not afford to cause more trouble for Uncle Hu San. Hu Xiaolu pouted, but ultimately heeded Hu Ji's advice, turning away to pretend he neither heard nor saw anything. While they simmered with indignation, Hu Xiaolu remained unfazed, as he could not grasp the concept of being slandered. In his world, everything was pure and innocent, a state of blissful ignorance. Chirp! Hu Xiaolu skipped along behind a small insect, mimicking its sound with great interest. The insect, hearing the sound, hopped a couple of steps forward, prompting Hu Xiaolu to leap after it, landing not far from two young deer cubs. Xiaohui, look how silly he is. One young cub chuckled. The cub named Xiaohui, evidently the leader among them, scoffed upon seeing Hu Xiaolu. Of course, the child of the thief is foolish. Just watch him, or he might end up as silly as he is. The other deer cubs, frightened by this remark, quickly turned their faces away, covering their eyes. Now, look, I don't want to become such a foolish cub. The deer cubs erupted into laughter. Hu Xiaolu, drawn by their mirth, looked up with wide, innocent eyes. Thief, silly. Xiaohui erupted into laughter, pointing at Hu Xiaolu. Ha ha. Look, even the thief admits it. He calls himself silly. I've never seen anyone more foolish than him. The young cubs laughed even harder, while Hu Xiaolu remained oblivious to the jest, joining in their laughter. I can't take it anymore. This fool is laughing at himself. Could it be he doesn't even understand what we're saying? Hu Xiaolu was still laughing, while Hu Xiaolu, who came over to find him, clenched his fists and swung a punch toward the leading Xiaohui. What are you laughing at? Don't bully him. This punch was merely a feint. Having received guidance from Hu Dage, Hu Xiaolu understood the importance of not truly provoking the Deer Clan, and thus he would not inflict any harm on them. The fawns of the Deer Clan had never encountered such a display and were instantly frightened into immobility. Only Xiaohui, possessing a bit more courage, stepped forward. What is wrong with laughing at him? You're from a family of thieves too, and we laugh at you as well. Just as he prepared to laugh, Hu Xiaolu revealed his small yet powerful fist again. Are you not afraid because my fist didn't hit you just now? If you dare to laugh again, I will knock all your teeth out, and you will be left searching for them on the ground. Chapter 63. Avenge Hu Xiaolu. Hu Xiaolu stood protectively in front of Hu Xiaolu, baring his teeth at the fawns of the Deer Clan. The fawns, knowing that Hu Xiaolu was not to be trifled with, had no choice but to retreat in embarrassment, leaving only Hu Xiaolu and Hu Xiaolu behind. Hu Xiaolu continued to chuckle. Xiaolu, impressive. Looking at his dazed cousin, Hu Xiaolu felt a mixture of helplessness and frustration. Fifth brother, can you please stop laughing? Hu Xiaolu, not understanding, blinked at him, his mouth still curved in a smile, neglecting any notions of seniority. Hu Xiaolu reached out and lightly tapped Hu Xiaolu's head. Listen to me, from now on, if they call you a thief or laugh at you, you must ignore them and come to us. Do you understand? This sentence was too lengthy for Hu Xiaolu to grasp, and he furrowed his brow in distress. Hu Xiaolu realized that reasoning with him was futile and, having finally comprehended Hu Deji's earlier sigh, he took Hu Xiaolu back to their home. Uncle Huer noticed that Hu Xiaolu, following behind Hu Xiaolu, was not his usual cheerful self, which struck him as somewhat unusual. Xiaolu, what has happened to Xiaolu? It's those bad Deer Clan brats from earlier. They mocked Xiaolu, calling him a thief-s cub, and laughed at him for being foolish. After I chased them off, I told Xiaolu to ignore them if he sees them again. He might have understood something, Hu Xiaolu replied irritably. They treated us this way and even mocked Xiaolu. This is unacceptable. I must confront them. In a moment of urgency, Uncle Huer disregarded Hu Xiaolu's title for Hu Xiaolu and stormed off towards the Deer Clan's territory. Hu Xiaolu had long harbored a disdain for them, and he followed Huer, eager to vent his anger. Uncle, I'm going with you. However, the three had not walked far before they bumped into Madame Lu, who was looking for Hu's and Huer, Xiaolu. What is the matter? Madame Lu had only vaguely overheard Hu Xiaolu's words and did not catch the full context. Madame Lu, knowing that she was on their side, Hu Xiaolu hurried over to report. You have no idea how your Deer Clan treats us. We have never harmed your clan's beastmen, yet they treat us this way. Hu Xiaolu not only recounted how Hu Xiaolu had been bullied, but also shared previous instances when the Deer Clan's beastmen had insulted them. Madame Lu's expression grew increasingly frosty. How can this be? Did we not clarify everything last time? Our clan members are generally simple-hearted. They should not behave this way. She glanced at Uncle Huer and noticed his displeasure as well. Huer, I assure you that I will investigate who incited our people to speak like this. I will not allow you to suffer in vain. Uncle Huer, seeing Madame Lu's earnest demeanor, felt his anger subside slightly. All right, I want to seek them out for now. I will await your news. Madame Lu sighed in relief, setting aside her previous intent to find Husan, and hurried back to the clan to investigate the matter. Upon returning to the clan, she encountered the Deer Clan beastmen who had previously spread rumors about the misfortunes of Hu Afu's family, and they were still discussing it animatedly when she stumbled upon them. What are you talking about? Madame Lu interjected with a cold expression, scanning the crowd and recognizing many familiar faces, the same ones who had accused Husan of stealing their clan's plants. Greetings, Madame Lu. Several young beastmen greeted her in a drawn-out manner, but their expressions betrayed not a hint of respect. I at you who spread rumors here and incited the young ones to bully the cubs from the Hu family? Madame Lu inquired. Although she usually appeared gentle, her lowered tone carried a certain authority. Unfortunately, these beastmen had never regarded her seriously. Madame Lu, we are merely stating what we know. How can that be called spreading rumors? Yes, Madame Lu, you are our chieftain's wife. You wouldn't be questioning us on behalf of the Hu family, would you? Their numbers and volume drowned out Madame Lu's voice, making her appear even more vulnerable as a solitary female among them. Is this even a question? If you claim that the Hu family has done something wrong, then please provide evidence. Right now, you are unjustly ostracizing them. I merely seek to clarify the situation to prevent misunderstandings. Madame Lu earnestly attempted to reason with them. Yet no matter how she spoke, this group showed not the slightest inclination to heed her words. One beastman scoffed. Madame Lu, stop explaining yourself. Just admit that you have a personal interest in the Hu family and wish to protect them. Otherwise, why would you be unwilling to let us speak ill of them? Upon hearing such words, Madame Lu found it hard to believe it was astonishingly easy for them to twist the truth. She had come seeking the truth, but with just one accusation of personal interest, her motives were completely overturned. Madame Lu pointed at the beastman, momentarily at a loss for words. She felt a surge of frustration. Even as her chest heaved, she could hardly catch her breath, as though she were about to suffocate and faint. Observing Madame Lu's distress, the beastmen exchanged glances and retreated. Madame Lu managed to return to the chieftainess' side. But that night, she developed a high fever. "Madam, why are you so hot?" The chieftain was awakened in the middle of the night by the heat radiating from Madame Lu and quickly touched her forehead. Realizing she had reached an alarming temperature, he patted her face gently. "Madam, wake up quickly. You cannot sleep any longer." During such an illness, sleeping too deeply is the most dangerous. They had no specific herbs to treat her condition. And if her fever persisted while she remained unconscious, she might very well succumb in her sleep. Madame Lu was someone he had worked hard to regain. He could not bear to lose her again. After being gently shaken several times, Madame Lu finally stirred slightly. "Arin, I feel so unwell. What is happening to me?" As she spoke, she realized her voice was hoarse and her throat was in agony, making it nearly impossible to articulate. Seeing her awake, the chieftain felt a sense of relief and hurriedly called for the clan's healer. Chapter 64. Madame Lu falls ill from anger. Lu Ping, "Please check on my wife. She returned in a bad mood today and suddenly developed a fever at night. Is there any way to reduce her temperature?" The chieftain implored. Liu Ping examined Madame Lu carefully, looked at her tongue, and felt her forehead, but ultimately could not provide a clear diagnosis. "I have never seen Madame Lu in such a state of fever. I am at a loss for what to do. Perhaps she should just drink more water. The rest depends on her." The chieftain was naturally displeased. "Drinking water alone, 1 tea suffice. Don't you have any herbs that can help her?" Liu Ping shook his head. "Drinking water, 1 tea cure her, but I have no other remedies. Not only do I lack herbs, but I don't even have any wild vegetables right now. Madam, you must rely on your own resilience." Listening to Liu Ping's words, the chieftain felt a surge of anger, but knew his temperament, so he suppressed his irritation and fed Madame Lu some of the water he had brought. "I can't drink anymore. It makes me feel worse," Madame Lu weakly protested. "What is happening to Madame Lu?" the chieftain inquired with concern. Upon hearing the news, Xiao Keimu hurried over, her face etched with concern as she gazed at Madame Lu, who was leaning against a stone. The clan leader of the deer sighed heavily, lamenting, "She has suddenly developed a fever, and there is nothing we can do at present to guarantee that moment," as if a thought had struck him. He urgently inquired, "Is there anyone skilled in medicine in your household? Please, help my wife." Wasn't he who erga the very person with medical expertise? Without hesitation, Xiao Keimu replied, "Yes, indeed. I will return and summon Erzai to attend to Madame Lu." No sooner had she spoken than Lu Yang arrived. "Clan leader, do you have a moment? I have something important to discuss." Before Lu Yang could finish, Xiao Keimu interjected, positioning herself between the clan leader and Lu Yang, completely disregarding Lu Yang's presence. "Clan leader, upon reflection, it may cause a delay to have Erzai examine Madame Lu's condition. Instead, why not let you assess her symptoms thoroughly and relay them to me? And I shall inform Erzai." The clan leader, utterly preoccupied with Madame Lu's plight, paid no heed to what Lu Yang wished to say. "Very well. Is there anything I should do?" he responded to Xiao Keimu, his eyes still fixed on Madame Lu. "First, check her hands to see if she is sweating," Xiao Keimu instructed, recalling the advice Hu Ergu had shared with her. The clan leader extended his hand, feeling the clammy skin. "She is sweating, but it seems to be cold sweat. Now, touch her forehead." The clan leader complied, confirming the same. "All right, I will relay this to Erzai." Just as the two appeared to conclude their discussion, Lu Yang hurriedly interjected, "Clan leader, Erzai has just gone out in search of food and will take some time to return. Perhaps you could share what symptoms Madame Lu exhibited prior to her fever." Lu Yang's eyes widened in realization as she noted Xiao Keimu blocking her once more. Even she, despite her naivety, could discern that Xiao Keimu was deliberately obstructing her conversation with the clan leader. Seeing that the clan leader was entirely focused on Madame Lu, neglecting to spare even a glance in her direction, Lu Yang bit her lip in dissatisfaction and stormed off. She resolved to remember this incident, vowing to find a way to retaliate against Xiao Keimu for her audacity. Once Lu Yang had departed, Xiao Keimu finally relaxed her vigilant demeanor and bid farewell to the clan leader. "And now understand Madame Lu's condition. I shall return to consult Erzai and bring you the means to reduce her fever. Make haste and return swiftly." The clan leader watched Xiao Keimu's retreating figure for a long while before averting his gaze. Unable to remedy Madame Lu's ailment, He had no choice but to place all his hopes in Xiao Ke Mu and her kin. The other members of the Hu family had also heard of Madame Lu's illness. Yet, due to the large gathering, they hesitated to approach. Upon Xiao Ke Mu's return, they immediately surrounded her, inquiring, "How is Madame Lu faring?" "She is burning with fever. Her palms and forehead are clammy with cold sweat, and she appears quite dazed. Even the beastmen skilled in healing among the deer clan are at a loss. Erzai, you possess some medical knowledge, do you not? Is there any way to alleviate Madame Lu's fever?" Hu Erge nodded thoughtfully, stating, "I have a method that involves having the clan leader use cold water to sponge her body. The heat can be neutralized with cold, and she should recover swiftly." "Is that really advisable?" Another queried. "Indeed, prolonged exposure to cold water can lead to illness. Could this not exacerbate her condition?" Despite Hu Ergu's expertise in healing arts, skepticism lingered among the listeners. However, Hu Jiujio recalled her previous experience of using a cold towel to bring down a fever, which aligned closely with what Hu Ergu suggested. Encouraged by this memory, she clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Yes, Hu Ergu is correct." With Hu Jiujio's endorsement, the crowd's skepticism began to wane, transforming into cautious acceptance. If Jiujio believes it to be effective, it should be worth trying. Yet, Xiao Ke Mu remained hesitant. After all, even if they believed in the method, they were uncertain whether the clan leader would react with the same doubt they initially harbored. In that case, I shall check on Madame Lu to see if her condition has improved. If not, we may have no choice but to proceed with this plan. The others voiced no objections, and Xiao Ke Mu hastily sought out Madame Lu and the clan leader. The clan leader had been waiting for her for quite some time. "What news? Do you have a solution?" Upon seeing Xiao Ke Mu, he rushed forward with urgency. Her gaze drifted over him to Madame Lu. "Has there been any improvement in her condition?" The clan leader's countenance dimmed. As if he feared the worst. "No. She feels even hotter now, moaning incessantly, and she cannot even drink water. We truly seem to be out of options." The clan leader appeared quite despondent, as the leader of tribe. He could maintain his composure even in the direst situations, yet when it came to his wife, he found himself utterly powerless. Xiao Ke Mu observed Madame Lu, then glanced at the clan leader, weighing her options before deciding to share Hu Ergu's proposed remedy. "Actually, there is a possibility, but it hinges on your willingness to believe." Before she could elaborate further, the clan leader suddenly lifted his head. His eyes filled with desperation. "I am willing to try anything, as long as it can save my wife." Xiao Ke Mu exhaled in relief. "We need to procure some cold water to sponge Madame Lu's body repeatedly, allowing her temperature to decrease. She should recover swiftly." The clan leader, without a moment's doubt, hurriedly fetched water from the river, returning swiftly to sponge Madame Lu with his own fur. After a couple of applications of cold water, Madame Lu's fever subsided, and her mind seemed to clear considerably. "I feel a bit better now." She grasped the clan leader's hand as he tended to her. "I wish to drink water." Hearing her request sparked joy in the clan leader, nearly bringing him to tears. "All right, I will feed you water. Drink plenty." He gently offered her a bowl of water, ensuring she was comfortable enough to rest before stepping away to express his gratitude to Xiao Ke Mu. "Eagle Sparrow, I cannot thank you enough. Had it not been for your method, I would have been at a loss." Xiao Ke Mu, however, would not claim credit for Hu Ergu's ingenuity. "This method was proposed by Erzai. I merely conveyed it. Regardless, the most important thing was that Madame Lu was recovering. You all rest well. I shall take my leave now." Just as she turned to depart, the clan leader called out to her. Upon glancing back, she saw him holding an assortment of fruits and vegetables. "I shall accompany you home, for you have saved my wife's life once again, and I must express my gratitude in person." Despite the clan leader's insistence, the Hu family ultimately accepted his generous offering, and Hu Ergu received the lion's share of appreciation. Yet, as this matter concluded, a more pressing issue remained unresolved. The white powder on these leaves is increasing. It cannot possibly recover. Can it? Uncle Hu 3 gazed apprehensively at the powder covering the leaves. If this continues, in just 2 days, they will be completely coated. And by then, it will be beyond saving. In truth, had it not been for the spiritual spring water that Hu Jiujio had previously poured, these plants would have long since perished. Their continued survival was nothing short of miraculous. Perhaps we should confront them. The plants they provided were unhealthy from the start, and no matter how we cultivate them, it is impossible to yield satisfactory results, and we would end up bearing the blame. Aunt Who 3 shared her concerns. However, Uncle Who 3 shook his head. No, it has already been 2 days that, if I approach them now, they might accuse us of causing the white powder disease, for now. Their only option was to continue tending to the plants and take it one step at a time. Not only was Uncle Who 3 preoccupied with the white powder issue, but others within the deer clan were also facing similar troubles with their plants. Look at the back of my sanchin grass. It is covered in white powder. It cannot be sick, can it? A beastman exclaimed, drawing the attention of half the tribe. Let me see. Another beastman took the sanchin grass from him. These appear to be insect eggs. If these eggs proliferate, this sanchin grass will not survive. How could this happen? I've been nurturing it with such care. How could it possibly harbor insect eggs? The orc, upon hearing this, felt utterly devastated, gazing at the soon-to-perish 3-star grass, his heart aching to the point of tears. This was the 3-star grass he diligently watered every day, tending to it with unwavering dedication. And suddenly it succumbed to such a malady. How could he bear it? Alas, this white powder seems familiar. Lewin suddenly spoke up, capturing everyone's attention. It resembles the plants raised by Hu Sancheng. Doesn't it? I recall seeing them a few days ago, covered in a dense layer of white powder as well. Surely, this plant Cutie have come into contact with Lu in seemingly casual reminder. The orc's memory appeared to awaken suddenly, and he slapped his forehead. Of course. How did I not think of that? I was watering by the river with him this morning. Could it have been then that I encountered his plants and caught the infection? I knew it. Hu Sancheng can't possibly cultivate plants. The previous gugu grass must have been stolen from our tribe's orcs. Now he is raising plants that have fallen ill, and it has spread to us. We cannot allow him to continue this. The orcs grew increasingly indignant, as if ready to grasp their weapons and seek justice from the Hu family. Yet, some of the deer tribe members recalled the previous favors bestowed upon them by Huafu and his kin, expressing their disapproval of such sentiments. Merely discovering a similar illness does not imply that Hu Sancheng's plants infected ours. It could have occurred elsewhere, and perhaps you all contracted it. The orc who voiced this opinion was immediately met with a barrage of criticism. What do you mean by that? Are you questioning our own tribe's people? Are you not turning your elbow outward? If you're so fond of the Hu family, why remain among us? The orc speaking in defense of Hu Senshu felt overwhelmed by the unreasonable reactions of his fellow tribesmen. However, they had indeed helped us on numerous occasions, even saving Lady Lu twice. Surely they wouldn't steal even a single plant. If only they were willing to communicate, we would gladly offer them some. A distant orc spat disdainfully in front of him. Do you still trust Lady Lu? Why did she fall ill precisely at this moment? Not before or after. Have you not pondered this? I suspect her heart has long since swayed towards the Hu family. What right does she have to be the matriarch? Indeed, she is in collusion with the Hu family, feigning illness to exonerate them. The orcs found themselves at a loss for words. He could not fathom how, despite Lady Lu being so ill that even Lu Ping deemed it hopeless. Her plight had morphed into mere theatrics in the mouths of these orcs. How about this? You should check if Hu Sancheng's plants truly harbor the white powder. We cannot unjustly place the blame on him without evidence. The orcs suddenly grasped this notion. What a splendid idea! Given that the time for Hu Sancheng's plant cultivation was nearing its end, visiting now would be quite reasonable. If the plants indeed bore white powder, it would validate the infection's origin, justifying their desire to expel the Hu family. Thus, not only those accusing Hu Senshu of stealing plants, but also those who believed the Hu family was innocent all agreed to this proposal and promptly made their way to the Hu family's residence. Chapter 66. Spirit Spring Water Cures White Powder Disease in Truth. The resting place of the Hu family orcs was not far from them. Hu Jiujiu had already overheard their debate early in the morning. Quietly, she utilized Spirit Spring water to cleanse the white powder disease from the plants cultivated by Hu Senshu, even hastening the ripening of some. The plants instantly transformed from a wilted state to one brimming with vitality, revealing a delightful little sprout nearby. However, unbeknownst to them, Hu Senshu and his kin were currently facing the approaching deer tribe orcs that hate you Sancheng. Swiftly bring out your plant for us to inspect. Dispose of those infected ones immediately. We cannot allow them to infect our plants. Husin Shu, already troubled by the white powder disease, was further flustered upon seeing the deer tribe orcs. ISNT, there's still a day left until the agreed deadline. Continue wait a bit longer. We are aware that your plants have contracted white powder disease. If you wait another day, do you intend to ruin all our cultivated plants? This statement immediately drew a chorus of agreement from the orcs. Some even contemplated storming into the Hu family's domain to retrieve the plants cultivated by Hu San Shu.A.S. Hu, and the others realized they could not hold them back. Hu San Shu could only relent. Fine, do not resort to violence. I will let you destroy the leaves. Hu Gio cried out. She exclaimed while anxiously waving her hands. She had just cured the white powder disease on the plants cultivated by Hu San Shu. If they were to destroy them now, all her efforts would be in vain. Noticing Hu Gio's gestures, Hu San Shu recalled her earlier insistence on keeping the infected leaves. He felt a spark of inspiration and quickly amended his words. Wait, the matter I just mentioned is contingent upon my leaves indeed suffering from white powder disease. However, if I bring them out and they are still healthy, then you cannot destroy them. Yet the deer tribe members interpreted his words as mere stubbornness, unwilling to admit that his plants had issues. After all, they had just heard Lewin say that the plants Hu San Shu cultivated had already contracted white powder disease. If they could not resolve this ailment, how could Hu San Shu possibly produce healthy crops in such a short time? Very well, we agree. However, if the plants you cultivate are not healthy, it only indicates that you have ruined the plants and infected us. Indeed, you must bow and apologize to each one of us. Otherwise, do not expect us to let you off the hook. A cacophony of uproar ensued at Hu Sengu, having seen the condition of Hu San Shu's plants. Was momentarily flustered. Three uncle. What shall we do? If we truly bring them out, will there be trouble? Ah, no. Hu Gio, with a firm voice, provided Hu San Shu with a dose of encouragement. Hu San Shu calmly shook his head. Do not worry. It will be fine. Moreover, we have already agreed with them. Aside from bringing out the plants, we have no other choice. Hu Sengu turned back, exchanging glances with the Hu family members, and they proceeded to follow Hu San Shu's instructions. Retrieving the plants he had nurtured from his backpack, the plants, having been nourished by Hu Gio's spirit spring water, gleamed under the sunlight, their smooth leaves reflecting a healthy luster, and their robust stems swayed slightly in the gentle breeze, appearing rather vigorous. How could this be? Lewin stared in astonishment, her eyes wide. Henti, she already swapped out the leaves Hu San Shu intended to plant. How could he still produce such healthy plants? Not only she, but the other deer tribe members who had come to confront them were equally incredulous. Why is it impossible? Hu Sangu recalled how Lu had secretly incited other orcs against Hu San Shu and voiced his suspicion. Once white powder disease afflicts a plant, it cannot be cured. I clearly instructed someone to give Hu San Chung leaves that had already contracted white powder disease. The ones he presents now must be swapped. Lewin, caught off guard, unwittingly let slip her thoughts. This revelation struck like thunder, igniting outrage among the Hu family members and even among her fellow deer tribe members. What? Have we all been deceived by Lewin? Did she intentionally frame the Hu family? So, Hu San Chung did not steal our tribe's plants. Everything she said before was a fabrication. Realizing the growing murmurs among the deer tribe members, Lewin suddenly came to her senses. Attempting to stealthily retreat, but she was stopped by Hu De and Hu Ergo. You deliberately framed our third uncle, and now you wish to flee. Although the deer tribe leader was momentarily surprised by their words, he quickly regained his composure, focusing on Lewin and those who had initially instigated the conflict. It seems that the previous events were not misunderstandings, but rather a scheme you all concocted. The deer tribe leader turned his gaze to Hu San Shu. I sincerely apologize for the grievances and slanders you have endured. I will ensure they are duly punished. Hu San Shu merely shook his head. It's all right. Now that my innocence has been established, that is more than enough. The chief of the deer tribe let out a deep sigh, remarking, You exhibit an extraordinary level of tolerance. However, despite such sentiments, punishment must be enforced. Thus, it was decreed that all food discovered by them in the coming days would be surrendered to the Fox clan, with a minimum of 10 fruits to be delivered each day. This reprimand faced no objections from either the foxes or the deer, and though some of the beastmen felt a sense of injustice, they had no choice but to accept their fate. Yet, a pressing issue remained unresolved in a bid to falsely accuse Uncle Fox of transmitting powdery mildew to them. Deer and had covertly caused several plants cultivated by the deer tribe to become infected with the disease. Although it was now confirmed that Uncle Fox bore no blame, the powdery mildew had nonetheless spread to many of the beastmen's plants, putting them in a precarious state. Some beastmen, relieved that they had not previously joined in the scapegoating of Uncle Fox, hurriedly approached him for guidance regarding their afflicted plants. "Uncle Fox, how did you manage to cure the powdery mildew before? Could you share knowledge with us? We have not found edible leaves in quite some time and can only rely on the leaves we grow. If they perish, we will have nothing to eat." Their pleading gazes and tone softened Uncle Fox's heart, yet he too was at a loss as to how his own plants had recovered from the powdery mildew. With a heavy heart, he shared some cultivation techniques. Chapter 67. Methods to treat powdery mildew. In truth, I merely water them 3 times a day. After watering, one must wait until the leaves are completely dry before allowing them to bask in sunlight. And they should be exposed to as much light as possible. When dusk falls, refrain from watering them. The deer tribe beastmen committed these words to memory, but after much deliberation, they realized that Uncle Fox had not disclosed any specific remedy for the powdery mildew. "We can accomplish that ourselves. Will merely doing so resolve the powdery mildew?" Uncle Fox opened his mouth, uncertain of how to respond. Prior to their arrival, Fox Eugene had already discovered the method for treating the powdery mildew afflicting the plants of this world within the tomes of her secluded sanctuary. The remedy was quite simple. Using a herb known as insect-repelling grass, one could crush it and mix the juice into water, applying it to the affected plants once or twice a day, and they would recover within 3 days. Noticing that Uncle Fox could not provide an answer, Fox Eugene hastily called out, pointing towards the nearby insect-repelling grass, gesticulating to convey her message. "Eugene, what are you doing?" Uncle Fox, drawn by her actions, inquired promptly. The other beastmen, too, turned their curious gazes towards her, prompting Fox Eugene to demonstrate once more. However, with an abundance of grass surrounding the insect-repelling variety, the beastmen were at a loss as to which she referred, and her gestures left them bewildered. Did she find this amusing? The thoughts of a young cub like Fox Eugene were indeed elusive, and thus the beastmen did not place much significance on her actions. Although Uncle Fox had an inkling of what Fox Eugene was attempting to convey, the presence of so many beastmen made it difficult to inquire further. Realizing that the opportunity to reveal the remedy for powdery mildew had slipped away, Fox Eugene resigned herself to silence. Nevertheless, the plight of the deer tribe's plants could not go untreated. They were now allies of sorts. If the powdery mildew persisted in the deer tribe's plants while Uncle Fox's flourished, suspicion would inevitably arise. Even if no doubts were cast, the food scarcity faced by the deer tribe would not bode well for them. Thus, Fox Eugene discreetly irrigated the infected plants with spring water, applying just a drop or 2 to each. Within 2 or 3 days, the majority of the powdery mildew had abated, leaving only a small fraction severely afflicted. The deer who could not cure their plants sought out Uncle Fox, finding little help, and then turned to Brother Fox Air, hoping he could cure their plants just as he had done for Lady Deer. Brother Fox Air pinched some of the powdery residue from a leaf, but the powder squirmed restlessly in his palm. They were the larvae on the verge of hatching, writhing within their eggs, and as Brother Fox Air squeezed them, more began to emerge, crawling in his hand. Lady Deer gasped in alarm. "So they have been consuming the leaves I cultivated?" Brother Fox Air nodded in affirmation. This revelation sent the deer into a deeper panic. "If the undersides of my leaves are infested with such powder, will there be naught left once they are done? Brother Huckshun-ho-oh, do you have any solutions? Please save my plants." Brother Fox Air shook his head. "Beastmen are not like plants. I fear I cannot assist you now." The deer left, their spirits dimmed, taking their plants with them. Brother Fox Air, however, was lost in thought as he observed the wriggling larvae in his palm. Though beastmen and plants were indeed different, the insects infesting the plants were creatures nonetheless. The dark evil birds they had encountered previously were also living beings, that if there were methods to repel the dark evil birds, could there not be other ways to eliminate these pests? "Uncle, Have you previously studied these tiny insects? Brother Fox Air extended his palm towards Uncle Fox, inviting him to look. Uncle Fox furrowed his brow. Where did you obtain these? Someone asked me about the powdery mildew. So I collected some of the residue and discovered these little insects within. Upon hearing the mention of powdery mildew, Uncle Fox's interest was piqued, and he took some of the insects for examination. While I have not encountered these insects before, their parasitic nature on the leaves suggests they are pests. Pests ought to be eradicated, but their numbers are so vast, and they breed so rapidly that exterminating them entirely poses quite the challenge. As Uncle Fox spoke, he found himself ensnared in a mental quandary, sighing despondently. Uncle is correct. Thus I ponder, could it be possible that we need not kill them, but merely drive them away? Upon hearing Brother Fox Air's suggestion, Uncle Fox smacked his forehead, suddenly enlightened. Indeed, why did I not consider that? But have you devised a method for repelling them? Brother Fox Air shook his head. It is precisely because I have not that I sought your counsel. Uncle, you possess considerable knowledge regarding plants. Do you know of any herbs that can drive away insects? I wish to experiment. Uncle Fox found himself intrigued by Brother Fox Air's words, and, after a moment of contemplation, he replied, I am aware of several herbs that can repel insects. However, whether they will be effective against these specific pests remains to be seen. Without delay, Uncle Fox took Brother Fox Air to gather various commonly known insect-repelling herbs and borrowed several pots of plants afflicted with powdery mildew. They crushed the gathered herbs into a paste, placing it beside the plants to observe any changes in the powdery mildew. Finding the herbs and borrowing the plants proved to be a straightforward task. Uncle Fox recognized the herbs in the vicinity, and within half a day he had collected all that came to mind. Borrowing the plants was even simpler, as the deer tribe eagerly offered their afflicted specimens in hopes of discovering a remedy for the powdery mildew. The true challenge lay in observing the experimental results. They conducted tests for 3 full days, only to find that none of the insect-repelling herbs had any effect on the powdery mildew. During this time, Lady Deer's health gradually improved, particularly after the misunderstanding regarding Uncle Fox was resolved. Although Mother Sparrow felt a sense of relief regarding Lady Deer's condition, her concern did not wane. Lady Deer, do you recall what I witnessed when I came to find you last time, when you were unwell? Lady Deer, intent on expressing her gratitude to Mother Sparrow for her assistance, was taken aback by the latter's serious demeanor, causing her words to falter. What occurred? Is it serious? Chapter 68. A warning for Lady Deer. Mother Sparrow shook her head, then nodded, leaving Lady Deer perplexed. Last time, you were gravely ill, while I was inquiring with the tribe leader about your condition. Deer was persistently seeking the tribe leader's attention, seemingly attempting to divert him from you. What? Lady Deer and Aunt Tiger exclaimed in unison. Mother Sparrow had been the sole visitor to the tribe leader that day. Aunt Tiger was learning of this matter for the first time. Did she mention what it was about? Lady Deer inquired, still holding on to a glimmer of hope. Mother Sparrow shook her head once more. No, at that moment, I was speaking with the tribe leader, and he paid her no mind. However, I find it quite suspicious that she deliberately sought out the deer chief during your illness. Aunt Hussein immediately concurred, saying, Indeed, it has been several days, yet no unusual circumstances have arisen within your tribe that would necessitate her seeking out the chief solely during your time of sickness. Did not Lu previously conspire against us? Lady Lu, you must exercise utmost caution, especially as you have grown close to us. Lady Lu, known for her benevolence and kindness, could not help but feel a sense of vigilance at this moment. All right, I understand. NK, thank you for sharing this with me. I shall certainly keep an eye on her. With their warnings in mind, Lady Lu began to notice that Lu N's visits to the deer chief were indeed rather excessive. While other tribe members might seek the chief's counsel once a day at most, she insisted on visiting 3 times, often choosing moments when she was absent. Such dubious behavior left Lady Lu without any tangible evidence, compelling her to seek assistance from her close confidants once more. What do you think her incessant visits to a run are truly about? Lady Lu inquired anxiously, casting a glance at Xiao Ke Mu and Aunt Hussein. Xiao Ke Mu refrained from providing a direct answer, instead posing a question of her own. Have you inquired with the deer chief about the purpose of Lu and S visits? Lady Lu nodded. I have asked, and Arin mentioned that Lu merely brings him some food or poses trivial questions. He finds it peculiar as well. Thus, it seemed that Lewin had not engaged in any overtly sinister acts. Aunt Hussein pondered deeply, sensing something amiss, yet unable to articulate it. Meanwhile, the perceptive Xiao Ke Mu began to glean a deeper understanding. You mentioned she visits the dear chief daily and always seems to sidestep you. Could it be possible that she intends to ingratiate herself with him, transforming her presence into something we all accept as the norm? Lady Lu frowned in confusion. What advantage would that hold for her? Once you all grow accustomed to her presence, your guard will be lowered. Thus, she may seize the opportunity to enact something detrimental to you when you least expect it. Xiao Ke Mu fixed her gaze upon Lady Lu. Do you not sense any malice in her demeanor towards you? The gravity of Xiao Ke Mu's question was not taken lightly. Her observations of Lu and during this period had led her to this conclusion. Lady Lu, perhaps somewhat oblivious, was still acutely aware of these emotions. Enlightened by Xiao Ke Mu's insights, Lady Lu began to recall the disdainful glances Lu had cast in her direction, particularly when she stood alongside Arun. It seemed that Lewin indeed harbored a certain disdain for her, especially in those moments. Lady Lu pressed her lips together, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over her. She was certain she had never wronged Lewin in any way. Why, then, did she receive such treatment? Xiao Ke Mu reached out, grasping Lady Lu's hand, while Aunt Hussein moved closer. None of this is your fault. I suspect her motives lie in attempting to usurp your position beside the dear chief. Lady Lu's pupils dilated in shock. Surely not. Though her impression of Lewin had soured, she found it difficult to believe that Lewin could be so treacherous. Xiao Ke Mu and Aunt Hussein exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with worry. It was precisely because of Lady Lu's gentle nature that they felt such concern for her well-being. How about this? Let us devise a plan to test Lewin and see if we can validate our suspicions. Xiao Ke Mu turned to Lady Lu. Would you care to join us in staging a little performance? Lady Lu glanced at Xiao Ke Mu and then at Aunt Hussein, noting their unwavering confidence, and ultimately nodded in agreement. Very well. Soon, as the sun reached its zenith, it was time for lunch. I heard that Hu Xianhua has been collecting powdery mildew leaves. What is he concocting? Do you require our assistance? Lady Lu casually broached the subject during their conversation. Assistance? If someone is willing to provide, then so be it. If not, then let it be. Otherwise, we risk being accused of spreading powdery mildew to others' plants. Aunt Hussein retorted with irritation. After all, her pact had previously been slandered, and she was understandably the most unwilling to endure such accusations. Lady Lu gently tugged at her. Did we not agree that the previous misunderstanding was resolved? If that is the case, there is no need to dwell on it any further. Aunt Hussein shrugged off her hand. What misunderstanding? I have yet to forgive them. The dear chief has certainly shown favoritism toward them. They offered us a few fruits for merely 3 days, yet we were scorned for far longer. Upon hearing Aunt Hussein mention the dear chief, Lady Lu immediately furrowed her brow, her tone shifting from gentle to stern. Did not Arun stand by your side to help punish them? What do you mean by that? What did I say? I merely stated that their punishment was insufficient. Is that not permissible? The two women, who typically shared a sisterly bond, found themselves at odds, their tempers flaring as they faced each other. It was as if they could ignite flames with their glares, each fiercely protective of their own pact, unwilling to yield an inch. Lady, I believe Hussein has a point. Those individuals were indeed insufficiently punished. Furthermore, she did not disparage the chief. Perhaps you should calm down. A female dear person tugged at Lady Lu's arm. But Lady Lu paid her no heed. Uncle Hussein attempted to mediate. Sueya, the past is behind us. This is unrelated to the dear chief. Let's not quarrel any further. Aunt Hussein not only disregarded his words, but shot him a glare in response. It is precisely individuals like you who are easily bullied. We are not discussing your affairs. Do not meddle. Uncle Hussein, well aware of Aunt Hussein's fiery temperament, scratched his nose, choosing not to provoke her further, and sought to persuade another beast person instead. Chapter 69. The argument escalates. Lady Lu, reflect upon your conscience. How much assistance have we, the Hu family, provided to your dear tribe? What have we received in return? We have been unjustly scorned for so many days, and now we cannot even voice our grievances. Hussein, you must speak with reason. Did we not discipline those individuals? The matter is in the past. How long must you cling to it? The argument between the two beast persons intensified, drawing in other deer tribe members who sought to fan the flames of discord. Indeed, Lady Lu, they claim we are targeting them. How many times have they spoken ill of us? The chief has supported them numerous times, and they show no gratitude whatsoever. Though Xiao K. Mu had orchestrated this plan, seeing genuine emotions flare in their quarrel sent a shiver of apprehension down her spine. This could not continue. She had yet to inform her own tribe members of the scheme, and if they misinterpreted Lady Lu's intentions, future interactions would become fraught with difficulty. Sister, Lady Lu, Xiao K. Mu called out. However, a throng of onlookers had gathered around them, rendering her voice feeble against the wall of bodies. Shouting was futile, and navigating through the crowd to reach them proved equally impossible. Glancing down at the little fox, Hu Jiujio, cradled in her arms, she felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. During their planning, Hu Jiujio had been present and had overheard their discussions. Thus, upon noticing the deer tribe members threatening to disrupt their scheme, Hu Jiujio took immediate action. Wah! She wailed, her cries piercing the air. Not only did she weep, but she also seized the ornaments crafted by her brothers and hurled them at the deer tribesmen. After all, her brothers would certainly make her even better ones, so she showed no restraint in her assault. The elder brothers, accustomed to indulging Hu Jiujio, quickly recognized her distress and rushed to separate Lady Lu from the deer tribe members. Enough, our issues do not require your meddling. Indeed, if you take issue with us, confront us directly. Why incite Lady Lu against us? The leading deer tribesman, undeterred, attempted to push past the elder brothers to reach Lady Lu. Even when stopped, he remained unyielding, exuding an air of brazen arrogance. I am conversing with our tribal chief's wife. What business is it of yours? Hu family. You ought to clarify whether you seek a conversation with Lady Lu or if you wish to sow discord. Your intentions are clear to us all. Uncle Husan, rarely adopting a serious tone, spoke with a chilling gaze that left the deer tribesman silent. We go enough. If this continues, we may find ourselves in a precarious situation. Standing quietly behind the leading figure, a member of the deer clan softly urged, and the others dared not to speak further. Thus the matter was hastily concluded. Once the Fox family returned home, Hu Juju ceased her tears. The situation calmed down, and everyone regained their composure, inquiring about the circumstances from the two mothers of the small sparrow. Third sister-in-law, why were you and the dear lady arguing so fiercely just now? Aren't you usually on good terms? Hu Afu questioned Hu, since Shu also found it strange. Indeed, the dear lady usually speaks so gently with us. How could she suddenly behave like this? The small sparrow mother exchanged a glance with Hu Sanjian, who then belatedly repressed her angry expression. Since you have asked, we shall speak frankly. Hu Sanjian nodded slightly towards the small sparrow mother. In truth, what just transpired was a performance we staged to assist the dear lady in revealing the one who has been causing mischief within the deer clan. At this revelation, everyone understood. But, mother, why didn't you inform us about this beforehand? We were on edge for quite a while. Hu Shaoxi pouted with a mix of affection and complaint. The small sparrow gently ruffled his hair. Had we disclosed it earlier, your reactions would have been different, and if it had slipped out, it would have been disastrous, she cautioned, raising her gaze to the group. This matter must not be spoken of to anyone. Otherwise, our efforts will be in vain. Since it was to aid the dear lady, everyone naturally agreed without reluctance. They were family, and thus they would unite with the small sparrow mother to face this challenge together. Upon returning, Lewin remained blissfully unaware of the happenings within the Fox family. She had just witnessed the entire quarrel between the dear lady and Hu Sanjian, secretly reveling in the drama. Previously, the dear lady had always defended the Fox family, and she had been worried about finding a way to sow discord between the two unexpectedly. This opportunity had presented itself so conveniently. If she did not seize it well, it would be a disservice. Yet, she did not allow herself to become complacent. After observing quietly for several days, she noticed that Hu Sanjian and the dear lady were indeed ignoring each other. Even when they crossed paths, they acted as if they were strangers. That it was only then that she found an opportunity to approach Hu Sanjian. Suya, I have brought you some fruit, Lewin said with a cheerful smile, her tone exuding familiarity, as if she were truly close to Hu Sanjian. Although Hu Sanjian felt a twinge of discomfort at this bait, she pretended to be nonchalant and accepted the fruit. Lewin then seized the moment to inquire, "By the way, I heard that you had a fierce argument with the dear lady a few days ago. Is everything all right between you two?" Lewin asked cautiously, feigning genuine concern for the relationship between Hu Sanjian and the dear lady. Hu Sanjian rolled her eyes. Stop. Don't mention that she-beast in front of me. Just hearing things related to her annoys me." Noticing that Hu Sanjian's demeanor seemed authentic, Lewin pressed further. "But you two were so close before, and the dear lady hasn't done anything wrong." "Has she?" Upon hearing this, Hu Sanjian retorted irritably. "Who said I was angry with her? I am indeed upset because of her words, but the most despicable ones are those who deliberately spread the white powder disease and frame it on us." Lewin's expression faltered for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure, maintaining her gentle demeanor. Seeing that she did not respond, Hu Sanjian pointedly remarked, "Lewin, to be honest, I don't dislike you dear clan members. It is just that some individuals within your clan have truly wicked intentions. We have helped you so many times, yet they still seek to harm us. Tell me, don't these people deserve to be punished?" At this juncture, if Lewin remained silent, it would appear suspicious. Thus, she hurriedly feigned righteous indignation. "Suya, you are absolutely right. How can they be so vile? Even if they have a grudge against you, they shouldn't harm our own kin, especially when you have treated them so well. Their actions are even more reprehensible." Lewin had never considered that the Fox family might suspect her involvement in this matter, and thus she criticized herself without reserve. The corners of Hu Sanjian's mouth twitched slightly, and she exerted great effort to suppress a laugh. "Lewin, your clan is fortunate to have a member like you," Hu Sanjian said, half in earnest, half in jest. She was not genuinely praising Lewin. After all, it was indeed a rarity for the deer clan to have someone as duplicitous as Lewin among them. However, Lewin misinterpreted Hu Sanjian's implication, feeling that she had won her trust, and displayed a shy smile at the compliment. "There is nothing remarkable about it. I believe this is something any sensible beast would think of." Lewin declared, "I am not just speaking on behalf of your Fox family. I genuinely believe that our deer clan should not harbor such beasts." After expressing her stance, Lewin quickly redirected the conversation. "By the way, Sia, with your relationship with the dear lady in such disarray, how will you two coexist in the future?" Hu Sanjian, adhering to her typically fiery temperament, replied, "Who wants to coexist with her? As if I cannot live without her. From now on, I shall pretend I do not know that beast." This statement served as a reassurance to Lewin, allowing her to finally lower her guard against Hu Sanjian. After comforting Hu Sanjian a few more times, Lewin left with a heart full of joy. Behind her, Hu Sanjian winked at the small sparrow mother, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation. Regarding Lewin's actions, the small sparrow mother and Hu Sanjian had begun to piece together some clues. However, during these days, Hu Ergu and Hu Senshu had yet to find any leads on the herbs needed to treat the white powder disease. The fly-catching grass, combined with the sharp grass, is not working, Hu Ergu sighed. Setting down the herbs in his hands, he and Hu Senshu had been researching these herbs for nearly 7 days. And this was the 72nd formula they had tried, yet none had proven effective. Instead, they were left reeking of herbs. "Second brother, father, stop messing around. Come eat," Hu Xiaolu exclaimed as he bounded to their side, immediately pinching his nose and retreating several paces. "What is that smell? It's both bitter and foul." Upon hearing this, Hu Ergu sniffed himself, feeling no abnormality. "Isn't this just the smell of herbs?" Hu Xiaolu was exasperated. "Seriously, it's been several days, and you guys still haven't figured it out? I can't take it any longer. I can't stay here for another moment. You two hurry and eat. I'm leaving," Hu Xiaolu declared, quickly disappearing as if greased on his feet, leaving Hu Senshu and Hu Ergu exchanging bemused glances. The small sparrow mother, noticing Hu Xiaolu's solitary return, felt a twinge of curiosity. "Xiaolu, didn't I ask you to fetch your father and second brother? Why haven't they come?" Hu Xiaolu wrinkled his nose in distaste as he caught a whiff of the lingering herb scent on his hands. "They're still fussing over the herbs." "It stinks. I told them to hurry over, but I'm leaving." As he spoke, Hu Xiaolu placed his hand under Hu Jiuzhou's nose. "Jiuzhou, smell this. Is it stinky?" Hu Jiuzhou, taken aback by the pungent aroma, instinctively sneezed, amusing Hu Xiaolu to no end. "Auntie, look. Jiuzhou hates this smell too." The small sparrow mother cast a resigned glance at Hu Xiaolu. She knew he was quite the prankster, always teasing Jiuzhou. But since Jiuzhou seemed unbothered, she refrained from scolding him. However, in the next moment, Hu Jiuzhou grasped Hu Xiaolu's still outstretched hand and shook Hu Xiaolu's eyes widened in terror. "No way. Jiuzhou, do you actually like this smell?" Hu Jiuzhou, momentarily at a loss for words, left Hu Xiaolu bewildered. Realizing he had misjudged the situation, Hu Xiaolu scratched his nose with his other hand. "I knew it. Who would actually like this smell? So what are you trying to say? Are you interested in the herbal formulas my father and the others are concocting?" Hu Jiuzhou shook Hu Xiaolu's hand again. "You want to find my father?" Hu Xiaolu ventured tentatively. Hu Jiuzhou did not respond. "Oh, you know about the herbal formulas?" Hu Xiaolu inquired again. This time, Hu Jiuzhou reacted, shaking his hand even more vigorously. Seeing the eager look in Hu Jiuzhou's eyes, and recalling the noxious scent from Hu Sanshu's concoction, Hu Xiaolu hesitated, but ultimately turned to the small sparrow mother. "Auntie, how about you let Jiuzhou come with me? I'll take her to find second brother and my father. Jiuzhou likely has something she wants to discuss with them." The little sparrow mother had no objections whatsoever. She gently placed Hu Jiuzhou into the embrace of Hu Xiaolu, and after reminding them to return early, she watched them depart with a sense of relief. The location where Uncle Husan and his companion were concocting their formula was not far from their camp. Yet even along this short journey, they could see that some plants along the way had already succumbed to powdery mildew. The deer tribe had always held a deep affection for plants. Even if they were not cultivated by themselves, but rather wild grasses growing by the roadside, they genuinely felt a pang of compassion. It was uncertain when these afflicted plants would recover. Indeed, if they did not, would this area not be left barren? Fragmented words drifted into Hu Jiuzhou's ears, causing her heart to clench momentarily. The prevalence of powdery mildew among the plants was alarmingly high. Despite her discreet efforts to water those affected with spring water each day, it was futile against the rapid spread of the disease. She needed to hasten her efforts to help Uncle Husan discover a remedy for the powdery mildew. "Xiaolu, why have you returned with Jiuzhou?" Uncle Husan was the first to spot Hu Xiaolu and the little sparrow. Appeared he, and Hu Urge had just emerged from the forest, their baskets brimming with herbs, the roots still caked with soil. Hu Xiaolu wrinkled his nose in distaste as he approached them. "When I was on my way back, Jiuzhou overheard that you were searching for herbs to concoct a formula. She seemed quite interested, so I brought her along." As he spoke, Hu Xiaolu had already reached them, close enough for Hu Jiuzhou to clearly discern the various herbs they held. Blocking grass, insect-repelling grass, stinky grass. All of these are useful. Hu Jiuzhou exclaimed, her eyes instantly alight with excitement as she called out to them. "Jiuzhou, have you discovered something?" Hu Urge looked at her with a hint of surprise, promptly offering the herbs he held to Hu Jiuzhou. She reached for them for quite some time, but could not grasp them, expressing her dissatisfaction with another call. Observing this, Hu Xiaolu feigned maturity and sighed. "Urge, your approach is lacking. Let me show you how it's done." He then placed Hu Jiuzhou directly on the ground, allowing her to crawl freely. Subsequently, amid the skeptical gazes of Hu Urge and Uncle Husan, he half claimed the herb from their baskets, and spread them out around Hu Jiuzhou. "There you go, Jiuzhou. Take what you need." Looking up, Hu Jiuzhou noticed Husan pinching his nose, seemingly wishing to leap away 3 feet, and for the first time, she thought that this older brother, who often teased her, was rather clever. At least this time, she could finally take matters into her own hands instead of playing guessing games with them, which had been utterly exhausting, as Hu Jiuzhou crawled on the ground. Relishing her newfound freedom of movement, she began to gather the useful herbs. Is it really all right to let Jiuzhou rummage like this? Although Hu Jiuzhou was quite clever, she was still a cub. And Uncle Husan felt a flicker of concern that she might directly stuff the herbs into her mouth. Hu Urge restrained Uncle Husan's impulse to intervene, shaking his head in reassurance. "She'll be fine." With their permission, Hu Jiuzhou quickly became adept at gathering the herbs. The combination of insect-repelling grass and stinky grass, while it would become even more odorous, was remarkably effective at repelling and exterminating insect eggs. So she piled them together. Although fly-repelling grass did not combat powdery mildew, when combined with blocking grass, it could drive away newly hatched larvae, preventing them from feasting on the leaves, so she stacked them together as well. After a considerable amount of time, Hujujio finally organized everything, breaking a sweat from the rare exertion. Once she had arranged the herbs, Hu-Urge and Uncle Hu-San set to work processing them, while Hu-Xiaolu cradled Hujujio back into his arms. "Uncle, look at how these herbs are arranged. It seems we have never experimented with this combination before," Hu-Urge mused, contemplating the assembled herbs. Uncle Hu-San nodded in agreement. "Some of these herbs are ones we only discovered during this outing that I never expected Jujio to recognize them. She truly is our little lucky star." As he gazed at the herbs, he turned to Hujujio, his eyes sparkling with affection, as if he wished to scoop her up and shower her with kisses. However, this thought was met with a vehement protest from Hu-Xiaolu. "Jujio has already been amongst the herbs long enough. Father, please don't get any closer," Hu-Xiaolu implored, tightening his hold on Hujujio despite the pungent aroma of the herbs. Uncle Hu-San turned away with a hint of regret. Directing his attention back to Hu-Urge, who was diligently studying the formula. "So, do you have any ideas?" Uncle Hu-San inquired. Hu-Urge replied without hesitation. "We can crush these herbs into a paste according to Jujio's arrangement. Mix them with water, and then irrigate the afflicted plants with this solution to see if it takes effect." This method of administering the remedy was one Uncle Hu-San had never attempted before, but it certainly sounded far more reliable than their previous, crude approach of merely mashing the herbs and placing them beside the sickly plants. Energized by Hu-Urge's suggestion, Uncle Hu-San urged him to head to the location where they had previously tested the formula. "Let us go. We must treat these plants afflicted with powdery mildew as soon as possible, so we can rest easy," Hu-Urge readily agreed. However, as they strode ahead with great strides, Hu-Xiaolu, trailing behind with Hujujio, found himself in a bit of a predicament. "Hey, Father, Urge, you haven't eaten yet." With Hujujio's assistance, combined with the tireless efforts of Uncle Hu-San and Hu-Urge, they swiftly developed a remedy for powdery mildew, which they began to propagate among the deer tribe. Meanwhile, the relationship between Aunt Tiger-san and Lu and made notable progress, thanks to Lu An's persistent efforts and Aunt Tiger-san's deliberate acquiescence. As Luan believed he had successfully won over Aunt Tiger-san, their conversations during their chats became increasingly audacious. "Suya, it seems you and Lady Lu have not been in contact lately. You two are not truly at odds, are you?" Luan began with some casual small talk, but when he abruptly mentioned Lady Lu, the sudden shift caused Aunt Tiger-san's brow to twitch. She realized that after so many days of feigned politeness with Luan, she had finally reached this moment. "What about Lady Lu? Why do you still bring her up?" Aunt Tiger-san's tone grew impatient. Luan feigned surprise, covering his mouth theatrically. "I'm sorry, I misspoke. I originally thought you would reconcile with Lady Lu, and I was worried that if you became close with her, you might no longer want me as a friend." His gaze dropped slightly, as if genuinely feeling disheartened. In truth, while he would feel disheartened, it was not due to the potential loss of Aunt Tiger-san's friendship, but rather concern over the feasibility of his plans. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Aunt Tiger-san grasped Luan's hand. "How could I possibly distance myself from you for that she-beast?" Luan's eyes sparkled with delight. "Really? Suya, you truly are wonderful." She leaned in closer, adopting a conspiratorial tone as she whispered to Aunt Tiger-san, "Tio, be honest. I know some things I shouldn't say, but hearing that you don't like Lady Lu brings me some joy." Luan put on an innocent act, and after saying this, she hurriedly added an explanation. "It's not that I dislike Lady Lu, it's just that some of her behaviors are truly excessive." Aunt Tiger-san, following her lead, feigned curiosity, secretly eager to see what absurdity Luan would concoct next. "What has she done?" With a soft sigh, Luan replied, "Lady Lu often takes advantage of her position as the matriarch to seize food from the tribe. Not to mention that while the chieftain treats her so well, staying by her side when she falls ill, she shows no appreciation, instead sneaking around with others, suddenly realizing she had let slip something she should not have." Luan's voice trailed off, her eyes wide with alarm as she glanced at Aunt Tiger-san. "With others, what do you mean?" Aunt Tiger-san pressed Lu and shook her head vehemently. No, no. What I meant was, I've seen Lady Lu flaunting her status and acting imperiously far too often. Many of the dear Tribe sisters have complained about her, which is why I don't particularly like her. Chapter 72. Stirring up controversy. Aunt Tiger-san nodded in agreement. You're absolutely right. Moreover, this she-beast is exceedingly self-important. I truly cannot stand her, so I've decided not to associate with her. Lewin cautiously observed the expression of Aunt Hu-san, finding no signs of abnormality, and gradually lowered her guard. After sharing the various grievances regarding Madame Lu, Aunt Hu-san finally bid farewell to Lewin. Aunt Hu-san had also begun to grasp the implications of Lu and's previous words. Her hesitant demeanor and the ambiguous suggestion to find someone else seemed to imply that Madame Lu might be engaging in infidelity. Since Lewin was so intent on revealing the truth, they might as well go along with it, truly a misapprehension of Lu and's heartfelt intentions, after conferring with Xiao Ke and the others. A few days later, Aunt Hu-san took the initiative to approach Lu and Lun. Do you know who I saw behind the forest over there? Aunt Hu-san lowered her voice, as if afraid of being overheard. Lu An's heart skipped a beat. Who? Madame Lu. Upon hearing those three words from Aunt Hu-san, Lewin felt no surprise, but rather a sense of inevitability. She has been spending time with a beast man. And I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Would you consider discreetly approaching her and persuading her to return? Lewin looked at Aunt Hu-san in mild astonishment. She hadn't anticipated that Aunt Hu-san would be so naive, failing to comprehend the insinuations from her previous comments, and even expressing concern for Madame Lu. Yet, she needed to maintain her facade of being the good person in front of Aunt Hu-san, so she could not refuse such a suggestion. All right, wait for me a moment. How about you take me along to find Madame Lu? Lewin feigned innocence, while secretly plotting to ruin Madame Lu's reputation. Given that Madame Lu dared to walk so closely with a beast man, even if she wasn't actually being unfaithful, Lewin was determined to make it appear as though she was. Within the brief time Lewin had been absent, she had already recruited several members of the Lu clan to discreetly follow her, awaiting the opportunity to witness the drama surrounding Madame Lu. Aunt Hu-san pretended to be oblivious to Lu and schemes, leading her to the back of the woods. Right here, Aunt Hu-san said, gesturing towards the deeper part of the forest, I have seen them come to this spot more than once, but I never went inside and have no idea what they are doing. Lu An's heart stirred. It seemed this was indeed the place where Madame Lu frequently met with other beastmen. Just then, the two caught sight of Madame Lu's figure flitting through the trees. Lewin felt a surge of delight. It was as if fate had delivered Madame Lu right to her doorstep. I'll go find her first. You just stay here and don't disturb the situation. Lewin feigned concern, yet her steps towards Madame Lu were quick, almost as if she were about to take flight. Madame Lu. Ah. As Lewin approached, she tripped on flat ground, letting out a startled cry. This outburst drew the attention of the Lu clan members who had been lurking in the shadows, and Madame Lu turned, encountering a myriad of gazes upon her. Madame Lu, who are you meeting here? Lewin feigned shock, raising her voice to draw attention, causing the crowd's expressions to shift. Lu and quickly pretended to be flustered, glancing around at the other clan members, then looking toward Madame Lu for help. I'm sorry, Madame Lu. Did I say something wrong? As Lewin scrambled to her feet, she attempted to approach Madame Lu, only to have her evade her without a word. I intended to come quietly to find you. I had no idea everyone would be here, Lewin said in a small voice, adopting an exceedingly aggrieved demeanor. Internally, Madame Lu scoffed. She realized she had misjudged this female beastman. Fortunately, she had recognized it early, or she might have been manipulated by her. Observing Lu An's current innocent and pitiful appearance, one might genuinely think that she had been wronged. Other members of the Lu clan began to gather around. Madame Lu, this place is so secluded. What could you possibly be doing here? Asked a rather reputable and composed male beastman. His demeanor towards Madame Lu remained polite, yet the others were not as courteous. Fei, didn't you hear what Lewin said? Madame Lu, are you meeting with another beastman? This statement acted like a spark, igniting the previously calm assembly of beastmen into a flurry of agitation. The clan leader had treated Madame Lu so well, yet she was still seeking rendezvous with other beastmen. How could that not be seen as a betrayal? Indeed, wasn't Madame Lu always so protective of the Hu family? Could it be that her lover is among them? Amidst the clamor, Madame Lu refrained from offering explanations, instead taking a step back to obscure the beastly tale that had inadvertently emerged behind her. Only a glimpse of fur was visible, insufficient to identify the owner. Yet Lewin seized upon this as if it were a momentous piece of evidence, shouting once more, "Madame Lu, why are you hiding the beast man behind you so thoroughly? We all know each other. Let us have him come out and take a look." Madame Lu slightly furrowed her brow, meeting the gazes of the clan members with an air of composure. "I'm not having an affair. I am merely discussing matters with another beastman. I guess it too much to ask for you to believe that." Madame Lu's tone was calm, yet Lewin perceived it as a facade of composure. "Madame Lu, if you have nothing to hide, why not let us see who the beast man is?" Lewin pressed on relentlessly. The curiosity among the other beastmen was piqued by her words, and they echoed their agreement. Yet Madame Lu remained steadfast in her refusal to reveal the beast man behind her. Seeing this, Lewin became even more convinced that Madame Lu was indeed engaged in infidelity. To escalate the situation, she began to fabricate lies. "Madame Lu, spare us the charade. I've seen you meeting with other beastmen behind the clan leader's back more than once. Out of respect, I have refrained from speaking out until now. But with so many witnesses here, you can no longer hide the truth." Madame Lu's expression gradually turned cold. "You claim I'm unfaithful. What evidence do you have to substantiate that?" Lewin smiled. "Evidence? The fact that you are hiding the beast man behind you and refuse to let us see him is evidence enough? Oh, I was unaware that my wife dared to meet with other beastmen in front of me." The deep, resonant voice sent shockwaves through the crowd, leaving all the previously agitated beastmen, including Lewin, pale with astonishment. "Clan leader, how could you be here?" Lewin had not anticipated encountering the very person she had been fabricating tales about. Her voice trembling, the clan leader turned to her. "If you can slander my wife, why should I not be present?" As the clan leader spoke, Xiao Ke, holding Hu Jiao, also emerged from the bushes behind Madame Lu. "Lewin, we heard everything you just said. How can you unjustly accuse Madame Lu? Who do you think you are?" Lewin's face turned ashen that I didn't. "It was Hu Suiya. Hu Suiya told me." Lewin hastily turned to Aunt Hu San, only to find her standing with the arriving family from the Hu clan to Hu Suiya. "Why did you betray me? You were the one who told me that Madame Lu was meeting someone here." At that moment, Aunt Hu San no longer felt the need to feign camaraderie with Lewin. "I never said such a thing. I only mentioned that Madame Lu was spending time with the beast man and suggested you remind her. Yet you deliberately gathered so many people to slander her. Whether I instigated you or you acted on your own, everyone can see clearly." Lun opened her mouth, feeling a sense of powerlessness for the first time. Hu Xiao Lu stepped forward. "Lun, you claim Madame Lu is unfaithful, yet it is you who has a penchant for secret meetings with beastmen." As Hu Xiao Lu spoke, she pointed at the first few who had instigated the uproar. You are all Lu's paramours, and you might not even be aware of it. You have been sneaking around in the cave behind our Hu family, making a ruckus. Do you really believe no one knows?" This revelation struck like thunder, startling all the Lu clan members and leaving those indicated in utter shock. "Lun, didn't you say your heart belonged solely to me? Have you professed the same to other beastmen as well?" Lu's eyes widened in disbelief as she repeatedly shook her head. "No, it's not like that." "Lu Yi, let me explain." Another beastman interjected angrily. "No more explanations. Now the truth lies before us. How do you still intend to deceive us?" Lewin, in a state of panic, attempted to grasp the arm of the male beastman. "Lu Fu, I assure you, I have not deceived you. Please believe me. One to you." However, Lewin did not anticipate that her wavering demeanor would only serve to infuriate the previously trusting male beastman even more, causing discomfort in his heart as well. "Lun, if you are responsible for this matter, simply admit it," the dear chief said slowly, his tone calm and measured. Lun lifted her gaze to meet the dear chief's eyes, then glanced at the two male beastmen tugging at her right, opening her mouth to speak. The words that followed were drowned beneath the sounds of her shameful sobs. After a moment, She finally managed to stifle her weeping that it was I who maliciously framed Lady Lu. And indeed I've been involved with more than one male beast man, but I assure you, I am innocent in those matters. I realize my mistakes. Chief, please forgive me. Will you? Lewin pleaded, desperately reaching for the dear chief, only to be ruthlessly evaded by Captain Lewin. The actions you have taken cannot simply be excused by my forgiveness. You were also involved in the previous white powder disease incident. Had it not been for the assistance of the Fox Clan's beastmen, our entire deer tribe's flora might have perished. In such a case, we would face famine and starvation. Did you ever consider the consequences of your actions? Lewin trembled, momentarily at a loss for words. The deer chief regarded her with an impassive expression, turning away as he said softly, "You may leave. Our tribe can no longer accommodate you." He approached Lady Lu, wrapping an arm around her shoulders and offering a gentle pat. Although Lady Lu felt a pang of compassion over expelling Lewin from the tribe, she could never bring herself to forgive the transgressions Lewin had committed. Upon hearing the deer chief's decree of her expulsion, Lewin grew frantic, throwing herself forward, only to be restrained by two loyal beastmen of the deer chief, who dragged her away. "Let me go. I don't want to leave. I'm a part of the deer tribe. Captain Lu, please forgive me. I swear I will not err again as a frail female beastman." She managed to navigate the tribe's intricacies to survive on meager rations, but if cast out, she would have no means to sustain herself, facing certain doom. Yet the deer chief's decision was resolute. And with Lewin's misdeeds laid bare before all the beastmen, the crowd was stirred into outrage. Even those who still harbored some sympathy for her dared not speak, merely watching silently as Lewin was expelled from the tribe. Hujujio initially believed that with Lewin's expulsion, all troubles would be resolved. However, a sense of unease churned within her, devoid of any joy. "What is happening?" Hujujio pressed her little hand against her chest, earnestly trying to discern the feelings brewing within. That a foreboding sense of impending misfortune loomed, unrelated to Lewin, yet far more terrifying. Hujujio anxiously grasped at Mama Sparrow, eager to convey her unsettling premonition. Yet Mama Sparrow, lost in the joy of their successful plan, mistook Hujujio's demeanor for happiness, affectionately ruffling her little head. "All right, Jujio, Mama knows you're happy, but I need to speak with Lady Lu now. Behave and stay with Papa, all right?" Mama Sparrow said, placing Hujujio in a Papa Fox's embrace. Hujujio thought to share her concerns with Papa Fox as well, and she urgently clung to him. Calling out, the ominous premonition pulsed strongly. Time was of the essence, and if they remained unaware, escaping disaster would be exceedingly difficult. Papa Fox, sensing something amiss, looked down at Hujujio. "What's wrong, Jujio? Do you miss Mama?" Hujujio shook her head and pointed toward the distant mountains. Although she did not know what was imminent, she felt that direction should be relatively safe. They needed to move there swiftly. Coincidentally, Mama Sparrow was situated precisely in the direction Hujujio indicated, reinforcing Papa Fox's conviction. "Jujio, be good. Mama will return shortly." "Please don't cause a fuss, all right?" Papa Fox said, beckoning to the rambunctious young males. "Come, play with your sister." The affectionate brothers rushed over, taking turns to entertain Hujujio. Chapter 74. A landslide ahead during this time. Hujujio considered using gestures to express her foreboding, but finding no beastman capable of understanding her intent, she reluctantly resigned herself to playful interactions. Unexpectedly, that very night, her premonition came to fruition. As evening fell, a light rain began to patter outside, prompting all the beastmen to seek refuge in the cave. As night descended, the rain intensified, eventually descending in torrents, with each drop striking the ground with a deafening sound that left the beastmen feeling anxious. Low-lying areas quickly became flooded, and the water gradually seeped into the previously dry cave. Brother Fox decisively declared, "We must leave. We cannot remain here, or this cave will soon be submerged." In this moment of crisis, no one voiced dissent against this resolution. The Fox clan and the Deer clan set out together, braving the downpour as they climbed from the cave to higher ground. The Fox clan set out slightly earlier than the Deer clan, thus taking the lead, just as they were about to ascend to the mid-slope. Hujujio, securely nestled in Mama Sparrow's arms, suddenly reached out, grasping Papa Fox's arm to halt his advance. Noticing her grip, Papa Fox turned back, intending to gently pry her hand away, only to find Giugio resolutely refusing to let go. "Giugio, be obedient. If we go any further, we'll be drenched." The cacophony of rain and distant thunder was deafening, making Papa Fox's voice struggle to reach Giugio, yet she showed no sign of releasing her hold. There's danger ahead." Giugio attempted to persuade Papa Fox. However, as a mere cub, her voice was too faint, even inaudible to her own ears, and ultimately she abandoned that approach, simply clinging to Papa Fox. Rarely had Giugio been so obstinate. Mama Sparrow, initially intending to assist Papa Fox in detaching Giugio's grip to proceed, suddenly sensed something was amiss due to Giugio's actions. During the day, Giugio had clung to them similarly, causing no concern, but now it became apparent that she might have been attempting to warn them of the impending disaster. Mama Sparrow and Papa Fox exchanged a knowing glance. "Let us pause. We shouldn't advance any further." A flash of lightning illuminated the distance, casting a silver light upon Mama Sparrow's face, and Papa Fox clearly saw the gravity in her eyes, understanding that Giugio would not cause a scene at such a critical moment. "Let us stop. No one should move forward." Papa Fox shouted with all his might. His voice, already resonant, pierced through the tumult of the storm, reaching the ears of most of the Deer clan, the Deer Chief, and Lady Lou. Trusting in them, were the first to halt their steps. However, not all beastmen were so compliant, particularly those who had harbored grievances against Papa Fox due to Lou and situation. The we've endured this rain for so long. How can you simply tell us to stop? If the rain doesn't cease, we'll fall ill from exposure. Can you take responsibility for that? One beastman, showing no signs of illness, spoke robustly. Alongside him, several male beastmen who had condemned Lewin prior, whether out of guilt or lingering feelings, also stepped forth to reproach Papa Fox, feigning a conscience they did not possess. Indeed, you nonchalantly declare we should halt our advance. We forage by day and emerge into the rain at night. We have yet to rest properly. Are you trying to lead us to our doom? Their words suggested that only they suffered from the rain. Brother Fox refrained from engaging with them, instead calmly pulling Papa Fox aside to clear a path forward. "If you insist on moving ahead, we will not stop you to go on." Brother who protectively addressed his family behind him. The few members of the Deer tribe cast suspicious glances in their direction, yet the unwavering clarity in Brother, whose eyes concealed whether the path ahead truly harbored any dangers, he had no intention of accommodating their doubts. Keeping such beasts around would only breed resentment among his kin, so it was better to let them be. However, he could not disregard the other beasts, just as the Deer tribe members began to set aside their suspicions and moved past the others. Brother who called out to the remaining deer, "If you trust us, please wait here. We are in this together and will not bring harm to anyone." His words quelled the restlessness of the previously agitated deer, yet did not deter those determined to leave. Shortly after the departure of those beasts, a landslide occurred on the path ahead, with torrents of mud and massive rocks cascading down, overwhelming the mountainside and eliciting screams louder than the sound of the rain. "Run! The mountain is collapsing!" Such cries filled the air incessantly, leaving no time for anyone to ponder how whose father had foreseen the impending danger. The singular thought racing through the minds of all beasts was simply, survive. Fortunately, the Who family had encountered numerous disasters on their escape, and they remained composed enough to assist the Deer tribe, guiding them away from the landslide and the deluge. Fortunately, the rocks tumbling down from the mountain fell vertically rather than barreling towards them, sparing everyone from immediate peril. Amid the chaos, the Deer Chief discovered a shallow recess that offered minimal shelter from the torrential rain, and they all huddled inside, finally allowing for a moment's respite in their escape. By this time, the dawn was gently breaking, and the beasts could barely make out the expressions of one another. Most appeared pale, their lips trembling as they clustered together for warmth. Although this spot temporarily sheltered them, the downpour intensified, and it would not hold indefinitely. They needed to find a safer resting place soon. At least that was what Who's father thought. "We cannot stay here." Who's father proposed they move upwards, only to be met with immediate dissent. "The path ahead is blocked. How can we go up now? And given the heavy rain, it's difficult even to walk along the route." One beast exuded an absolute sense of despair. Yet there were others who were even more pessimistic. Indeed, we can still find refuge here. Let us remain until the rain ceases. Chapter 75. Hujujo guides everyone. Who Sanji stepped forward to interrupt. What if the rain never stops? Are we to perish here on this mountainside? The rain was growing heavier. The later they left, the muddier and more treacherous the path would become. If another landslide occurred, they would be doomed. While we still have a chance, let us cross the landslide and ascend the mountain. Hu Sanji's voice, laced with urgency, rose involuntarily. His fervent demeanor and the dire consequences he painted did sway some of the despondent beasts. Just as they resolved to depart, several members of the deer tribe suddenly stepped forward to block their way. No, we cannot leave yet. Have you forgotten about Lu Yi and the others? Lu Yi was the leader among the few male beasts who had forged ahead. They had not ventured far when the landslide struck. What if something happened to them? Surely, we must go rescue them. Although this reasoning seemed sensible, the sheer scale of the landslide suggested that Lu Yi and his companions were likely lost. Moreover, given their usual arrogance, few among the tribe harbored fondness for them, let alone risk their lives to save them. Thus, this suggestion did not yield a consensus, but rather ignited a new round of quarrels. A deafening rumble silenced all voices as a fresh wave of collapse swept through the mountainside. Many beasts stared in disbelief at the unfolding calamity. Run. Hu Sanji's voice could not carry above the chaos. He could only frantically pull along the stragglers, urging them to flee. Fortunately, everyone quickly regained their senses, escaping to safety without any injuries. Only those who had clamored to rescue their comrades were left disheartened by the chaos of debris and mud left in the wake of the collapse. Lu Yi, Lu Quan, the beasts gazed in disbelief at the figures being swept towards them by the muddy torrents. Those very beasts who had departed earlier. Now, they lay on the ground with eyes shut, surrendering to the rain, their limbs adrift, seemingly devoid of life. The other beasts were drawn to this unsettling scene. They seemed to have ceased breathing, Huerji remarked after checking each of their pulses. The deer tribe members who were closer to them instinctively covered their mouths, stifling sobs that were barely louder than a breath. Yet, many among the deer felt a sense of relief. Had they not heeded Hu's father's counsel to refrain from pressing onward, they might now be among the lifeless. The beast had not yet fully evolved to the point of establishing customs for honoring the deceased, unlike Hujujo's previous world, but the thought of leaving the bodies of their kin in such a place weighed heavily on their hearts. Chief, may we carry their bodies with us? One beast grasped the wrist of a deceased deer, dragging the lifeless form before the deer chief, eyes filled with pleading. The chief hesitated. Not only was the rain intensifying, but even in fair weather, transporting these bodies would hinder their progress, introducing unnecessary risks and complications. Yet to refuse would paint him as a heartless leader. The torrential rain, however, offered no time for indecision. Another thunderous roar erupted, and the downpour surged with renewed ferocity, water racing down the mountainside in a frenzy. The Hu family reacted first, pulling the deer chief and his wife as they turned to flee. Forget about the bodies. Preserving our lives is paramount, Hu Sanshu shouted. The few beasts who had been wavering in their resolve were thrown into utter disarray by the sudden deluge, abandoning the corpses and scrambling after the rest. The muddy path had become treacherous, and should they continue downwards, they would return to where they had come. Yet moving upward was not an option, leaving them ensnared in a dilemma. Realizing this predicament, the group's pace gradually slowed. Father, what shall we do now? Hu Dage whispered to Hu's father. Truthfully, Hu's father had no clear plan, but he could not voice this uncertainty, lest he instill panic in those following him. First, Hu's father intended to suggest finding a place to take shelter from the rain. However, before he could finish, he felt a familiar little hand tugging at him. Dada. Hujuju drew an arrow to the left in her father's palm. She had just sensed, through her intuition, that by moving a short distance forward and then veering left, they would discover a safe path that also led up the mountain in this critical moment. Without hesitation, Hujuju voiced her revelation. We should go left. Hu Dage nodded, retreating behind Hu's father to relay this information to the other beasts. Unlike the main route they had been following up the mountain, the path to the left was a gentler incline, albeit with some uneven protrusions and wild grass creeping over it. Yet in the downpour, this route appeared significantly safer than the muddy trail they had traversed before. The pathway allowed only two beasts to walk side by side, but fortunately, it was a shorter distance to the mountain top, and they successfully ascended, finding a temporary refuge after a night's rest. By midday the following day, the rain finally ceased. Who knew the sun could feel this warm? After last night, I thought I would never see sunlight again. Fox Xiao extended his hand, savoring the sensation of sunlight cascading upon his skin, and let out a contented sigh. Fox playfully patted his head and then ruffled his hair vigorously. "What are you getting all sentimental for, you little rascal? Didn't we endure the night together?" "Indeed," Fox chimed in. "From now on, we shall surely see the sun every day." Fox Xiao glanced at them with a hint of exasperation, then leaped between them and dashed off to find Mama Xiao. "Mother, isn't it time for lunch yet?" Mama Xiao looked up at the sun, now high in the sky, and nodded. "Yes, Xiao must be hungry. I'll call them over and share some dried meat with you all." Chapter 76. The lake is collapsing. Fox Xiao cast a glance at Fox and Fox Sangu, who had just been playfully tousling his hair, and a mischievous thought crossed his mind. "Mother, the Gu and Sangu are engrossed in conversation. No need to call them. Just give me the dried meat." Mama Xiao then set aside 3 portions of dried meat for him. As Fox Xiao munched on his share while secretly stashing away the other 2 portions, he turned to inquire of Fox Fu. "Father, when shall we depart from here?" Fox Fu surveyed the clear sky outside. Noting the absence of clouds, given the torrential rain last night, it is unlikely we shall face another downpour today. Let us wait a little longer. Everyone is still weary from last night's ordeal, and we can afford to rest a bit more. This sentiment resonated not only with Fox Fu, but with the other beastmen as well. Fox Jiu, however, felt an unsettling premonition stir within her. Albeit faintly, yet it caught her attention. She anxiously glanced outside. The stillness was palpable, and the scenery was monotonous, marred only by the remnants of the landslide caused by last night's storm. The mountains, having collapsed several times, now blocked the river upstream, forming a dammed lake. This lake was precariously poised for another collapse, and Fox and Fox Sangu were fetching water at its edge. Fox Jiu's anxiety heightened. She reached out, gripping Fox Fu's arm, her small hand tightening with urgency, capturing his attention. "Jiu, what troubles you? Should we not linger here?" Fox Jiu nodded vigorously, pointing toward the direction of Fox and Fox Sangu, indicating the looming danger. Drawing upon her previous experiences, Fox Fu swiftly grasped her meaning and urged Fox Xiao. "Quickly, call your brothers back. We must leave this place at once." Fox Xiao, momentarily bewildered by the conflicting instructions, complied nonetheless. After dispatching Fox Xiao, Fox Fu hurried to seek out the Deer Chief. "Deer Chief, I believe we should hasten our departure from this place." Noticing Fox Fu's anxious demeanor, the Deer Chief sensed the gravity of the situation. "What danger lurks here?" Fox Fu nodded, gesturing toward the dammed lake. "There are stones blocking the river, forming a small lake, and its water level now exceeds that of the downstream river. If this continues, the lake may easily collapse, and we will be swept away if we remain here." While the Deer Chief lacked experience in such matters, he pondered Fox Fu's words and, after a brief moment of contemplation, agreed, rallying the Deer clan to follow him. "Now, all Deer clan members, after a brief rest, we shall set off immediately for a safer location." Due to the urgency of the situation, the Deer Chief could not elaborate on the reasons for their departure, opting instead for succinct yet forceful commands. However, after enduring a torrential downpour and having only just managed a scant half-day of rest, not all beastmen were comfortable with the abrupt call to action. "Why? The rain has ceased. Can't we rest for another 2 or 3 days before departing?" Upon hearing dissenting voices, the Deer Chief sighed. He was well aware of the disunity within his tribe. Maintaining cohesion had already consumed much of his energy. Yet he also recognized that the moment they abandoned their original stronghold, unity would falter, and any decision he made would inevitably face opposition, even if only from a minority. This place is unsafe. The lake may collapse at any moment, and when the flood surges forth, your lives will be at stake. The deer chief explained as calmly as he could, striving to persuade even one more individual to heed his warning. But you said it's a possibility, meaning it might not collapse at all. Furthermore, 2 or 3 days, isn't a long time. If the lake were to give way, it wouldn't happen so swiftly, would it? The deer chief found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He had believed his explanation was clear enough, yet he was taken aback by such naive reasoning. He sighed. Very well, if that is your stance, I will not compel you. Did he raise his arm? Those willing to depart immediately stepped forward behind me. The deer clan members exchanged glances, pondering one another's thoughts. Ultimately, most of the beastmen gradually joined the deer chief, leaving a dozen or so still seated. The deer chief made one last attempt to persuade them. Are you certain you do not wish to leave? The beastman at the forefront shrugged indifferently. I was exhausted from last night. Even if you leave now, you may not find a safer place. Why should I endure that hardship? The deer chief surveyed the remaining beastmen, discerning their shared sentiments from their expressions that he turned to Madame Deer. My dear, please hand me our backpack. After a moment of hesitation, Madame Deer relinquished the backpack. Placing it into the deer chief's hands, he extracted half of his provisions and laid them before the remaining beastmen. Whenever you feel rested and wish to seek us out, head east. You may yet encounter us. This was the only gesture he could offer as their leader. The beastmen who chose to stay harbored some dissatisfaction toward the deer chief. Yet upon witnessing his actions, they fell silent, ultimately saying nothing. With these matters settled, the deer chief led the deer clan alongside the fox family as they set forth once more. Mama Xiao Ke, having cared for Fox Jiu throughout the night, was fatigued and entrusted her to Fox A Fu, facilitating Fox Jiu's guidance. Nestled in Fox A Fu's embrace, Fox Jiu directed him eastward, the very direction she had initially felt optimistic about. Shortly after their departure, the waters of the dammed lake surged forth, obliterating the fractured rocks that had formed it, and the floods swiftly inundated their previous resting place, scattering the remaining deer clan members. Most were either swept against the mountains and perished or drowned in the waters, with only a handful surviving, albeit severely traumatized. Chapter 77. Danger upon danger. Cough. The deer clan members, having narrowly escaped the flood, forcefully expelled the water that had choked them, gazing at their remaining companions with overwhelming regret. Had I only left with the chief, one lamented, pounding the ground in frustration. Now bereft of food and companions, their struggle to survive in the wilderness will be far more daunting than before. Stop it. The sky is nearly dark. Pursuing the chief will be no easy feat. Not to mention we have no idea where they have gone. The tone of the deer clan member was laced with regret. Indeed, the deer chief had forewarned them of the dangers of remaining, and it was their own folly that had led them to this predicament. East. Did the chief not say they were heading east? If we run in that direction, we are bound to find them. This statement served as a source of reassurance, instantly uplifting the spirits of the deer clan, urging them to embark on their journey eastward. The main force, having traveled throughout the day, not only evaded calamity, but also discovered a relatively safe place to rest. Yet, despite this, their situation remained far from optimistic. Due to sheer exhaustion, Hu Xiaowu and Hu Sanshu had both succumbed to fever. Hu Ergo instructed Hu Ershu and Hu Sanbian to use water to sponge their bodies and reduce their temperatures, while administering some medicinal herbs for them to consume. However, recovery from illness necessitates time. Otherwise, even if they were treated, a recurrence would be inevitable. Perhaps we should rest here for a day, suggested Hu Ergo, usually reticent in the presence of others, driven by concern for his family's health. Yet, this proposal was unsurprisingly met with opposition. How can this be permissible? This location is perilously close to the mountains that have recently experienced several collapses. What if another torrential downpour occurs and leads to further landslides? Indeed, we have no knowledge of whether any ferocious beasts lurk nearby. You suggest staying, but can you truly fend off danger if it arises? However, the relentless journey had taken its toll on everyone's bodies, and Hu Ergo questioned the wisdom of pushing on in such a weakened state, particularly when facing potential threats from wild beasts. His inability to comprehend the dissenting views only fueled their mockery. Isn't it simple? If anyone cannot endure, we shall simply cast them aside. In my view, the first to be discarded should be that who Xiaowu. A fool who contributes little value and merely consumes our provisions. What purpose does he serve? Ironically, it was Hu Xiaoxi, who typically relished banter with Hu Xiaowu, that rushed to his defense. You dare. Yet, the opposing deer laughed even louder upon seeing his diminutive stature. What is there to fear? With your weight, I could easily lift you with a mere pinky and toss you away. Young cub, I advise you to retreat and remain quiet. This is no place for you to interject. Hu Xiaoxi, momentarily speechless, recognized that his own prowess paled in comparison to the deer before him, and he could only silently vow to seek revenge in the future. Since a great beastman speaks, do not intimidate the young cubs. Xiaowu is my own. I bear him, and I do not view him as a burden. Who are you to wish him cast away? Hu Ershu stepped forward. His expression, I see why, as one of the rare true beastmen. He inspired a sense of trepidation among the deer, who were primarily half-beastmen, including the one before him. Seeing Hu Ershu, the deer retreated into their ranks, cowed. Ultimately, it was the deer clan leader who intervened to mediate. All right, we are all fleeing together. We must unite and abandon thoughts of forsaking companions. Everyone is weary, and we must first rest. Whether to stay or leave can be decided tomorrow. Should Hu Sanshu and Hu Xiao not recover by dawn? Another dispute is unavoidable to prevent any mishaps during their journey. Hu Juzhou discreetly had Mimi Shou procure herbs resembling fruits, which were then mixed into the usual fruits consumed by the Hu family, observing as Hu Xiaowu and Hu Sanshu partook. The herbs took effect swiftly, and by the time darkness enveloped the land, the fevers of Hu Sanshu and Hu Xiaowu had diminished, allowing them to continue their journey the following morning. As they traveled further east, the environment transformed dramatically, particularly the flora, most of which was unfamiliar to them. The deer clan, having studied plants extensively, recognized some, yet for the Hu family, these plants were utterly novel. Zai, look at how large the leaves of these plants are. I don't recall seeing anything like this before. Hu Sanshu exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he tugged at Hu Ergu. Before Hu Ergu could respond, a nearby deer interjected. The eastern climate is warm and humid, thus the leaves are naturally larger. Considering your poor stamina and sluggish pace, it's clear you've never ventured far and thus are unacquainted with them. His tone dripped with unabashed disdain. Other deer nearby joined in, their laughter far from friendly. To avoid confrontation, Hu Sanshu and Hu Ergu endured in silence. The deer, perceiving their reticence as weakness, continued to provoke them. Have you rested enough? You take 5 or 6 breaks for a day's journey. How dreadfully slow you are. If we were on our own, we could travel all day without pausing. What use do we have for you? The innate endurance and swiftness of the deer were unmatched by the Hu family. Just days prior, they had relied on the Hu family to navigate and avoid danger. Now, in a flatter and less perilous terrain, nearing their destination, the deer began to criticize their companions. Leader, why don't we leave the Hu family behind and proceed on our own? They are a burden with their slow pace, whispered one individual to the deer leader. The leader glanced at Hu Sanshu and Hu Ergu, who were being harassed by their kin, and shook his head that we agreed to travel together. We cannot abandon our companions, especially since they have aided us considerably. Despite the speaker's desire to continue, the leader cut him off, walking away. This was not the first instance. Over the past few days, there had been numerous attempts to persuade the leader to abandon the Hu family, all of which he had thwarted, preventing the matter from reaching the Hu family's ears. However, the Hu family, particularly Hu Fu, had begun to sense the underlying tensions that many in the deer clan have harbored discontent for some time. Do we truly wish to continue this journey with them? Hu Sangu was the first to voice his concerns privately to Hu Fu. Indeed, they travel far too swiftly. I suspect they are deliberately trying to outpace us. Were it not for the deer leader, we would likely have lost sight of them by now, Hu Xiaolu added, his frustration evident. Hu Fu, simple-hearted, bore little resentment. He merely sighed, their speed surpasses ours. It is natural for them to move ahead without consideration for us. If we were to indulge each other continuously, it would be uncomfortable for all. Perhaps we could consider an alternative approach, such as traveling in groups. suggested who to go. This unique idea immediately sparked curiosity among the others. Groups? How would that be organized? Some of the deer clan moved quickly, while others lagged. They were not all young adults, if that is the case. Let us allow those who are swift to venture ahead while we follow at a slower pace. This way, we can avoid discomfort on both sides. Fu nodded thoughtfully. That is indeed a commendable suggestion. However, would this not increase the likelihood of them becoming separated? The deer leader, who had approached Fu, raised this concern after hearing the proposal. This was indeed a valid point. After a moment's contemplation, Fu replied, "If we travel along a single route, those of you who are swift can rest early in the evening while we gradually catch up. Surely we can reunite? Group travel might not be as secure as moving together, and certain unpredictable risks remained. Yet considering the multitude of dissenting voices within the clan, this did present a feasible solution." After much deliberation, the deer leader ultimately consented. "Very well, we shall proceed in this manner tomorrow." The next day, the deer leader led the faster young deer at the forefront, while the slower deer matriarch guided the others, including the Hu family, to follow behind. The road to the east was not consistently flat and open. As they progressed, the visibility ahead gradually narrowed, and the surrounding vegetation thickened, leading them into a mountainous forest. The terrain of the mountains was rugged and complex, with numerous shrubs obstructing their path. Shu, taking the lead to clear the way, soon realized that Hu Xiaowu seemed to have gone missing. "Dazai, have you seen Xiaowu?" Shu anxiously inquired of Hu De Go beside him. Hu De Go shook his head in confusion. Shu strained to peer towards the back of the group, yet still saw no sign of him. Resolutely, he ran back, but even upon reaching the rear of the procession, Hu Xiaowu was nowhere to be found. Now, not only was Shu in a state of alarm, but the rest of the Hu family grew anxious as well. "Xiaowu, where are you? Xiaowu, please come out. Don't frighten us." After a frantic and chaotic search, Hu Xiaowu finally emerged, exclaiming, "Abba, I'm here." As Hu Xiaowu emerged from the thicket, he appeared distinctly dazed and bewildered. Shu hurriedly rushed forward and enfolded him in his arms. "Xiaowu, where on earth have you just run off to? I was so worried." As Shu uttered these words, beads of sweat adorned his face and body. Having previously faced the near loss of Hu Xiaowu, he had since exercised utmost caution, making the recurrence of such an incident all the more vexing. Hu Xiaowu shook his head, his small hands waving in the air. "Where? I don't know. It seemed like there was a strange, beastly scent." As he spoke, a pensive expression crossed his face, yet the disarray in his speech revealed his naivety. The scent of a beast. The mere mention quickened the hearts of the assembled beastmen, yet because it was Hu Xiaowu who spoke, their trust in his words was tinged with hesitation. "Can you discern what manner of beast it is?" Hu Xiaoxi inquired. Hu Xiaowu shook his head, appearing distressed as he scratched his face. "I don't know what it is. It just feels uncomfortable." Hu Xiaowu likely intended to convey that the scent of the beast made him uneasy. But Shu, feeling a surge of concern for him, ceased to pose further questions and simply held him close as they continued their journey. The forest was not particularly vast, and by nightfall, they finally reached the edge of the woods, preparing to set up camp. As dusk fell, the forest was so quiet that even the sound of falling leaves was distinctly audible. Suddenly, Hu Xiaowu's voice rang out, piercing the silence. The scent of a beast. Hu Xiaoxi, who had been frolicking around the trees with Hu Xiaowu, was caught off guard by his abrupt halt and exclaimed, smacking him lightly on the head, "Xiaowu, what are you shouting about? It's quite frightening." Hu Xiaowu pouted in displeasure. "There's that beastly scent again." His repetition of the phrase heightened the vigilance of the beastmen, who instinctively formed a tight circle, observing their surroundings. Even Hu Xiaowu, still naively exclaiming about the beastly scent, was hastily pulled into the protective circle formed by the larger beastmen. It seemed that a beast truly approached. A low voice among the beastmen called out, and suddenly the forest appeared to ignite with ghostly green flames, which floated in the air, encircling the beastmen and sending chills down their spines. As the flames drew nearer, the beastmen discerned that they were merely the eyes of a pack of wolves. These wolves, clad in gray fur, exuded an intimidating presence as they surrounded the group, leaving no opportunity for escape. That Jujio peeked out from the embrace of her mother, easily recognizing the unfamiliar beasts as wolves. "Oh!" The lead wolf howled, and at its command, the other wolves lunged toward the vigilant beastmen. The alpha wolf charged towards Jujio, its jaws agape as if to seize something. The beastmen quickly armed themselves with sticks and retreated, shouting, "Their target is the cubs! Protect the little ones!" Hu Xiaoxi dragged Hu Xiaowu behind Hu Ershu, ensuring he stood firm before brandishing a stick to strike at the wolves. Unfortunately, just as he was about to land a blow on one wolf's head, Hu Xiaowu suddenly tugged at him, causing him to stumble backward and fall to the ground. "Xiaowu, what are you doing?" Hu Xiaoxi glared at him. "I'm scared of the beasts," Hu Xiaowu replied, trembling as he moved closer to Hu Xiaoxi. Just in time for him to spot a wolf leaping from behind Hu Xiaowu. Chapter 79. Under siege by the wolf pack in an instant, Hu Xiaoxi raised a stick and fiercely struck the wolf's hind leg. Though the wolf yelped in pain, it did not relent. Instead, it sprang into the air, knocking both Hu Xiaoxi and Hu Xiaowu to the ground. "Oh!" The wolf howled near Hu Xiaoxi's ear, causing him to flinch and shut his eyes tightly. He had assumed the wolf would undoubtedly devour them, but after a moment, he realized the pack seemed disinterested in them. The wolf instead sniffed around him, attempting to drag something from his grasp. Before Hu Xiaoxi could fully comprehend the situation, Hu Dage and the others had already recognized the danger and rushed over with their sticks. "Be careful," Hu Dage called out, swinging his wooden staff heavily toward the wolf's head. But the creature deftly dodged, snarling in response. Though still somewhat flustered from the near encounter, Hu Jujio quickly regained her composure and began to assess the wolf pack. It appeared that these wolves were not intent on hunting them down. As beastmen, their numbers were not significantly fewer than those of the wolves, and the wolves' assault did not confer an advantage. Moreover, their dull, grimy fur was marred with dark brown wounds, indicative of having recently endured a fierce battle, suggesting they had no reason to target them as prey. Having come to this realization, Hu Jujio felt a sense of calm wash over her, though she remained vigilant. Indeed, her conjecture was soon validated, as Hu Afu and the beastmen managed to repel the wolves with their sticks, though the wolves continued to bare their teeth and snarl, unwilling to retreat. "Afu, why won't they leave?" Hu Sanji questioned. The wolves appeared unperturbed, while the beastmen's anxiety began to rise. In truth, the number of wolves surrounding them had significantly dwindled from the initial count, thanks to Hu Afu and the others driving them back. Hu Afu had anticipated that the wolves would recognize them as formidable adversaries and choose to withdraw, but he was taken aback when the pack showed no signs of yielding, resulting in a tense stalemate. "Let us wait. If they don't move, we mustn't show any weakness," Hu Afu murmured to Hu Dage, slightly tilting his head. Yet, this subtle movement seemed to attract the wolves' attention, and the alpha howled once more. "Whoa!" The howl instinctively caused the group to retreat, but the alpha did not launch an immediate attack, leaving them puzzled. The alpha, it typically wouldn't howl during an offensive, for its howl serves as a command to the others. Yet now, with the wolves remaining still, it suggested that the alpha's howl conveyed a different message than they had anticipated. Hu Jujio observed the alpha closely. Its eerie green eyes were not fixated on the cubs that the wolves had been threatening, but rather on the higher vantage point where the beastmen carried their baskets. In fact, the cubs among the beastmen had not sustained significant harm. It appeared that the true intent of the wolf pack was not to inflict injury upon them, but rather to seize the supplies they bore. The earlier feigned attack could serve two purposes: to intimidate them into abandoning their supplies and to exploit the cubs' smaller stature, which placed them closer to the provisions, leading to a misinterpretation by the beastmen. As night descended upon the standoff between the beastmen and the wolves, the cries of the young ones became even sharper and more piercing. Jojo's mother tightened her embrace, oblivious to Hu Jojo's attempts to gesture, drawing her closer still. She understood that Hu Jojo likely had something important to convey, but the perilous situation left her wary of allowing Hu Jojo to make herself known. Meanwhile, the other beastmen were wholly focused on the wolf pack, and no one paid heed to Hu Jojo's voice. Hu Afu signaled to the beastmen around him to shift left, and the protective circle they formed became even more compact. Just as they collectively raised their sticks to attempt a breakout to the left, The wolves surged forward, recklessly crashing through the protective barrier, creating an opening as they surged inward to seize their baskets. "Protect the cubs and our belongings," Hu Afu bellowed. The once quiet edge of the dense forest erupted into a cacophony of clashing bodies, shouts, and howls. Hu Afu's intention was to swiftly reach his wife and protect her, and Hu Jiujiu, recognizing that she was the beast man carrying the most dried meat, thus posing the greatest risk. Yet the wolves seemed almost cunning, discerning Hu Afu's intent, and 3 of them encircled him, biting at his fur and preventing his advance. Ah! With a resounding shout, the wooden club in the hands of Father Fox came crashing down upon the head of a wolf before him, nearly rendering it unconscious. Yet despite this, the wolf remained unwilling to relent. "Father, I shall assist you," called Brother Fox 3 as he thrust his club upward from the wolf's abdomen, effectively tossing it aside and momentarily incapacitating it. Meanwhile, the other 2 wolves were swiftly dealt with by Father Fox and Brother Fox 3, each taking 1 down. However, before they could catch their breath, even more wolves surged forward, forcing them to fight while being pushed further away from the center of their protective circle. The heart of this circle were Brother Fox and Uncle Fox 3, safeguarding the small creature known as Little Sparrow and Ant Tiger 3. Little Sparrow shielded Fox Jujui, while Ant Tiger 3 protected their belongings. Both female beast folk were left with little capacity to defend themselves as the wolves drew near. Brother Fox struck a wolf with his club, glancing back with palpable concern. "Mother, move closer to me. Stay behind my back. Only then can I protect you." Little Sparrow naturally had no objections. Yet, just as she prepared to approach, a wolf darted in like the wind, positioning itself squarely between them. Brother Fox's pupils constricted, but he still had another wolf to contend with, feeling overwhelmed. "Uncle, it's coming!" Brother Fox 3 promptly responded, swinging his club and toppling the wolf. "See, young one, isn't your uncle quite formidable?" He chuckled, but was met not with Brother Fox's applause, but with his more fearful voice. "Uncle, look behind you." Behind Uncle Fox was none other than Ant Tiger 3, surrounded by 2 wolves. Suddenly, Uncle Fox turned, but those 2 wolves were particularly troublesome. It was Brother Fox who dealt with the wolf before him, and together they finally subdued the 2 wolves menacing Ant Tiger 3. Just as the 2 were utterly exhausted, they turned to find the lead wolf, accompanied by others, charging directly towards Little Sparrow and Fox Jujui. Alas, they had no strength left to intercept the oncoming pack. This was precisely what the wolves had anticipated. Fox Jujui felt perplexed, as she could not fathom why the wolf pack was so intent on their supplies. Indeed, their provisions included jerky that could sustain wolves. But for such a multitude, their meager rations were hardly worth the frenzied assault. Before she could ponder further, the lead wolf had already cornered Little Sparrow and Fox Jujui, the cub's mother. Father Fox felt his heart nearly stop at the sight. The Little Sparrow was frantic within. Clutching Fox Jujui, she forced herself to remain composed, turning to flee with her child and their belongings. Yet, how could a beast folk outrun a pack of wolves, especially when burdened with a youngling and so many items? "Do not harm my aunt and my sister." Fox Xiao Lu hid behind Brother Fox 3, desperately using his slingshot to fend off the wolves pursuing Little Sparrow. However, the wolf's thick fur rendered his small stones ineffective, barely tickling the lead wolf, leaving him unworthy of even a glance. It was then that Little Sparrow, in a moment of quick thinking, grabbed the backpack filled with supplies and swung it at the lead wolf's head. The lead wolf, stung by the blow and still coveting the supplies, hesitated, rooted in place. Awoo! The nearby wolves, unable to tolerate the sight, extended their claws toward Little Sparrow. While she escaped unscathed, a small figure was snagged and fell. In a daze, Fox Jujui lost her grip, and the lead wolf's claw snagged her swaddling, dragging her to the ground. Previously nestled in Little Sparrow's embrace, Fox Jujui now lay on the ground, acutely aware of her diminutive size. Nearly no larger than the lead wolf's paw. Little Sparrow, overwhelmed by panic, fell to her knees, instinctively reaching towards Fox Jujui, hoping to retrieve her. "Jujui!" Father Fox swung his club fiercely, striking the wolves that leapt toward him. But more wolves continued to block his path. "Step aside. Do not harm my sister. Do not harm Jujui." The entire fox family strained against the wolf pack, striving to rescue Fox Jujui, their beloved cub and sister. The thought of any harm befalling her was unfathomable. The lead wolf heard the thunderous cries, yet at this moment, it could only focus on the small creature beneath its paw. Tentatively, it touched Fox Jujui's small face with its paw. Feeling the softness, releasing a warm breath, Fox Jujui blinked. She sensed no malice from the lead wolf. Thus, she reached out and gently touched the wolf's paw resting on her face, finding no rejection from it. Giggles erupted from Fox Jujui and the astonished eyes of the surrounding beast folk. The lead wolf lowered its head, sniffing Fox Jujui's scent before retracting its paw and stepping back, nudging her gently toward Little Sparrow. All the beast folk stood in stunned silence, including Little Sparrow, while the wolf pack ceased its assault. The once tumultuous forest fell eerily quiet, the only sound being the rustle of leaves, lending an air of desolation. Fox Jujui laughed again, her bright laughter finally breaking the spell, reassuring everyone that she was indeed safe. Father Fox cautiously approached and gathered the still-lying Fox Jujui into his arms. The entire process unfolded seamlessly, without a single wolf obstructing them, while Fox Jujui continued to smile at the lead wolf. "Brother, does this mean they did not intend to harm Jujui, but rather had another purpose in mind?" Uncle Fox 3 leaned in to whisper to Father Fox. Regarding this inquiry, Father Fox himself was equally baffled, yet he nodded. It is possible, now that both sides had halted hostilities and the wolves appear to harbor no ill intent. It would be worthwhile to attempt communication as a means of resolution. Thus, Uncle Fox 3 approached the lead wolf and crouched down. "You sought us out for another reason, didn't you?" The wolf, unable to comprehend the beast folk's language, assumed a defensive posture when Uncle Fox 3 suddenly crouched, retreating warily. Uncle Fox 3 raised his hands in a gesture of peace, reiterating his previous words, which gradually eased the lead wolf's wariness. This time, the lead wolf's call was notably softer. After howling, it turned its head and gently licked at the brownish wounds on its back, gazing at Uncle Fox 3 with a yearning yet clear expression. Uncle Fox 3 was uncertain how he discerned so much from the wolf's gaze. Yet he understood. "Are you gravely injured and in need of medicine to heal?" he inquired, producing some medicinal herbs from his backpack for it to sniff. "Awoo, awoo." The lead wolf, upon seeing the desired items, joyfully wagged its tail, resembling a docile pup. The beast folk were taken aback by the sudden transformation of the previously fearsome wolf into such a demeanor. Fortunately, this was not a negative turn of events, and most of the beast folk relaxed, setting their weapons aside to rest. The other wolves, already injured and weary from battle, followed suit, lying down behind the lead wolf. In this manner, a clear distinction emerged between the two parties. Brother Fox 2 approached Uncle Fox 3's side, saying, "Uncle, let me prepare the medicine for them." Fox Ergo was indeed the most skilled healer in the Hu family. With his initiative to offer assistance, Hu Sanshu was naturally eager to accept his help. Fox Ergo retrieved the necessary herbs from Hu Sanshu's backpack, grinding them into a paste with stones before gathering them together. He then proceeded to clean the wounds of the lead wolf, carefully scraping away the necrotic flesh before applying the medicinal paste. Chapter 81. Rescuing the lead wolf. The injuries on the lead wolf were severe, likely sustained during a fierce battle with another pack, coming perilously close to being fatal. Yet, despite the dire condition of its wounds, it remained silent throughout the treatment, retracting its claws in a display of trust that left Hu Sanshu astounded. It was as if this wild creature possessed a certain spirituality, seeking our aid for healing without uttering sound, exhibiting remarkable intelligence. Fox Ergo gently caressed the lead wolf's face, and it obediently closed its eyes. From its docile demeanor, one could hardly believe it had just moments ago been a formidable wolf king. All beings possess a spirit, and to save it was indeed a noble deed. As he spoke, Fox Ergo continued to assist Hu Sanshu in tending to the wounds of the other wolves, laboring tirelessly until dawn, when they finally completed their task, after resting for half a day. The beast men resumed their journey. However, upon exiting the forest, they were still able to hear the persistent sound of hooves trailing behind them, which caused a sense of wariness to arise among the group. "Could it be that something else is stalking us?" Fox Xiao Lu inquired, peering back curiously. Hu Sanshu, exasperated, pulled him back into the line. What are you looking at? Do you truly wish for trouble to come upon us? Fox Xiao Lu pouted defiantly, brandishing his slingshot. Not at all. I was merely contemplating that if danger were to arise, I would fend them off with my slingshot. Just then, a chilling wolf howl echoed, startling Fox Xiao Lu into a frantic frenzy, though he failed to hit anything, eliciting laughter from the others. Stop laughing, everyone! Did you not hear the howl? Surely the wolves are upon us again. Indeed, they were. The lead wolf, accompanied by its pack, had been trailing the beastmen from a distance, only daring to reveal themselves upon hearing their voices. They approached Fox Ergu, affectionately nuzzling him. Fox Ergu reached out to stroke the lead wolf. Your wounds have not yet healed, so why have you followed us? We must continue our journey. It is best you stay here. However, contrary to his words, when it was time to depart again, the pack silently resumed their vigil behind them. Neither too close nor too far. Fox Xiao Lu glanced back repeatedly. Father, do you think they wish to repay us? Why else would they follow us so closely? Husin Shu turned to look back. When we saved them, I mentioned they might possess some spirit. It appears to be true if they wish to accompany us. Let it be so. What the beastmen did not anticipate was that having the wolves follow them would indeed prove beneficial. As they entered a small thicket, they unexpectedly encountered a hostile wolf pack, glaring at them with predatory intent, markedly different from the previous wolves. The beastmen immediately fell into a defensive stance, readying their sticks to fend off the approaching threat. When suddenly they heard the roar of the lead wolf from behind. The lead wolf let out a long howl, followed by the rest of the pack joining in. The haunting cries were laden with menace, effectively halting the advance of the attacking wolves. The response from the wolves was a chilling echo. Caught between two factions of wolves, the beastmen observed the tense standoff with a peculiar sensation. Brother, do you not feel as though we have become the underlings of that wolf, being protected by it? Fox Sangu whispered to Fox Dago, glancing at the wolves behind them. Fox Dago shot him a bemused look, nudging him with a shoulder. In the midst of such seriousness, you can still jest? You appear rather unfazed. Fox Sangu chuckled, scratching his head. Well, we have faced challenges before, and we are capable of defending ourselves. So what is there to fear? No sooner had he spoken than the aggressive wolf pack seemed to falter in the peculiar confrontation, retreating quietly, which only bolstered Fox Sanji's confidence. See, did I not say they would leave without us needing to intervene? Fox Dago, inspired by his brother's optimism, could not help but smile, and soon the other beastmen followed suit, relieved by the sudden turn of events. Meanwhile, the earlier lead wolf gracefully approached Xiao Keimu, gently placing several small flowers it had collected into her arms. Fox Jiujio inhaled the fragrant blossoms, their sweet scent enveloping her. The wolf pack, which had been so watchful, suddenly vanished, only to reappear moments later. She had initially thought the wolves came to aid them in danger, but now it seemed the lead wolf had departed only to find these flowers for her. Oh, thank you, Fox Jiujio exclaimed, reaching out to pet the lead wolf, which leaned in closer to fulfill her wish. In that moment of contact, the lead wolf let out a soft, joyful sound, brimming with happiness. Fox Jiujio sensed a profound trust emanating from it. In the days that followed, the wolf pack consistently cleared threats from their path, with some wolves even bringing them food. The lead wolf seemed particularly fond of seeking out trinkets, an amusing object for Fox Jiujio to play with. In return, Fox Ergu tended to the wolves' wounds multiple times, resulting in their swift recovery, though the journey was delayed by several days due to the pack's presence. After 7 or 8 days, as they neared the eastern plains, the wolf pack suddenly grew restless. Even the lead wolf, once so close to Fox Jiujio, hesitated to approach upon hearing her call, remaining at a distance with the rest of the pack. Fox Ergu, concerned that the wolves had sustained new injuries, attempted to approach them for an examination, but was met with silent resistance. What has happened to the wolves? Why are they acting so strangely? Hu Sanshu inquired. Fox Ergu shook his head. I am uncertain, but I suspect that if we force our way closer, we may provoke an attack. It would be best to proceed onward. As they continued forward, the wolves' agitation intensified. It was not until a sudden ambush emerged from the dense foliage flanking the path that the wolves reverted to their protective demeanor, charging forward to shield the beastmen. Who are you? Why are you attacking us? Fox A. Fu shouted, dodging stones hurled his way, directing his voice toward the indistinct figures of the beastmen illuminated by the setting sun. Chapter 82. Another conflict. The beastmen seemed to recognize Fox A Fu. Their assault hesitating, yet the advancing wolves only added to their confusion. "Stop biting. Please, make them cease." The Hu family members found the voices somewhat familiar. Just as they were piecing it together, a female deer in their group finally recognized the source of the voices. It was their kin. "Lu Wei, did you not remain on that mountain? How did you end up here?" One of the deer folk dropped his weapon and stepped forward, clasping the arm of a beast man. Seeing this, Fox Air Gu hurried to restrain the wolves, preventing further confrontation with the other deer. "Is it truly you? We have finally found you. Where is our clan leader?" The joy of the beast man was palpable, yet he quickly realized that this group appeared significantly smaller than the previous one, his tone growing somber. Fox A Fu stepped forward to clarify. "We split into two groups. The deer clan leader has led those who travel swiftly ahead. You can relay anything you wish to me." Upon recognizing Fox A Fu, the beastman's demeanor shifted from disdain to one of grievance. "Fox E Chong, I regret not heeding your advice earlier. After you left, the lake on the mountain collapsed, and the flood swept away many of our companions, leaving only a handful of you. This." The beastman's expression turned grave. "We recalled that the clan leader had ventured east, and so we made our way here. Will we still be able to journey together?" Hu Afu had never anticipated that so many events would transpire on the mountain peak after their departure. While he felt grateful for the presence of Hu Jiujiao, their little lucky star, he also displayed a look of hesitation. The beastmen, despite their shortcomings, possessed a keen ability to read the room. Immediately, they presented an earnest plea for forgiveness. "That Hu Yicheng, our initial doubts about you were misguided. Over these past days we, a group of over 10 beastmen, have endured considerable hardships. Might we be allowed to accompany you? We vow never to question your counsel again." Hu Afu, with a tender heart, could not resist the pleading eyes of the beastmen and the earnest expressions of the other deer tribesmen. Ultimately, he nodded in agreement. "Very well." Perhaps it was due to the near loss of life they had experienced for disregarding Hu Afu's advice. Upon rejoining the group, these deer tribesmen became remarkably obedient, no longer challenging Hu Afu's decisions. As they continued their journey, the wolf pack had healed, and it was time for them to depart. Before leaving, the alpha wolf specially sought out the most tender flowers to present to Hu Jiujiao, then lowered its head, deeply inhaling her scent, as if wishing to etch this aroma into its memory. Perhaps due to the prolonged companionship with the wolves, Hu Xiaolu developed a certain attachment. Upon witnessing the wolf pack heading in the opposite direction, he could not help but glance back repeatedly. "Father, why are they leaving? Isn't it better to stay with us?" Hu Sanshu, who had also been involved in caring for the wolf pack, was among the beastmen closest to Hu Jiujiao and Hu Erge. However, upon hearing Hu Xiaolu's question, he refrained from looking back and gently patted Hu Xiaolu, urging him to turn around. "They have their own homes and destinations. They cannot follow us indefinitely. Their debt of gratitude has been repaid. From now on, it shall be a matter of fate if we meet again." As Hu Sanshu spoke, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest and inwardly lamented. Could he truly be so reluctant to part? It was only when Hu Xiaolu exclaimed in alarm that he realized it was not simply reluctance. "Father, why is there blood on your chest?" Hu Xiaolu's exclamation immediately drew the attention of all the beastmen. Hu Sanshu glanced down, noting that an old wound on his chest had reopened. This old injury had been sustained earlier while saving Hu Jiujiao during a confrontation with the black evil birds. At the time, he thought little of it. However, after several battles, each exacerbating the injury, it had become a chronic ailment. Just prior, after battling the scattered deer tribesmen, the wound had flared up once more. "Third uncle. Don't move. Let me stop the bleeding first." Hu Ergo rushed over, pressing Hu Sanshu down against a nearby tree for support. After applying pressure to several acupoints, Hu Sanshu's bleeding was stemmed. Yet, as he prepared to clean and bandage the wound, he was taken aback by the severity of the injury, which had been repeatedly aggravated. "Third uncle. This wound was already deep from the start. Why didn't you attend to it properly?" Hu Erji's face was filled with concern. "Hu Sanshu touched his chest. I didn't pay attention at the time, and later, I neglected it. I thought it had scabbed over. So, I left it be. As he spoke, a trickle of blood seeped from the wound, and Hu Ergo hurried to wipe it away, only to discover that Hu Sanshu's body was burning with fever. This was serious, even without direct involvement. Hu Jiao could tell from the sidelines that Hu Sanshu's condition had deteriorated due to the compounded old and new injuries, leading to an infection and fever. In a world where medical resources and knowledge were scarce, such an injury was nearly fatal. Second brother, how is father? Hu Xiaolu asked anxiously from the side, that Hu Ergo, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Replied, I don't know how it suddenly escalated like this. He turned to the other dear tribesmen. Does anyone here possess medical knowledge? Come and examine my third uncle. The response was a deafening silence. Everyone felt powerless. Hu Ergo grew increasingly anxious, but Hu Sanshu remained calm. When Hu Ergo touched his forehead, he realized that Hu Sanshu had succumbed to unconsciousness due to the fever. Hu Jiao quickly delved into her hidden space, sifting through the text within, discovering that only one extremely precious herb could save Hu Sanshu in his current state. Yet, this herb was not found in her own space. Although it grew not far from the eastern plains, time was of the essence. Hu Jiao promptly released a Zhiji beast, discreetly instructing it to find the herb and deliver it to Hu Ergo. The Zhiji beast, released from Hu Jiao's space, was the most spirited and, upon receiving her instructions, quickly located the herb, presenting it to Hu Ergo. This is white bone grass. An unexpected sprig appeared in Hu Ergo's arms, and as he registered what it was, he could not contain his excitement and cried out, What kind of grass is this? Is it really precious? Hu Xiaolu, unfamiliar with medicinal herbs, was perplexed by Hu Ergo's enthusiasm. Hu Ergo nodded gravely. It is indeed precious. With this, third uncle can be saved. This statement held more weight than anything else, making Hu Xiaolu realize the herb's significance. His eyes sparkled with hope as he gazed at the grass. However, he wondered why such a valuable herb had simply fallen into his lap. Hu Ergo shared his confusion. Meanwhile, Hu Jiao, having orchestrated the entire event, remained discreet about her contributions. Not only was the sprig in Hu Ergo's possession, but in reality, this herb needed to be purified to unleash its true potential. Prevent Hu Ergo from wasting any of the herb due to inexperience. Hu Jiao had instructed the Zhiji beast to gather a substantial amount. Carefully placing it beside Hu Ergo, with the herb in hand, Hu Sanshu's ailment ceased to be an insurmountable challenge. Hu Ergo's heart steadied significantly, and he felt more confident in handling the herb. I recall hearing the old beastman mention that this herb should be steeped in water. He mused, gazing at the white bone grass in his hand, but before he could delve deeper into thought, the voice of a dear tribesman interrupted him. Shouldn't white bone grass be crushed into a paste to extract its juice? Hu Ergo abruptly turned to the speaking tribesman. Do you possess medical knowledge? The tribesman neither confirmed nor denied, simply scratching his head. I just have a bit more understanding of herbs. However, I can't guarantee my previous statement is accurate. Just try various methods, as I recall that white bone grass's efficacy can be quite challenging to activate. Hearing this, Hu Ergo's newfound confidence diminished somewhat, and he cast a pleading glance at the tribesman. Would you be willing to help me experiment with the properties of white bone grass? Hu Ergo seldom asked for assistance, but when he did, it was hard for anyone to refuse, and the tribesman was no exception. Together, they attempted numerous methods to activate the herb's properties, administering small doses to Hu Sanshu whenever they felt they had made progress. Yet each time, Hu Sanshu showed no signs of improvement, causing their spirits to plummet. While they conducted their experiments, Hu Jiao observed quietly from within the embrace of the little sparrow mother, remaining silent and motionless. However, after numerous attempts without any visible results, the tribesman who was experimenting alongside Hu Ergo began to grow increasingly restless. Could it be that white bone grass is ineffective? Otherwise, after consuming so many herbs, Hu Sanshu should have shown some signs of recovery. Yet his temperature hasn't dropped even a little. Hu Ergo reached out, reassuringly patting him. Don't worry, we will find a way. I am certain that white bone grass is effective. Perhaps third uncle's persistent condition is due to the insufficient concentration of the herb. This remark seemed to spark an idea in the tribesman, who murmured, insufficient concentration. I remember an elder in our tribe taught me a method for purification. Why don't we give it a try? With a new plan in mind, the tribesman perked up, his eyes shining with enthusiasm. Without waiting for Huergi's response, he seized a large handful of herbs and placed them in his arms. Take this. Crush them all into a paste. Huergo looked at the heap of herbs, finally voicing his doubts to the tribesman. All of them? The tribesman nodded earnestly. Yes, all of them. Didn't you say the concentration isn't sufficient? Then let's be bold. The deer clansmen began to busy themselves, diligently pulverizing the hanging troughs before extracting the precious sap within and storing it in a small vial. Observing his methodical purifying process, Hujuju recognized that this was indeed the correct approach to activate the white bone grass and clapped her hands in delight. Ah, yes, upon hearing her applause. Huerge felt an inexplicable trust in this method and joined the deer clansmen in their efforts. After accumulating a substantial pile of refined white bone grass, only a small amount of dark violet sap remained in the vial. Husanshu's condition could no longer be delayed. Without hesitation, Huerge fed the entire contents of the vial into Husanshu's mouth. After a brief wait of about half a day, Husanshu's temperature finally subsided, and his wounds ceased to ooze blood as before, gradually clotting and even showing signs of scabbing. Huerge was overjoyed by this change and could not help but shake the still unconscious Husanshu. Sanshu, wake up! Previously unresponsive, Husanshu was stirred awake after a couple of shakes. Urzai, what has happened to me? He weakly raised his hand, attempting to massage his aching temples, but Huerge anxiously restrained him. Sanshu, you have been unconscious for 2 days, and your chest wound has only just begun to scab. It is best not to move around too much. Upon hearing 2 days, Husanshu, who had initially wished to continue sleeping, suddenly became alert. How could I have been asleep for so long? I merely experienced a relapse. It shouldn't have been that severe. In that moment, Husanshu exhibited a rather blind confidence regarding his condition. However, Huerge's subsequent remarks shattered that confidence entirely. Sanshu, do you know that your wound became infected? After you fell unconscious, you were running a high fever. It was only because I, alongside Lu Ping, discovered the method to purify the white bone grass and fed you the refined sap that you were able to awaken. Lu Ping, mentioned by Huerge, humbly accepted his share of the credit. Indeed, that is the case. With the refined white bone grass sap, Husanshu's ailment swiftly improved. After consuming it for 3 consecutive days, aside from the now scabbed wound, there was no indication that Husanshu had ever been ill. However, the quantity of white bone grass that Hujojo had collected was rather excessive. Now that Husanshu had recovered, half a basket of white bone grass remained, posing a bit of a dilemma. Sanshu, do you think we should keep this white bone grass? Huerge inquired, presenting the herbs to Sanshu, who had thought he had consumed all of it, suddenly found his interest piqued upon seeing the herbs. White bone grass is so precious. Why not keep it? Huerge quickly explained, while the white bone grass is indeed valuable, its medicinal properties diminish over time. Keeping it would serve no purpose, as it would only wither away. Chapter 84. Arrival at the New Plains Yet. Husanshu still felt a sense of regret. He reached into the remaining white bone grass and was pleasantly surprised to discover that some of it still retained intact roots. This white bone grass appears to be quite fresh. Perhaps we should plant some. That way, when we need it in the future, it will be more convenient to find. As he spoke, he planted the fresh-looking white bone grass in a container, while the rest was processed into concentrated sap for storage. The initial days following Husanshu's planting of the white bone grass were characterized by clear skies, ideal for its growth. However, as time passed, the weather turned increasingly overcast, and days without sunlight raised concerns for Hudage, who had been attentively monitoring the weather. Father, the clouds have been accumulating for so many days that if they release their burden, it is likely to be a torrential downpour. That if we were still on the road at that time, it could prove perilous, Hudage expressed with worry, having previously experienced an unexpected downpour while on the mountain. The memories still lingered in their minds, casting a shadow of apprehension. Upon hearing Hudage's words, Huafu also felt a surge of unease. You speak true. It seems we can no longer afford to proceed at this leisurely pace. We must reach Dongshang Plains quickly to rendezvous with them. The beastmen had no objections to Hu Afu's statement. His suggestion was readily accepted, and they managed to shorten their originally 5-day journey to 3 days. Successfully meeting with the deer clan leader who had been waiting for them on the plains at last, "You have arrived. We have been waiting for you for quite some time." After days apart, the deer clan leader embraced Hu Afu warmly before welcoming his kin back into their fold. The deer clansmen who had been taken in again by Hu Afu felt an inexplicable sense of trepidation upon seeing their leader. Hesitantly approaching him, "Leader," the deer clan leader, surprised to see them, inquired, "Did you not decide to remain on the mountaintop? Why are you here with Hu Icheng? It seems you are fewer in number than before." The mention of their painful past left the deer clansmen feeling even more ashamed as they bowed deeply to Hu Afu and the deer clan leader. "We apologize, leader. I should not have doubted your decisions. Our skepticism led to the loss of so many companions that we truly recognize our mistakes." The deer clan leader had no intention of reproaching them. Even at the time, he had only felt helpless. Now, upon hearing the consequences of their actions, his sense of helplessness had only deepened. "Very well, I understand. As long as you do not oppose the collective decisions in the future, we will face challenges together. And such occurrences will not happen again." True to his role, the deer clan leader adeptly reassured the beastmen, allowing them to regain their composure and successfully rejoin the group. The other deer clansmen, upon hearing their experiences, felt a mix of sympathy and relief, grateful that they had not questioned the deer clan leader's decisions. Otherwise, they too might have faced similar trials. After discussing these matters, the deer clan leader turned to Hu Afu and the others to address more serious matters. "We arrived at Dongshan Plains 3 days ahead of you and have surveyed the surrounding area. Several distinct tribes inhabit this plains, controlling many resources and occupying various territories. I would like to ask if you have considered joining a tribe?" The deer clan leader's words prompted deep contemplation among Hu Afu and the others as newcomers in an unfamiliar land. Joining a tribe could indeed facilitate their integration into the area. However, their previous experiences in the tribe made them somewhat hesitant. Ultimately, Hu Afu refrained from expressing his opinion first and instead asked, "Leader, do you already have a particular tribe in mind?" The deer clan leader shook his head. "It is precisely because I do not have one that I wish to inquire about your thoughts." As the former leader of the deer clan, he had reluctantly led his kin to migrate. Becoming part of another tribe would inevitably restrict him, and frankly, he was not keen on the idea. "If we do not join a tribe, can we not establish our own territory and form our own tribe?" Hu Dage inquired. The deer clan leader nodded. "That is indeed possible. However, this would certainly alert the other tribes to our presence. We are not familiar with them, and should they take offense at our arrival, they might very well reject us." The newcomers were unlikely to rival the established powers of the natives in this land. Listening to the deer clan leader, Hu Dage fell into silence. "Perhaps we should postpone this matter for now. We have traveled so far and are all weary. It is more pressing to find a place to rest." With a wave of his hand, Hu Afu intended to set the topic aside. Xiao Ke Mu concurred. "Regardless of whether we join a tribe, we must first understand them thoroughly before making any decisions. Given our current ignorance, any decision would be in vain. It is better to wait and discuss it later." Night soon descended, as Hu Afu and the others prepared their belongings and sought a place to rest. A few small cubs suddenly approached them, tugging at Hu Xiao Lu and others of similar age. "What tribe are you from? I have never seen you before." One of the cubs, still quite young and half-beast, retained the horns atop his head. Hu Xiao Lu, feeling somewhat older, inexplicably experienced a sense of pride in being an elder. "We are from the fox tribe," he proclaimed, then gestured toward a nearby deer cub. "And they're from the deer tribe. We traveled together from a very far-away place to reach this Dongshan Plains." Impressive, right? The horned cub, clearly unfamiliar with distant travels, gazed at Hu Xiao Lu with wide, starry eyes. "Wow, I had no idea that there were places beyond the plains. Could you share with me the places you have encountered?" Fox Xiao Lu's vanity was greatly satisfied by the gaze of the bullhorn cub. He seized the bullhorn cub's hand, almost divulging every detail of his journey, especially when recounting the previous battles and their encounters with torrential rain and wolf packs. Fox Xiao Lu boasted profusely about his valiant bravery, nearly compelling the bullhorn cub to acknowledge him as the elder brother. Once he had finished sharing his experiences, Fox Xiao Lu recalled his earlier intention to inquire about the identity of the bullhorn cub. By the way, I haven't seen you before. Which tribe do you belong to on this plane? Chapter 85. The bull calf, the bullhorn cub, promptly introduced himself to his newfound formidable companion. We are of the bull tribe. My grandfather is the bull elder, and I am called Nyo E. The other two cubs chimed in eagerly. I am Nyo Er. I am Nyo San, the youngest. Given their names, it was clear without further ado that they were indeed three brothers. However, for Fox Xiao Lu, such details were of little consequence. What mattered was that they had exchanged names and thus become good friends. The group of cubs played together until their respective parents arrived to call them home, bidding each other reluctant farewells. The next day, Fox Father and the Deer Chief decided, as newcomers to the eastern rising plains, to pay a visit to the various tribes residing there. Their aim was twofold: to gain insight into the customs and characteristics of each tribe, hoping not to provoke disdain, and to assess whether joining a tribe would be necessary and which tribes might suit their integration. Although they understood that all were beastmen and likely would not resort to violence against them, the fact remained that they were strangers in a new land, and their naturally shorter stature added a touch of trepidation to their hearts. Bring along some fruits as a gift. This will serve to enhance their first impression of us, and may facilitate our future interactions, suggested the Deer Lady, as she filled a basket with fruits not found in the plains for the Deer Chief to take along. The Deer Chief, in good spirits, replied, "Of course, I shall remember that." Just as the Deer Chief was preparing to depart to meet with Fox Father, the Deer Lady suddenly pulled him back. Run. Remember, if we wish to join tribe, it will be best to align with Fox E. Chung and his kin, the Deer Lady urged. Given the kindness they have shown us, it would be advantageous to maintain mutual support should we join different tribes. The distance could hinder assistance in times of trouble. This was a consideration the Deer Chief had not previously entertained. Thank you for the reminder, my dear. I shall certainly discuss this matter with them. The Deer Chief embraced the Deer Lady gently, his expression tender. After a brief return embrace, the Deer Lady finally allowed him to depart. Not only did the Deer Chief bring gifts, but Fox Father also prepared meeting gifts for the other tribes. The only distinction lay in their offerings. The Deer Chief carried an assortment of fruits, while Fox Father bore the smoked jerky they commonly consumed. Adhering to the principle of proximity, Fox Father and the Deer Chief first visited the Wild Boar tribe, which was nearest to them. The tribe was heavily fortified, and entry required prior notification from the sentinels. We are new beastmen to the eastern rising plains, come to pay our respects to your tribe as chief. Might we trouble you to announce our arrival? Fox Father stepped forward, wearing a hearty smile while presenting a piece of jerky as a token of goodwill. The Boar tribesman pinched the jerky between two fingers, scrutinizing Fox Father before stowing it away in his garments. Coldly, he replied, "Our chief is quite busy. You may wait here at the gate." However, upon the arrival of the Deer Chief, the demeanor shifted entirely. Even though the Deer Chief offered him merely fruits he seldom consumed, the tribesman received them with a broad grin that, Dear Chief, you need to worry about gifts. Please wait here. I shall inform our chief that you wish to meet him." The Boar tribesman, showing no inclination to dismiss the Deer Chief, as he had Fox Father, ushered him eagerly into their tribe. Fox Father was not oblivious. Noticing the stark contrast in treatment, he perceived the underlying disdain directed at him, as if they had no intention of feigning respect. Contemplating this disparity, Fox Father's expression darkened slightly. Yet being a newcomer, he had no recourse to contest it, so he complied with the Boar tribesman as instructions and remained where he was. The Deer Chief, observing Fox Father's exclusion, hesitated in his steps toward the Boar tribesman and, after glancing back at Fox Father a few times, ultimately returned to his side. "Perhaps I should wait with you outside. It would be unkind to leave you alone out here." The Boar tribesman grew flustered. "Dear Chief, our chief specifically instructed that you must be escorted to meet him upon your arrival. Your current actions could complicate matters for us." The Deer Chief ignored this and countered, "I arrived alongside Fox family head. Surely we should be allowed to enter together." The Boar tribesman scanned Fox Father with a dismissive gaze. And though he said nothing, his overt disdain was unmistakable. He clearly did not wish for Fox Father to enter. Seeing this, Fox Father decided against further humiliation and quietly advised the Deer Chief, "Dear Chief, since they wish to invite you in, you should inquire further. Once you learn the situation, you can return to inform us. The deer chief, initially resolved to remain with Fox Father should he be barred entry, found himself unable to refuse upon Fox Father's urging. With a resigned sigh, he said, "Very well, I shall enter first and return shortly to find you." When the Fox family and the Deer clan arrived at the plains, it was not just their desire to understand the various tribes that piqued curiosity. The tribes themselves were equally intrigued by them. Prior to their visit, the tribes had already gleaned some insights into their backgrounds. The Fox family was small, primarily comprising half-beastmen and young cubs, making them less appealing to the tribes. In contrast, the Deer clan consisted mainly of robust young beastmen in greater numbers. Should they join a tribe, they would significantly bolster the tribe's labor force, naturally earning respect from the tribes. Thus, upon entering the Wild Boar tribe, the Deer chief received an enthusiastic welcome. Even the Wild Boar chief greeted him with a beaming smile. "Dear chief, it is an honor to finally meet you. I have heard that you were the first to visit our Wild Boar tribe. Are you considering joining us?" The Wild Boar chief wasted no time in addressing the subject directly. The Deer chief, unreserved, replied, "We indeed wish to join a tribe. However, we are still unfamiliar with the customs of each, which is why we have come to visit." Upon hearing the Deer chief express his interest, the Wild Boar chief jovially placed his arm around the Deer chief's shoulder. "You have come to the right place. I assure you, should you bring your kin to join us, your tributes will be a quarter less than those of our tribe members. What do you say? Consider it." Such an offer was undeniably enticing, but a pivotal question arose. If the Fox family wishes to join your tribe as well, would the same terms apply? Chapter 86. Exclusively for the Deer tribe, the Wild Boar chief's expression hardened immediately. "This is a privilege reserved solely for your Deer tribe. I would not consent to their inclusion." "Why?" the Deer chief retorted instantly. The Wild Boar chief met the Deer chief's gaze, clearly understanding his intent, that if you wish to join us alongside them, I must regretfully inform you that I only accept Deer tribe members. They shall not be included. The Deer chief, recalling Fox Father still being kept outside, understood the Wild Boar tribe's intentions. However, the Fox family had indeed rendered assistance to their Deer tribe, and the Deer lady had advised him to remain united with the Fox family. Given that the Wild Boar tribe was unwilling to accept Fox Father, there was little need for further discussion. The Deer chief bid farewell to the Wild Boar chief, clutching the meeting gifts as he exited the Wild Boar tribe in search of Fox Father. Upon their encounter, Fox Father anxiously grasped the Deer chief's arm. What transpired? The Deer chief shook his head, refraining from a direct answer, and instead pulled Fox Father aside to speak. "That I inquired. And the Wild Boar chief is only willing to accept the Deer tribe members. He will not accept you." The leader of the Deer clan wore a somber expression. This outcome was one he had not wished to witness. Perhaps due to the initial stance of the Boar clan, when the Deer leader expressed his sentiments, Cutie felt no surprise. His concern lay solely with the thoughts of the Deer leader. "So, do you agree to join them?" The Deer leader shook his head. "No, since we have chosen you as our companions, we shall naturally remain together." The heartfelt words of the Deer leader caused Cutie, who had been met with coldness, to feel a warmth in his eyes as he clasped the Deer leader's shoulder. "Very well, let us stay together." However, it was of little concern, for there were numerous tribes on the eastern rising plains. If the Wild Boar tribe rejected us, we could simply approach another tribe. We need not be beholden to them. In comforting the Deer leader, Cutie also eased his own heart, feeling considerably uplifted. Seizing the early hours of daylight, Cutie decided to head to the next tribe with their belongings. After a moment's thought, the Deer leader resolved to accompany him. This way, the other tribes would recognize their unity, and perhaps Cutie would not face such rejection so easily. Following the Wild Boar tribe, the nearest tribe to them was the Leopard tribe. This time, the Leopards did not exhibit the same overt disdain for Cutie as the Boars had. However, there was still a noticeable distinction in their treatment of Cutie and the Deer leader, evident in their acceptance of the Deer leader while denying entry to Cutie. The Deer leader felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at such differential treatment. "Why?" The Leopard leader, upon recognizing the questioner was the Deer leader, granted him a measure of tolerance but offered no explanation. "Deer leader, if you are willing to have your kin remain in our tribe, I am prepared to assist your clan, but I must refuse the family." The two instances of unjust treatment left Cutie feeling stifled. Why do you only reject us without ever stating your reasons? The leopard leader turned to meet Hu Afu's gaze directly. It appears you are not strangers to rejection, are you? If that is the case, you should seek the reasons within yourselves, rather than lamenting why others do not provide you with opportunities. With a chilling finality, the leopard leader dismissed them without regard for the deer leader's presence and turned back into the tribe, leaving the two at the entrance. The deer leader patted Hu Afu's shoulder. Do not lose heart. It is merely two tribes. There will surely be tribes willing to accept you. Hu Afu nodded, though with a heavy heart. While he understood the sentiment, he felt akin to a ball being kicked about, rolling wherever it was sent, only to be disdainfully passed to the next foot, with fate perpetually beyond his grasp. Subsequently, the two visited several tribes, encountering similar outcomes. Almost every leader conveyed that they were willing to accept the Deer clan, but would not accept the Hu family, without ever offering an explanation. Having visited so many tribes, the Deer leader had seen advanced and prosperous clans. Not to mention, they had proposed exceedingly favorable conditions to entice them to join. Naturally, he found himself tempted. Yet, upon remembering their refusal to accept the Hu family, the Deer leader's heart, already in turmoil, grew even more hesitant. In the end, they could not reach an agreement with any tribe and returned to the place where they had initially rested, carrying with them the remnants of their visit. Run. How did things fare today? Did any tribe express a willingness to accept us? The deer matron eagerly inquired upon seeing the deer leader. The small sparrow beside her cast a concerned glance towards Hu Afu. The deer leader nodded, and then shook his head, recounting the day's encounters. We visited approximately 5 tribes today. They all expressed willingness to accept the Deer clan, but refused to accept the Hu family, without providing a reason, so I did not agree. Upon hearing this, the deer matron's expression grew grave. It sounds as though they have colluded. Did you mention that you would only join if they accepted the Hu family? The deer leader nodded. However, if that were the case, they would be even less inclined. The small sparrow assessed Hu Afu, who, though silent, conveyed through the deer leader's words that he had likely endured considerable indignities that day. She reached out to hold Hu Afu's hand, cautiously approaching him. Kai Afu, there will always be a way. Hu Afu felt his heart warm at her words, nodding heavily, casting aside the disdain he had faced that day. The deer matron, having received so much kindness from the Hu family, felt disinclined to pursue joining other tribes after hearing the deer leader's account. Since other tribes looked down upon the Hu family, yet sought the labor of the Deer clan, it seemed joining them would not guarantee a comfortable existence. It was better to avoid such indignities altogether. Why don't we find a piece of land ourselves and establish a tribe of our own? Just as before, this way, we need not bow to others or beg for acceptance. The eastern rising plains are vast. Surely, there is a place that can accommodate us. The deer matron's suggestion provided the deer leader with a brilliant idea. Indeed, you are right. When we initially visited other tribes, our aim was merely to gather information, not to be bound to them. It now appears that establishing our own tribe will be the more prudent course of action. Chapter 87. Establishing the tribe. However, the establishment of a tribe was no trivial matter. The following day, the deer leader convened everyone to thoroughly discuss the matter with Hu Afu and the others. Establishing a tribe? The deer leader nodded. Yes, we shall build in proximity, your tribe for you and ours for us, but neighbors, so that we may look out for one another in times of need. Upon hearing the deer leader's words, the Hu family felt they could remain uninvolved in the internal affairs of the Deer clan, simply living as neighbors, and remarkably, no one from the Deer clan opposed this arrangement. The Hu family also found the idea feasible. They had been ostracized in their previous tribe, prompting them to seek alternative paths. Now, having arrived at the eastern rising plains, they were met with rejection from other tribes. Thus, establishing their own tribe seemed the most liberating and reliable option. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. Today, we shall begin establishing our tribe. Hu Afu enthusiastically agreed. The first step in establishing a tribe. Selecting a location was crucial to avoid conflicts over territory with other tribes. The various beastmen sought a spot situated neither too close nor too far from other tribes. Once they confirmed that they would not easily encounter other tribes, they began to dig and construct their homes. The initial step in building a house was to erect a framework. With few trees on the plains, the beastmen traveled far from the plains to bring back timber from other areas, fashioning it to an appropriate height and setting it upon the ground to create rudimentary house frames. The male beastmen worked fervently, while the females scoured for materials. Even the young ones, as long as they could walk, were assigned tasks. Everyone worked with anticipation for the new houses of their future tribe. Thus, they toiled throughout the day, and many simple shelters arose on the previously empty ground. Although they were not aesthetically pleasing, no one minded their simplicity, for they were the nascent forms of their future homes. Hujugio, as the sole idler, observed the bustling activity from the embrace of the small sparrow. She should have felt joy for their efforts. Yet for some reason, an unsettling feeling gripped her heart, a foreboding sense that left her at a loss for how to explain to Afu and the others. Soon, this ominous feeling manifested into reality. The next day, Hujugio was awakened by the anxious cries of the deer clan. "Where are our houses? How can they be gone?" Only some of the wood we had brought remains, along with a few wooden scraps. Everything else has vanished. The deer leader and Afu were the first to rise, and soon discovered the absence of their houses, left only with the remnants. The small sparrow, holding Hujugio, approached the solemn Husangu and gently inquired, "Kai Afu, have you discovered anything?" Upon seeing the small sparrow and Hujugio, Afu's previously taut expression relaxed somewhat as he reached out to embrace Hujugio. Guiding the small sparrow to observe the ruins left behind, Hujugio leaned forward, peering curiously. "Look, this was where we set up our shelter. Now, all that remains are a few straws used for roofing, and there are hardly any left. The rest consists of small splinters." Fox Afu narrated the circumstances of the scene. Surely, the phenomenon could not be attributed to any supernatural forces. The beastmen were still in a primitive stage of civilization, devoid of any notions of spirits or deities, merely left with a sense of bewilderment. However, for Fox Jugio, who had already discerned the intricacies of human nature in a previous life, there was nothing particularly strange about it. Only the other tribes inhabiting this plain could have orchestrated such an event. The mere remnants of hay and wooden fragments indicated that their original dwelling structures had been violently dismantled by the beastmen. Furthermore, the fact that even the debris had been removed suggested an intention to prevent them from successfully establishing their own tribe. Fox Dage had already surveyed other locations and arrived at a conclusion similar to that of Fox Afu. "Afu, I have examined the area. Aside from the absence of houses, only a fraction of the timber we transported yesterday remains that I suspect our homes were deliberately destroyed by the beastmen. The remaining wood is likely what they failed to carry away in time." Upon hearing Fox Dage's words, the chief of the deer tribe immediately recalled the tribes he had visited the previous day. They had expressed a keen interest in the deer tribe as potential alliance, while displaying indifference toward the Fox family. With today's events unfolding, it was difficult for the chief not to draw connections to them. Fox Afu began to analyze the situation. These houses were constructed by our kin, intended for our habitation. Thus, it is certainly not our own people who could have perpetrated such an act. It seems we can only suspect other tribes. However, which tribe could be responsible for such deeds? The chief of the deer tribe pondered for a moment. "Yesterday we visited the wild boar tribe, the leopard tribe, the roe deer tribe, the sheep tribe, and the crocodile tribe. They're the only ones we are somewhat familiar with. In my view, the perpetrator must lie among them." Fox Afu, having not entered a single tribe's gate the previous day, was naturally less informed than the chief of the deer tribe and could only listen to their speculations. Yet, having only recently arrived on the plain, they were still unfamiliar with the territory, and after much deliberation, the beastmen failed to reach a definitive conclusion. "Never mind, discussing this now seems futile. Perhaps we should focus on rebuilding the houses. That way, we can move in sooner and not have to worry about sleeping outside in the wind and rain." Just as Fox Dage's suggestion gained consensus, a member of the deer tribe rushed in, breathless, to the chief. Chief, there are people outside looking for you. They are from the wild boar tribe." The deer tribe member, clearly in a hurry, spoke in a flustered manner without catching his breath. Fox Afu hesitantly looked up, locking eyes with the chief in mutual concern. The chief cast a reassuring glance at Fox Afu and patted the back of Lady Deer's hand before addressing the messenger. since they've come seeking me. Lead me to them." Upon encountering the chief of the wild boar tribe once more, he wore his usual broad smile. Yet the chief of the deer tribe could not shake off discomfort. Recalling their behavior from the previous day, didn't you mention needing to consider whether to join another tribe? The chief of the wild boar tribe inquired gently. "I came specifically to ask if you have reached a decision." Despite his warm tone, the chief of the deer tribe sensed an underlying pressure. Chapter 88. Rebuilding the houses. Although the framework of the houses erected yesterday had vanished, the chief of the deer tribe remained undeterred in his aspiration to establish a tribe. Thus, he decided to address the matter directly. "Thank you for your concern, Chief, but I fear your visit may be in vain today. We do not intend to join any tribe. We plan to establish our own." To the chief's surprise, the chief of the wild boar tribe did not display any sign of shock, but rather appeared entirely unsurprised. "I see. After all, you were once a leader of your own tribe. You likely dislike feeling subordinate. However, I assure you, should you choose to join us, I will not arbitrarily command your people. Apart from necessary tribal activities and offerings, your lives will not differ significantly from before. You would gain protection. What is not to gain?" The chief of the wild boar tribe's persuasive tone made his offer quite alluring. Yet, the chief of the deer tribe, valuing loyalty and camaraderie, could not abandon the fox family to their isolation on the Dongshang plain. "I appreciate your kindness, Chief, but my mind is made up. Once our tribe is established, we can still share resources and perhaps forge a friendship." The chief of the wild boar tribe remained silent, while a boar tribesman snickered dismissively. "Chief, no offense, but you truly have a grand sense of ambition." The chief of the deer tribe instinctively furrowed his brow at the mocking words and turned his gaze from the chief of the wild boar tribe to the boar tribesman. "Do you truly believe the Dongshang plain is vast enough to accommodate you all? Moreover, there are over a dozen tribes here. The land is insufficient, yet you wish to establish a new tribe and compete for territory and resources? It seems you have yet to learn the harsh realities. Our chief is offering you such favorable conditions. You should consider accepting them before it's too late, lest no tribe will dare to welcome you in the future." The chief of the deer tribe bid farewell to the wild boar tribe's members with a displeased expression, yet he ultimately refrained from agreeing to join them. Meanwhile, Fox A. Fu and the other beastmen had already commenced energetically rebuilding their houses. Eager to establish their own tribe and make up for the lost efforts of the previous day, the beastmen poured their energy into the construction. Fox A. Fu had initially considered leaving 2 beastmen to stand guard overnight. But after a long day's labor, they were too exhausted to keep watch, and as night fell, both the deer and fox tribes succumbed to sleep. Just as they remained defenseless, their newly constructed houses fell victim to foul play once again. The following morning, upon witnessing the ruins that bore striking resemblance to the previous day's destruction, Fox A. Fu and the others were no longer filled with confusion, but rather wore expressions of grave concern. "Why is this happening? If our houses keep vanishing every day, how will we ever establish our tribe?" A sense of bewilderment and despondency spread among the beastmen, mingled with growing anger towards those responsible for such actions. Who could be behind this? What do they intend? Do they genuinely wish for us to be unable to remain here? Fox Xiaolu vented his frustration. Despite his youth, he had worked tirelessly over the past 2 days, collapsing into sleep the moment his head hit the ground. Witnessing his efforts destroyed not once, but twice, was infuriating. Unexpectedly, the chief of the deer tribe, who had remained silent, suddenly echoed Fox Xiaolu's sentiments. Perhaps that is indeed the case. Upon hearing these words, nearly all the beastmen turned their gaze toward the chief of the deer tribe. He felt the weight of their scrutiny, as if they were piercing him with their intense stares, causing his temperature to rise. Hesitating, he resolved to share what the wild boar tribesman had implied the previous day. "Actually, when I met with the chief of the wild boar tribe and his people yesterday, they subtly indicated that the other tribes on the plain are not particularly keen on seeing us establish a new tribe and would prefer us to join them. Thus, I suspect the disappearance of our houses might be related to this." As soon as the chief finished speaking, an irate member of the deer tribe stepped forward. "What does our establishment of a new tribe have to do with them? This plain belongs to all of us." "Not just them. Why should they exclude us? The wild boar tribe, is it? I shall confront them to see if they are indeed behind this. His impassioned outburst startled the other deer tribesmen nearby. The surrounding beastmen quickly restrained him, fearful he might foolishly seek out the wild boar tribe for trouble. Why are you holding me back? We have suffered such a great injustice. We cannot simply swallow our anger. The chief of the deer tribe, seeing the situation escalate, sighed softly and approached the impulsive deer tribesman, who instantly calmed down. Are you trying to stop me from confronting them? The orc's tone had softened considerably. Yet his piercing gaze remained fixed upon the deer chieftain, eagerly anticipating his leadership in rallying their kin to reclaim their territory. How could the deer chieftain be so reckless as to act impulsively? He gently placed a hand on the orc's shoulder, soothing his agitation. Dear Chung, I comprehend your desire for justice on behalf of our people, but the wild boar tribe's willingness to engage with us signifies that they possess undeniable leverage. They harbor no fear of you, nor of us, should we charge in blindly. If they are indeed responsible, we would have grounds to hold them accountable. But what if they are not? The chieftain's words fell upon Dear Chung like a bucket of icy water, drenching him in a profound chill. Dear Chung retracted his restrained arm, hesitating before conceding his error. Chieftain, I understand now. I was too rash. As they remained entangled in their deliberations, Hujujio had already fixated on the remnants strewn across the ground. The sturdy timber used in their dwellings posed a challenge to dismantle unnoticed within a single night, making the presence of leftover wood unavoidable. Among the timber that captured Hujujio's attention was a crucial clue, a bite mark. It was uncommon for wild boars to directly bite wood. They typically used their exposed tusks to ram into objects. Moreover, the bite marks were not deep, which contradicted the considerable biting force of a wild boar. Upon rough speculation, Hujujio surmised that the matter likely bore little relation to the wild boar tribe, at least for the time being. Chapter 89. The emergence of milk teeth. Mother Sparrow noticed Hujujio gazing intently in one direction and, mistaking her for daydreaming, waved a piece of jerky before her eyes. What are you looking at, Hujujio? Is this jerky tempting? Would you like a bite or two? Although Mother Sparrow harbored concerns over the housing situation, her demeanor remained gentle and patient in the presence of Hujujio. Upon seeing the jerky, Hujujio suddenly had an idea. She swiftly seized the piece from Mother Sparrow's hand and began to gnaw on it. Now 7 months old, Hujujio's milk teeth were slowly emerging, and chewing on hard items like jerky would aid their growth, which was precisely why Mother Sparrow had offered it to her. As Hujujio gnawed, she hoped her 2 tiny teeth would leave some mark on the jerky, which still felt quite hard to her. Observing her earnest endeavor, Mother Sparrow couldn't help but smile tenderly, reaching out to stroke Hujujio's small head. All right, Hujujio, don't rush. Take your time that you'll manage to eat it. However, Hujujio's true intention was not merely to consume the jerky. After exerting herself, she glanced at the faint impressions her teeth had left and exclaimed loudly. Typically a quiet and well-behaved child, her outburst drew the attention of most of the orcs present, as there were no other younglings in the deer tribe as small as Hujujio. Seeing everyone turn to her, Hujujio promptly raised the jerky in her hand. After her prolonged gnawing, it had soaked in her saliva, making the small, shallow bite marks distinctly visible. Mother Sparrow, unaware of Hujujio's intentions, assumed she was merely playing, while Uncle Hu approached with excitement that lo and behold, our Jojo's milk teeth have grown so much. Hujujio opened her mouth to reveal 3 or 4 tiny milk teeth. Mother Sparrow, who seldom examined Hujujio's teeth, was taken aback by the sight. Curious, Xiaoxi chimed in. Was Hujujio trying to show us she can eat jerky? At this, Hujujio expressed her dissatisfaction with an emphatic aha, indicating that Xiaoxi's guess was entirely incorrect, and she waved the jerky more vigorously. The Hu family gathered, mulling over the matter for a considerable time, yet they could not deduce its meaning. Frustrated, Hujujio could only reiterate her aha, making a concerted effort to showcase the jerky to each individual present. Noticing Hujujio's actions, Mother Sparrow felt something was amiss. She reached for the jerky in Hujujio's hand, but the latter did not relinquish it immediately. Instead, she wiggled it in front of Mother Sparrow's eyes before finally allowing her to take it. Mother Sparrow examined the jerky closely. The most prominent feature was indeed the small bite marks left by Hujujio. Tentatively, she shared her discovery with Uncle Hu and the others. Do you think Juju wants us to notice the bite marks on the jerky? After much effort to convey this idea, Juju clapped her hands in delight upon hearing a somewhat accurate response. Then, she began to gesture animatedly, trying to convey that these bite marks were the key to uncovering the identity of the tribe responsible for the destruction of their homes. As the onlookers observed her animated gestures, their confusion only deepened. What significance could these bite marks possibly hold? Surely, they could not be related to the recent disappearance of their houses. Hu Xiaoyou's round face scrunched up in concentration as he pondered his sister's intent. Unbeknownst to him, his casual remarks sparked a realization in Hu Juju, prompting her to clap even more enthusiastically. The Hu family members were astonished. Could it be that Juju truly meant this? But how could bite marks be connected to their homes? The more they speculated, the more perplexed they became. Suddenly, Hu Xiaolu slapped his forehead, a look of enlightenment washing over him as he exclaimed, "I remember now. Over there on the ground, there are many small wooden pieces left after the houses were destroyed. And they bear bite marks." With enthusiasm, Hu Xiaolu grabbed his father's hand, eager to investigate, while Uncle Hu and Uncle Hu exchanged glances and hurriedly followed in his wake, racing to the site where the remnants lay. It turned out Hu Xiaolu was indeed correct. This area was indeed the one with the most scattered wooden pieces, and the bite marks on these pieces were even clearer and more pronounced than those Juju had previously observed. Brother Hu picked up a particularly marked piece, scrutinizing it closely. The impressions on the wood were deep, nearly severing the block, with only a small core remaining to hold the two ends together. Unlike the shallow bite marks Juju had seen before, the biting force required to leave such deep impressions on this not particularly thin piece of wood suggested an animal far stronger than a wild boar, likely 5 times its strength or more. The bite marks were neatly defined, bearing no resemblance to those left by wild boars, but rather they appeared to be the work of bears, Brother Hu declared with certainty, drawing the attention of several deer tribespeople who had accompanied them. Upon hearing this, the deer chieftain began to recall his earlier encounter with the bear tribe. Their meeting had occurred before the Hu family arrived at the Dongsheng Plain. The chieftain had sought to establish amicable relations with all tribes in the plain while gathering information, visiting each in turn. Initially, the bear chieftain had been amiable, but upon hearing that deer tribespeople would soon be visiting the plain, a look of distaste had crossed his face, prompting him to hastily dismiss them. Due to the unpleasantness of that initial visit, the deer chieftain had not brought Uncle Hu along for subsequent visits. Little did he expect that the destruction of their homes had not been caused by any of the 5 tribes they had previously met. Could it be that they had been pursuing the wrong leads? Uncle Hu, unaware of the underlying connections, found the situation increasingly peculiar. "I recall we have yet to meet the bear tribe. Why would they harbor such animosity towards us?" Several deer tribespeople who were privy to the details exchanged glances, contemplating speaking up, but chose silence under the chieftain's discreet signal. The deer chieftain, feigning ignorance, reassured Uncle Hu, "Perhaps the bear tribe simply doesn't understand us yet and is reluctant to allow unfamiliar beasts to build homes on the plain. I shall inquire with them and hope to smooth things over." Thus, having successfully appeased the emotions of the many beastmen, the deer chief arranged for them to take their much-needed rest. After all, they had labored tirelessly for 2 days, only to find their efforts in vain, leaving them both physically and mentally exhausted. Continuing the construction of houses could lead to further destruction at the hands of the bear tribe on the 3rd day. It was far wiser to conserve their energy and prioritize rest. Chapter 90. How to resolve once the other beastmen departed. Only Madame Deer and 2 close kin of the deer chief remained. "Chief, why did you not inform the Fox clan about the earlier events?" one of the deer people asked, clearly perplexed. The deer chief cast a reassuring glance in response. "The Fox clan does not know the bear tribe, and they are likely unaware of the bear's disposition. If I were to inform them, it would only serve to add to their troubles. It is better that I handle this matter myself." Madame Deer had not accompanied the deer chief to the bear tribe. Thus, she was not fully aware of their discussions. However, she understood that resolving this issue would not be straightforward. "Arin, how do you plan to resolve this?" she inquired. The deer chief stroked Madame Deer's soft hair gently. "My dear, rest assured, I intend to converse with them tomorrow to ascertain the reasons behind their reluctance to allow us to build houses. There shall be no aggression, and thus no danger." The following day, The deer chief indeed followed through with his plan. However, he did not disclose this to the other beastmen. Instead, he concocted a different excuse to depart, making his way alone to the bear tribe. "Greetings, I wish to see your chief," he politely addressed the bear sentinel stationed at the tribe's entrance. Yet his courtesy was met with disdain from the bear tribe members, who regarded him with a scornful gaze before slowly responding. "You are of the deer tribe, are you not? Wait here and do not move." As the bears vanished into the confines of the tribe, the deer chief suddenly felt a cold sweat break out upon him. Was this the same feeling that had plagued Fox Afew when he was barred from entry? Unlike Fox Afew, however, the deer chief ultimately found himself face to face with the bear chief, though this time, he was not greeted with the same hospitality as before. "Bear chief, it has been a while," the deer chief greeted, maintaining his politeness without immediately broaching the subject of the destroyed houses. The bear chief, however, displayed an evident irritation. "Deer chief, just get to the point. I do not wish to linger with your kind at this moment." The deer chief felt a surge of discomfort at the bear chief's tone, and despite his efforts to remain composed, he could not help but feel irritated. "Bear chief, should it not be I who poses that question? What is the purpose of your senseless destruction of our houses during the night?" In response, the bear chief did not falter. Rather, he regarded the deer chief with contempt. "You have only just come to this realization? I thought you were too timid to resist at all. However, your timidity serves you well. It illustrates that not every beastman is fit to dwell on the eastern rising plains." "What do you mean by that?" The deer chief's voice turned icy. He was typically calm and composed, but there was no need to exhibit such restraint in front of this unreasonable beastman. The bear chief sneered. "If you do not comprehend, I can gladly elucidate once more. Beastmen who associate with the foxes will never be welcomed here on the eastern rising plains. Do you understand? So, this is your rationale for the covert destruction of our houses." The deer chief, suppressing his anger, posed one final question. Yet the bear chief offered no affirmation. Instead, he adopted a condescending demeanor. "We destroy what we wish." Without the need for further justification. Observing their dismissive attitude, the deer chief suddenly realized that his earlier inquiry had been nothing short of self-deprecation. Unable to contain his mounting fury any longer, he turned on his heel and departed, leaving behind the mocking laughter of the bears. "Dear chief, what a coincidence to encounter you here." A familiar voice called from beside him, prompting the deer chief to instinctively bristle with irritation. However, upon recognizing the approaching beastman, his anger gradually subsided. "Wild boar chief." The wild boar chief approached with a jovial demeanor, wrapping an arm around the deer chief's shoulder. "Brother deer, how fortunate we are to cross paths like this. We are just about to head out to gather some food. Would you care to join us?" The wild boar chief always possessed a warmth that the deer chief found difficult to resist, and under normal circumstances, he would have welcomed the invitation. Yet, at this moment, the deer chief was not in the mood and merely waved his hand in refusal that "No, I am in a hurry to return to our tribe." Before the deer chief could finish his sentence, the wild boar chief interrupted. "I must ask, brother deer, have you truly not abandoned your aspirations of establishing your own tribe? I've told you, it is no simple task. You could simply join us. No need to construct houses, and we have ample accommodation. An O tribe will treat you better than we do." The wild boar chief's earnestness was evident, his gaze hopeful for the deer chief's agreement. Yet, the deer chief was resolute and not one to easily change his mind. "That I appreciate your kindness, boar chief, but there are pressing matters within our tribe that we must address. Perhaps we shall discuss it another day." The deer chief hastily extricated himself from the wild boar chief's friendly grasp and strode towards his camp without looking back, oblivious to the long sigh that escaped the wild boar chief behind him. Upon returning to the camp, Madame Deer, aware of the situation, immediately approached him, pulling him aside for a private conversation. "How did it go? What did the bear tribe say?" The deer chief shook his head. "Their attitude was quite unsavory. They harbor a deep-seated animosity towards us and regard us with disdain. It is now evident that they were responsible for the destruction of our houses, likely due to their dislike of our presence." Madame Deer pondered for a moment. "It seems more complicated than that. Their disdain for us may stem from a desire to prevent us from establishing our own tribe on the plains. After all, your previous visit was quite cordial, was it not?" The deer chief found himself in agreement with Madame Deer's assessment, By the way, I encountered the wild boar chief again on my way back. He is still intent on persuading us to join them. However, I find it rather peculiar to encounter him there. Indeed, Madame Deer replied thoughtfully, though the wild boar chief claimed to be seeking food. The distance between the wild boar tribe and the bear tribe is considerable, that if they were genuinely searching for food, they should not have traversed that particular route. Could it be that they're aware of something and are deliberately wading along that path to pressure us into joining a tribe on the plains? Madame Deer speculated, albeit uncertainly. The deer chief did not respond, casting a resigned glance at Madame Deer. Regardless of the truth, they were in a precarious position as newcomers, left to navigate whatever schemes their adversaries might devise. Chapter 91. There is danger after their conversation. The deer chief and his kin kept their thoughts to themselves, refraining from disclosing any of this to Fox Afew and the others, wishing to spare them unnecessary worry. Meanwhile, Fox Afew and his companions devised a plan to investigate the identities of those responsible for the destruction of their houses. That I believe we must continue with the construction today, that if we allow this uncertainty to delay us indefinitely, our tribe may never be established, Fox Dage decisively proclaimed after a thorough discussion. What if they come again to cause destruction? One of them inquired. Perfect. We shall station a few beastmen to keep watch over the houses. When they arrive, we will catch them in the act and see if they dare to return. Fox Sane's suggestion received unanimous agreement. That day, Fox Dage, Fox Ergo, and Fox Sango learned from the previous night's lesson and refrained from joining the main group in house construction. Instead, they took the time to rest as the sun began to set. They were awakened by Xiao Keimu and stealthily positioned themselves in the bushes near the houses. As night enveloped the land, and the other beastmen drifted off to sleep, Fox Dage and his companions finally awaited the arrival of the beastmen they sought. Why are they so relentless? We've already endured 3 nights, and they've destroyed our houses twice. Yet they still return today. It is utterly infuriating. A considerable sound suddenly pierced the stillness of the night, followed by the increasingly loud sound of footsteps, which only ceased as they approached the newly erected dwellings of the Fox family and the Deer clan. Upon hearing their voices, the 3 brothers of the Fox clan instantly became alert, with the cat cautiously observing them from within the bushes. However, it was evident that the group of marauding beastmen exhibited little caution, displaying a somewhat reckless demeanor. They prepared to wreak havoc while engaging in idle chatter, seemingly confident that no beastmen would be guarding this area, or perhaps they simply held the Deer clan and the Fox family in contempt. Suddenly, a piercing howl startled the 3 brothers. What was that? During the day, they had clearly seen bear claw marks on the trees, yet this howl was unmistakably not one that a bear could produce. Fox's 3rd brother cautiously leaned out, and among a throng of fully beastified marauders, he distinctly identified the source of that howl. It was a leopard. Silently, he shaped his lips to convey the message to his brothers. Though the night was dark, the Fox clan possessed commendable night vision, allowing both brothers to easily grasp Fox's 3rd brother's warning, heightening their sense of vigilance. Fox's elder brother gestured for the other 2 to conceal themselves while he stealthily shifted his position to assess the situation. At that moment, the marauders had commenced their destruction, with the bears and leopards exhibiting the most fervor, while members of the roe deer and serpent clans scurried about, transporting the wreckage to Fox's elder brother as surprise. Despite having observed 5 or 6 different clans, he had yet to see any members of the Wild Boar clan, which was astonishing given the Wild Boar chief's enthusiastic attempts to recruit the Deer clan. However, this was not the most pressing concern. Although they had little interaction with the clans of the plains, they were aware that rivalries existed among these tribes over territory. Yet now, to demolish their homes, they had managed to set aside their grievances and united against them, indicating a singular truth. They had been collectively ostracized by the tribes of the plains. Regrettably, the 3 brothers were too weak to resist the marauding beastmen. They could only watch helplessly as their hard-earned homes were once again reduced to rubble before returning to their camp to inform their kin of what they had witnessed. In light of this, it seemed that their aspirations of establishing their own clan might be exceedingly difficult to realize. Fox's uncle summarized their words, and the Fox family could not help but reveal their disheartened expressions at his remark. What should we do now? Aunt Tiger 3, feeling troubled by the situation, instinctively posed a question to her family. Foxfather sighed, stating there was no other recourse but to pay more visits to other clans to see if any would be willing to accept them. Yet, given that the clans he had previously visited had refused to even let him in, what difference would it make to visit them again? Get lost. Don't embarrass yourself here. Our chief has said we won't meet. And even if you beg, it won't change anything. A beastman from the dog clan impatiently urged Foxfather to leave. Despite his brusque tone, a hint of pity flickered in his gaze that eye in truth. It was not that Foxfather was unwilling to depart. He was a proud beastman, yet this was the second-to-last clan he was visiting. Should the dog clan remain unyielding, the hope for the Fox family to continue their lives on the plains would become even more elusive. Please, just go in and inform him. Your chief hasn't even met me. How can you be so certain he would refuse me? Foxfather implored, his voice thick with desperation. The dog beastman felt a pang of sympathy, but, recalling the chief's orders, he swallowed hard and steeled himself. Before you arrived, our chief had already stated he would not meet with you, that if you don't leave soon, I will have to force you out. Before the dog beastman could finish his sentence, another voice interrupted. Dog 4, step aside, I will speak with him. The chief, Dog 4, stared in astonishment at the beastman emerging from the gate, and upon receiving a confirming nod, he cast a glance at Foxfather before stepping aside. Are you the chief of the dog clan? This was the first clan leader willing to meet him on the plains, igniting a flicker of hope in Foxfather's heart. The dog chief seemed to read Foxfather's thoughts and raised a hand. Fox Patriarch, do not misunderstand. My willingness to meet you stems from pity, and I have some words to share. Nothing more. Foxfather's expression dimmed instantly. But if the chief claimed it was out of pity, he reasoned that the words would not be ill-intentioned. Thus, he resolved to maintain his composure. Please, speak your mind. I will heed your words. The dog chief nodded. That is good. It is not that we do not wish to accept your fox family. It is simply that our dog clan is but a small tribe on these plains, lacking significant influence. Often, we must act according to the will of the larger clans. Therefore, your family cannot continue living on the plains, nor will any tribe accept you to deal, you understand? Chapter 92. Hitting brick walls. Foxfather was taken aback. Though the dog chief's words were couched in delicacy, he could discern the underlying message. A powerful clan sought to expel them, which was why they faced obstacles at every turn. It became clear that they had been ensnared by such circumstances until today, when the dog chief's revelation unveiled the truth. Since the dog chief had spoken so sincerely, it would be unreasonable for Foxfather to press further or seek out other tribes, as that would only burden them. Suppressing his disappointment, Foxfather maintained his courtesy in bidding farewell to the dog chief, abandoning any thoughts of visiting other clans and trudging back to the camp with a heavy heart. Father, why do you look so downcast? Did things not go well? Mother Little Sparrow inquired, cradling Fox Jujo as she approached the dazed Foxfather. Foxfather raised his gaze to meet her gentle expression and took Fox Jujo into his arms. Regaining a semblance of spirit as he recounted the dog chief's words to them, that I wonder if there are beastmen on the plains who bear a grudge against us, and if they happen to reside within the large clan the dog chief mentioned, which could explain the collective rejection we face. Foxfather furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. Yet, no matter how much he pondered, these remained mere speculations, devoid of any concrete evidence. Little Sparrow instinctively countered, surely not. We were in the Fox clan before venturing out, and aside from the Deer clan, we have not encountered any other beastmen, right? Foxfather shared this sentiment, his recollection, aside from the enmity formed with the original Fox clan. They seemed to have no other adversaries who could not tolerate their presence. Unable to grasp any clarity, Foxfather merely shook his head in frustration. Just then, the Deer chief, having heard from the Wild Boar chief about Foxfather's struggles, intended to offer comfort when he stumbled upon Foxfather's dejected demeanor, instinctively softening his footsteps. Are you all right? Upon seeing the Deer chief, Foxfather shrugged helplessly. I've inquired everywhere I could. No one is willing to accept us. It seems our dream of establishing our own clan is unlikely to materialize. Hearing Foxfather's candid admission, the Deer chief placed a comforting hand on his shoulder as though to bolster his spirits, and patted his arm. It's all right. We've managed without a proper home, thus as long as we are together, everything will turn out fine. Though the words were reassuring, both Fox Father and the deer chief recognized the grim reality. They were unlikely to continue their lives on the plains. Even their encampment had shifted to a location not far from the plains. Fortunately, no beastmen had troubled them since, and finding a few dry caves and constructing some makeshift shelters would suffice for the time being. Amidst this newfound tranquility, the healer beasts, Deer Ping and Fox Second Brother, gradually became busier. Xianhua, what is wrong with me? I've been having diarrhea for 3 consecutive days. Do you have any herbs? Hurry and give me something, or I might end up with sores. As the deer tribesman uttered those words, he clutched his abdomen, his face pale and ashen, clearly tormented by the affliction of diarrhea. Based on the symptoms described by the deer tribesman, who could discern nothing conclusive and could only provide him with herbal remedies for his ailment, instructing him to brew them in water for consumption. The deer tribesman expressed immense gratitude before departing. Xiao Keimu arrived to deliver food to Hu Urge, finally granting him an opportunity to converse amidst his incessant busyness. Zai, why have so many beastmen come to seek your assistance recently? All afflicted with diarrhea? Don't you find it peculiar? Hu Urge had not considered this angle initially, but upon Xiao Keimu's mention, he indeed felt a sense of unease. Hu Jiojio nestled in Xiao Keimu's arms, who had been dozing, perked up at the remark, keenly listening to their conversation. Every time they come to me, I make it a point to inquire, and none have consumed anything particularly unusual. That it is truly strange that so many are suffering from diarrhea. As Hu Urge pondered this, another beastman hurried over, soaked and with his fur clumped together. Startled, Hu Urge initially assumed he had interrupted a bath, only to learn that he had experienced a sudden stomachache while drinking water, leading to his unfortunate state. The mention of water stirred Hu Jiojio's instincts, prompting her to discreetly send forth a Gugu beast to the nearest riverbank. Her suspicions were confirmed. The water they had been drinking was indeed contaminated. Soon, other beastmen from the deer tribe began to make similar observations. Tribe leader, look at this water. It has become so murky. Many beastmen have been suffering from diarrhea after drinking it. What should we do? The deer tribe leader examined the leaf filled with water presented by the beastman, noticing a foggy, pale hue on the surface, immediately recognizing it as undrinkable. Beside him, Lu Ping leaned in, dipping a fingertip into the water and inhaling its scent, immediately scrunching his face in dismay. This water is unfit for consumption, that if we continue to drink it, we will initially suffer from unbearable diarrhea, and eventually, it may even threaten our lives. The deer tribesmen understood that Lu Ping was not prone to exaggeration, and a wave of despair washed over them. What shall we do? There's only this river nearby. All other water sources lie in the plains. If we do not drink this, shall we perish from thirst? While they might have found solutions to other issues, water sources were an intractable problem, and silence enveloped the gathering of beastmen. This is easily remedied. Our tribe possesses a clean water source. All you deer need to do is come over, and everything else can be negotiated, boomed the cheerful voice of the wild boar tribe leader. In such dire circumstances, even those initially resolute in their refusal to rely on others found themselves wavering. Tribe leader, perhaps we should consider joining them, someone suggested in a hushed tone. The deer tribe leader hesitated, but ultimately, Huafu gave him a gentle push. Tribe leader, since the wild boar tribe leader is so eager to welcome you, it would be wise to accept their offer. After all, your tribe is not small in number. It would be unthinkable for everyone to suffer together. They had already strayed from the plains, and the wild boar tribe leader's ability to summon them hinted at underlying motives of which the deer tribe leader was acutely aware. Yet, as the leader of his people, he could not allow his stubbornness to bring misfortune upon his tribe. Very well, I agree to join you. Upon hearing the deer tribe leader's reluctant concession, the wild boar tribe leader's face lit up with unrestrained joy, and he immediately began directing the deer tribesmen. All deer tribesmen, gather your belongings. Shortly, you will accompany me back to the wild boar tribe. We have already prepared accommodations for you. You will have a place to stay upon arrival. Chapter 93. Parting ways. Many deer tribesmen displayed relieved smiles at the announcement, grateful to finally have a stable refuge. However, the deer tribe leader's expression grew increasingly tense, and he could only sigh a heartfelt apology in front of Huafu. Huafu offered a comforting embrace. It is all right. You have accompanied us for quite some time. It is only right that you take a well-deserved rest. The deer tribe leader wished to say more. But the wild boar tribe leader was already urging them on, compelling him to suppress his emotions and follow along. Yet, some deer tribesmen chose to stay behind. Fu was taken aback by this decision. But they explained, "Master Hu, you have saved us on more than one occasion, and we are deeply grateful. The tribes on the plains have never been fond of us outsiders, even in the wild boar tribe. We would still be subject to their commands. It is far better to seek freedom alongside you." Fu did not refuse, and thus the two factions of the deer tribesmen diverged. However, even with the departure of their leader, those who remained could not afford to let down their guard to protect against potential threats from the tribes on the plains. Fu began assigning nightly patrols. He also sought to dig up plump stalks and leaves for hydration, supplemented by Jiu's discreet exchanges with the spirit spring, allowing them to hold on for the time being. Nevertheless, the tribes on the plains had no intention of letting them off easily. In fact, the inclusion of the deer tribe only emboldened the hostility towards the Hu family. "This is clearly our catch," Lu Yun exclaimed in anger, witnessing the bear tribesman seize the prey he had just captured. The bear tribesman, aware of Lu Yun's affiliation with the Hu family, showed no mercy, his disdain for Lu Yun evident in his gaze. "You claim it is your catch. What proof do you have?" The bear tribesman concealed the Gugu beast behind his back, handing it to another companion. Lu Yun reached out to reclaim it, but the bear tribesman struck his hand away forcefully with a branch. "How dare you steal our prey? It seems I must teach you a lesson." Lu Yun's eyes widened in disbelief at the audacity of the bear tribesman as the branch descended towards his head. Suddenly, a hand shot out to grasp the branch firmly. "Xian Feng." Lu Yun turned to Hu Sangu, hastily explaining, "They just stole our prey and slandered us." Hu Sangu, his usual smile replaced by a cold demeanor. Interrupted Lu Yun, "I am aware." The bear tribesman, seeing the Hu family arrive, adopted a similarly grim expression. You dare to show your faces before us? Are you not afraid we will beat you to a pulp? We have done nothing wrong. Why should we be afraid to appear? You, on the other hand, have stolen our prey and targeted us at every turn. We deserve an explanation." The bear tribesman scoffed, observing the gathering of Hu family members, and nonchalantly discarded the Gugu beast he had just taken. Turning to leave, in the end, I advise you to leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will face more than just our tribe." Hu Sangu remained silent, merely picking up the fallen Gugu beast and handing it back to Lu Yun. "Father," Hu Sangu approached Fu, finally shedding the cold facade he had worn before the bear tribesman. "Marking the 31st instance of such encounters, we have already had 3 beastmen injured. Had I not arrived in time, Lu Yun would have surely been bullied by them. What shall we do?" Fu raised his eyes. Gazing into the distance toward the plains, he sensed that the bear tribesman's final warning was not mere bluster. Should the tribes of the plains genuinely unite against them, they might find it impossible to endure. "Perhaps this plain is unsuitable for us. We should seek a new place to reside." Yet, where could they go? The gazes of the assembled beastmen converged upon Fu. After a moment's hesitation, he directed his gaze toward the right, where a thicket of trees stood, and one spoke. It was not that they concurred, but rather that they understood this was their only option. Xiao Ke Mu stepped forward, reassuring the children, "Do not worry. Did we not survive in the forest during our escape? We lived well then, and we shall do so again." The words of Xiao Ke Mu seemed to imbue the group with newfound strength, revitalizing their spirits as they gathered their belongings and ventured deeper into the thicket. The path through the jungle was treacherous, with trees obstructing the way and complicating navigation. Dense underbrush and roots intertwined with the ground's surface made progress arduous, while the gritty stones mixed with the damp, slippery soil caused discomfort to their feet. "Where are we? There are no caves or hollows, and the sun is about to set. Are we to rest here?" A member of the deer tribe in the group voiced a concerned exclamation. In truth, such thoughts lingered in the hearts of all present, yet they refrained from expressing them, fearing the impact on other spirits. However, now that this facade of composure had been punctured, a faint sense of panic began to pervade among the orcs. "Amo, do you see that? Is there an orc moving over there?" Hu Xiaolu tugged at Aunt Husan, urging her to look at a small black shadow swaying between a few trees. Aunt Husan squinted, struggling to discern. It seems there is, but it doesn't appear to be an orc. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Hu Xiaolu remained unconvinced, feeling an uncanny familiarity with the shadow as he decided to leave the main group and sprint toward it. Neo Air, what are you doing here? Hu Xiaolu exclaimed joyfully upon recognizing the figure as a playmate from the plains. Concerned about losing Hu Xiaolu, the other orcs hastily followed suit, arriving just in time to witness Hu Xiaolu and Neo Air engaged in a spirited conversation. I was just playing nearby. What brings you here? I thought you'd settled on the plains. Neo Air, equally surprised to see his friend, affectionately wrapped his arm around Hu Xiaolu's neck, typically optimistic and lively. Hu Xiaolu revealed a hint of frustration when discussing their situation. The tribes on the plains have inexplicably ostracized us, refusing to allow us to live even a short distance outside their territory. So we had no choice but to come here to Hu Xiaolu's surprise. Neo Air listened to his account with an air of prior knowledge, showing no shock whatsoever, instead offering a comforting pat on his shoulder. Chapter 94. I won't hurt your sister Ah. Such things happen all the time. There's no need to dwell on it. Our tribes in the jungle have all faced similar fates, yet we live quite well now. Don Tiwi, Neo Air spoke with the wisdom of experience, leaving the other orcs somewhat bewildered. Jujio, however, felt intuitively that Neo Air must be knowledgeable about the paths of the jungle. She waved her arms excitedly, successfully capturing Neo Air's attention, and flashed him a sweet smile. Neo Air's gaze immediately fixated on the petite Jujio, and he approached her with curiosity. Why is she so small and adorable? Can I poke her? Neo Air's eyes sparkled as he glanced at Hu Xiaolu. Hu Xiaolu swiftly positioned himself between the little sparrow mother and Hu Jujio. No, you can't. Jujio is my sister. She's still very young and shouldn't be touched by just anyone. His declaration not only failed to quell Neo Air's curiosity, but only heightened it further. Xiaolu, I just want to poke her once. I promise I won't hurt your sister. Neo Air vowed earnestly. Hu Xiaolu appeared to struggle with the decision. All right, if you can tell me how to find a resting place in the jungle, then I will allow you to poke Jujio once. The little sparrow mother watched in amusement as her brother seemingly bartered away their sister. Yet she understood he was merely trying to aid everyone and did not intervene. Upon hearing Hu Xiaolu's proposition, Neo Air instantly patted his chest. I assent that easy. I'll take you all to our home to rest. My grandfather and the others will surely welcome you. The sun was nearing the horizon, and in the shadowy woods, light was gradually fading. They had been at a loss for a resting place, so when Neo Air proposed it, and given that he was acquainted with Hu Xiaolu, none of the orcs suspected a young cub. They readily agreed and followed Neo Air forward. Neo Air, evidently well-versed in the forest, led them to a clearing in no time. This place was markedly different from the rest of the jungle, featuring constructed houses and numerous half-orcs milling about nearby. Hu Jujio attentively observed that many of the half-orcs bore disabilities, and several elderly or frail orcs were present, an uncommon sight in a tribe. Grandfather, I brought people back. Upon arrival, Neo Air dashed into a house and promptly pulled out Old Man Yo. Old Man Yo, seeing his grandson's impulsiveness, displayed no anger, instead donning a warm smile as he approached Hu Afu and the others. I don't believe I've seen you before. Are you orcs from another region? Hu Afu quickly replied, We are orcs fleeing from another place that we initially wished to settle on the plains. But the tribes are looked down upon us, so we had no choice but to retreat into the jungle. Hearing this, Old Man Yo's eyes glistened with compassion, and he grasped Hu Afu's hand more warmly. Then you have come to the right place. Hu Afu, taken aback, listened as Old Man Yo continued. All of us here were driven out by those tribes. They looked down upon us, and being weak, we had no choice but to relocate here. We share a common plight. Now that you are here, make yourselves at home. We are all more than willing to accept you. Hu Afu had not anticipated encountering orcs with a similar experience, and since they truly had nowhere else to go, he readily accepted Old Man Yo's hospitality. That sounds splendid. Old Man Yo, pleased, patted Hu Afu's hand before releasing it, instructing Neo Air to gather everyone and arrange for food to be shared with Hu Afu and the others. Now that you are here, you are one of us. I've organized a welcome gathering for everyone to get acquainted, and from now on, we shall be united. In no time, all the orcs residing in that small area were gathered in the clearing where Huafu and his companions stood. They soon realized there were indeed quite a number of orcs living there. The gatherings outset. Old Man Nyo briefly recounted Huafu and his companions' journey, allowing them to familiarize themselves with one another before inviting Huafu and his group to engage with the other orcs. A few small-framed orcs stepped into the center of the large circle formed by the others. They appeared lively and unburdened by their past mistreatment, yet as they began to recount their experiences on the plains, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. We were simply smaller due to lacking parental care in our youth, yet they looked down on us for it. They would lie in wait while we hunted, stealing our prey and even beating us. One orc displayed his leg, which had been broken in the past. Yes, this leg was broken by them. As he spoke, he tossed aside the makeshift cane he had fashioned from a branch and approached Huafu and his companions. Though his leg seemed healed, he walked with a noticeable limp, and after only a few steps, it appeared he might fall. Dage, concerned for his safety, rushed to support him. Upon seeing this, the orc's expression softened, and he smiled at Dage. "You're new here, and you have a kind heart. No wonder that group of bullies targeted you." That Dage was taken aback by the orc's radiant smile, despite his injuries. Feeling somewhat helpless. "You're in poor health. We should be helping you." The orc waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. See, I'm perfectly fine." As he spoke, his companions quickly handed him his cane, and leaning on it, the orc appeared much more at ease, prompting Dage to finally withdraw his support. Was this injury caused by the bear tribe? Dage could not resist asking. The orc paused for a moment. No. It was the snake tribe. The snake tribe. Seemingly recalling two incidents, the orc's expression turned indignant. "Yes, that treacherous snake tribe loves to engage in underhanded dealings. My brothers and I are merely smaller in stature, but not weak. If it weren't for their constant ambushes, I wouldn't have been so severely injured." He then glanced at his brothers, letting out a slight sigh. "It was because my leg was crippled by them that my brothers stayed by my side, ensuring I wasn't driven out alone, and we ended up here together." Dage fell silent, and after a long pause, finally spoke, patting the orc's shoulder. "It's all right. It's all in the past." Chapter 95. For now, let us stay. Seeing that Dage appeared disheartened by his story, the orc quickly reverted to his cheerful demeanor, playfully slapping Dage on the shoulder. "Hey, didn't you say it's all in the past? Why are you feeling so gloomy? Besides, this place is great. It's free and harmonious, far better than life on the plains." Upon seeing him smile, the emotions of Brother Fox finally began to ease. Yes, they had arrived unexpectedly. Old Man Yo had made no preparations and allowed them to stay overnight in the homes of the local orcs. The following day, Old Man Yo summoned them, concerned that they might not have enough to eat, and provided them with some provisions. Although Father Fox still had some rations left, he did not refuse and took the opportunity to inquire about certain matters with Old Man Yo. "Chief Nyo, the river near our previous dwelling has been polluted, and we have hardly had any clean water to drink for quite some time. You know if there are any clean water sources nearby in this jungle?" Old Man Nyo pointed towards the west side of the clearing, near a small slope, where there was a small spring that we drink from there, that if you're thirsty, feel free to fetch some. After expressing his gratitude, Father Fox led the others to search for a temporary place to stay. The clearing was small, making it difficult to construct new dwellings, and they could not remain in others' homes indefinitely. It was imperative to find a suitable spot for themselves. The jungle was abundant with trees, many of which were decades to over 100 years old. Consequently, Father Fox and his companions quickly discovered a clean tree hollow, its circumference requiring at least a dozen male orcs to encircle it with arms length. It was spacious enough to accommodate their 30 or so orcs. Father Fox guided the group into the tree hollow and assessed the interior, illuminated by the light streaming in from the entrance. It was dry, with little dust, making it indeed a fitting place for habitation. "What do you think? Shall we settle here for the time being?" Father Fox turned to seek the opinions of the others. Before the orcs could respond, the orc sent by Old Man Nyo to guide them was the first to voice his dissent. "No, this place is not suitable for dwelling." "Why?" Brother Fox inquired, noticing the orc's anxious expression. Sensing that there must be something unusual about the hollow, the orc sighed. "You are newcomers and unaware. This was once the dwelling of the snake clan, though they have moved to the plains. They still enjoy hunting in this vicinity, that if you reside here, you may very well fall victim to them. Having learned about the snake clan's notorious actions of breaking the legs of other orcs during the welcome meeting, the group could not help but display apprehension at the mention of the snake clan, hastily following Father Fox out of the tree hollow. But if we do not stay here, are there any other places nearby where we could reside? Father Fox questioned the guide, who hesitated but ultimately could not suggest any suitable locations, leading them back to the clearing. Upon seeing their return, Old Man Nyo hurried over. "Oh, you're back so soon. Did you find a suitable place?" Observing Old Man Nyo's expectant expression, Father Fox shook his head. "No, we only found a tree hollow, but it seems to have once belonged to the snake clan. So we cannot stay there. Chief Nyo, do you know of any other places nearby where we might temporarily reside?" After pondering for a moment, Old Man Nyo replied, "If that place is unsuitable, you could check the slope behind the small spring. There is a small cave. Additionally, in the eastern woods, there are many empty tree hollows to the south. There are also abandoned burrows dug by the Mole clan. You can explore those." After expressing thanks, Father Fox hurriedly led the group to investigate these locations. However, none of the caves, tree hollows, or burrows were spacious enough to accommodate all 30 of them, and they ultimately returned disheartened. Seeing them return so quickly and in low spirits, Old Man Nyo could surmise that they had not found a suitable place. "Still not satisfactory. Would you like me to help you search for another location?" Father Fox appreciated Old Man Nyo's kindness, but did not immediately agree. "Chief Nyo, this jungle is vast. Why must we confine ourselves to the nearby areas? Could we not venture deeper into the jungle? Perhaps we might find a more suitable place." Brother Fox inquired curiously. Upon hearing this, Old Man Nyo's expression turned serious. "No, you must absolutely not venture into the depths of the jungle." Old Man Nyo, who had initially appeared gentle and kind, suddenly shifted, startling everyone. He soon realized that his reaction was somewhat intense and softened his demeanor, explaining earnestly, "It's not that I do not wish to let you go, but we have ventured into the depths before, and the miasma there is quite thick at that time. We were unaware, and many of our companions succumbed to it before we eventually found this habitable spot." As Old Man Nyo spoke, he gazed at the ground beneath him and sighed deeply before abruptly changing the subject. "Oh, you know why this jungle, despite being so close to the plains, has never been overrun by the tribes on the plains?" The orcs shook their heads in honest confusion. In truth, this jungle is a cursed one, perpetually shrouded in a miasma that induces slumber. The deeper one ventures, the more intense the miasma becomes, causing orcs to fall into a deep sleep. Once, a reckless orc sought to explore the jungle's depths, but he did not get far before succumbing to the miasma and falling into eternal slumber, thus rendering this jungle a forbidden place, one that even the tribes on the plains dare not disturb. Father Fox and the others finally understood. However, if that is the case, why is the area we are in free from this curse? The answer to this question was something even Old Man Nyo himself could not fully comprehend. "I do not know that it may be because this part of the forest is still relatively shallow. We discovered this area by chance during our journey, and it happened to be free of miasma, so we decided to settle here." Having gleaned all they could from Old Man Nyo, the day had grown late, and Father Fox had no choice but to set aside these concerns for the moment, leading the orcs on in search of a place to stay. Unbeknownst to anyone, the young cub nestled in the arms of the little sparrow mother had fallen into deep contemplation due to Old Man Nyo's words. While Old Man Nyo described the miasma as a curse, Fox Jujiao had a different perspective. In her previous life, she had heard of similar gases that could spread in such jungles. Thus, she suspected that the miasma was actually an unknown anesthetic gas that induced deep sleep upon inhalation. The notion of a curse might simply be a fabrication born from the orcs' fear and ignorance. Chapter 96. The Bear Clan bullying them before the sun had completely set, Father Fox and his companions finally located a few reasonably clean small tree hollows. They divided into 3 groups and settled in, planning to change their residence once conditions allowed. After a long day of searching, they were sufficiently fatigued, yet perhaps due to a lack of luck, they could not find peace even that night. Suddenly, a loud roar jolted Brother Fox awake from his slumber, prompting him to alertly rush to the entrance of the tree hollow. Brother Two Fox, who had been sleeping beside him, was startled awake and cautiously leaned closer to inquire, "Brother, what is happening?" Brother Fox lowered his voice, pressing his ear to the entrance. "Listen closely, do you hear any roars outside?" Brother Two Fox strained to listen and could indeed faintly hear some sounds. "That noise resembles the sounds the orcs made when they destroyed our home that night on the plains." Instinctively, Brother Fox and Brother Two Fox exchanged glances, simultaneously voicing their shared thought. "It's the Bear Clan." The mere mention of the Bear Clan sent a wave of unease through them. "Shall we go out and see what is happening?" The two cautiously crept out, careful not to disturb the others. Following the direction of the sound, he waved his hand behind him, and the other bear beastmen immediately understood, rushing towards the half-beastmen in a frenzy. The half-beastmen, upon seeing this, realized that the bear beastmen were coming to attack them again, and quickly raised their weapons to defend themselves. However, outnumbered and outmatched, they could only retreat deeper into the jungle while enduring blows, knowing they were nearing the hiding place of Brother Fox and his companion. "What is that sound? Is there trouble again?" Brother Fox turned to see that Fox Shaolu had already approached his side, almost startling him. "When did you arrive?" Fox Shaolu, clearly still groggy from sleep, rubbed his eyes and after a moment's reflection said, "This commotion is far too loud. I was awakened from my slumber and came over." As he spoke, Fox Shaolu glanced back, saying, "Look, everyone has come. Even Old Man Nyo is here." It was evident that such events were not uncommon in the jungle. Upon Old Man Nyo's arrival, he quickly separated the bear tribe from the half-beastmen. The bear tribe, upon encountering Old Man Nyo, immediately began to taunt him. "Oh, Chief Nyo, you seem quite spirited. It's rare to see you managing so many beastmen now." Old Man Nyo ignored their jibes and simply remarked, "When we all agreed not to set foot on the plains, you also promised not to infringe upon us. Now, you have driven people into the jungle. What does this mean?" The bear tribe, undeterred, retorted with a mix of arrogance and mockery. "I have come to deliver people to you. Chief Nyo, are you dissatisfied? We can certainly bring you more. After all, some half-beastmen are nothing but a waste of food. They're simply unfit to live on the plains." His words instantly enraged all the half-beastmen present. The number of beastmen was already scarce, and even among those in the plains tribes, many were half-beastmen. Yet, because they did not meet the approval of those tribes, they had been driven to such remote corners, and now faced such humiliation. Who could remain calm? Fortunately, Old Man Nyo had learned to remain unaffected by such provocations, managing to suppress the emotions of the other beastmen for the time being. "We do not need your help. Moreover, the jungle is our territory now, so you should leave quickly. Otherwise, we cannot guarantee what might happen to you." The bear tribe, initially dismissive, changed their demeanor upon seeing the thickening miasma behind Old Man Nyo and his companions. Their faces falling. "Run. The miasma is coming. We cannot be cursed." Watching the once arrogant bear tribe now scurry away in a panic, the other beastmen felt a strange sense of gratitude towards the miasma for providing an outlet for their frustrations. Yet, their own situation was hardly better than that of the bear tribe. In fact, it was even more perilous. The indigenous beastmen, already accustomed to the miasma, swiftly located places to hide, while Fox Afu and his companions were left in the dark, as were the recently arrived half-beastmen. Seeing that the other beastmen stood frozen, as if in a trance, Old Man Nyo, seasoned by countless such encounters, shouted, "Those with tree hollows, hide inside quickly. Cover your mouths and noses. Do not breathe in the miasma." Fox Afu and his companions immediately understood Old Man Nyo's intent and hurried back to the tree hollow where they had been sleeping. However, the newly arrived half-beastmen were still confused about the situation, prompting Old Man Nyo to arrange for others to lead them to safety. Brother Fox decided to assist, pulling a few half-beastmen along to their refuge. Yet, one of the beastmen he was guiding suddenly broke free, racing towards Old Man Nyo in a frenzy. "Chief Nyo, you are Chief Nyo, right? Do you know where Nyoli is? I need to find him." Old Man Nyo, upon hearing this, did not indulge him further and shook off his grasp. "The miasma is coming. You should quickly find a place to hide. Otherwise, your lives may be at risk." Brother Fox quickly pulled the half-beastman away, leading him back to their earlier hiding spot, then curiously inquired, How do you know, Chief Nyo? Were you looking for him to discuss something important? The half-beastman nodded and then shook his head. Those who have lived on the plains for long know Chief Nyo. It's just that they were the first to be driven into the jungle by the larger tribes. So the tribes on the plains no longer mention them. I just saw him and thought of someone important to me. His hesitance piqued Brother Fox's curiosity further. An important person? Related to Chief Nyo? Chapter 97. The miasma, the half-beastman nodded. I will not hide it from you. I'm looking for Nyo Lee, who is also Chief Nyo's child. He was born somewhat simple-minded, yet he is very kind-hearted and has helped me before. However, ever since Chief Nyo and his group moved into the jungle, I have not seen him again. Simple-minded? ISNT that, just like Fox Xiaowu, Brother Fox couldn't help but feel a pang of empathy for Chief Nyo's circumstances. Realizing their similarities, that moment, Old Man Nyo's voice echoed from outside the hollow. Everyone, hurry! The miasma is about to spread completely. The miasma at night will engulf everything. You must cover the entrance with giant leaves. Otherwise, it will seep in. Upon hearing this, Brother Fox peered outside. Noticing that several half-beastmen were still unaccounted for, he rushed out to help, bringing a few more half-beastmen inside. Just as he settled them, the entire tree hollow was shrouded in darkness. He reached out, feeling the texture of leaves at the entrance, realizing that it was Old Man Nyo and the others who had covered it. After silently expressing his gratitude, fatigue overwhelmed him. The beastmen, now unconcerned about the miasma, all fell into a deep slumber. The chaotic first half of the night gave way to a peaceful second half, and the beastmen were awakened the next morning by Old Man Nyo's summons. Standing before them, Old Man Nyo cleared his throat. Thank you all for your hard work. I know you didn't rest well last night, and I had to wake you this morning. However, after last night's events, I realized I should share some survival taboos of the jungle with you, so you will know how to protect yourselves in the future. Old Man Nyo's gaze first turned to Fox Afu and his companions. You have been here for a few days, and I have not yet spoken to you. That was my oversight. Firstly, in the jungle, the most dangerous thing is the cursed miasma, followed by those beastmen from the plains. If you encounter miasma, you must do as I taught you last night, entering tree hollows and using giant leaf to shield yourselves for encountering those beastmen. It is best to avoid them whenever possible. As he spoke of the latter, Old Man Nyo's tone grew noticeably somber, reflected in the expressions of the beastmen behind him. However, the fact remained that they could not contend with the beastmen of the plains, a truth they could not deny. Some of the newly arrived half-beastmen had questions. Chief Nyo, you have many people. Why do you always shrink back against the tribes of the plains? Wouldn't it be better to defeat them outright and claim a place on the plains? Old Man Nyo sighed in resignation, offering no elaborate explanation. It is not as easy as you think, he continued. If you wish to remain here, find a dwelling nearby. Be cautious of the miasma. Hunt daily and sustain yourselves. If you prefer not to stay, we can guide you out of the jungle. As he spoke, Old Man Nyo finally turned his attention back to Fox Afu and his companions. The same goes for you. If you plan to stay, shortly, our tribe will go out to hunt. You can accompany them to familiarize yourselves with the area. Fox Afu agreed, leading the young male beastmen to follow the Nyo tribe, while the other beastmen remained behind to organize their belongings in preparation for a long-term stay. Thus, they finally concluded their life on the run and began to settle into a new routine. Fearing that prey in the jungle would be scarce, Fox Jujui once again discreetly released the cuckoo beast she had raised in her space near where Fox Afu and the others were hunting. Just as before, Fox Afu did not closely follow the Nyo tribe. After familiarizing himself with the area, he split into two groups, making it easier for Fox Jujui's releases. Afu, look on the ground ahead. Is that a cuckoo beast lying there? Having captured cuckoo beasts many times, Brother Fox had become extremely adept at recognizing them with just a glance. Fox Afu hurried closer and soon confirmed, it does seem to be. However, Fox Sin Shu, lagging behind slightly, expressed concern. Don't cuckoo beasts usually wander around? This one lying on the ground. Could it be dead? Upon hearing these words, Afu was beset with a modicum of doubt. However, with their provisions dwindling to a mere 2 or 3 days' worth, the prospect of starvation loomed ominously should they fail to procure further supplies. Contemplating this predicament, Afu could not bring himself to forego the opportunity presented by the captured Gugu beast. He crouched down, grasped the creature by its neck, and hoisted it aloft. The warmth emanating from its body, coupled with the faint sensation of its pulsing veins, caused his previously furrowed brow to smoothen. It was alive. Perhaps it had merely fallen into slumber, lying here by chance until fate had delivered it into their hands. Among the gathered animals and beast folk, many had consumed their fill of goo-goo beasts. Yet few truly understood the creature's habits. And one pointed out that a goo-goo beast would never lie prostrate on the ground in sleep, thus allowing Huafu to retain his grip on the creature. In truth, this goo-goo beast was one that Hujojo had released into the forest. After its release, Hujojo had neglected to monitor its movements, resulting in some unruly goo-goo beasts straying into the noxious miasma, only to emerge later, rendered unconscious upon the ground. It was mere serendipity that Huafu and his companions stumbled upon it, akin to a blind cat encountering a dead rat. Aside from the goo-goo beast they had salvaged, Huafu and his companions had captured several others, all of which were also released by Hujojo. Thus, their day of hunting came to a fruitful end, with their spoils in in recent days. Huafu and the indigenous people had grown somewhat familiar with one another. Upon sighting them, some beast folk would greet them with warm smiles. You've returned from the hunt. What a bountiful first day. Indeed, the tone of the beast folk was suffused with envy, devoid of any hint of jealousy. This warmth was a balm to the hearts of those who had grown accustomed to being targets on the plains. After all, they were all wayward souls, better able to empathize with one another's plight, naturally devoid of malice. Huafu nodded, smiling. Indeed, we were fortunate. We encountered a sleeping goo-goo beast right away, and it was still alive. So we brought it back. Look. As Huafu spoke, he lifted the limp goo-goo beast before the eyes of the half-beast folk. Having lived in the jungle for quite some time, they could readily discern that this goo-goo beast was not merely sleeping. It had succumbed to the miasma and fainted. The half-beast folk's previously amiable demeanor shifted dramatically. Trembling, they pointed at the goo-goo beast in Huafu's grasp and, with a thud, fell backward onto the ground, scrambling away as if desperate to flee from the scene. Cursed! This goo-goo beast is cursed. It will bring misfortune to us all. Huafu, observing the creature that was evidently still alive in his grasp, glanced at the half-beast folk whose countenance had turned wild, their fearful shouts echoing through the air, and found himself momentarily at a loss. The deer folk behind him, unperturbed by the goo-goo beast, were instead frightened by the half-beast folk's reaction. Cautiously tapping Huafu on the shoulder, "Master, look at how exaggerated his response is. Could it be that there truly is a jungle curse? Perhaps we should discard this goo-goo beast after all?" The half-beast folk's cries attracted a number of other beast folk, including the mother of the little sparrow. Upon realizing that the half-beast folk was shouting at Huafu, she quickly grasped Hujojo and stealthily retreated behind Huafu. "Kaiafu, what on earth is happening? Wasn't he just fine this morning? Why has he suddenly gone mad?" The worry in the mother sparrow's voice was palpable. Huafu wished to explain, but found himself at a loss for words. The current situation was perplexing even to him. The very individual at the center of it all, Hujojo, nestled in the mother sparrow's embrace, cautiously peered around, and in doing so, discerned certain clues. Although the half-beast folk appeared deranged, his eyes betrayed a profound fear. Overall, he seemed lucid, likely merely reacting to something that had frightened him. Following the half-beast folk's gaze, Hujojo's eyes met those of the unconscious goo-goo beast in Huafu's hands. Caw! Perhaps due to the half-beast folk's loud exclamations, even the unconscious goo-goo beast stirred, flapping its wings restlessly in Huafu's grip. It seemed that, having previously exhibited no signs of movement, the goo-goo beast now attempted to peck at Huafu's hand. Startled by its sudden awakening, Huafu instinctively loosened his grip, allowing the goo-goo beast to scamper away in a flurry of panic. Its speed was so great that it appeared to take flight. Yet this spectacle did nothing to assuage the half-beast folk's terror. Rather, it intensified it. He pointed towards the direction in which the goo-goo beast had fled, though this time he lacked the strength to shout. Large beads of sweat cascaded down his brow as he gasped for breath, muttering incessantly, "Cursed! The curse has manifested." Observing the goo-goo beast's revival, Hujujio found his perspective starkly opposed to that of the half-beast folk. The Gugu beast's awakening aptly demonstrated that no such curse existed in the jungle. The creature had merely inhaled the anesthetic vapors known as miasma, causing it to faint, and would awaken on its own after some time when it ceased inhaling the noxious fumes. Regrettably, Hujujio remained an inarticulate juvenile, unable to communicate this truth, and thus could only watch helplessly as the excessively frightened half-beast folk fled from their presence. I could see that moment. Old Nyo arrived on the scene. Having gleaned the situation from other beast folk, that he approached Afu directly. Hu clan leader, I have heard that you captured a Gugu beast afflicted by a curse. Upon hearing this, Afu felt an inkling that something was amiss, his brow furrowing slightly. Yet he refrained from contradicting, yes, but it has just awakened and ran away. Old Neo, upon hearing this, remained considerably calmer than the half-beast folk. His purpose in seeking out Afu was not to cast blame. I understand. It seems I may have neglected to warn you earlier. The creatures in the jungle could be perilous. In the future, should you encounter any lying on the ground during your hunts. They are likely either afflicted by the miasma or already deceased. It would be best to avoid them, as consuming them is detrimental to one's health. Old Neo's words eased the discomfort that had previously gripped Afu's heart. Expressing his gratitude, Afu acknowledged his understanding. Old Neo prepared to depart. A soft sensation against his leg halted him in his tracks that Hu Xiaolu and Hu Xiaowu were engaged in playful antics. And upon noticing Hu Xiaowu colliding with someone, Hu Xiaolu hurriedly pulled him away from old Neo. Xiaowu, must you be so careless? You've bumped in the head of the Neo clan. Hu Xiaowu, bewildered, was being tugged along by Hu Xiaolu. Upon hearing the reprimand, he attempted to explain that it was unintentional. Xiaolu was chasing me, and I was too fast to, as Hu Xiaowu waved his hands and stumbled over his words. Hu Xiaolu feigned maturity, sighing as if he were the elder brother, patting Hu Xiaowu on the head before turning to apologize to old Neo. Neo clan leader, Xiaowu accidentally bumped into you. I apologize on his behalf. Are you hurt? I am fine. Old Neo shook his head in response to Hu Xiaolu, yet his gaze inexplicably lingered on Hu Xiaowu. Eventually, he could no longer contain his curiosity, posing a question. What is the matter with this child? He seems rather different from other children. Uncle Hu, quick to defend his offspring, interjected, Xiaowu has always been this way. Though he is somewhat simple-minded, he possesses a kind heart and is capable of fulfilling tasks assigned to him. He is a good child. Upon hearing this, old Neo's gaze shifted, as though he were peering through Hu Xiaowu to see someone else entirely. He couldn't help but concur with Uncle Hu's sentiments. Indeed, children like them are truly remarkable. Uncle Hu found old Neo's response peculiar, but dared not inquire further, merely smiling and swallowing his questions. Fortunately, Neo Air appeared at that moment, seeking out Hu Xiaolu and the others to play, effectively diverting old Neo's attention. Zhuang, did you finish gathering the wood I asked you to collect? Neo Air pouted in dissatisfaction, as if miffed at being monitored by a parent while trying to escape to play with friends. Old man, I finished ages ago. Can I come out to play with Xiaolu and the others? Old Neo, observing that Neo Air was familiar with Hu Xiaolu and the others, relented, though he offered a final caution before departing. Play as you will. But do not bully Hu Xiaolu. Understood. Neo Air responded dismissively, while simultaneously pushing old Neo away. When he returned, he found Hu Xiaolu staring at him with curiosity, prompting him to instinctively touch his own face. What is wrong? Is there something on my face? Hu Xiaolu shook his head. No, it's just that you told me your name was Neo Air. So why did the Neo clan leader just call you a Zhuang? Neo Air, feeling suddenly embarrassed, scratched his head and said, at that time, when we went to the plains, we were not yet familiar with each other, were we? Ewing had warned us not to casually reveal our identities. So I just casually mentioned a name. Chapter 99. The inadvertently guilty Neo Air, Hu Xiaolu was momentarily a loss for words. Although they were not very familiar, he had brought along someone with whom he had only played once or twice. Along with his 30-odd clansmen, to his own home. There was a sense of vigilance, but it was not overly pronounced. Neo Air was aware of his own culpability and quickly defended himself. Actually, I am indeed Neo Air. I'm the second son of a Wang, and everyone in the clan calls me Xiao Air. Hu Xiaolu, feeling indignant, rubbed Nioer's face and retorted, "But we've been here for so long. If I hadn't asked, I would have never known your real name for the rest of my life." Nioer, feeling flustered and disoriented, stammered as he sought help from Hu Xiaowu. "Xiaowu, quickly help me hold your brother." Hu Xiaolu had always regarded himself as Hu Xiaowu's older brother, and Nioer's words struck a nerve, prompting him to intensify his torment. "Xiaolu, Nioer's plight is quite pitiful." Hu Xiaowu gently tugged at Hu Xiaolu, who, though still somewhat displeased, relented and released his grip. "Now, tell me, what is your name?" Hu Xiaolu asked, chewing on a blade of grass while leaning against a tree. Exuding an air of arrogance. "Niu Zhuang," Niu Zhuang replied, displaying a commendably contrite attitude, which earned him a nod of satisfaction from Hu Xiaolu. "And what of Niu Yi?" "Niu Yi is my elder brother." "Niuli, Niu San is my cousin." "Xiaolu, we truly did not intend to deceive you." As Niu Zhuang spoke, he affectionately put his arm around Hu Xiaolu's shoulder. It was only then that Hu Xiaolu accepted Niu Zhuang's apology. Though a question lingered in his heart. "I have seen Niu San these past few days, but how come I have never encountered your elder brother?" Beside them, Hu Xiaowu, somewhat bewildered, mimicked Hu Xiaolu's expression as he gazed at Niu Zhuang. Niu Zhuang scratched his head, seemingly unsure of how to respond. However, since Hu Xiaolu and the others had become one of the few trustworthy companions he had, there was little he felt he could not share. Niu Zhuang turned his gaze towards Hu Xiaowu. "Actually, my brother is quite similar to Xiaowu, somewhat daft and unclear in speech. And why A Wang is concerned for his safety, so he has kept him confined indoors, rarely allowing him to come out. That day, I secretly took him out, and when I returned, Wang scolded me quite severely. Hu Xiaolu, known for his keen intellect, suddenly grasped why the old Niu had previously cautioned Niu Zhuang against bullying Hu Xiaowu. It was likely because he observed the similarities between Hu Xiaowu and Niu Li, fearing that Niu Zhuang's mischievousness might inadvertently harm Hu Xiaowu. The three played for a while. But soon it was time for dinner. Aunt Hu San came call them, and although Hu Xiaolu felt a twinge of reluctance, he obediently took Hu Xiaowu back. Mother Xiao Ke followed Hu Eifu to fetch water, while Hu Jiujio was entrusted to Aunt Hu San. Aunt Hu San handed a piece of dried meat to Hu Xiaolu and began feeding Hu Jiujio some meat porridge, casually inquiring about his day. "What were you just discussing with Nioer? You seem to have forgotten about dinner altogether." Having already discovered Niu Zhuang's true name, Hu Xiaolu corrected Aunt Hu San with a sense of righteousness. "Mother, he is not called Nioer. He is called Niu Zhuang." "Niu Zhuang? Didn't you previously tell me his name was Nioer?" Aunt Hu San was somewhat bewildered by this sudden change. The former was his alias. Niu Zhuang is his true name, but he has an elder brother named Niu Li, who is quite similar to Xiaowu, perhaps a bit daft as well. Aunt Hu San patted Hu Xiaolu on the head. "I've told you countless times to call him Wugo. However, it is indeed rare to encounter someone like Xiaowu." What a coincidence! Aunt Hu San could only express her astonishment at such matters, but Hu Jiujio took a keen interest in it. She had already resolved to cure Hu Xiaowu of his daftness, and now it seemed she had another case in Niu Li to address.